Imagine if the hero that was summoned to save the world, while the legendary one is enjoying his tranquil life, against the queen anymore. This isn't bad at all, it can win. The father and daughter say. They have no intention of being the dragon. Li Ping, on the other hand, is having fun if I can get another 4 and an ace. A winning hand, he asked again. Are you sure you don't want to? They reply that they don't. Li Ping says since that's the case, I won't be polite. But the bull demon who is on his side, and he puts his hand on the deck and draws 2. Then he throws an 8, a 10, and a queen. He is dissatisfied with the cards he drew, and looks disappointed. The father thinks, what happened? We didn't do anything. Is Mr. Lipping dissatisfied with our performance? Nosa then says, I'll start with an 8. It's your turn, Uncle Beerus. Uncle is already sweating cold. If we can pass this test, he'll spare us. There already warns. Be careful. I can't give up. But I'm feeling every time I play a card. It costs me a few years of my life. My life force is being drained. Trembling, he says. I play a jack, the daughter says father. But he interrupts saying, it's okay, leave it to me. She then says she'll pass. Li Ping thinks about their strategy. The queen is not afraid of the prophecy. Besides the royal flush, they can make a sequence from 7 to the queen. Only the 10 and the jack are left. Should I break with the pair? If I do, they'll play it too. Thinking of various strategies, but unable to come to a good conclusion. He says he'll pass too. The father asks, are you really not going to play? Li Ping says no. The father is confused. She wants the prophecy to happen. Thinking, this, Li Ping, he's making me play these cards to consume all my life. Since that's the case, I need to get rid of all this as quickly as possible. He then plays 2 queens, 3, zest 3 7, according to the rules. This combination of cards is called Flying Dragon. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like all the life. She wants the hero to come here and fight her. Energy from his leg was drained. Price for this was a leg. The bigger the cards, the higher the price to be paid. A flying dragon appears between them, and both are confused. What is this? The creature then uses a power and hits Li Ping on the head. Elizabeth watching everything. The father is afraid, thinking he made a wrong card combination. Better not talk too much about it. I just offended the legendary hero. But our hero is very calm and says, well played. The father says, it's your turn now, Mr. Li Ping. However, our hero responds, I'll just pass, you can go again. The father says, alright, and plays a 3. His fingers and leg already starting to feel lifeless. The elf daughter says she'll pass too. Our protagonist then says, because she's been irritated for 15 years. My turn, plays a 10. Both look at each other, knowing they can't beat that hand. Li Ping reveals 6, 7, 8. Zhou Lane, Jack and Queen a sequence. Now it's trouble for the two of them. Giant destructive waves begin to appear, and they are both drowning. The father tries to save his daughter. The elf says, in fact, this prophecy is probably a farce, but it's hard to resist the waves, until they both wake up breathless. I can't play, but our protagonist is calm. Now, there are 3 kinds, with a pair summoning a group of knights. The father tells his daughter he can't win, but the elf girl says, hold on, I can. The father tells her not to do it. It will cost too much life force and is very risky. But she says I can't just hide, and this hero doesn't even exist. I also want to protect you, and I'll play 3 of a kind with a pair the knights. Then go against each other beyond. A battle in the skies ensues, and only her knight remains. The father asks if his daughter is okay, and she says yes. Li Ping praises her move, saying, you really have to protect your allies, even if you have to sacrifice your own cards. The most important thing is that determination. The problem is that the queen wants to defeat the hero. At that moment that guy, our protagonist thinks, I didn't expect them to learn how to play cards so quickly. The father looks at his dwindling hand. Determination at that moment. Li Ping says now it's too late. The father and daughter are scared of Mr. Li Ping. Elizabeth thinks things are getting bad. This aura is frightening. Our protagonist then plays 2 jokers. The dimension begins to shatter. Who had warned the queen? And a killer clown appears above. Elizabeth seemed to recognize what he summoned, saying it's a 3-star demon. A clown king. He was about to attack the other 2, making a heart. Then he notices Elizabeth and says, what are you looking at, huh? Turning the heart into a knife. You better be careful or I'll kill you. Elizabeth tries to defend herself. Who do you think I am to belittle? That the hero was going to come and kill her. But she's angry all this time. She's been absorbing everything the protagonist has been doing for her, and theoretically giving all the possible energy. But she just reached the 3-star level. But this creature that Li Ping summoned is a 3-star demon. She's confused. How can he summon something with the same power level as me so easily? The father looks at his daughter and says, enters. Elif, I'm sorry, but I don't have this power. It's okay, Dad. How can you blame yourself? It's all my fault. I annoyed Mr. Li Ping. The poor man is spitting blood, saying, my life force, it's being drained. Li Ping sees him spitting blood and asks uncle, are you okay? Thinking, wow, I don't think his injuries have healed yet. With a sign from the Anti-Hero Rival Association, he sees the old man's hand that had 3 3s and 4 kings, and says, wow, he could have won a long time ago. He was just letting me play with him. Man, I was so naive, thinking I was good. It seems like I just disrupted his rest with that. He says, it's alright, and takes all the cards. The dimension dissolves along with the demon, and he stands up, saying sorry for causing trouble. The guy changed completely, angry. The father and daughter can't understand the legendary hero, but they are relieved to see they are still alive. Elizabeth is angry thinking, oh, that ridiculous Li Ping. He pretended to want to play cards with those two, just to take advantage of this opportunity, and hit me with that clown. The next day in the morning, the two are leaving, and Li Ping says, the queen grabs him there with her hand of darkness. Uncle Bass, do you really not want to stay a few more days? The fruits I planted are almost ripe. He bows, we can't disturb you two anymore. Mr. Lepping has already been very charitable and gracious, we will never forget. Our hero is a little embarrassed and says, it wasn't that serious. The father says, don't worry, after we leave, we won't tell anyone about what happened here, and asks. The elf girl with presents in her hand asks Mr. Li Ping, you still want to give us something so precious? But he says it's just a little tea. No problem. Approaching the old man, he puts something in his hand and says to him, oh, and here's something for you too. A memento for you, uncle. The father looks to see what it is, and it's the deck of cards. Li Ping says you can keep that. You didn't say there was going to be a hero prophecy. My card skills are very bad. I'm not cut out for this. Then, Elizabeth appears saying, hey, he looks at her and she just opens her mouth. Go ahead, get out of here. They both run away, and Li Ping is left somewhat confused. She enters well. Now that everything is back to normal, it's time to make some food for this queen here. Our protagonist simply agrees. Who is going to come and pull this damn sword here? The father and daughter are running as fast as they can. The daughter asks her father to stop saying, I can't take it anymore, but he tells her, we can't stop. First there was that game of the legendary card test, and then a threat from the demon queen, and then he remembers the night before. The two of them were in the room when suddenly, Elizabeth appeared and cut off their heads, saying, I Elizabeth, to prove to everyone, where is he the wild? No, one fan of her says that in fact, command you two to leave this place tomorrow. You must not reveal any information about this demon, queen and the legendary hero to the world. The two replied, yes, your majesty. The queen explained, if you have any plans to go against this queen, your head will be destroyed immediately by the curse on your neck. The father then tells his daughter, who would believe, she is so strong, that the truth of the story is that the great hero, Li Ping, grew tired of the world's conflict and didn't want to cause harm anymore. At that moment, the daughter says, wait, isn't this place familiar? He takes a look, did we run this far? The little dog nearby thinks, bringing them here should be enough for them to stop bothering the master. And that evil woman, in fact, so strong that the prophecy even failed to activate. They didn't run that far. The little dog just grabbed the two and took them on a rocket ride. The daughter then says, are the bodies of the Black Guild apostles still here? The father starts looking around. There must be several types of high-level demons nearby. We have to get out as soon as possible. The little dog looks at something approaching and thinks, what is that? Because, whatever, I'm going back home to keep being beaten by that wicked woman. Those who felt sorry for the little dog being beaten up now know that he quite enjoyed it. In front of the two, a legion of shadows appears. One of the demons that appears lets out a hee-hee, and the others follow with a goo-goo. The father says, I recognize that one. He's the great apostle, and he's a 2-star spiritual demon. Humanity couldn't create a being as powerful as her. Besides, there are several 4-star and 3-star spiritual demons, while the father and daughter are just 2 great mages of 1 star. She grabs his arm and says, Dad, the difference in strength is too great. Leave me, you can escape. But the father is now motivated. I know the difference in our strength is really huge. But after seeing the realm of those two, the queen's minion agrees with him. These apostles here are nothing. Your father used to be called the Iron Heart of the Heroes. He points the deck in their direction. Daughter, the demon is scared. The father says, since your mother returned to the elven tribe, your father has been taking care of you and being cautious. But I was wrong. Escaping won't solve the problem. That's true, my great queen. If we can solve this, I'll take you back to the tribe and go after your mother. He activates a quad invocation. Descendant of the god of the 4-card arrow. An elf appears in the invocation. It's literally her mother. The mother grabs a giant bow and arrow and sends it towards the creatures. Upon contact, the creatures are instantly destroyed. Everyone is being evaporated. The great apostle tries to hold onto the arrow. You don't even need to worry about this hero anymore, and seems to do so effortlessly. But the arrow in his hand continues to gain strength. After some resistance, his head explodes. The father puts away the deck. The elf disappears and he falls to the ground. The daughter runs, saying, Dad, Dad. The father says to her, it seems your father must change profession. From now on, a new profession has been born on this continent. There's no chance for him. The master of cards. And the elf creates a hole in the path. A week later, everything is calm in the protagonist's little house. He thinks this magical world is so amazing. My attempt to create a hybrid fruit was very successful, but without someone to share the joy of the harvest, it always feels like something is missing. Knights, demon, queen, warriors, elves. I originally thought I was content with a peaceful, but he gets a thick tail slap in the face. Farmer's life. But after coming into contact with the outside world, my heart isn't so calm anymore. I want to see what's on the other side. People are always like that. They get one thing and want two. I'm so weak, forget it. The demon queen appears in front of him out of nowhere and says, you seem a bit down. What are you thinking? He responds, that she is the pinnacle of all beings. The queen puts the priest on the wall and says, I don't know. I guess I wanted to go out and see something. But never mind, I'm too weak. She gets excited, finally. You're interested in leaving this place. Well, come with me on a trip. But inside, she's thinking. I understand that. The outside world isn't comparable to you. But your attitude, there is already too arrogant. Where is this damn hero? Our protagonist, hearing the invitation to travel, is surprised. Really, in his head, it's a completely different story. If I'm out there, with the protection of the demon queen, she tells him to stop talking nonsense and change clothes quickly. The two of them put on their adventurer clothes. The queen says to him, wow, I've reached the top of the world. I have to admit, not only your cooking skills, but your sewing skills are also impressive. He replies, of course. Those are my specialties. Meanwhile, the little dog is barking there. Wagging his tail, she snaps her fingers, creates a teleportation and says, well, let's go. We'll reach the nearest city. Li Ping is impressed. Wow, but I need to kill him otherwise. What a convenient ability. The two then start heading towards the portal, but he says, wait a minute, Elizabeth. I have some questions after we go. First, you're not going to leave me alone, right? Second, will you control your emotion? Third, can you be discreet? However, her interpretation, as always, was completely different. First, don't go without my permission. Second, everyone will think I'm afraid of the prophecy. You better control yourself. Third, don't use magic or you'll ruin my adventurer's fun. She just agrees, saying, I got it, putty. Ping says lastly, after seeing the outside world, will you come back with me? In his head, he's afraid that if he goes out with her and she doesn't come back, he'll be attacked without the barrier. She only agrees with this thinking, before defeating that evil hero. Whereas this damn guy, Shigen, says, the outside world meant nothing to me. Li Ping says, really? You'll come back? She then says, I'll come back, but you'll have to agree to a condition. Li Ping asks what the queen tells him. When we return, I want you to make me a super luxurious fruit pudding. Li Ping is a bit confused. A pudding? She says, yes. Any problem? He says, no. She studied all the powers of this planet, and they leave. The two leave and the protagonist's little dog stays there. They enter the portal and appear in the city of Bolster. Several nice creatures. Our protagonist is impressed. Wow, this place is amazing. It's like I've entered another world. Look over there, Elizabeth. There's even an equipment shop to learn the magic of the end of the world. And wow, look at this. They're selling ingredients. But this doesn't seem to be just pork. He starts going to all the stalls happily. However, Elizabeth is thinking, 500 years have passed here. But it seems that the changes weren't that significant. Our protagonist, looking around, thinks, this doesn't seem chaotic at all, compared to how the old man described. Just to face him, but where is he? She's feeling proud. This is because I established a very strong foundation here. During my reign in the original world, various forces were in conflict, and the situation was chaotic, but I used my absolute strength to suppress everyone, and establish a set of rules that made everyone treated equally. So I was the one who really saved the world, not the so-called legendary hero. At that moment, she stares at the sword and says, after this speech, she looks to the side, and where's the so-called legendary hero? He's more interested in a little girl there, selling teddy bears. Wow, the details of the stitching are so delicate. They're very well done. Did you make this, little sister? The girl says, yes, I did. If you want, I can even offer you a lower price. But then a pig-headed guy appears, kicking and shouting. So, okay then, since you didn't come to me, who gave you permission to open a store in this place? Stinky girl. Your church owes protection, money to my gang and Nick. You have the courage to come here and open a store on my street. The poor girl's brothers are all shaking, and he grabs her by the neck. But she says, but you never even protected us. Why should we have to pay you any money for protection? The pig tells her, since last month, I'll come to you. This street here is now the territory of the Beast Gang. If you want to survive in this place, you'll have to pay monthly tributes. The little girl says, that's not true. This church belongs to the nun. When she returns, you'll be in trouble. The pighead says, so it seems like you're still misinformed, huh? Or are you pretending to be ignorant and not wanting to understand this situation? And she starts trying to pull the sword. Today, I'm going to kick all the orphans out of this place and destroy this broken church. Our protagonist tells the pig to stop it, and the pig asks what he's going to do if he doesn't stop Elizabeth. Watching from afar, thinks, my God, why are you getting involved in these matters? Leave these people alone. But our hero signals with his hands. Everyone is watching in horror, asking for her help. She turns her head as if to say, no, I'm not going to stoop to that level. The furious pig says, I asked you what your intention is. Our protagonist is completely lost until he thinks, I have an idea, and then he shouts to everyone, this pig here is bullying a little girl. Come on, condemn him. But everyone in the city pretends not to see or hear anything. The pig, laughing at him, says, Your Majesty, don't do it. Did you really think anyone would be against me? My God, buddy, this is Beast Street. Judging by your clothes, you must be a foreigner from the south, right? That woman next to you isn't half bad. Our protagonist tells him to calm down. Let's talk. I have some local spices in my backpack. I can share them with you. But the pig says, enough with the stalling, and tells one of his henchmen, you will die. The sword was made to kill you. Beat this guy and take that woman to the gang. But that was the biggest mistake he could have made. Elizabeth asks, do you really think you're qualified to capture me? You stepped on a tiger's tail. The skies begin to darken and the pig is confused. Why did the skies change? What's happening? Li Ping tells her to stop. Don't do this, you'll destroy the entire city. He's waving his hands there. Energy begins to explode all around the place. Please calm down at most. Just give them a little scare. There's no need to fight, they're ordinary people. You know, Elizabeth says. I'll spare him because of you. Seeing everyone's magical power there, you can see that Elizabeth is much greater, and the little girl with glasses can see that. Suddenly, it starts to rain and the pig is scared. He stares at Ardu, saying, the queen is sweating, and everyone starts flying. You two, are you going to try to protect the church? And these orphans? Our protagonist just wants to fix things. How about this? Tell me, how much is the protection money? The pig answers, it's 10 gold coins for 2 months in total. Elizabeth then loses her temper and says, 10 gold coins, and you're causing all this chaos. You really are an idiot. Having to protect themselves. Our protagonist goes to her and asks, you must have a lot of gold coins, right? She replies, stop messing around. I have so many treasures that I can't even count. Li Ping says, how about you lend me some? I'll sell some vegetables later at home, and pay you back angry. Elizabeth asks, are you trying to use my food to trade? For these useless things, I won't accept that. Besides, I had no money when I met you. She uses another wave of power. The pig is brave, saying, so, do you guys have any money? Li Ping says, we really don't have any gold coins. I use some local products for my backpack to pay for it. The angry pig refuses, are you kidding me? Enough of this, but suddenly, someone throws a bag of gold coins at his face. The pig asks who did this crap, but when he looks at a lot of gold, and then a knight appears. This guy really lives up to the name of a knight. She did all that she could to find the legendary hero, and blows up the entire castle. He looks at the pig and says, stop bothering my friends and get out of here. You've received your money. The pig says, so now the knight in shining armor is coming, huh? Okay, I'll let this one slide. I'm going, but you won't be so lucky next month. The little girl then thanks everyone there. Our protagonist thanks him, saying, I brought some fruits. However, with this, you can have them if you don't mind. The knight suddenly says, I wanted you to be my partner in something. Staring at Elizabeth, the little girl is there. Confused partner, what can I help you with? Elizabeth crosses her arms and says, I'm not interested, let's go, Li Ping. But our hero tells her that they can't do that. He just helped us. Let's at least see what he has to say. Right, the girl then says goodbye to the other orphans. She pulls out the sword of prophecy, saying she'll be back soon. They are about to enter a bar. I don't know how he's going to sit in the chairs. With his horse's body, the knight tells them not to pay attention to anyone. Elizabeth angrily says it's all your fault. Li Ping, you insisted on bringing me to this terrible place. I'm wasting my time. Our hero ignores her. The maid then says, we've arrived. Who said only the hero can take this out? When he opens the door, a bunch of girls cling to him. Our hero is confused when he hears the guys say they are his wives. He's then preparing some tea and says, well, let me introduce them to you. The first one is Gacha, and her profession is a shield warrior. This one here is the assassin Lolo and the mage Galia. The guy literally gathered a bunch of wives to make a perfect group. At that moment, for going into the dungeon, this guy is Elon Musk when it comes to productivity in the fantasy world. Lastly, there's Galia. She's an incredible elven archer. Li Ping asks, so she's of the elven race. I also met a girl who had elven blood. Elizabeth impatiently says, enough of this chatter, this is a waste of time. What's the deal you wanted to talk about? She can feel for whom the sword is calling. We need to leave soon. One of the horse guys' wives seems not to like that, and says, master, what's with this woman? Her attitude is very irritating. Elizabeth stares at her and says, that's how a queen should act. Do you have a problem with that? The assassin says that Elizabeth is quite funny, even calling herself a queen master. Is this girl's brain functioning? And her gaze begins to sweep the planet. Look at the shape of her ear. She probably has a mediocre lineage, with a little elven blood. What is she doing in front of me? I personally advise this woman to be quieter. Elizabeth says, if you really want to bring destruction to this place, don't blame me. The little one runs ahead and says, calm down, let's just have some pudding few. I'm glad I made some eat and explains. Toward a little house. We came from a distant place, from a tribe with no name, just to travel here. She is the princess of this place. Her name is Elizabeth and I am her servant. Li Ping, the wives continue to criticize. No wonder you act so weird. Apparently you're the princess of a place that has never even seen the world. Your name is Elizabeth. You must be from a terrible place. Small farm in the middle of nowhere that worships that demon queen, right? Our hero asks them to stop. Let's take it easy. She's still adapting to cultural differences. The knight then says, well, let's talk business. I want to invite you three to join a treasure hunt in a dungeon, but he's thinking that demonic aura she emitted on the street is not something a queen of an isolated tribe, and she says, so this is where you've been hiding. Should've. Could it be? Li Ping is curious, a dungeon with treasure. And then he asks the girl next to him, do you know what that is? She explains, dungeons with treasure are dimensional spaces created by ancient magical entities. I usually have a lot of valuable things, but they're all very well hidden. Li Ping says he understands. The knight says, that's right, but what she found. Then, she uses a forced teleportation, and I spent a lot of money and effort to get the information about this place. However, the condition is that to open the barrier, we need at least 8 people. Our hero then says he understands. You just need someone to complete the numbers. The orphan girl starts counting 1, 2, 6, 8. Wait a minute, is there any way I don't have to go? Her subjects beg, please. Li Ping finds it strange and says to her, hey, isn't this place supposed to be full of precious things? Shouldn't you be happy to be able to go? But the girl replies, you don't understand these places. They're very dangerous and I'm just a level 4 mage. I'll die if I go there, our hero says. So that's how it is. I really didn't know about all this danger. The knight tries to reassure them. Your mages to don't go. Don't worry, we just need people to complete the numbers. And your treasure, in the end, will be less than ours. I guarantee. You'll get at least a few thousand gold coin. One of the wives says. The master alone has taken out several dark apostles. He'll ensure our safety, the orphan boy says. A few thousand coins at least, seriously. Then all the church's financial problems will be solved. Our hero looks at Elizabeth and asks, allow me to serve by your side. Let's help them, it's just to complete the numbers. Okay. Impatiently, Elizabeth agrees, saying he's the one deciding. Just don't bother me while I'm enjoying my pudding. The knight then looks at the wife, who has an orb in her hand. Our hero asks what that crystal ball is. The knight explains you just put your hand over it, and it will measure your magical power. The orphan girl recognizes it immediately. Queen Elizabeth. Wow, the crystal is showing 8, 7, 6, 9. That's at the level of a demonic spirit. The knight tells them, so my magic level is already at 4 stars. My wives are also all great mages, 4 or 5 stars. Since we're forming a team, it would be good for us to cooperate well and get to know each other better. The orphan girl then places her hand on the orb, and it shows 300. One of the wives says 300. We didn't see life in that little farmhouse. I had a higher value when I changed professions. For the first time, the girl apologizes, saying her level doesn't go up. Our hero says I want to try too. He thinks to himself, well, I never learned magic during all these years. But I'm the so-called legendary hero. My potential shouldn't be that low. He puts his hand on the crystal, concentrates, and it shows 0. A boy is there peacefully with his straw hat. The knight is even confused, 0. Even for a pure martial artist. It shouldn't be like this. Our protagonist hits himself in the face. Oh, what was I expecting? I've been farming all this time. Obviously, I wouldn't have any magic. He sits down and says, I'm done. No magic in this life, the assassin woman says. What are you going to do? Then, apparently you're useless. Wiping the sweat from his face and saying, right, Li Ping replies. I'm pretty good at farming. Speaking of which, these fruits I recently harvested. You can even try them, boy. Thanks, my god. Look at this pumpkin. You can keep this trash for yourself. You really are just a servant. The knight says, Princess Elizabeth, it would be nice if you tried too. Farming is so peaceful. Li Ping says, Elizabeth, just cooperate with them for now. She agrees, thinking how annoying. He wants this queen to accompany this game with these ignorant mortals. She taps the orb using her power, and a glow begins to emanate, making it impossible for anyone to look at. Li Ping is afraid that, if Elizabeth's identity as a demon queen is exposed, and he really is the legendary hero, it will cause a lot of trouble. Elizabeth says she knows, and since they rarely go out, she'll join this game. She lowers her power and precisely puts in 8,768. The orphan girl says, wow, it's identical to the knight's power. She's also at the level of a demonic spirit. The wives think it's impossible. How is this woman at this level? Li Ping sighs, phew. Wasn't as easy to deal as she expected. We see how his life was before being reincarnated. Thank goodness, the knight tells her. Wow, amazing. You really were the princess of a kingdom. With your entry into our group, the chances of getting the treasure will increase a lot. The orphan asks, how are we going to get to this place? The knight looks at one of the wives, and she uses something with that. She activates a teleportation scroll and opens a portal above everyone. He was a guy who worked all day. In the next moment, everyone arrives at the dungeon. Li Ping is excited, happy. Wow, I even got a little dizzy with this. The orphan feels some strange aura in that place. Elizabeth, on the other hand, has just arrived but seems bored. The knight then says, let's not waste time. Let's go straight to the treasure room. Elizabeth suddenly says, you know what? I'm not feeling it, let's go home. And he hardly had any hobbies. My pain. One of the wives gets irritated with this and says, you weird woman, you came all the way here, and now changed your mind at the last minute. Do you know how much a magical teleportation scroll costs if you're not going in? You better not even think about leaving. Elizabeth looks at her and asks, are you going to stop me? Our hero steps forward to calm things down. He didn't play video games. Everyone, let's not be impulsive. Listen to me for a moment, since we came here. Elizabeth, please, let's just take a look. The orphan girl with glasses says, Elizabeth, did you notice inside this cave? There's a magical power similar to yours. Our hero is confused. Wait a minute, power similar to Elizabeth. What's that mean? Didn't read anything. The knight tries to use his charm to convince the queen. Puts his hand on her shoulder. Excuse me, trust me. No matter what danger we encounter in there, I'll protect you. Please come with me. Princess Elizabeth, they then hold hands. However, she completely ignores him. After passing through the portal with the numbers 7, Baba, it closes behind them. Li Ping asks, the only thing he liked to do was watch some farming. Can't we go back to where we came from? Elizabeth tells him, stop talking nonsense. This is a special magical space. Unless you're stronger than whoever created the barrier, it's impossible to leave, so Unless you find the target of this place and complete all the requirements to break the barrier, no one can get out of here. The wise say, as long as we're with the master, we'll solve all this. TikToks on the way to work. But obviously, none of them like Elizabeth very much. The orphan girl asks, what are we going to gain from here again? She's told not to worry too much. Of course, it's treasures and gold coins. You won't be left behind either. Seeing that there are many paths, the orphan boy gets confused about which one to take. But he concludes, Elizabeth is here to ensure our safety. So it doesn't matter, let's just venture forth. And he always thought, man. The assassin wife says, Master, should we split up? And he replies that for now it's better not to. He then tells Li Ping to use an ability. She agrees and raises her hand, releasing a light that starts spreading throughout the dungeon. She's confident thinking, learn how to find the best path quickly. But Elizabeth finds it ignorant. If I could live a life like this, and continues to spread power until she collapses from exhaustion. The knight then asks, what's the structure of this maze? But she replies, Master, this maze seems to have no end. I've extended my magic to the maximum and still haven't found any edges. No end, I don't know where this ends. Everyone thinks it's impossible. Her magic extension goes up to 3 kilometers. The elf says, what if I use my spiritual divination? Just farming and without worries. It's not great, because the accuracy is 34%. The assassin interrupts. I suggest we split up and work in groups. I can use my clone technique to help everyone. Li Ping asks Elizabeth, do you know how to get out of here? She replies, of course, this maze is just an illusion. But this bunch of ignoramuses will never get out of here. But all that starts by telling us that it would be so good. Li Ping tells her, hey, and when have you helped them? We need to repay the favor of that guy as soon as possible. Elizabeth says she's changed her mind. She doesn't want to help anymore and just wants to see everyone die. Suddenly, the orphan girl with glasses points her finger. If we go through the 3rd cave, we'll reach our destination. And then he was transported to this world. Elizabeth looks at her strangely. Our hero asks, how do you know? The girl replies, that was just a guess. I just felt that. There's a special magic coming from that direction. The mage's wife gets angry and retorts, stop talking nonsense. I didn't sense any magic from there. That you're talking about a weakling, like you shouldn't be making these random comments. The beginner system taught him how to do basic survival. The meek girl apologizes. The wife then says, even though I haven't explored everything, I'm sure the last passage is the one with the fewest monsters. Let's go that way. The knight asks everyone, what do you think? The assassin says, she prefers to still split into smaller groups. And the other one says, I prefer that we listen to Galia. Even if we go to the wrong place, at least we'll stay together. Things like using some weapon. The machine then asks the knight, please master, trust me. The knight then says, we'll stick together and go to the last cave. At this point, the orphan girl says no. You can go anywhere but the last cave. She then summons her rabbit puppet and sends it in that direction. As soon as it reaches the mouth of the cave, it closes with its teeth and crushes the puppet. How to hunt, and he really liked it. Our hero is curious, what was that? Elizabeth says, it's just a parasite beast. We usually find this inside giant monsters. The assassin stares at the mage and asks, didn't you say there would be fewer monsters there? The people in the knight's group are all confused and lost. Elizabeth then says, let them suffer alone. Let's go. Li Ping tells her, this had always been the farmer's life he wanted. It would be better if you could lead the way. Then she just starts walking. The girl with glasses says, she's not sure if that's really the right way. The assassin looks at the knight and says, master, should I use a clone to follow them and gather information? The knight replies, she just saw the horror of that killer worm. She wouldn't be able to make such a choice calmly, without being confident, it seems. But then the system started warning him. Elizabeth's background isn't as simple as it seems. We'll follow them, and with that, everyone enters the same cave. And inside, there seems to be a lizard with a golden eye. In the next scene, we see the sneaky horse killing a bunch of creatures. He asks the wise if they're managing, but the poor things are having difficulties. It's not easy. Congratulations, hero. While our kid is hiding behind the bulky one there, he asks, is Elizabeth safe? She says, his acting is ridiculous. The little magic-like thing says, it's all your fault. Look at the path you made us take. It's full of monsters. Elizabeth, who took the potion of deliciousness, because she's getting thicker with each chapter, says, the more magic in a place, the more creatures. That's basic. You completed the beginner stage. Didn't you know? The little magic thing says she knew. She's just angry because Elizabeth's just standing there doing nothing. Elizabeth says she's standing there because the little magic thing said she can handle everything. So handle it. The night horse says, Galia, calm down. Looks at Elizabeth and says it's an honor to escort her. Now the mage is even angrier. You can now start your adventure. This cursed one is embarrassing me and even seduce my master. Then the archer asks, master, why don't we rest a bit? The battle was very long. However, Elizabeth says, no one here will rest. This queen doesn't have time to waste with you. The assassin wife says, if you're so good, why don't you continue alone then? Obviously, everyone agrees with that. This is a world with all races. But he thought, why start the adventure The horse says, Miss Elizabeth, please listen to me. It's better if everyone rests and stays together. In this place, let's at least drink some elven potions to recover our stats. Li Ping gets curious. Elven potion. Elizabeth stares at him and asks, what, you want to drink this? He replies, I've never drunk it. I wanted to try, you know. I don't know what it tastes like. Well, it's so peaceful here on my farm. Maybe it will inspire me to create different things. Elizabeth thinks, this damn kid is so used to eating good stuff that now he wants to eat garbage. But okay, around the campfire, the little magic thing is saying, wow, this elven potion is so good. The buff one next to her says, it's good indeed, but she's more concerned about, I'm not in the mood. The system explained how long it will take to find the treasure. Gelia, who is the elven wife, says, this one is my special potion. Already going towards Elizabeth. You can increase any kind of status just by drinking it. If you're so powerful, you don't even need it. Do you? The knight tells her, Gelia, don't be so rude to her. She apologizes there and throws a little potion. The queen takes it without caring much. After you leave the beginner village, and throws it into our protagonist's hand. He asks Hall Elizabeth, don't you want it? I'll drink it, then already drank it all. However, our kid immediately throws up. Damn, the taste of grass is so strong in this. You can't drink this, do you want it for yourself? Annie says, sorry Lei Peng. I haven't used much magical power, so I don't need it, obviously. You will encounter many people in this world. Gailey didn't like that and says, it was a waste to give such a good potion to idiots like you. Elizabeth then throws it on the ground, saying, alright then I'll spend this on you. Now, Finna got angry, shouting, wait, what did you do with my potion? Elizabeth is very calm, staring and says, what do you think I did? Li Ping goes to the backpack and says, calm down and no fighting guys. You will learn many skills and magics. I have something for everyone. Let me find it, hold on. He then shows some bananas and says, I've been wanting to share these with you since then. Finally, I have the chance. Here you go, already giving it to the knight. Everyone takes it, sort of thanking, and he hands an apple to Annie. She gets all emotional, receiving something. Li Ping gets scared. Why are you crying, Annie? You will learn swordsmanship and become stronger. It's just an apple. Annie asked if she can take it home. The orphanage. Folks haven't had fresh fruit for a long time. Li Ping says he understands. Of course, and then goes to get more, so she can take it back for everyone to eat. But Galia throw away and squash the banana, saying that doesn't compare to an elven potion. The knight says he'll only eat it to fill his stomach when they find the treasure. And when you become the legendary hero, he'll buy something tastier. The strong and the assassin decide to take a bite with him. The assassin seems to be a professional at handling bananas because she was drooling and salivating before biting, trying to melt the banana in your mouth. At that moment, the three feel something, and they end up in a sort of tropical paradise. With a parrot, they're saying banana in front of them. You will kill the demon queen. What seems to be some crickets singing. Say let's dance samba. Dance. A samba to remove any fatigue and frustration. They start dancing there unintentionally, and this assassin kills with blades and curves. Even the knight is all graceful. Follow me, 1, 2, 3. The three keep dancing there. Please start your adventure now. The creatures singing, and the assassin squeezed the banana too hard, and it exploded. The force was such that its contents ended up covering a good part of her outer skin layer. Did I perhaps enter the wrong site? They keep dancing like crazy in the illusion. But back in the cave, they're all going crazy too. The knight is acting like an idiot. Li Ping and Galia are confused. Master, what are you doing? Preferred to have a peaceful life. You can imagine from simple humans to legendary dragons. But he thought. Suddenly, the knight realizes that he's leveling up a lot. The assassin and the muscle mommy, who were already lower level, gain even more levels by swallowing the protagonist. Banana, our hero claps. Wow. What an amazing performance. Loved it truly. The culture of other countries is extremely interesting. See. I'm not interested in killing the demon queen. Let her be. I just want to stay here and live peacefully. But the system kept insisting. No, you can't do that. The demon queen is killing everyone. Please start the adventure. Starkey adventure. Every day, he was spamming this to the protagonist. But he soon realized that besides complaining, and everything in between, the system couldn't do anything else. So he decided to live there forever. Since there's the beginner village, where the hero starts. It comes with a protective barrier to increase survival chances in the beginning, so the place is undetectable, and time there still flows differently. To help the hero evolve more, the days are much longer. He can plant, and at this moment, hunt, forge, meditate all in the same day. Sure, he still doesn't understand anything about swords and magic, but that's not important. He doesn't feel like leaving here anyway. He'll just stay here with his simple life, doing his farming very peaceful. But then, one day, the system got angry and started cursing at him, saying he was only exchanging points for farmer items. All races are at war with the Queen of Demons, and that was a disgrace. It was a shame for the system. He was brought here to kill the demon queen. With that, the system collapsed and exploded. Since then, he never received a message again, and life became more peaceful than ever. He's there for another day of his collection, saying it's time to eat. He realizes he forgot his little axe out in the forest, so I'll have to go back. But at that moment, the skies began to darken and gather energy. However, even with the strength of all races against her, and the protagonist thought, oh no, just now. On the other hand, the queen appeared in the sky, saying, "Finally found the legendary hero of all prophecies." Our hero was running, because he left some clothes on the clothesline, with some fish, and if it rains, everything will get wet and ruin. While taking things off the clothesline, he feels relieved. The demon army with the queen. "Thank goodness I managed to get here in time. If it had rained, my fish would be wet. My clothes too. I wouldn't even have anything to wear tomorrow." At that moment, a mechanical dog beside him starts barking. Our protagonist tells him to go inside because it's going to rain. The little dog nods, indicating for him to look up. Our hero thought, "What's that thing up there, son? Is easily destroying everything." The queen, hearing this, gets irritated. "What do you mean by calling me a thing?" He realizes she's getting angry and apologizes. "I wasn't seeing clearly, you're kind of far away." The queen decides to check if he's the hero and sends something in his direction. When it gets to his side, it's the sword that surrounded him and went straight to his hand, so it's confirmed right. The beating was so intense. He's the hero. On the other hand, our hero is all scared. He doesn't even want this sword, telling her, "Take it back. I don't want this thing here." Queen, seeing that he doesn't even want the sword, starts getting irritated, thinking, is he hiding his true power? Elizabeth, the strongest demon queen in history. "I will obliterate you." That humans began to surrender. The protagonist is dying of fear and annoyed, because the system had said it was impossible to find him there. The little dog keeps barking at the demon queen, and the protagonist finally understands. Following the logic of the prophecy, it was inevitable that one day they would meet, so there's not much more to say. He drops the sword and walks back home, as if he's accepting his fate, causing several rebellions. "I'm going to die anyway, so I'll die peacefully in this house here. At least, I've never practiced anything. I have no sword skills. I have no magic, so I'll lie down in this bed and be blown up." However, from the queen's perspective, she interpreted everything differently, as if he had told her that he didn't even need to defend the house, but while he takes care of his small farm. And it was with the unfolding of this war that only his little dog was more than enough, and that she should come at him with everything she has. Obviously, she didn't like that. This cursed hero is arrogant. She immediately sends a bunch of meteors towards the house. However, the little dog starts calculating her power. He prepares a barrage of missiles, shoots in her direction and stops everything. Looking at that, the queen thinks, "That Elizabeth, I didn't expect the great hero of legends to be so arrogant. Are you really going to rely on an advanced magical tool with consciousness? But in my presence, everything is inferior." The skies then turn purple, and she prepares a devastating power, saying she's tired of playing game. However, the little doll once again does the calculations. The strongest demon queen in all the history conjures a black ball and sends it towards her power. She tells him to stop being disobedient, because that power was meant to destroy this entire continent. But when the little black ball touches the power, it turns into a black hole. It absorbs all of the queen's power, who disappears instantly. Looking at the house, she's baffled, thinking, "What did my magic disappear?" Assumed the position of ruler of the world. What did he do from inside that house? The protagonist is inside, lying on the bed, just waiting for death to come. The queen then descends from the skies to fight the little dog. "It seems I underestimated you, didn't I?" She unleashes her maximum power, saying that now will be 100%. The little dog once again prepares his missiles, and a huge explosion occurs. And of all races, at that moment. Meanwhile, the protagonist is there sleeping. After a while, he wakes up wondering, "Am I dead? Already not dead yet? Huh, what's going on? Strange. I'm still at home. Let me take a look outside." Hesitant, he goes to grab the doorknob. He's afraid to open the door and find the queen that ready to kill him, so he just takes a peek. And there she is, holding the little dog. All destroyed, our protagonist calls out the dog's name. She sits on the throne. A priest speaks to her, Wang Kai, and the queen, in a mocking tone, says, "Oh, I'm sorry, but I had to completely destroy this magical tool of yours that you're so proud of." Our protagonist is scared, saying, "Can't we talk a little bit, queen?" The queen replies, "Of course, right after I kill you." But inside, she's thinking how unbelievable the situation is. "Elizabeth, do not think that you have won in the future. How did that magical tool make me use all my power? Is this the end of the queen?" And then she faints there, falls flat on the ground. Our hero rushes to help her, asking if she's okay, and the deactivation of her armor begins, which was sustained by magic. Everything covering her starts to fade away, and our boy obviously has a nosebleed as usual. Sometime later, it's already night. Our hero will come and will completely defeat you. She wakes up in bed, handcuffed. As soon as she notices this, she thinks, "Damn, how did I, the legendary Queen Elizabeth, the strongest of all millennia, get defeated so pathetically? And the worst part, instead of taking the opportunity to kill me, he imprisoned me. All of this is just for him to show me his power." One of her minions comes and kicks him in the head. She tries to free herself but can't and thinks, "Damn it, another legendary level tool, which I've never heard of. How much more power does this hero of legend hide from me?" She looks around, seeing chess pieces, playing cards, and thinks, "I've never seen any of this around here. Apparently, this hero is much more treacherous than I imagined. I really underestimated him," telling him to respect the queen. At that moment, our hero enters the room with some snacks in hand. She looks and says, "All right, if you want to kill me, but don't expect me to beg for mercy." But our protagonist is just thinking, how annoying this queen is. She's too strong. This is my only way to survive. So he tells her, can't we talk? These handcuffs I put on you. The voluptuous demon queen takes over the world. This minion of hers is a human. It was just a precaution because I'm very afraid of you. You're formidable. The queen is a bit confused, thinking she's being underestimated. He says, I think we like had a misunderstanding. I'm going to take these handcuffs off you, so we can talk peacefully, okay? But from her perspective, she's interpreting what he said like this. Sorry if you hadn't realized from the beginning who is trained to be the hero. The difference between us, believing that you were strong enough to challenge the hero. Okay, I'm going to release you here, for you to realize that you can't do anything, and you're going to obey everything I say. Then, she thinks this bastard. How dare he threaten the demon queen? He then says, ready. I already released you from the handcuffs, the savior of the prophecy, to show you that I can't do anything against you. Got it, let's talk. The queen is frustrated. Damn it. I underestimated him too much. As strong as I am, I also have to know when to surrender. But he will pay dearly for this arrogance in the future. Our protagonist leaves the room trembling and says, go rest. Now, our hero breaks the fourth wall and says to us, you must be wondering, why didn't I kill the demon queen? But he betrayed all of humanity. But I've read in the books of this world, and it's extremely common for the demon queen to be revived immediately after dying, so if I kill her, she will come back. The only way to resolve this conflict here is by ending this conflict. There can no longer be a fight between the queen and the hero as long as I'm not a threat to her. I'll be able to become her friend. He takes on a demonic form and will live happily ever after. The crazy hero is laughing like the Joker. The queen is just thinking, damn, he's still laughing in my face. The proctor grabs the little dog there and says, hey buddy, or I'll be up, huh? The queen, seeing that situation, says, oh, so this is your most powerful magical tool. Our hero thinks it's not exactly a magical tool, it was just a little invention, and moves towards the priest to kill him. I made when I was kind of bored. And he responds to her, yeah, you could say that. It was one of the last things I developed. The queen lets out a little smile. Planning perfect, now's the time. He was careless by taking off my handcuffs. He allowed me to use my secret abyss magic, and instantly recover, and now without the protection of your robot. But suddenly, the queen tells him to stop. The balance of this fight is completely in my favor. It's time to kill you, ready for the attack. She said, sorry for breaking your things, great hero, but he replies, relax, it's okay. His memory card is still here behind him. She's thirsty, this is the perfect moment. I'm going to end the hero of legends now. At this point, our hero says, luckily, and ask the priest, what is this? I have 6 more of this little body of his prepared, so you don't need to worry about that queen. Poor girl is speechless. He already puts the memory card in, and the little dog turns on all happy. Jumping Li Ping, her hero still says to her, I even like having company, but sometimes they're too messy. So I just leave one activated. In her view, talk of a hero, all of this was a plan for her to be embarrassed. Seeing his distorted smile, she already falls on the bed, not understanding anything. There's no way, it's impossible. Suddenly, she smells something and says, what's that smell? Li Ping says, I saw you passed out, so I prepared a little meal here to warm you up, and it's ready. And a prophecy that ends in the queen's defeat, all made with the farmer ingredients. He grew, but after being a farmer, therefore, the time, his level of cultivation is the maximum. The queen looks at the food and says, why did you bother with this? Only the weak need to eat. I have transcended. I don't need these things. But she smells the food and ends up feeling like eating. Our hero says, I myself cultivated all these vegetables and grain, to the point of unifying every race under her. You filthy human, explain what this means. Please try it in his head. He just wants to resolve the conflict with food. She's still hesitant but decides to try it, speechless. The protagonist is thinking, even though he has practiced cooking for so many years, would what he cooks be able to please someone of the queen demon's royalty status? She takes some more and bites, takes another, and already thinks with each bite, there are more than 1,000 worse ways than death. The meat juices explode in my mouth like fireworks. Not to mention that the flavor is so natural, and it still contains a very high amount of magical energy. Who would have thought that there are delicacies in this world that would please even the demon queen? I can't do anything but swallow every last bite of his meat. At that moment, she feels something exploding inside her to make you suffer, and complains to him that it's too spicy. What did you do with this food? Li Ping is scared, saying that the only thing he did was put a little chili, which is something he likes. Can't the demon queen handle spicy food? The queen is suffering and thinking it was obvious, as if this hero was going to be so nice. He's only trapping me. He used me for experiment. He brings her a soup. The priest explains that the prophecy tells that, saying it will help reduce the burning. She stutters and thinks he gave me the poison, and now he's giving me the antidote. Really, I'm playing in the palms of this hero. It's such an uncomfortable feeling, though. Suddenly, she transcends and goes to heaven with the protagonist. Meat in her mouth, taste is so comfortable, so peaceful. The war between the demon queen and the hero. When a hero appears, none of that matters to me anymore. I'm going to forget everything and live quietly, because I finally discovered how insignificant I am. The food has such a high magical concentration that it even involves her getting stronger. She gets confused. She looks at him and says, stop pretending. What do you want from me? Li Ping, feeling awkward, says, What do you think? I just wanted to do some research to see if the demon queen and the hero, and removes the sword stuck in the ground, could live together, but she interprets it differently. In this world, you are the only one qualified to be my research slave. Since I'm the hero, so come here. I will help you get stronger, to see if one day you can beat me. Our protagonist asks, do you agree with this? I'll keep making delicious food to serve you, while the queen is losing her mind, saying that a knight may die. It will be the day, but not passing so much shame, especially her demon queen. She is sure that the protagonist's plan is to make her stronger, to see if she has any chance of facing him. Thinking about it, she turns there, goes to the bed, stands up and announces, I agree with you. There are two conditions. First, I am not doing this because I am afraid of you, but because I want to reach the pinnacle, when humanity will destroy the demon race, and be the strongest in the world. Li Ping is confused. The demon queen, does she not know she can kill me? She continues, second, as long as I am here, don't think I will bow my head. I will never submit to you. My dignity as the great queen must never be violated. If that happens, even if I have to sacrifice everything, I will destroy you. Our hero is all embarrassed and says, understood, understood, and regain control of the earth. Okay, let's be friends. Let's stay close to each other. She gives him a stare and says, it's okay if you want to do research. Feel free. And another thing, if there's anything tasty, give me some, and our hero agrees. A year has passed, and our protagonist is using the legendary prophecy sword to chop wood. The sword is there in the central hall if you want. While he thinks things have kind of complicated, because after the queen forced her way into the house, he lost the camouflage that hid the house from the whole world, and the monsters that keep passing by there don't seem easy to deal with. But obviously, when they sense the queen's presence in the house, they don't dare to attack. The problem is that he imagines, without a way to fight against her. Go take a look. She goes there. As soon as the queen leaves, he'll probably lose his house. From inside, the queen is screaming angrily, asking why lunch isn't ready yet. In our protagonist's head, he can't let her escape. He needs her protection. Meanwhile, in the living room, the naughty queen is watching some high-quality content. And besides, after eating so much this whole year, she got chubby, she says, stares at the sword and thinks, I'm tired of watching these same recordings. But you have anything more from that system? Li Ping responds, I've told you the system has been gone for a long time. Come over here, I made lunch. She thinks about getting up, but instead of walking, she conjures two little wings to fly over to the table. She looks at Li Ping and says, what kind of poison is in these potatoes here? So, when the warrior pulls this out, it seems that the more I eat this, the lazier I become, she ponders. This darn guy, using delicious food to paralyze me, with his slow-acting poison, and still trying to lead me to total depravity. With these extremely provocative images, deluded Li Ping tries to explain, it's just that these potatoes have a lot of calories, and then by eating a lot, you start to gain weight and get kind of lazy. I will be interesting. At that moment, she looks down and sees her belly. But then she conjures magic there and there. Turn all the energy from the belly into magical energy, turning into a mega babe. The protagonist is impressed. Can magic be used in this way? She stares at him and says, haha, another of your tricks didn't work. Are you disappointed? Li Ping tells her yes. I am very disappointed now, let's eat already. She looks at the table, he says, wow. Let's see when that's going to happen. Today's food is perfect, I won't hold back. And starts eating. Li Ping lets some words in the air. As much as she eats a lot, I always manage to go and make more food right. And besides, I'll have to get used to it anyway, since we're going to live like this for a long time. Her interpretation, of course, is completely different. You're still very weak. I'll have to fatten you a lot before I kill you. So he gets up and says I'll get you a dessert. Then, she prepares her entire army. She, on the other hand, can't stand it anymore, thinking, the jerk keeps treating me like a pig, feeding me with these magical foods. I've evolved more than 10 times just this year. It's not possible that now I don't have enough power to challenge him. It's time for the great, decisive battle. But right at that moment, our hero already gets the little pudding and says, for the arrival of the so-called, here, your favorite here, look. Her eyes sparkle, and she goes all happy to eat. The prota thinks even though she's the demon queen, she's not very difficult to deal with. You just need the right food. The scene changes to an old man, running away with a blonde girl. They are being chased by some creatures, in purple cloaks and white masks, who are throwing some powers in their direction. Great hero, and a year passes, and 2 years pass, until they get trapped in a magic cage, and have to stop to fight. It's the father and his daughter. He turns to her and says, I'll hold them here. He runs to the city, and try to find a safe place. The daughter replies, I don't want to leave you here and escape alone. But the father retorts, I promised your mother I would protect you until the end. The creatures are already conjuring a massive magic. But then 3 years pass, 4 years. To attack them, the father then says, it's time to use the strongest power of all, and sends a slash of white light that cuts the enemy, who was conjuring the magic in half. But the guy seems to be made of slime, and already reassembled. The daughter tries to shoot an arrow, but her attacks just go through the monsters. The father warns, there's no way you can help with your arrows, and there's no one left. Just run to the city and flee. The monster comes to punch her, but the father manages to defend. But unfortunately, he is thrown far away, hits his back on the rock, and is already all bloody. Almost dying, he says, don't come help me, just run away. Then, the creatures begin to gather and transform into a giant monster. Humans became her slaves, properly guarding the castle entrance. The daughter says to the monster, "Please, I'll go with you. Just let my father go alive." But at that moment, she feels she's about to die. But suddenly, what seems to be a gigantic mammoth appears, crushing the creature on top of the gigantic mammoth. There's a house on top of the house. There's an elder ninja frog leader, and on top of the elder ninja frog leader's head, 15 years later, there's a dog house with the protagonist. Little robot, the frog speaks to the dog. "Big brother, what are we going to do with these two harmless humans?" The frog replies, "Don't hurt them. I'll take them back to the master." In the next scene, the girl is waking up at Li Ping's house, all confused about what's happening. Looking around, she wonders, where the hell is the hero who hasn't shown up yet? Where am I? What happened? As far as I remember, my father was by my side about to die. She then gets up, rushes to the door, and opens it. When she looks, her father is showing some bodybuilder poses to our protagonist, who asks him, "Wow, how do I get a physique like that?" The father replies, "A warrior's physique is something fundamental. Life in the city has even returned to stabilize. You have to take better care of yourself." My boy Li Ping thinks so. This is the so-called warrior profession that I hear so much about. It's amazing. Little dog is all happy walking around. The queen, who annoyed, kicks him and says, "Who told you to bring these two here to my house? Stupid dog." The little dog gets all sad and starts crying, and our protagonist keeps squeezing the guy's muscles. The races are all living peacefully, trolls, lizards, saying, "Wow, you're so resilient." The father says, "Okay then, if a great leaping doesn't mind, I won't hide it either." He then bursts out of his clothes, and our hero just admires, while the daughter is thinking, "Dad, what are you doing there?" Oops. And she notices the presence of her daughter, and our guide tries to explain the situation. "You mensel." But the demon queen already goes to her and says, "There. Now that you're awake, scram. I'm warning you, I got you first." Li Ping, trying to calm the situation, says, "Relax. Let's go inside." He then serves some tea and says, "Sorry for not having anything to offer you too. It's a rural place, and I do everything myself, so it's all very simple." The boy looking asks, "Dad, is this the miraculous potion you talked about that cured you instantly, all living in peace?" And because of this, our protagonist is embarrassed. I think calling this a miraculous potion is a bit exaggerated. It's just a little boil of water with some herbs. The queen is furious on the side. "Damn it, why did this dog bring these two weak humans? Here is Li Ping, not satisfied with just me. Am I not enough in this house?" The father begins to explain the situation, saying that he was completely unconscious. Most people don't even want the hero to return, and vaguely remembers, but he remembers the dog bringing him, and then when he took a sip of the drink, he transcended instantly and was completely healed, becoming stronger than ever. And says the daughter, "If it weren't for the great leaping, I could never see you again." She looks at the tea and thinks, "Wow, but this here is so precious." They are insecure. "Can we really drink this?" Our hero says, "You adventurers are so humble. But relax, you can drink it, no problem." They thank him and start drinking. Instantly, both transcend, going through a myriad of events, ending up in a cornfield crying on the ground, birds flying around a circle, with an alien ship passing by. Both are confused, because they know that if the hero return, and the father instantly goes from a 3-star archmage to 4 stars, and the girl goes from a 1-star mage to a 1-star archmage. The father turns to his daughter and says, "Girl, our level has advanced instantly." And she replies, "Indeed. I even feel that the elven blood from my mother's lineage was awakened by this drink. New ears grew on my head. I really checked, and she didn't have ears before, and even started to be against the hero. There will be a war, a lot of people will die." The two are dismayed to realize how much stronger Li Ping is. For them, that is an unattainable power. They even get demotivated. The protagonist looks and says, "Relax. I'll serve another glass for you." The father, crying, says, "It's okay, Mr. Li Ping. It's enough." The father is thinking, Mr. Li Ping is a heaven-sent person. I can't cause any more trouble for him, and they will have to rebuild the entire empire again. Our hero says, "All right," thinking, "I wanted to serve some different drinks and food, but unfortunately Elizabeth took and hid everything. And if I take it to serve them, she'll kill everyone, and she's right there saying, 'Everything here is mine. Don't even think about taking anything else.'" Our hero lets out a sigh, saying, "Yeah, really, you don't have anything else to serve, even a faction. I'm sorry you were attacked, right?" What happened? The father explains that they were attacked because of the elven lineage. In the daughter's body, her mother was a great saint elf. However, her husband was of the human race, and for elves it is forbidden to marry any other race. So the protagonist asks, "Oh, so the elves are hunting you down?" The queen interrupts, saying, "Stop lying." Against the arrival of the hero has been created. The demon queen banned interracial marriage long ago, when she conquered the world. The father said it's a long story, but since her mother had to return to the elven place, he had to hide his daughter all this time. Li Ping then asks, "But even so, if they know where you are, how do they find you?" The father explains that actually, the mother was a sacrifice, and since she returned to the elven tribe, no one wants the hero to come. They are no longer being hunted. But now it's the Black Guild of the Demon Kingdom that's after them. Li Ping looks to the side, thinking, "Demons, the Black Guild, could it be you?" She is angry and points her finger at him. who apologizes. She sits down and tells him to explain where this black guild of demons is wanting to capture elves from. In the hall, the queen asks. The father explains that apparently this black guild is conducting experiments on living bodies to try to bring the demon queen back from the dead, and elves are necessary materials. They are trying so hard that even the daughter, who is not of pure lineage, is being hunted. Li Ping looks, thinking, I guess that has something to do with you, doesn't it? The queen grabs him and starts shaking him. Does anyone have any news of this bastard? Telling him not to even think about it. Then, she says it doesn't make sense for her to have been here for a whole year, and for him to have always seen her, so she couldn't have left. The father and daughter are confused. The queen says, wow, just with my absence for a year, the land is destroyed like this. Who has been spreading the rumor that the queen is dead? Who hasn't come to kill me? But they tell her, Queen Elizabeth hasn't been seen for over 500 years. If she were alive, she would have appeared to take over the whole world again. She must be dead, right? Li Ping is biting his fingers, thinking 500 years. She's been living here with me for a year. The queen sits on the couch and asks, what are the rumors of her death? The elf tells her that she has contacted all the trees. The elf explains that, according to the great literary legend, the queen was destroyed by the legendary hero. Father continues, the battle lasted for over a month, until finally, the great hero sacrificed himself to protect the continent and died, along with the demon queen. At this point, the queen gives a glare at the two, and takes them to a death world. The daughter asks father what place is this? Plants and insects on the entire planet. Father says that it is her pure intention to kill the two. The queen then says all this rumor is false, and he just agrees. Li Ping said, it must also be a false rumor, because he is the legendary hero. At least, that's what the system said. Father and daughter then are left without understanding anything. Li Ping explains, and this one here, all of that happening. No one knows where the so-called hero is, which you're all talking about, is Queen Elizabeth. The two start exploding with excess information. Their brains can't reason with all this. From the queen's point of view, the interpretation is different. Look at this fool here, I've dominated her for so long, she doesn't even know what to do. Laughs in her face with that. She gets the table angrily, saying, the dwarf says, she's not going to stay here, entertaining them. Thinking, Dan, Li Ping, you stinker. It seems like you only saved them to humiliate me in front of them. This time you went too far. She slams the door and leaves. The father then asked Li Ping, what are your plans for the future? What are you going to do with us? He's dumb and can't collect any information. Our hero says he needs to calm down, because even he doesn't know what to do. After Elizabeth broke, the barrier of the synchronization of time, inside and outside, became completely messed up. Night falls, and the daughter is talking to her father. Wow, I didn't expect your story to be like this. Apparently, the great demon queen fell in love with the legendary hero and gave up the whole world to, but of all the weapon shops, just to hide with him, just like you did with mom. The father replies, stop talking nonsense. We can't even compare to them. And another thing at this moment, Li Ping must be considering whether he kills us or not. The daughter said, but if you were going to kill us, he wouldn't have saved us. Why did he save us to kill us? But the father says, did you not drink that tea? Did you not realize how distant they are? And blacksmiths in the world. Just by seeing his power, you should know that for them, we are no more than ants, whether we stay alive or not. None of that matters to them. It all depends on how they're feeling at the time. At this point, the protagonist enters the room and says, so it seems like you two haven't slept yet. What are you talking about? The elf gets scared. If you haven't slept yet, how about we play some cards? The father plays some cards. No one has heard of the hero. The three of them, sitting around a candle. Li Ping asks, did you understand everything? The father basically said that, while the elf girl is thinking, it's like my father said this. Here is Li Ping's test, to decide if he's going to kill us or not. Our hero then says, so, now, start dealing the cards. The father swallows hard and says, Mr. Li Ping, the traitor who is now representing the human race, could I ask you what the name of this game is? The elf girl is terrified, because there's an aura emanating from the deck. Our protagonist thinks, I can't say we're going to play landlord. The people in this world won't even understand those words, I know. Then he says, the name of this game, here is Dragon Battle. Surprise, they say. Says he doesn't even think it's worth worrying. Dragon Battle. Elizabeth, who is nearby, disguised, also gets confused. Dragon Battle. What does he want to do with them? Li Ping explains, you two brave heroes have to join forces to defeat the dragon. We'll decide who the dragon is and who the heroes are, based on the cards we draw. The father and daughter stare at each other, both thinking this is definitely a test. Nasiram then says, I'll start dealing the cards now. About any more? Probably. Remember, choose very carefully. Li Ping pulls his hand. I'll take a look at my cards first. The father looks at his son and says, we can't hesitate now, draw your cards, alright. There's already a weird mana coming out of the deck. She then draws a card, and the two are taken to another dimension. The poor girl is staggering, leaning on the ground thinking, the hero doesn't even stand a chance. This isn't good just by drawing a card. My mana was completely drained. I'm powerless. She looks at her father and says, I'm sorry, and he replies, it's okay, my daughter. Leave the rest to me. Li Ping asks, you want to be a dragon? He stares at his hand thinking, even though I don't have many big cards, it's still a pretty good hand. Not to mention there's a king. Truly, What's happening, master? Looking at Elizabeth, he thinks. She kicks and destroys it and enters the Bose's chamber. She sees Malfoy and says he looks horrible. Poor Malfoy is really finished, but he recognizes her, but in the blink of an eye, he's blown up in his seat. Everyone is frightened and doesn't understand what happened. Obviously, she just made a little dragon arm and squash him. The finished Malfoy asks, the way she carries that treasure, why did you wake up from your sleep? But apparently he has a reconstitution ability. Did you happen to find Elizabeth? She gets confused. Some tentacles come from the ground and wrap everything around her. Of course, those damn Chinese. The tentacle guy tells her, there's no way she can escape. She asks escape. What do you mean? She bites and the guy gets scared. Shows she doesn't care about it. She starts swallowing everything like pasta, and it's over, poor guy. For digestion, a mega curvy one comes from behind saying, she surrenders. She joined them against her own will. She sends a little kiss. That activates a seductive magic. And boy, she is seductive indeed. In front of Amelia, she says that since attacks don't work, she's going to make her a prisoner. Someone from a remote tribe wouldn't act like that. However, Amelia burps up the octopus she had eaten and finishes her off. Another one comes to attack, was finished again. Now, she's face to face with Malfoy. She asks if he's going to take his own life or face her. Malfoy says he can't face her. However, if he joins what's behind him, then it's different. When she sees in the incubation cocoon, there's an Elizabeth being produced. He licks his lips, thinking recently. A month later, we're on the little farm. Obviously planting, watering and harvesting. A peaceful life back home. Chopping wood, making food. Elizabeth finds it strange or something wrong with him. Before bed, Li Ping was getting impatient, and then he decided on something. That morning, he made the breakfast Elizabeth likes the most. She immediately asks, stop beating around the bush. One of the 4 major powers. I don't like this, what do you want? Li Ping says, after living together this whole year, you know, I'm not a threat to you. This proves that the hero and the queen can coexist. I think it's time for you to leave here, Elizabeth, and control the world again. She asks why. He explains that when he hit, he didn't imagine she would appear here. And the biggest problem is, that time outside is passing too fast. In the kingdom is offering a reward. Because of her absence, the apostles are destroying the whole country. Even this black guild appeared, and is making everyone's life difficult. Elizabeth says she doesn't care if it's chaotic. It doesn't affect them for our protagonist. The system route was end of the world in their fight. Then world peace, however, because they became friends. The world is in chaos. For information about the lost princess, he explains to her that he wanted to keep her here because of the destruction of the barrier. If he didn't know what was happening outside, he would continue here without problems. But now that he's seen everything that's happening, he can't stand still. However, he can't be a hero, and he also can't save people from this suffering. Elizabeth somehow is interpreting this as him saying he can't live without her. Maybe she's right in front of me, brothers. She asks, what do you want? Then Li Ping then says, I want you to go back to the world and save everything, because I'm an incompetent hero, and I can't continue being selfish. In his head, he's thinking, even if this place is destroyed by monsters, it's okay, I'll move to the city. Now, Elizabeth's interpretation is explained. In her head, he's being selfish. I thought he was just going to take the information, wanting to have the queen just for himself, and not letting her stay in the world. She finishes the food and asks, do you want me to leave this place and solve the world's problem? That's easy, our hero is happy. Seriously, you agree? Then I'll prepare everything now. However, she turns around. No, I'm not interested in the outside world. Why did your level go up so much? And sell it. But his plan is to make her his woman. But there are 2 ways to solve this. She's thinking, bastard, are you looking for an excuse to kick me out of this place? I'm not that easy. Li Ping asks, what are the 2 ways? She says. The first one is simple. She goes outside, uses a magic that destroys the whole world, and done. Li Ping says no. Not that option, she says. Oh my warrior. The second option is to find someone who can rule the world in her place, and she'll help from behind the scenes. Li Ping wants to know who that person would be. She says, you already know. Besides me only, you are qualified for that. He sweats. Wait, you want me to rule the world? Next scene, he's practicing sword techniques. Confused, how did things end up like this? He wants to climb the ranks of the aristocratic empire. Beside him, she keeps shouting, practice properly, I want to see. He responds, okay. Okay, but she's just thinking, are you trying to play games with this queen? You're too young for that. I can't deny that you're a little stronger than me. However, when it comes to psychology, you don't stand a chance. The queen seems to be falling in love. In this way, she's thinking that when he told her to leave this morning, she was so sad she almost did. But then when he told her he couldn't live without her, she understood everything he was trying to say. He knows very well that with the power of both of them, it would be very easy to destroy or dominate this world. So the best thing to do is to let the world go on as it wants and occasionally observe what's happening, since she's already put Amelia, and gain even more of these delicious fruits. Friend, in charge of dealing with the Black Guild, there's nothing to worry about now. She's convinced, saying he's pretending with this little plan, but she's already seen through all his little game. Apparently, the legendary hero has fallen for the queen, while our boy is all confused there, believing in the plan, thinking, is it true that you could become a sword master? by cutting 1,000 times a day. Give up, man. Seems kind of simple. She's imagining he's the pinnacle of strength, but he likes to take a little beating. Apparently, she's the only one in this world who satisfies this hero's malevolent interests. But now she has a plan, even though she's not interested in silly things. Like love, it's different when it comes to him. He has the greatest power of creation and production, and she has the best swordsmanship and magic, but taking something from his back. Together they can create the strongest child ever. What would their child be like? Would they break the limits of the existing realm? But she won't agree to that so easily. For now, she'll let him practice his horrible swordsmanship. He has to get stronger for this child in the future. Li Ping is confused. What is this girl thinking so much about? Is she really going to want to teach me swordsmanship? He says, I'm going to use this to completely conquer you, and magic to destroy the Black Guild. He's going to make a sword cut, and suddenly, she turns into a child who falls to the ground. My sword turned into a child. The sword boy says, who are you calling a child? I am the spirit of the majestic, legendary sword Alpha. The queen asks, what's going on, and immediately recognizes Alpha, laughing like a psychopath, and she moves towards her saying die, but took a kick to the face, and was sent to the other side. Sit down, let's talk. Li Ping apologizes. He didn't know the boy was conscious all this time. The boy says that, at the critical moment of the fight against the demon and the queen, he appears. However, he wants to know why. The four wives are in love. He's been just chopping wood for so many years, huh? Li Ping tells him to calm down, but the boy doesn't stop and asks, did you change the story script and see your friend? You don't deserve to be a hero. Elizabeth asks, are you trying to kill me? The boy sits there. Actually no. I don't want to this system's craziness. You're my savior, she says. Okay, whatever. Annie tells her it's because they eat Li Ping's banana, saying there's an incredible pheromone. Now that you're here, help Li Ping rule the world. Alpha says, huh? Hold on, rule the world. Li Ping says it's more like saving the world. He looks to the side. Hey, what are you talking about? Li Ping, our hero, says, I'm tired of sitting around doing nothing. I'm going to take on the responsibility of being a hero, practice and save the world. Emanating from the master. Alpha asks, practice. Don't you know, your talent thinking. He practiced with me 100 times. And gained enough experience to fight a demon king. And he even awakened me. It doesn't make any sense. The work explains that when he was cutting down trees, they were the ones gaining experience. Li Ping looks at Alpha and says, I know I don't have much talent, but with you and Elizabeth, maybe they need to satisfy him even more. I think I can. Alpha is about to say something. What are you talking about, dude? You are, but Elizabeth casts a spell and seals his mouth. She then tells Li Ping to stay there, while she has to talk to this little boy. She grabs him with her demonic hand, and takes him behind the tree. Smoke rises, and he comes back, all beaten up. He then looks at Li Ping and says, alright, I'll cooperate with you, brother. Look how many on, he has some item, have so many women. Elizabeth says, enough with the delaying. Let's start this already. The city is bustling, with a blondie looking for members for the guild, and the chick selling roasted chicken. A criminal, and our boy is there too. This is the city of Tetno, which is under the influence of the Holy Sword Guild. Elizabeth tells Li Ping that her magical sense is telling her that something, but in the background, large scale is going to happen in this city, and maybe it's good for him to take a look and gather information. Li Ping says he understands. The first step to ruling the world is gathering intelligence. Alpha says, it's nonsense. Going to this place is a waste of time. Elizabeth gives him a stare. Do you want me to break you in half? He sticks to Li Ping. Sorry. Our hero sees a paper on the ground and picks it up. The labyrinth has a bunch of eyes staring down the path. Huh, these flyers are everywhere. Could this be the event that's happening? Competition between guilds. Elizabeth says, it's a fight where each guild sends its representative. Someone plays a drum, telling everyone to place their bets. People are all excited to bet, and Li Ping pulls Elizabeth, who's all modern in this outfit. And the leader of the Shadow Wolves is watching. They head towards the giant arena. However, when they're about to go up, a green bull stops them, saying he couldn't detect their tickets with magic. Li Ping says, Elizabeth, I'll handle this. Li Ping then takes out a bag of coins and says, I saw on the poster that it's 10 coins per ticket. Can we buy them? The big guy says yes, but he monopolized them all when he sees our people coming and runs away, and is now selling them for 200 coins. Li Ping thinks the guy is a damn crook, but Elizabeth uses magic on his head, and the guy hands over the VIP ticket. With that they both go happily. Li Ping is impressed. The place is very luxurious. There are some guys there that you can't see properly. A guy smoking a pipe, writing some magic. A dwarf and 2 hot babes from the Holy Guild. Wow, that's a lot of divinity. Li Ping asks the Queen Elizabeth. The blonde is Luna and the redhead is Anna. Anna asks if those two are on the guest list. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is telling our boy to go get some snacks. But those two little saints are just keeping an eye on them. Then someone shouts, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final guild competition. He announced, it's going to be the sword genius from the Holy Guild. This labyrinth is getting darker and darker. King the Giant Bear Guild's General Gala. The wonderful elf from the Elf Guild, Travis without Scott, and lastly, the special guest from the Holy Guild, representing the Card Guild Yi. It's all gonna happen at the same time. The goblin jumps out of the arena. The atmosphere becomes tense. The elf thinks that big guy looks very stupid. He probably won't be of any use. Gallia looks angrily to the side. Is the exit really here? Elizabeth says. Guy is screaming like a maniac. The card guy seems weak, not to mention he's only here because he helped the Holy Guild. That means in this competition, the biggest danger is the blue sword guy from the Holy Guild. The big guy stomps on him and goes straight for him. The elf pulls out 3 arrows and fires in him. It's one for each, but all free. Dodge, but the arrow falls to the ground. I've already explained to you. Turns into a root that transforms into vines and entangles everyone. The big guy gets angry and tries to break free, but only tightens even more. The old says, this is the gum root. The more force you exert against it, the tighter it gets. The blue sword guy then draws his blade and cuts it all down, while the card guy is just standing there. The labyrinth is just an appearance, doing nothing. The sword guy apologizes for killing her plant. The elf says it's no problem, he just has to pay with his life. Then fires another arrow of the dancing butterfly. But the guy is all monks, samurai, and says fearlessly, doubtlessly, without confusion, altruistic state. Bluebird, power matches power. But the elf has already lost her little arm. We're already getting there, which fell onto the ground shattered. He approaches her, points the blade at her, and says, you've lost. The elf says he deserves the title of genius, but she is also one. He's then surrounded by exploding butterflies. His blade flies off, and when the smoke clears, he's there all beaten up but alive. She then takes a C from her mouth, spits it on the ground. A plant grows. She puts her arm into it, which turns into a new arm. We then see something coming from the sky, but it's crooked because it was crushed by the buff guy. And it was crushed hard. He then looks back and says, it's the samurai's turn, who finds the aura of that guy strange. But in the audience everyone is going crazy, loving this competition. He throws his arm aside and pulls the blade back into his hand. The buff guy says, power is everything, and now he's going to crush. He jumps, activating 70% of his muscular strength. Taking a peek at them, Annie warns Li Ping. The swordsman dodges, sends him a cut. However, it touches his skin and nothing happens. He comes for another blow. Baifanjabashur. He tries to defend with the sword and is thrown back, and the sword bends all crooked. He comes again now at 90%. He dodges several times. Li Ping is curious, asking Elizabeth who she thinks will win. She doesn't say anything. Something is getting close, while Anna is finding it strange. How come a sword, forged by ranked dwarves, was destroyed with a punch? Luna asks if they should stop the fight, but Anna says not for now. Up in the super VIP section, the guy is asking, shouldn't we interrupt this? A guy named Bowie says, I think those two are handling it. What do you think, Bose? Suddenly, the guy says maybe he's the president of the card guild. Isn't he the girl's father? The boy next to him noticed he's trembling, and thinks, it's because the buff guy's magic is from the apostles. That's why he got so angry. But he's scared because he saw our protagonist, with his little demon in his head. Li Ping came here to see how he's using the deck. He has to meet the expectations of the great hero. A beam of light comes out and something happens. While down below the buff guy is just going for it. The blue sword can't do anything but run away. The buff guy grabs the ground and uses it like a shield. The blue blade jumps to dodge, but he's caught in midair, and falls to the ground in a ball of stone. The buff guy goes to touch the stone, but suddenly he takes a micro cut. When he steps back it's over. His hand is gone. He's angry. Li Ping is there coughing, saying he'll kill the blue blade, who repeats the same phrase, fearless, doubtless surprised or confused. Altruistic state, the buff guy thinks of doing something, but is cut from afar and falls to the ground, agonizing. The blue blade tells him it's your last chance. The buff guy says he doesn't care. He's not going to play with him. Already, remembering that he can use the forbidden drug. But the blue blade warns if you give up the power. What nonsense are you talking about? They look ahead, the knight appears, saying, given to you by the Black Guild, I will spare your life. However, he breaks a pill in his mouth to reach the realm of Demon King, but before anything happens, his head is separated and it rolls towards the card guy, who's been standing there in the trap all this time, who is actually the little elf girl, our protagonist, saved, then see the card guild, and are practicing with the decks, as she's been drinking tea with the herbs. Oh, sorry for making you wait. Our boy gave her before she left. She keeps evolving. Her father comes back from a trip and tells her he helped the Holy Guild deal with the apostles, and for that he received a gift. She thinks it's that pile of apostle remains in the bag, but it was actually the direct qualification invitation for the finals. If she wins, the card guild will be recognized as an official guild. The wives seem to be all under some kind of spell. She feels insecure. She can't compete with those geniuses. But he says none of that matters. She has to be more confident. They've evolved a lot. They're not the same as before. When the time comes, I'll give her Li Ping's deck and with that she'll win. Amidst the vines she's pondering, even though I have Li Ping's deck, with my current strength, all sweaty and red, he comes all seductive, saying, I can only use 6 cards at once. The rest of the battle, I'll have to rely on card replicas, which will significantly weaken the power of my attacks. However, I can't retreat here. Determination is the most important. Reaching for her belt, she grabs the deck card cut, easily freeing herself from the vines. That devilish head seems alive. The blue blade speaks, it was a good strategy to hide. I was a little late, forgive me, and only reveal your power in the end, but you're not an opponent for me. so just admit defeat. She sends some cards his way, and he dodges, saying, wow, the guild owes you a favor. I don't want to hurt you, it's the last warning. Everyone is confused, fighting with cards. She then sends a flying sword from poker. The blue blade says, I know these are fake attacks. To use something more powerful on me. Miss Elizabeth, can I serve you for the rest of my life? But I won't give you a chance. Already ready to strike at her. She's scared that he caught onto the plan so quickly. But she takes a step back and steps on a card, sending her flying, and from above, she sends another barrage of cards. But the blue blade jumps and manages to dodge. She sends some circles of cards this time, and once again, he defends himself. But the cards surround the sword and his body. You can even sit on my back if you want. Weakening the key, Blue Blade says to her, this is foolishness. If you force me to get serious, you will die, she says. She was just trying to buy time to complete a final attack. Raises her hands with a bunch of cards and says release, creating a gigantic dragon of spades. Everyone is now interested. The dwarf is curious to know who made these cards. They have various effects. She just interrupts him, saying, the foolish Li Ping in the audience is impressed. Wow, are they fighting? With cards? How do they even do that? The blue blade once again activates the altruistic state to the maximum level, sends a blue bird towards the dragon. The two collide in the middle of the arena, and an explosion occurs. The cards are all destroyed and fall to the ground. She's thinking he's too strong. Get out of my way. There's no way to win with just replicas. But she's afraid to use the real deck, because she can't control it. The blue blade goes for the kill, blaming her for making him have to give his all, sends a slash towards the cards, and she's already defeated on the ground. He says it's over. She says it's okay. She lost. There's no point in going beyond this. You're not even qualified to be my Mount Elf. But on the blue blade's back, something is coming towards him and enters his head. His eye turns purple, and he seems to be taken over by the head of that creature that had been severed, which now has taken over his body. The great apostle says the body is very good. How do you use this key sword thing? Already attacking everyone in the city. Luckily, there's a barrier. Otherwise the public would have died, as if these bananas were bathed in holy water. Gilead gets angry, you're arrogant. Li Ping asks Elizabeth what we should do. Should we help them? Elizabeth says no. For him to dominate the world, he'll have to adapt and get used to these small changes. That's nothing much bigger, things happen. He says it's okay. The poor father is thinking, damn, they knew we were going to be invaded. That's why they came to see. I need to have a good performance to satisfy Mr. Li Ping. Shameless woman, how do you treat mine? Head cut off. And the queen, the old man next to him, is thinking, if you go to save your daughter, you'll prove that you don't have enough fighters to deal with the Black Guild. And when the Holy Sword is looking for other people, you'll come to us. The devil is in the blue blade's brain, and our elf is angrier than ever. She hates the Black Guild, and if that's the case, she doesn't need to worry. From one moment to the next, activating the new deck, the apostle is confused. What's this? Her magical power has increased too much. I need to kill her instantly. He sends an attack her way, but a knight with a shield appears to defend her. Li Ping finds it strange. That looks somewhat familiar, doesn't it? The dwarf and the analyst are confused. Hold on. This is much more incredible than the previous deck. The elf died. Everyone's pupils shrink in shock. If I'm not mistaken, this is a ghost of the 13 sacred knights. The old man then says, Bose, is this the trick you used to defeat the 6 demon pillars? The father says, I used the 9 before, she's only using 5 now. I just hope it's enough. She sends some cards, telling the creature to let go of that body, but he dodges, wondering, damn, how does she have so much strength in those cards? Some rocks start falling from the ceiling. He jumps to evade, thinking he'll escape, but he hits the shield of a knight, who then sends him to another and another. They bounce the demon around. He manages to use a blade strike to stop in midair, but the shield knight comes from behind and encloses him in a box. She then orders them to crush him. The 4 knights come from each side, focusing all the pressure on the apostle. When they look up, there are some insects coming down, who shrinks down, destroyed. He falls hard to the ground. At that moment, her father looks at the arena and thinks, Li Ping and the demon queen will be pleased with this, right? Meanwhile, Li Ping is talking to the queen, saying, wow, is that you, Laifu? No wonder she looks so familiar. Do you remember them, Elizabeth? It was the father and daughter we helped. But Elizabeth is ignoring Li Ping. Li Ping asks, what's this from the sky? Glaring at the father, thinking, who let him reveal himself like that? The poor guy is trembling over there. The father greets the two of them, shaking with fear. You two are here. I didn't want to ruin your experience, so that's why I didn't inform you that I'm here. Watching, please forgive me. The father is trembling with fear, now that Li Ping has noticed the old man is there. What's coming is a dragonfly. He stands up and says, oh, uncle, as expected, you're here too. I just realized it was you, Laifu, fighting. I have a lot of things to ask you. The old man becomes even more unsure, wondering a lot of things. Could it be that Li Ping isn't satisfied with the card skills? The other worthy old man next to him is just thinking, who is this boy that the Bose respects so much? With Gelia's head already being swallowed, the scene then shifts to a banquet, where everyone is gathered. Li Ping whispers to the queen, why do you think they invited me here? The queen says it doesn't matter. He should take this chance to learn more about this kingdom. He'll need to hold many meetings when he conquers the world. Li Ping agrees. The creature stomps on the wall, but tells her to stop talking about world domination, or people will misunderstand. The old man with warts congratulates the elf's father, saying that the victory was incredible. However, the father responds, "Old sword, we'll discuss these small things later. First, I want to introduce you to two guests. This young man here is the person who saved my daughter from the apostles of darkness." But the muscle mommy says Galia, then goes to bite Elizabeth. His name is Mr. Li Ping, and the woman beside him is. The father hesitates when he sees that the queen is staring at him. Father and daughter are startled. We can't reveal her identity. The old man with the sword asks, why not? The father wants to speak, but it's clear that he has a mark on his neck. If he opens his mouth he'll die like pain. Seeing this thinks this father is so kind, who just looks. He's afraid of exposing Elizabeth's identity to everyone and causing trouble for us. He then goes to Elizabeth and says, "Hey Elizabeth, from now on, it's okay if you pretend to be a novice princess. It's better to hide who you really are." She turns and says she doesn't care. Li Ping then says, "We're actually from a small nation in the south," and the creature explodes in front of her and is crying. "I'm a minister, there you can call me Li Ping. This person next to me is the princess." The butler standing nearby says, "A princess from the south. My homeland is there and I've never heard of you." The father ignores what the butler said and says, "It was Mr. Li Ping who taught me the card skills." Li Ping responds that he's exaggerating. "I don't even have that much talent with cards. I wanted to learn from you actually." Scared, Li Ping takes the opportunity to run. "I'm even looking for someone to teach me swordsmanship." Luna says to the blue sword, "Did you hear that he wants to learn swordsmanship? Even though he can make such powerful cards. What's his plan?" The blue sword tells her, "Be careful, now is not the time to discuss these things. You left a golf," and says Mr. Li Ping, "Did you see my fight or my card skills? Satisfactory." Li Ping is confused, wondering what skills she's talking about, and cling to the voluptuous queen. The father interrupts and says, "Li Ping, be honest with us. Was there something lacking in our performance?" But Li Ping's expression darkens and he says he has nothing to comment on. "I just didn't expect you to use my cards. Like that." Father starts sweating and begins to apologize. "I had this stupid idea of copying some cards and forming a guild. You devil, look where he's going. Without your permission." The elf also apologizes, saying that what she did in the fight is the best she can do. But Li Ping changes his tone and asks, "Why are you apologizing? This way, more people can participate in the games," which is very good either. If you ask him, "Are you saying that since the cards carry power, it's good?" With his face saying it's a matter of life and death, because more ordinary people will be able to learn. The father says that must be it, a chance to promote the guild. Li Ping remembers, oh crap, they're talking about magical power, not just cards. The guy sitting at the table with the monocle is just observing. This is really interesting. The girl has an extremely dominant magical power, while the other one is completely suppressing his. "Elizabeth, what are we going to do now? I can't see anything." He's using the demon lens, and at that moment Elizabeth gives him a glance. The guy starts sweating, wondering, "Damn it, have I been discovered? Impossible. I use the demon lens to observe. There's no magical reflection. There's no way she could know. But what is this feeling of oppression?" Elizabeth looks at Li Ping and says she wants to kill one of them. Elizabeth takes a little look and thinks. Li Ping is startled and asks what she means, then pulls out a pudding and says, "If you have any question, ask them at the end of the meeting. Here, take this." She goes all chubby and greedy and grabs the pudding. Happily, the old man with the sword then coughs and says, "Enough chit-chat, let's get back to the main topic. With the events of the competition, I invited some people here. Is he trying to test human nature? And I want to discuss an alliance, because we urgently need to eliminate this black guild." The waiter then places something on the table, a bag of black gears, that were all used just in this championship by the players. Li Ping asks, "Black gears, what are those?" The father explains that when you accept the power of the black guild, they place this gear inside you. You have no idea, letting the selfish and arrogant ones die first, which grows along with your power. The drunken dwarf speaks up. 30 gears in the competition. It seems the black guild is already well infiltrated. But Luna says that the muscle-bound guy had passed the sword purification test. Could it be that they accept the power after being qualified? Anna, on the other hand, says that by destroying themselves apparently, maybe the Black Guild has found a way to avoid the purification. But the monocle guy explains that only those with a very low degree of fusion can be detected. That means most of them don't even need to hide anything. Some people, when they accept the gear, lose control and become apostle. In the second case, they manage to resist but have no control. That's it. The dragon fleas are flying back and forth, and with that they become a great apostle. In the last case, if the person manages to accept the gear and fully control the demon king's power, they become a pillar servant for the king. However, regardless of what happens, they are forced to be loyal to the person who gave them the gear. The blue sword asks, "Go, I almost became a black apostle." The monocle guy says it's impossible to know. The muscle mommy grabs the carriage as defense. He was controlled, not integrated. But considering his abilities, if he had truly been controlled, he would have become a pillar of the demon king. The old man with the sword says, "Thank goodness the bows was here to help, right? I wouldn't have known what to do with these old bones of mine." The card guy says, He was also a member of the Holy Guild, and Galia conjures a protection spell, so he had to help. The Blue Sword says, when the guild was in trouble, I was on a mission outside, and couldn't fight the Black Apostles. But today, I saw the card skill that killed one of the 6 pillars. I was convinced by my defeat. Yi Laifu, you are a strong girl, but she points to our Li Ping and says, it's all his doing. She only has that power. Li Ping asks, and what are we going to do here? Because of the cards she received. The dwarf wants to know where Li Ping learned to make those cards, and if he's a blacksmith. Besides that, he's looking at the sword on Li Ping's back and knows it's of extreme value. Li Ping says he just likes to do some handiwork at home from time to time just to kill time, with no blacksmithing or anything involved. The knight says. The dwarf says he's a very humble young man. Meanwhile, Luna says that if the Sword Saint were here, the Black Guild wouldn't even dare to invade. Anna says she sang too much. And Li Ping asks the bows, Yu Laifu's father, this Sword Saint, is the most powerful swordsman in where he is. But the bows tells him, I'm no longer a member of the Holy Guild. I can't give an opinion on that. I believe you'll find a way out on your own. The old man with the sword says, it's alright, bows can't hide this for much longer. Rumors spread quickly, the dwarf says. So, the rumors were true, and the monocle guy explains. After the rebellion of the Holy Sword Guild, not only did their combat power decrease significantly, but even the Sword Saint has gone missing. That's why the Black Guild is taking advantage to attack the old man with the sword. Confirms, that's true. The Sword Saint sent some messages. His plan is to finally understand Elizabeth's strength. About half a year ago, there hasn't been any information about him since. Li Ping is confused. Rebellion. The saint disappeared. Butler explains. To be precise, he went to apprehend the Axe Elder, who betrayed the guild. However, he hasn't returned yet. The Blue Sword says that his last mission was to try to find the saint. But when he got there was nothing. Luna asks if the sword, especially because if she does nothing, Saint was more powerful than the guy he went to arrest. How was he defeated? Blue Sword says. There's no doubt about the Sword Saint's power. However, when he went to the mountain, everything was completely cut down. He has no idea what kind of battle they fought there. Half the region had been turned into flat terrain. The old sword adds. It's because the Axe Elder obtained a supreme magic. All that is known is that it's a giant axe. This banana made me advance straight to a demonic. Her servant will die. Called the Demon's Burial. Has terrifying power and emanates an aura of resentment. The strength it grants to a person allowed the Elder to defeat the Sword Saint. The dwarf says he's seen all the weapons produced in his kingdom of S rank, and there is no such Demon Burial axe. It appears to be a masterpiece, created by the Black Guild itself. Li Ping looks at Yi Laifu and asks. The muscle, Mommy stares at them and says, I still don't understand who is this elder, and why did he betray the Holy Guild? Bose explains in the Holy Guild, there is a leader, the Sword Saint. Beneath him, there are 5 assistants who guide the disciples. The Sword Elder, who is the guy there at the table with warts. The Dagger Elder, the Spear Elder, the Shield Elder, and the Axe Elder. Who cares about you? Cooperation's over here. However, one day, the Axe Elder joined the Black Guild and launched a rebellion within the Holy Guild, killing the Spear and Dagger Elders. The Shield Elder died in a fight against the Black Guild. The Sword Elder says that he is the only one left standing. During the rebellion, many from the guild betrayed them, including his most precious son. Confident Galia says, stay outside of our magic and die. Sir Buthorns, Tyrus Li Ping asks, Tyrus, is he a centaur who wields a sword? The old man looks and says yes. That's my son. How is he now? Without hesitation, Li Ping says that he's dead. The father, apparently indifferent, responds. It doesn't matter, that's the fate of a traitor. What's important now is that we unite and fight against the Black Guild. The dwarf says his kingdom can provide some weapons, but she's done to her head flies off. However, rank A or his weapons will be difficult, since they're short on stone. The monocle guy asks Sword Elder. You said you're in a very unstable situation right now. What makes you believe you can defeat the Black Guild? With our help, the old sword says. It all depends on the bows. I think you should give up on this card guild and return to being a vice president of the Holy Guild. The bows asks Elder. The dragonflies keep attacking the assassin. You want me to go back to being vice president? I've been away for a long time. I don't think it's right. However, the old sword says, if I say you're qualified, then you are. Cards are now also considered weapons. Just like daggers and throwing knives. We can still open a new unit and make Yelefu an elder. Yelefu now becomes flustered and scared too. Wait me. I'm not qualified to be an elder of a holy guild. There is trying to survive. But the sword elder says, if you agree, bows, the plan will go smoothly, and the guild's resources will all be used as you wish. Even I will obey your orders. The butler tells him to consider the option. It will be much easier for him to help the holy guild than to try and create a guild from scratch. The bows looks at Li Ping and asks, what do you think, boy? With the holy guild's help, and the knight is even killing some, the card skill will spread even faster. Li Ping is confused. You're asking me. In my homeland, there's a saying, it's easier to become an executive in a large company than to try and start your own big company. However, the ambitious always prefer to work on their own business. This means it's up to you, sir. To the bows, what Li Ping said was, do you want to become someone's accessory? Meanwhile, our Li Ping is hiding quietly. Or do you want to rise in life? If even with everything I've given you, you lack ambition, I'm disappointed. But he's unsure. because the old sword is insisting a lot. If he refuses, he'll offend the entire holy guild. The old sword says, Bose, if you're still dissatisfied, tell me what conditions you want. The Bose stands up and says, Elder. The knight uses a slash and thunder lightning. Say no more. I didn't establish my guild because I wanted fame and wealth. I did it to elevate my card skills. Li Ping, do you see my resolve is strong? The sword elder is confused and asks, Bose, are you sure about this? Have you thought it through? The old sword is wondering. I don't sense any aura coming from this Li Ping. If the Bose says this guy taught him everything, it must be some excuse to hide something. 2-star level, the assassin is confused too. Cuts an insect, right in the middle and muscle. Li Ping says, good job Bose. But inside, he's disappointed. Dan. I wanted to use my connections with the Holy Guild to learn swordsmanship from them. The Bose then says, but even though I refuse to join the Holy Guild, don't worry, Sword Elder. It's my responsibility to eliminate the Black Guild, and I will fully support you. The old sword says, he understands. Mommy uses a shield attack, and since the agreement was already made, they will recognize the card guild as legitimate. Li Ping looks at the Bose and says, you're pretty brave. Bose. The Bose responds, it's all for your satisfaction, Mr. Lei Peng. The other few also says she will work hard. The old sword then asks the dwarf when their king will come out of seclusion. They need rank A and weapons to help in the fight, managing to kill 1, 2. The dwarf, who is the prince of the kingdom, says he can't speak on that, but the truth is they're in need of grinding stones. It's hard to find any in the entire kingdom. Even the kingdom of Aristotle is refusing to cooperate with them. That's why his father is researching in seclusion until he finds a solution. The old sword asks Tabo, the monocle-wearing guy, if he can provide some weapons and combat magic. Even the assassin, Tabo, says he's neutral in all this. But if it's just about using some magic, that's not a problem. The old sword then says, let's reach a mutual agreement so that in 2 months, we can join forces during this period. Let's try to solve all the other issues. Any other question? Li Ping raises his hand and says he wants to join too. The elder asks, you want to join the fight against the Black Guild? Is managing to use her own techniques to kill? Li Ping says no, actually, I want to join your guild to learn swordsmanship. Even though I've been idle for a long time, it's never too late to start learning right. The father and daughter ask if he's joking. He wants to learn swordsmanship. Li Ping says it's the princess's idea, and if they want to know the reason, they should ask her. These three seem to be alive. Elizabeth is calmly eating her endless pudding. Really is magical, but obviously, neither father nor daughter would question the queen's decision. The old sword says it's fine, but there are many types of swordsmanship. I want to know what your magical power is. Li Ping, a bit embarrassed, says, I tested it before and it's kind of low. 0 actually. Because of the banana they swallowed whole. I'm not good with magic. The butler behind the elder says, if you're not good with magic, you won't be able to use the skills taught by the elder. Li Ping asks, isn't there something more basic, like a sword technique that doesn't require magic? The elder explains that there is, but only one person knows that type of swordsmanship. It's our president, the sword saint. If you find her, should surely teach you. However, the assassin is lying on the ground thinking, it seems the sword saint is a woman. The Bose says, like Ping, I think the only person qualified to teach you is the sword saint. Poor Li Ping stands there, feeling dejected. Nobody wants to help me, but you're sending me off to find this person, because they want to avoid me. At that moment, Tabo speaks up. Wait, he starts writing down some things. There's no way we can kill these creatures. Draws something that begins to float and says, I recently acquired some sword magic. Maybe it'll help you. Li Ping takes it in his hand, looking at it thinking, wow, how do I even use this? Meanwhile, Elizabeth's pudding has just finished. Li Ping shows it to her, saying, look at this swordsmanship skills. She now angry says, I just finished my pudding. It seems endless at this rate. And you already want to talk business. She crushes the pudding. The culture of other countries is extremely interesting. After she drooled and smeared the banana, will die from exhaustion. One is coming to take a big bite at her head, but the knight manages to save her. The creature falls all destroyed on the ground, but there are still several flying around. Elizabeth asked Li Ping, do you see how they really are? Do you still want to play this adventure game? Li Ping shows that he is innocent, but not a fool. He tells her, forget it. It's time to go separate ways. She advanced straight to the realm of demonic, thinking this world outside is truly unpredictable. Maybe staying on my farm, in the village, is the best thing to do. Elizabeth smiles, look how he acts. First, he made them suffer. Then he determined if they had any value to deserve, to be saved, and now this is the third step. Abandoning them here. She looks at him and says, get ready to leave. He's confused. Leave. Have we arrived already? She says. Sovereignty, was there some enchantment in it? It's just ahead, and they start going. Then a creature comes to attack them, but Annie takes a look and her little bear comes out, punching, and explodes the creature. Suddenly, her little bear turns back into just a bunny, and she's confused. Hey, what happened? Li Ping turns around. Hey Annie. Come on, she says. Okay. Elizabeth touches the wall. Even the knight is confused, forming some waves, and says an incantation. That opens the way in front of them. A giant gate appears. Li Ping says, wow, so the exit is this giant door that starts to open with a golden light. Elizabeth goes ahead, telling them to come quickly. From afar, the knight looks back, and our Li Ping also looks at him, and he says to Annie, let's go. And with that they're gone. I was already strong. The knight who was facing the creatures until now says, "Come on my back, and let's try to escape to look at him." And the knight is going crazy, saying, "Damn, do they think they can just abandon us here like this?" But apparently, the door has already closed. Inside, there's an immense amount of treasure. This room is on a floating island. The knight's wives manage to enter. Li Ping is celebrating happily there with Annie. But this made me advance 3 stages directly. At that moment, the knight arrives and throws him aside. The muscle, Mommy, does the same to Annie. He pauses for a moment there, staring and smiling like a psychopath, thinking the treasure really exists. The Demon King's nectar, Li Ping says to him, "Now we're on equal footing. I don't want your gratitude. But you don't need to act like this either." The knight looks back and says yes. It's unbelievable. He looks at our kid and asks Li Ping, "You helped a lot by completing the number of members we needed. With gratitude, I'll let you die quickly." But then a coin falls, and there's a golden eye. In the middle of all that treasure, the room starts shaking and giant hand appears. A golden dragon emerges in the midst of everything. Facing everyone, Li Ping, sweating, says, "Elizabeth, there's a dragon there. My daughter, what's the origin of this banana?" There's a dragon shaking her and is trembling. There's something even scarier hiding. Her eyes turn black again as she says, "Master, what do we do now?" Elizabeth just observes this. The dragon lets out a roar towards everyone. The knight tells his wives, "You two buy me time, I'll prepare my strongest attack and kill him with a single blow." They agree. And the dragon gives them a swipe and they go up. He's confused. "Mom." They manage to dodge the first blow. The muscle, Mommy, tells the assassin to go ahead and draw his attention. She says, "Okay, leave it to me." She releases some origami there and uses a Naruto-style clone technique. Then she throws herself at the dragon. Seeing the situation, the knight thinks, "Now that this giant dragon is the only threat, I don't need to hide anymore." "I don't know," the knight says. "I'll gather all my energy and use my best move." Quick thunder cut. Already charging up, getting all electrified. Lola's clones are using assassination techniques, but nothing's happening. The plan was to use this technique to create a weak point, but it's not working. The muscle, Mommy, says, "Relax. Let me handle this." And she uses an explosive shield transformation. Seeing a centaur enjoying this dance was incredible. What's the problem, you can't tell? Throwing the shield with some torpedoes straight up at the dragon, hitting its leg. She feels confident, seeing it hit, thinking it worked. But the big dragon is just staring at her intact. It raises its paw. She's confused. And then it crushes her when it raises its paw. There's just her remains, all crushed there. The assassin says, "Sister Gashog, what happened?" Li Ping says, "I don't know what to say." She uses the Shadow of 1,000 Clones technique. And darn it to be happy, I only needed 2 of these. 1,000 inches, my room. She's confident that even if she can't cause damage, she can distract him. However, the dragon takes a look, flaps its wings, gathers all the coins, creating a sort of golden whirlpool. Her clones are all destroyed. It's just a regular banana. And the tornado starts shooting the coins like bullets. In every direction, the coins are flying, almost hitting our guide, but they're not hitting. Elizabeth looks at him and says, "Are you so calm? But that's expected of you, isn't it?" Li Ping is thinking, "Darn it, I almost died." The dragon keeps spinning. At that moment, Annie takes a look and activates the dollhouse invocation. There's nothing special about it, but what appears is a giant bear in front of them now, is protecting them from the bullets. The assassin tells her clones to protect the master, so he doesn't stop the conjuration. She manages to save him and is happy. The dragon takes a look and sends a bullet right in the middle of the forehead. Man, headshot. But at that moment, the knight finally completes his charge. The knight says, "I can tell." Thunder cut 300%. He goes up, saying that not even a spiritual demon could block it. However, when the smoke clears, and only made a slight scratch on the neck, and his sword shattered, he looks at the broken sword, confused what's happening. The dragon once again takes a look, lashes its tail and sends him flying, destroying the entire route. Now, he looks at our trio. It's a hybrid harvest. Li Ping explains, "Yes, it's a 4-star golden dragon from the demon sect." Li Ping and Elizabeth are standing with their arms crossed. He says, "Elizabeth, the poor guy, is thinking the centaur died from a tail lash. I think I'll have to use my trump card, right?" Elizabeth looks at him, "Okay. What are you going to do now?" Li Ping says, "You can act now. It's a hybrid harvest." He's confused. What? Has he already figured it out? I don't know what, but there's a plot twist going on. Li Ping tells her, "If you don't do this, I think everyone here will die." Well, he'll be right. That's why he's scared. Elizabeth angrily says, "Don't order me in front of other people." She's thinking, he's trying to use my mount to threaten me. The process is all natural and organic. I can't believe it, Annie is saying. The real terror hasn't started yet. I don't think we're getting out of here. At that moment, Elizabeth puts her hand on her head and says, "Jinu's bloodline, show me what this kind of magic is about." Annie's eyes activate that effect, and some memories start appearing to her. From the orphanage, it's time for 2 more gluttons to eat Li Ping's banana. From when she had dinner with the children, to a day when she was sleeping, and when she opened her eyes. The woman was staring at her with a sinister smile. Next scene, those evil creatures went to the orphanage to attack everyone. She was about to be captured when suddenly, the bear appeared on her back, and all the creatures were killed. Unfortunately, the orphanage people had already moved on. They go slowly, however, to the next life. Elizabeth realizes that Annie suppressed these memories with her own power. She extracts some energy from inside her head, saying, "It's foolishness." Poor Annie falls to the ground, saying, it's all her fault, that she killed her brothers and sisters. She wants to apologize. Elizabeth is cruel. She looks to the side and says, "You are a disgrace to Jinji's bloodline." The queen has always interprets everything differently. Just as the two are about to touch lips, "If you want to escape the prison of regrets, stand up and fight for me." Annie gets serious even though she's crying. She gets up saying that at least this time, she wants to save her brother. Li Ping suddenly, she starts floating in the sky, forming a purple energy. Li Ping doesn't understand what's happening. Then, she opens her arms and summons puppets. The banana rots in her hand. An eagle, a rabbit, a panda and a snake appear. The dragon comes to claw at everything, but its paw plunges right into the panda's belly, which expands, and when it returns to normal, it's holding the dragon's paw. At that moment, the rabbit is already attacking, beating him up and breaking his neck. Li Ping asks Elizabeth, "What did you do to Annie? Why did she change so much?" The elf says you. Elizabeth says, "She didn't do anything special, just made her accept reality." The rabbit is going up and Annie is now motivated. Smoke rises and when everything clears, the little bunny is also clinging to the dragon's paw. Now, the two are holding him. The snake then comes and starts wrapping around the dragon, crushing it. The dragon, once again, "This is rotten, what is this?" flaps his wings to summon that golden tornado. However, this time, the eagle cancels out his tornado with hers. Li Ping, impressed, asks Elizabeth, "What's this Jinji bloodline thing about?" But suddenly, he's pulled and thrown to the ground. They took a light cut. The knight appears almost dead, but he stole the fruit backpack and is saying, "Aw." Now, Elizabeth looks, this trash isn't dead yet." Annie says, "It's because of synchronization." Li Ping is shouting in the background, "Hey, give me my backpack back." If the psychopathic look says, "Now your trump card is in my hand. All these kingdom fruits are mine. Eat the pineapple, eat the orange, eat the grape." Li Ping is confused. "What are you doing, man? Don't you think it's too late to eat now?" However, Elizabeth says, "Girl with glasses." He swallows everything and starts emanating an aura, saying it's coming. His body begins to mutate. Tremblona rolling, he goes crazy, getting mega muscular, saying he's feeling an unprecedented power, and now his level is with a question mark. Staring his own hand, he thinks finally, with this power, I'm no longer afraid of those old men from the Holy Sword Guild. But the dragon seems to get angry. "You know quite a lot, huh?" and breathes a golden dragon breath in his direction. When it's about to hit, he disappears and is already next to his head, saying, "Stop bothering me." He uses a thunder kick that makes the dragon stumble and fall to the ground. The centaur then descends and goes right to the middle of the altar to get the so-called Demon King's chalice. Looking at it, he thinks, "If I add this, I can't imagine how strong I'll become." Annie responds, saying that Elizabeth is very kind. Without hesitation, he swallows it and his pupils turn red. He once again begins to transform, wings sprouting from his back, and he enters demon form. He says that this sweet Demon King's wine is very good, is gradually understanding everything. Annie is there in front and Li Ping says, "That guy is getting weirder and weirder. Elizabeth, do something." "My daughter." Annie tells him not to worry, that she only learned from books. She won't let him get near brother Li Ping. She conjures a marionette spell, but the knight has already pierced her chest. Holding her in the air, he says, "First, I'll eliminate you for a threat." Li Ping is terrified. The centaur throws Annie on the ground, coming towards them, saying that the next one is him. Li Ping completely ignores the centaur and goes to Annie, telling her to hang in there. And I ask synchronization. Elizabeth will save her. The centaur goes to Elizabeth's face and says, "I know you're hiding your strength, but it doesn't matter. I'll give you two choices. You become my woman, take me to your kingdom and make me inherit everything. Or the second option, I'll have fun with you until there's nothing left, and then I'll sell you to get what I want." Crying, Li Ping tells Elizabeth to kill him. Li Ping knows very well. "Or what do you mean by that?" But the centaur looks to the side. "Who allowed you to open your mouth, you servant trash?" He uses an ability to appear instantly in front of him, and crushes him to the ground. An explosion, rolls, coins everywhere. The centaur seems to have been hit. When the smoke clears, Li Ping says, "Okay, then I'm tired of pretending. Brothers, will you get serious?" and explains to him. The centaur thrown back is lost and all beaten up. Wondering what happened, "Wait, I hit him with all my might. But why does it seem like my attack returned?" He looks at Elizabeth and asks, "Is it your doing, Elizabeth?" Staring at Li Ping, he knows very well that not even my magic can destroy his clothes. That's why you forced him to attack you, just for him to be the cause of his own destruction. I read in a book that some special items and treasures. Li Ping is there all badass thinking. They say I'm the hero, but he thinks few. It works just the way I imagine. As long as I give Elizabeth a lot of delicious food, she will protect me whenever I need it. As long as I'm useful to her, she won't let me die. No matter how dangerous the situation is. Wanting to kill me is the same as wanting to leave her. Without food, there's no way. Needs certain special conditions to provide the effect. Our boy finds out he's too strong. The work ends on the spot. Man, he's going to become a Saitama too. The centaur says, truly unsettling. You're quite proud, but I only use half of my strength. Woman, you rejected a centaur as powerful as me. You could have had fun, but chose to reject me. Then he charges, so this is your choice. Then Elizabeth remains calm midway as the centaur speaks. Perhaps Li Ping's banana. I want to see you reflect my next attack. Something is already coming from his left, hitting him hard, slamming him to the ground. Elizabeth looks to the side and asks, finally awake. The centaur is completely shattered on the ground, and nothing left of the guy. From the shadows of that place, a golden dragon begins to appear. The centaur realizes, had to be eaten by 3 people at the same time, that there is the true form of the dragon. What he killed was nothing more than some crumb of power. He reabsorbs his old dragon body, and Elizabeth says, using your tail to pet. I used to play with you like that too. It's the true void dragon, a golden dragon, queen from the demon king's realm of the star. The centaur still doesn't understand impossible. To produce the effect, Li Ping points to Elizabeth and says, I also have the power of a demon king. I can't lose. But he is instantly crushed by the dragon's claw. Lying on the ground, Li Ping is confused. Elizabeth, is this real? Elizabeth says, I think you figured that out a long time ago. This place isn't real suddenly. They're floating. Elizabeth says, despite magic being your weak point, I don't think this would escape your notice. Stop pretending, can't you see? The dragon speaks some unknown language to Elizabeth, who responds. Then he starts crying. Smoke in the air and turns into a lolly. Of course, there had to be one. You damn Chinese. Her name is Amelia and she's Elizabeth's pet. She cries, is it really, you queen? I've been waiting for you for so long. Elizabeth tells her, you have arrived in the realm of a demon king. She's eating alone there. Annie apologizes, and are still so innocent. I didn't want to come here, because I knew it would wake you up, and you would start clinging to me. Amelia, hugging her, says, no master. You disappeared for 500 years without a word. I miss you so much. We then see Amelia's story. She was born between heaven and earth, and it was Elizabeth with her magical energy. She can't understand properly who incubated the egg when she was born. They made a contract, and Elizabeth not only gave her the name Amelia, but also created her personality, trained and played with her. That's why Amelia has a secret oath to serve her forever. When she grew up, she became Elizabeth's mount, carrying her around the world to face cruel creatures. This is because in the wars, that they were going to die a bit further. But she's thinking, Elizabeth decided to dominate the world. Amelia was happy to see her mistress achieve world domination, but she smiled less and less. Amelia knew the stronger Elizabeth became, the less she could help, and one day, out of nowhere, she decided to pull out the sacred sword, and disappeared at the race meeting. Elizabeth's absence is causing problems. Even all the reputation she had is now not serving much. The amount of crime continues to increase. The condition of a treasure can sometimes be ignored. The dwarf minister says that this is the case in their tribe too. Several are announcing separation, as the only thing that unified everyone was the fear of the queen. The dwarf minister says that, maybe, it's good for everyone to return to their homelands and take care of the regions until the queen returns. Twila, if the person using it is much stronger than it, who is the minister of the elves? Asks Jin, who is the minister of the demons. Whereas Elizabeth, you are the closest person to her. Was she defeated by the legendary hero? Jin says it's impossible. He has seen her terrifying power. There's no one in this world who can beat that. Everyone there can do as they please. From now on, he will go hunt the majesty on his own. Her former minion Malfoy. Elizabeth stares at her and says that this is the case too. Have the law after her. Everyone is dismissed. In the end, the ministers separated everything and divided the region. The Milia wasn't interested in any of this, so she took half a cup of wine and left. She returned to the place where she was found, the first time, hoping Elizabeth would return. And then she waited and waited and waited and waited. And now she's there crying. Don't look at me with those eyes. Finally, you return. Mistress Elizabeth says it seems everything went well. Right, this long wait taught you meditation, which was a key to reaching the level of Demon King. Amelia continues, crying, Mistress Elizabeth, don't leave me like this again, please. Poor thing is thinking, she abandoned me, just so I could understand meditation and increase my level. She really does everything for me. Lipping up there, trembling, says. Annie apologizes, but her eyes are a little red. Hey Elizabeth, stop dwelling on the past and save Annie already. At that moment, Annie opens her eyes and says, Brother Li Ping, where are we? Li Ping is relieved. Annie, are you okay? She says yes, but she reaches for the backpack, pulls out the apple he gave her, and the apple is all destroyed. Li Ping pets her, saying, what's that? Angry Julia says. That's not a problem, relax. Seeing the situation, Elizabeth thinks from the beginning. He had already made this plan. The scenario was already set. When he gave the bananas, Amelia is all cute, rubbing against Elizabeth. But she gets mad when she realizes the queen keeps looking at Li Ping, so she asks, Mistress. Oh maybe. Who's that guy over there, huh? Elizabeth says him. He's the hero of legend. I stayed at his house while I was away. Amelia gets even angrier. Hey, you, what she thinks the hero of legends did. He kidnapped my mistress for 500 years, and it seems he wants to take her heart. I need to end this now, our smiling hero says. My name is Li Ping, nice to meet you. It's because of the accumulation of my elven potion Emily smiles and has a plan. Now that I've reached the Demon King level, I can reach my mistress if I join forces with her. We can kill the hero of legends. She already summons a Dragon King's claw and charges, saying nice to meet you. It hits him hard in the chest and an explosion occurs. Poor thing is confused what happened. He shut off her claw. Li Ping says, oops. Sorry, I couldn't react in time. That produced this effect. However, Amelia is puzzled. My attack was strong enough to destroy a city, and he cancelled it like this. Li Ping reaches out his hand and says, my turn, to take initiative. Amelia is sweating, realizing he might be more oppressive than the mistress. Poor thing is there, no please. He takes her hand very gently and says, sorry, for messing up your handshake. That's why he wanted to level up. That's it. Now, it's clear why Elizabeth is so calm. She has a polite friend like you. Amelia is confused, handshake, friend. Elizabeth says my friend. You could say that too, but actually, she's my mount. Li Ping thinks. Mount already imagining one on top of the other running. Elizabeth then snaps her fingers, and everyone appears outside. She says enough of this for today. The knight then asks Li Ping for another fruit. Amelia says, wow mistress, you're so amazing. Li Ping is also impressed. Wow, is it that easy to return? All I really have to do is stick to Elizabeth's thighs, and everything will be fine. However, for Annie, the journey was too long, and she faints on Li Ping's shoulder. Elizabeth tells Li Ping to take Annie to rest, because she needs to talk to Amelia about something. Angelia is angry, stop believing in this nonsense. And we're back home on the farm. Amelia asks, what do you want? Elizabeth, you can give me any order. I really want to serve you. Elizabeth asks, have you heard of the Black Demon Guild? Amelia ponders, saying she slept most of the time, and then she remembers it's the guy called Malfoy, the former Prince of Humanity. Do you remember him? Elizabeth makes an effort and says she might remember. Master, but our protagonist is happy. Amelia wants to know, wait, you want him and not me? Elizabeth says, it's not that she heard that. This Black Guild is killing people, under the pretext of wanting to resurrect her. That's making her angry. Amelia gets angry. Resurrect you when you're alive. That's disrespectful, what do you want me to do? Elizabeth says, you're going to make them disappear from this world, for him who has been cultivating for so long, without revealing any information about me, or this place. Amelia only accepts. Elizabeth then says, when you're done with this, I'll release you. Amelia says that a job given is a job done, and in her interpretation, doing whatever she wants, is clinging to Elizabeth all night long. With that, she sets off motivated, but there's a missile heading her way. Sharing the fruits is the greatest pleasure. That explodes in the sky with the smoke clears. She's injured, who attacked me? Realizing her skin is all scorched, she knows it must be someone, at least in the sovereignty realm. Down below, Wang Kai is detecting a target. He raises the defense system to level 2. She's sweating cold. The missile comes, and she defends with her wing. She looks and asks you chose me to be your opponent, but not Elizabeth's case. Wrong choice. But when she sees a barrage of missiles coming, the explosion covers the entire sky. Poor thing is all beaten up. Wang Kai analyzes again, target detected is alive, increasing defense to 3. At that moment, Elizabeth shouts, stupid dog, she's my person. Let her go, the little dog is trembling. Okay, I'll put her on the white list. Who already snatches everything from his hand, saying no. Poor Amelia leaves thinking, damn place, it's terrifying. I want to get out of here. Inside the house, our hero is cutting oranges, making a delicious hues for Annie. He goes to her and says, if you're feeling unwell, you can have this, she thanks. Him takes a sip and her entire cells begin to restore. Every bit of the fruit contains a huge amount of magical power. I'll eat this later. She's amazed. Is this sensation some kind of advanced divine magic? She reaches a clear state of mind, and remembers the orphanage fair. Like a monster saying, I am you and you are me, stop suppressing your true self. Annie is crying they're lost, while Li Ping falls on the couch, saying, indeed, a home sofa is the most comfortable. At that moment, Elizabeth enters, already throwing it over her shoulder, passes by her and says, looks like you finally remembered everything, huh? You know, your Jin clan ancestors always swore loyalty to me. If your bloodline woke up, the power of the oath also awakened. At that moment, Annie can see Elizabeth, giant with her in the palm of her hand. Trembling, she asks, are you a legendary demon queen? To continue with this little theater, let's go, you've already rested. Elizabeth replies, yes, I am the commander of this whole world. Annie is confused, but according to the legends, you died with the hero brother Li Ping. Who are you? Li Ping awkwardly says, I'm ashamed to say but yes, I'm the hero. Annie says, now, I understand the whole story. It was like this right. In the past Li Ping and Elizabeth, and the journey has to end, fought the final battle, for the position of the most powerful. As a result of a month of battle, you began to like each other. After so much bloodshed, you gave up this fight to know who is the strongest, and fell in love, and then you lived this secluded life for 500 years. Elizabeth says, that's almost the truth indeed. Li Ping feels embarrassed and apologizes, while Li Ping said she got it all wrong. Elizabeth then changes the subject and says, as a descendant of the superior warriors of the demon bloodline, you're in this state. You're a disgrace to the demon clan. Li Ping is confused. Wait, is Annie from the demon clan? Annie is standing there without saying anything. Elizabeth says it was 600 years ago, right? A child named Jin awakened the demon lineage, saying he'll give them more when he has the chance. When his eyes shone red, his ability, power, and magical power increased greatly. However, as his power grew, he became more and more violent. Only death could satisfy him. In just a few years, he left the northern territories in chaos. Hundreds of my elite warriors were destroyed by him. His ambition grew so much that he came to the castle to challenge me. The knight then tells the two to go ahead. Obviously, he was easily defeated, and then she sealed his violent side. And with a loyalty oath, he has been serving her for generations. Trembling, Annie says, I didn't know any of this. My first memory, I was living in the church orphanage. The nun and the brothers were all my family. Elizabeth tells the truth. You killed everyone in the orphanage. He'll catch up with them later with the wives. When you went mad, you couldn't accept reality. So that's why you kept thinking. You were waiting for the nun to come back. Elizabeth thinks with the power. Jin, as he could have dominated the world. In this time that I've been away. What's going on in that place? Annie is freaking out, saying no. I didn't do this to my brothers. Li Ping says Elizabeth. Li Ping says hey. We met her brothers at the market. Didn't we? Elizabeth says. Enough of that. She opens a visualization portal and says, let's expose the truth and see what these brothers of yours really are. When they look, they're all dolls. In Annie's interpretation, she really saw them as people, but clearly that wasn't the case. Elizabeth closes the portal and says, don't you want to come along? Do you understand? You're using your magic to sustain this bunch of dolls. That's why you're stuck at the mage level. Li Ping is confused, not believing it either. Elizabeth is cruel and relentless. To get rid of the Black Apostles, you activated your bloodline. However, you went mad and killed everyone. That's the truth you want to avoid. And starts going berserk. But Elizabeth interrupts saying, Dragon Ball Z style with a purple aura. To stop this, Elizabeth flicks her forehead and she faints. Li Ping picks her up and Elizabeth says, I know you want to help her, but when she wakes up, if she triggers her lineage again, she'll destroy the whole city. But Li Ping says it's okay. We'll try to handle it back at the church. Annie is waking up. Let's go already, Li Ping. She gets out of bed and apologizes for being a nuisance. Again, Li Ping says, it's no big deal. They used Elizabeth's teleportation. But how is she feeling now? Annie starts crying again, saying she can't believe she caused all those deaths. Li Ping says, that's not the case. She was trying to protect everyone. She's not a murderer. However, Annie doesn't accept that. He's really cruel. The elf, Galia, gets curious. Li Ping then says to everyone, she says, it's all her fault for losing control. But our hero says it's their fault for attacking and forcing you to lose control. So, stop blaming yourself. Plus, there are still missing materials here. But she keeps crying, saying that the fact doesn't change. Li Ping interrupts her, explaining, when you made the dolls, the details were good, but you were so afraid of the cotton coming out. See you later, bye. That you made excessive knots. Because of the lack of quality, the dolls lost their spirits. But it's okay, I'll help you remake them. And he starts dismantling everything. However, Annie doesn't like seeing him destroying her brothers and starts going berserk at that moment. Li Ping literally drops a line from Shakespeare. Do not wander under the tree. The drooling and greedy assassin. Do not question under the rain, and do not cry in the darkness. And then wakes up in the middle of a lake confused. In the sky, a giant golden hand comes, and Li Ping finishes the sentence. Look forward and never back. As long as you have the courage to face it, and keep your head up, you will realize that this mist was nothing but a little rain. Has a wicked little plan, master. The sky shine and Li Ping picks her up. In his palm at that moment, he made a doll that's an angelic child and says, this is the doll I remade for you, Annie. Its name is Raphael, the angelic doll. He hopes that will help her heal. Annie takes his hand, saying she's sure it's the same feeling. These are her brothers. She sees all of them around Li Ping. Should we steal that backpack from them? Who tells her not to worry anymore. And then they disappear, saying goodbye. Annie then once again breaks down in tears, saying she will protect the church. And our boy tells her that the sky is clear. He sighs, phew, thank goodness. I studied psychotherapy in the system books. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, in the swamp of death, Muscle, Mommy also says, Amelia is flying around looking for the guy. Seeing everything destroyed, she says, it's a shame what they did to her mistress's house. She then lands and a bunch of creatures appear, saying they want to devour her soul. However, in the blink of an eye, the creatures all explode. She wonders, why are they treating this place like a dump? Maybe they have something even better hidden there. She moves on, and a chubby baby mage comes out of a book, asking who she is and what she wants. With the Black Guild, he's the sixth pillar of the guild, a cinco star demon. Then a room full of eggs, incubating some demons appears. And in the guild hall of the Black Guild, there's a meeting going on. The leader says, it seems like someone powerful is coming. Look at the greedy knight, also enjoying the big banana. One of them says that one of the troops was completely destroyed when invading the Saint's Guide. Are they coming to get revenge? A round and chubby girl says, it's no problem, someone named Curtis will handle it. The chief of staff asks the child if she wants to go there and have fun, telling him to shut up, while the tentacle guy says whoever is can't reach them, saying no rush. But the master on the throne says he was afraid he wouldn't get the materials. Who would have thought? What he needed would come right to his doorstep. It's Malfoy from the beginning of the work, just 500 years worse off. The chubby wizard, with the pacifier, who tried to stop Amelia, is completely destroyed. He couldn't even react properly. It's stepped on by the dragon. It's not the right time yet. It's over. A bunch of apostles appear. One of them literally being a girl, carrying 6 balloons. They are confident they will kill her. However, she just activates the power of the Golden Dragon King. She lets out a roar that already blows everyone away. Fat, she continues walking calmly. She arrives in front of a giant eye that underestimates her once again. She crushes the pudding cup. Her name is Chissy Sogus, she's shouting, but in 0,001 seconds, the demon is smirked and apologizes for bothering him. She talks about someone she has to return to and finish the job. Otherwise, the entire continent will remain in danger. She makes a hand gesture, telling her sword to emerge. But nothing happens, and the two just stare at her looking puzzled. Li Ping asks, what's going on? She keeps insisting, telling her sword to emerge. But suddenly, her finger gives a shock, makes a slash, and in another 0,001 second, and she falls backward. She finds it confusing, and says she can't remember a single sword formation. Elizabeth says she lost her abilities by creating impurities when she forced her body where it shouldn't have gone. A confused Li Ping asks what this business of impurities is, and Chichi says that to defeat the Black Guild, she signed a contract with the Sea of Darkness. Looking puzzled once again, the slash begins to cut through everything. Li Ping has no idea what that is, and Elizabeth says it's just a bunch of trash, and that it has a little connection to both of them. However, the girl admits that all of this really is her fault for not resisting temptation. Li Ping says that if she doesn't mind, she can stay there and learn swordsmanship with the two of them, who are also training. But immediately, the sword Sing had sent, Elizabeth warns that she hasn't agreed to teach anyone else. Li Ping apologizes and says he thought Elizabeth was interested in destroying the Black Guild. Once again, Shiki stands up and says it doesn't matter. She'll leave so as not to bother them anymore, and thanks them once again for saving her. Lam Ping says she must be hungry, tearing through the entire desert, and he made some instant noodles just for her to eat. The thing is there on the table, exuding an aura and full of energy. However, she just thanks him for his kindness and says that, unfortunately, she needs to calm down before doing anything. And with that she starts heading for the door. Li Ping, seeing that she's determined, tells her to be careful. In 0,004 seconds, because there are many dangers around. With that Elizabeth steals the noodles he made, and says that the girl is really smart to realize that only she deserves to eat this. However, Light Pink says, the girl got hurt fighting the Black Guild, so why doesn't she want to help her? Elizabeth turns away and says she won't get involved, and he can do whatever he wants. Outside, the slash is already in front of Chissy Sogus. Chi-Chi is sitting on the grass, remembering the fight. She remembers when the demon delivered the final cut. All she could see was the attack coming toward her, and in the next second, she was lying battered on the ground. At that moment, the woman disappeared. It was when the crystal on her necklace shattered, and a little later, she saw Wang Kai appearing. She finally wakes up, saying she remembered everything. If it weren't for the lucky gem, and she feels that death is coming, she would have died at that moment. It's foolish of her to have believed for a second that she was the strongest person on this continent, considering she died in a single attack at that moment. Li Ping approaches and says that it seems she didn't get very far. He says he understands her, because he once thought about learning swordsmanship, but became more focused on rural life. However, lately, and that she's about to be sliced in half, he has returned to practice, and realized that he is a fool, who has no power at all to defeat the Black Guild. Chi-Chi shrinks back and says that he can't understand, because what she learned wasn't simple swordsmanship. It was in fact demonic swordsmanship, that she luckily obtained from some ancient ruins. Our boy says that she still has power within her, and can change classes. He knows an old man who did the same thing. She then invokes them, and became much stronger. However, Chi-Chi is devastated and says that losing her swordsmanship is worse than losing her life. But our boy says that in the vastness of the universe, everything is so insignificant that she can always start over, and asks if she wants to try along with him. Obviously, Elizabeth is listening to everything, and wonders what this business of trying together is. Come out, stop hiding. Protection of the 7 sword guards. She already imagines Li Ping giving lessons to his friend Man. This room evolved quickly, and at that moment, Elizabeth says she won't let that happen. Suddenly, he says he's hearing Xiaobai's voice, and in a second, she teleports in front of the two. Excited, Li Ping asked, so she appeared to help everyone. However, she just sticks out her tongue and says, but the strike comes and starts breaking the swords. She does whatever she wants, and it's none of his business. With that, Elizabeth asks if he forgot that he can't give anything to someone else without asking her first. He says he didn't do that, but she says that he himself counts as something that can't be given to others. She then pulls out a spatial curtain, throws it in Chi-Chi's direction in 0.05 seconds, and tells her to come with her. With that, the two disappear in front of Li Ping, who thinks that in the end, Elizabeth has a sharp tongue, but a warm heart. The poor girl, when she starts to open her eyes, is in a void. She was brought directly into the vastness of Elizabeth's consciousness. and knows that this can only be done by someone who has reached the Demon King realm. She sees she's going to be cut in half again. Elizabeth then says she's there to help her. Confused, Chichi asks how, and the queen says that first, she will have to be completely destroyed. She is startled, and sees something approaching her eye carapace that she narrowly avoids. Confused, she asks Elizabeth why she's trying to kill her, and questions why this woman, who has the power of a demon king, but unfortunately this time there's nothing she can do, saved her the first time. Elizabeth sends another sequence of attacks, and tells her to stay still, saying she'll suffer less that way. Another attack comes, and Chichi realizes it won't be easy to dodge it. She starts doing backflips to avoid everything, and soon seems to notice where it's coming from. She sees Elizabeth from afar, and says she's at the peak of the 5th star. She's struck, and the swords shatter, so she won't accept death. Just like that, Elizabeth sends a barrage of attacks, and says she doesn't have time to chat with her. With that, Chichi's arm is caught by the shadow. She is immobilized by all 4 limbs, while Chichi screams, telling her to let go and asking why she's doing this. Elizabeth only says that the girl's mind is really disoriented, losing demonic swordsmanship in less than half a second, and trying to use this kind of power only puts her in danger. Chichi continues to agonize, telling her to let go, but at that moment, a hand stretches out and begins to approach. The attack lands squarely on her face, and she begins to writhe in agony, with a bunch of pentagrams in her eye. There seems to be something strange in her belly, fighting for her, and the hand Elizabeth found seems to find a parasitic worm. She's finished and falls to the ground, that slowly starts to be pulled out, until the creature is removed from within her. The girl is left desolate, trying to recover, and Elizabeth looks at that thing and asks how it appeared in her plane. She wants to know what its relationship is with the Black Guild. The creature only says that if it weren't for her, everything would have worked out. The demoness looking down from the sky says, but Elizabeth explodes, saying that it's irrelevant. She observes Chichi writing, saying that she will have enough power to win and defeat a demon king. She murmurs, saying that every time she shows weakness, they take something from her, and that if his body were destroyed, you use hers. Chichi, dominated by something strange, she's very inadequate now that she's warmed up, says that Elizabeth is a shameless person who broke her promise. However, she's there not too concerned, saying that apparently something happened. The scene shifts to 500 years ago, in a lava pit. The Demon Queen was at her cultivation point. She told herself that to defeat that damn hero, she would need to get even stronger and reach the next realm. It was then that a voice said that the Axe Elder appears, asking, it's time to deal with what matters. If she wanted to get stronger, he could help her slowly. She opened her eyes and asked who he was, and more importantly, how he managed to access the cultivation point. The creature introduced himself as Azathoth, and said he was the Lord of the Sea of Darkness. She then asked how he could help her grow stronger. The creature replied that all she needed to do was accept. The axe-wielding demoness starts looking around, that he would reside in her body. The chaotic power he possessed would merge with her, and thus, she would no longer have to fear the legendary hero. Elizabeth questioned his offer, and a pentagram began to appear in her eyes. The creature said she was on the right path, and just needed to accept. However, suddenly, she grabbed him with her hand. She seized, and said that he was trash, if he thought she really feared the hero. But the creature simply replied that she didn't need to fear or worry that he wouldn't be able to dominate her body, since she was so strong. However, Elizabeth had already read his thoughts, and knew that his plan was to take over her body. When she was weakened by the hero, the creature said it was too late now. Through an eye that begins scanning for something, she had come into contact with the spiritual sea, and the contract had been formed. If she refused the union, things could get worse for her. But she just threw him aside and said she had already absorbed chaotic energy long ago, and that the energy he offered could only convince someone weak. With that, she threw him aside into the lava. Back to the situation with the possessed Chichi. She launched an attack, telling Elizabeth to die. Her vision sweeps across the planet, but Elizabeth easily activated an impenetrable barrier that blocked all the energy. The creature wondered how it could be so difficult to defeat that woman. However, Elizabeth simply responded that the swordsmanship she was using was created by her, so it's obvious she knows all its weakness. Moreover, the title of the strongest swordsmanship no longer belongs to her. And look who she's focusing on, Elizabeth. The monster couldn't understand, especially since he was already a 2-star demonic creature, so this shouldn't be happening. Elizabeth just said he was like a frog in a well, someone who believes they are strong, simply because they don't know the vastness of the world. Suddenly, the creature placed his hands on the ground, and tried to retreat, telling her to wait for now. She might not be able to overcome this. She says she's heading there now, but soon she would unlock the seal on her body. The creature tried to free itself, saying that hand was in the way. The monster told her to give up, because no magic would be able to break the contract she made. But suddenly, Elizabeth threw Lee Payne's instant noodles on the creature's head, saying she didn't need to do anything, because she had these noodles made by him. While Elizabeth is running to grab the remote, the monster felt humiliated and asked how she had the audacity to do that. Then it began to notice something was wrong with those noodles. They were invading its body's cells and draining all the chaotic energy, and suddenly creature began to writhe in agony. Slowly, the energy returned to Elizabeth's pot. and she said that in the end, she relied on him again. It seemed that once again, and some chips to chill out. His plan had worked, and she couldn't do anything. Meanwhile, Li Ping was standing in the garden, until a portal appeared behind him. Our boy turned around and said, that was fast, asking if they were okay. Elizabeth had put an oxygen-made outfit on and said, everything was fine. Li Ping wanted to know why those women were acting like that. Meanwhile, Alpha was flying around. The woman from before, she tells Li Ping, you are always right, said she had finally figured out where they were, and was slowly approaching their house. Once again, she felt Wonky's presence. She immediately stopped in the air, knowing it was that guy. That was something she knew she had no chance of surpassing, so she immediately changed her mind. However, the poor little dog had been beaten by Elizabeth for bringing Chichi. What's your problem? Staying home eating chips and watching TV is way better. And he remembered the blow he took from her transformed. That's why he had to stay on the ground all the time. To fix himself, the demoness couldn't understand how this dog seemed to be everywhere around this house. She decided to try again from another direction to avoid his presence, but once again he was there too. She ran to try and find another alternative, and an hour later she was making moves everywhere, trying to figure out how he was always where she went. Let others worry about world domination. She was already certain that she had been discovered, and this dog was toying with her. With that, she transformed into Alpha, and said that if she didn't defeat this dog, she wouldn't be able to see that person. She ran towards him, saying he could kill her, but he couldn't humiliate her like this. Alpha began scanning her approach. She prepared a dark attack, saying she would finally end this. Li Ping throws himself onto the sofa too, saying man, identified Alpha as a master's item, with a danger rank of D. He immediately activated whitelist mode, went behind her and pulled out a stick, stretching it out with a welcome back sign. Obviously, he stopped, confused in front of the dog, who asked how this was his home. But Wang Kai just gave a little paw, and pointed to the house with that. I'm mentally exhausted. He approached the two, and now he was face to face with Li Ping's house. The strange thing was that she stood there, looking around. She saw the house and the trees, and said that she was finally back to the place where she was born once. A long time ago, Li Ping was hammering metal. He carved the wood, and that's how he brought the first axe to life. That was one of his incredible creations. This whole ruling the world thing isn't for me, and also one of the first conscious weapons he managed to create. And on that day, he named it Daswin, who had already noticed this plot twist. The story gave several hints when it showed in the early chapters that the axe disappeared overnight, and now we see that from the beginning. She had been chopping wood with him until one rainy day. Our boy was rushing home, but the queen reassures him and accidentally forgot the axe. She felt abandoned. She lay there on the ground while he ran off to get the clothes from the line. The poor thing fell, pleading for his return. Unfortunately, he never came back. More than 500 years passed with her on the ground. Her consciousness began to deteriorate, and resentment accumulated in that axe. A long time passed after that day until by coincidence, some apostles were talking nearby, saying that since they already agreed, they handed a strange potion to a guy, and said it was a new experiment from the Black Guild. The axe's first master found it odd that he would become stronger just by drinking that. But he wasn't afraid, so he consumed it. Immediately, his body began to tremble, and he felt something strange. The gear that appeared on his chest seemed to greatly increase his power. The Daejun axe was still abandoned on the ground. She'll help him so he doesn't need to worry. And its energy began to be absorbed. They all noticed something strange, and looked to the side suddenly. The apostles in front of him exploded, sweating cold. He wanted to know how everyone had been killed. So quickly he approached the axe on the ground, which commanded him to kneel. He obeyed immediately and asked who that was. That's when Daizhuang appeared. Li Ping says, "Hey, Elizabeth," and introduced herself as a demonic burial. Back of the house, she was furious. She had been abandoned for over 500 years. And why was she feeling nostalgic? That's when the door started to open. She was in shock when she saw it. It was Li Ping, who was heading out to chop wood. But then, he saw Alpha and said that it seemed like he was back. Daizhuang thought he was talking to her. But you should have warned me. But Li Ping called Alpha by name, and said it was time for them to cut wood. At that moment, she was furious, thinking this so-called Alpha had apparently taken her place. Armoy grabbed the sword scabbard and told him to say something. Since Alpha didn't respond, he said he would start working soon. But Dazuo Wang was feeling a very familiar sensation. Why are you coming here to cause trouble? Before doing something like that, he prepared to start chopping wood, but said he found it strange that today he felt nostalgic holding it. Dazuo Wang thought he was pretending not to know it was her. With that, Li Ping prepared and chopped the wood. Dazuan felt something odd, and once again, he chopped another piece of wood. She began to realize that even after 500 years, this was the best feeling that existed. She bites into a chip. Li Ping asked why Alpha was making strange noises today, but he didn't care as he felt they were a perfect duo. With that, many cuts were made, and a long time later, a lot of wood had been accumulated, with Li Ping saying it had been a long time since he felt this way. He was used to chopping wood, but today reminded him of the times he was with Dawan. Crying, she was moved, replying that he's a very demanding boy. To see that her master had never forgotten her. All resentment had been dissolved, and now everything was resolved. Li Ping said that if that barrier hadn't been broken, and the whole world changed, he would definitely have wanted to find her. It was a shame that this would be the last time he would feel the sensation of chopping wood with her. Dazhuang realized that without her body, made of resentment, back to the moment when Tigor exploded, she no longer had the strength to sustain herself. At least, she had been lucky enough to be created by him, and hoped that the next axe would serve him well. Li Ping just said that later, he would have to make another axe, since Alpha would now have to start going on adventures with him. He left it there and said he was going to cook. Now, poor Alpha was left standing there. But suddenly, he transformed back. The old sword was startled. Clearly, she was still under control, saying that those damn people had reconciled. But how is she going to fit into this situation? In the house, Elizabeth asked Shichi what she knew about demonic swordsmanship. She explained that it all started 100 years ago. At that time, the Black Guild was beginning to gain influence and capturing many people from the continent. Everyone was more concerned with surviving. The butler behind him drew his sword, and then trying to stop them, however. When she obtained the title of Sword Saint, she decided to go alone to gather information about them, but that information leaked, and she was surrounded by several apostles and thrown into an abyss. That's when she fell into the Demon Queen's cultivation point. That's when she felt a strange sensation. In that place, she could see traces of the demon. Everyone got ready. Queen's swordsmanship practices. Even though it was minimal, she began to absorb the surrounding energy, until there was nothing left. She evolved a lot in 3 months, but unfortunately, she was limited by her talent. But then she realized that there were people much stronger than she could ever be. In the midst of this confusion, a voice asked if she wanted to become stronger. Even the poor blue sword, who's barely holding on. Li Ping asked what she did, and she said she accepted to be able to defeat the Black Guild. It seems that Chichi already knows that Li Ping is the hero, and is wondering if he thinks it was wrong that she accepted the Sea of Darkness. She then says that the creature couldn't take full advantage of all the power, and ended up delivering a tentacle weapon, mustered what little energy he had left. Elizabeth just says that thing had already been sealed by her, and that she got contacted. In fact, a clone of the consciousness. And with that, Li Ping asks if the weapon she received is like an octopus, and he stops to think that he has never tried this type of food. In this world, Elizabeth immediately wants to know if it would be tasty. Meanwhile, the dwarf is calmly drinking. He says that in his world it was very good, but he has no idea about the creatures in this place. Shichi wants to know why. They were talking about the end of the world earlier, and now they're talking about eating octopus. But then he says enough talking. It's time to eat with that. He pulls out the pot, radiating a golden energy. Shichi is immediately startled by the amount of magical power. Chisi Sogus respond ex-elder, saying that the show is going to be good. You already know what's coming, because he made an infernal curry. Elizabeth is all excited, but you know what's going to happen. Here comes the first spoonful. She puts it in her mouth, saying it's delicious. Apparently, she learned to control herself, because she only says it's a bit spicy. She already has to drink some juice, saying it's ridiculous. The beau stands up and tells everyone to calm down, that a 7-star demon can't handle this taste. Li Ping asks if it's too spicy, and says he'll cut some icy onion. He stretches the mashed it on his own hand, saying it will be quick with one touch. It completely dematerializes. Chichi wonders how it's possible that he thinks he has bad swordsmanship when he managed to do that, and he throws everything into the soup as if it. And listen to him, he looks at Li Ping and asks, "Were micro Pisces with that?" He serves some more, saying it's less spicy. Now, Elizabeth says she likes spicy food, and for him to stop humiliating her like that. Li Ping offers, but Elizabeth is right there, saying she's going to kill someone. Apparently, I think she didn't notice, because she seemed a bit embarrassed, apparently wanting to accept, as she goes to take the plate. "Sir, can you give us an explanation?" Elizabeth calls out to her, and she warns that she has to think carefully, because she can only choose one of the 3 options. Confused, they ask what that's about. Elizabeth then pulls out 3 items. She says she can choose between a pot of curry, a swordsmanship manual, or one of Li Ping's kitchen knives. Confused, our boy finds this very strange, and says he wasn't too keen on giving away his knife. Li Ping is there, but doesn't even know what to say. Elizabeth tells him to be quiet, because this is a moral test, and he's playing too. Chichi believes she's being tested. She knows the correct answer must be hidden. In the previous conversations, she's certain that curry has such powerful energy that she would evolve instantly. However, seeing that even Queen Elizabeth couldn't fully resist, then Elizabeth says with your level, she would probably be destroyed. That knife makes any rank's weapon look like a joke. However, the hero himself didn't seem to want to give it up, indicating she has no chance of using it. Neither the curry nor the kitchen knife can be chosen. All that's left for her is that swordsmanship manual, so she says that following Elizabeth's advice, she wants the manual at that moment. The door is destroyed. The 3 of them turn. It's no wonder. Confused by what happened, and our boy asks why Alpha is like that. He enters full of resentment, saying he came to get revenge and kill everyone. Chichi stands up immediately, saying she's sure it's the demon burial. She gets up, asking to borrow the knife to solve this problem, but as soon as she grips it, she feels the energy of a gigantic genius. You're being infiltrated by the Black Guild. She tries to control the power, but it seems to have some sort of spirit inside. Her hand can't even hold it properly, and all her energy is drained in an instant. The poor girl falls, drained to the ground. The knife drops and rolls in Daisy Wang's direction. She realizes she made a mistake by entering this place, and the thing slices clean through her. With that, Alpha himself is cut in half, and the machete alone returns to Lei Peng's hand. Li Peng asks what she means. Our boy sees the drained girl and calls out for Chi-Chi. Not to mention that Alpha is lying there, torn in half. He shouts, asking how all this happened without him doing anything. The scene shifts to a destroyed field. The sixth pillar of the demonic guild is lying on the ground. The other, who looks like a computer, arrives to try to wake him up, and shocks him to see if he revives. Elizabeth tells everyone to pay attention. The poor guy, the bear, gets up electrocuted, and now looks like Volibear from League of Legends. He calls for the Golden Dragon King, saying he's going to keep fighting. But then, a little heart appears and he starts drooling. The girl named Bader tells him that the battle is already over. Robot, no. 24 explains that the president was eaten, everyone died and she disappeared. I've come here to cleanse you of your crime. She uses a deconstruction. She says, none of that matters since the outcome was decided. In the midst of them all, there is a golden dragon egg, and the boss says he never expected Amelia to have such an ability to save her own life. However, he actually never intended to hurt her. And with that, a tentacle moves towards the egg. It starts wrapping around it, and absorbing it completely. A glow begins to emerge from inside the mirror. Magic on the power that Tigger had given to Li Ping. Even the old man sustaining it starts to disintegrate. He says that indeed, the power of someone at the king level is completely different from the norm. If it had been just a little more, the master would have been reborn immediately. An insect with that ugly face asks how the Black Guild ended up in such a deplorable state. The connection between him and a certain, which falls to the ground with a parasite. Daggle was severed, so he wants to know about the rest. The guy apologizes, saying that Dable sacrificed himself to protect the guild. It's that guy from the previous meeting, who asks if the old man advanced in the research. Since he seems to be younger, he just says that actually, he managed to get the right material, and asks why he's there. Jaguar simply says that the identity of this body has been exposed. The little creature looks around, so he'll have to find another one. The demonic pillars ask who that guy flying is. The robot says that he's one of the people who also controls the sea of black consciousness. 2. Georgia says that the plan to capture the dwarf kingdom will have to be put on hold for now, and the bows on top of the portal says that unfortunately they lost many apostles searching for something. A few years earlier, when the old man was doing his research, he finally thought he had found what he had always been looking for. You press the button. Elizabeth began to be reconstructed. He was emotional, thinking he had really succeeded, and no. 24 praised his work's success, but soon she started to turn into a corrupted mass, and with that she disintegrated. Then looks at Li Ping and jumps toward him. The old man was desperate, realizing it wasn't going to work. Once again, all this research had failed. He had no idea why the body was still so unstable, and the years of relentless research were starting to catch up with him. The time a human has on Earth is too short, and he needed to evolve before life ended, until something appeared, and said that if he wanted to become stronger. Li Ping is startled as the creature approaches. Could help. The old man asked who it was. The creature introduced itself as Azathoth of the Sea of Darkness, and said they should work together. A raft that was nearby began to transform and go mad. In the same instant, it turned into a giant creature, and the old man realized that with chaotic energy, he would have enough power to resurrect anything he wanted. As of Hofen said, he had all the energy the old man wanted, but would need some bodies. All excited, that's when various creatures began to be born, and the gears became part of the demonic cult. It didn't take long before hundreds of thousands of creatures were incubated. As a half asked the old man why he didn't accept the demonic energy as well, the old man said he wasn't interested, since his only plan was to resurrect Elizabeth and not to become stronger. The creature said that was fine. Elizabeth just flicks her finger and it's crushed. He would take over that place. For a while, he realized that that damn Malfoy was very cautious, and that the plans wouldn't work on him. That's when he handed over the tentacles, which were another part of his consciousness, that would take care of that place. Malfoy said it was okay and would make him an apostle. Asaph smiled, and that's when another part of his plan began. At that moment, the butler who was nearby. Back to the present, Asaph asks how long it will take to reconstruct the sovereign body he had. Malfoy says it will take a long time, especially since this entire place is now destroyed. But Azathoth tells him to stop lying, because he knows he can build a demon king in minutes, and asks why he doesn't hand over that Elizabeth clone. But the old man says that if he mentions that again, he'll be killed on the spot. Of joining the Black Guild, sees that Tiwar's body was also disintegrating. The subordinates immediately kneel, wondering if this is the true power of the president. Azathoth says he doesn't need to be so serious, and that he was just joking, while thinking that Malfoy is extremely dangerous, so he can't reveal the information about where Elizabeth is. He then says he's leaving, and will return when he has new information. The old man starts licking the mirror, saying it will soon be ready. Even the guy's flesh was a type of spell. The master will return to him, in an even more perfect form, and clearly down below, there's a clone of Elizabeth, all ready to go. The scene shifts to the city of Bows. Apparently, Elizabeth sent our boy there to explore. As an adventurer, he's wondering is why the entire place seems to be under reconstruction. Then he sees a giant church, and wonders how Annie is doing. Luna says. He decides to run over to knock on the orphanage's door. He knocks on the door, but it's strangely opened. Right away the pig is inside, and everyone is telling him to keep scrubbing. Li Ping immediately questions why this guy is there. He kicks the door, telling them to stop that. The pig trembles and asks why he's there again, while Li Ping just wants to know where Annie is and what happened to her. He just gets up, saying she's resting upstairs. So even a big figure like Tiwer joined the Black Guild and asks if Li Ping thinks he's playing around here. As always, our boy thinks he can't do anything without Elizabeth, and the pig asks for help, saying he's very tired. Then someone approaches, fixing her hair, as she spent some time at home outside. The years pass much faster. The pig calls for his big sister, and our boy is confused. He immediately runs to her, and Anna adds, telling her not to worry, and that she can rest. He tells her to look at the floor that he cleaned. With all his care, Annie thanks him, saying that as always, they are working hard for the church, and the monks are really all focused. Li Ping then realizes he was called to help clean, but then Annie asks what Li Ping is doing there. A while later, she serves tea, and he says she's grown a lot. Now it makes sense why so many people are joining. She says it all happened when she managed to regain her magical powers. Li Ping awkwardly says he understands, and asks why all the beasts are working for her. She says she doesn't know exactly, but it seems something happened in the city last week. Li Ping already asks if it involves the Black Guild, and she says yes, some of the beasts in this place were transforming into creatures. Everyone started running, with so many powerful people screaming that it was an apostle attack. That's when they found themselves face to face with it, and knew they were going to die. The pig asked what was happening to his brother, and told him to calm down. Nearby Tag War observed everything, saying that it's much easier for orcs to lose their heads than for humans and elves. The only problem is that they lose their rationality. Of course, they wouldn't refuse. That's why they only serve as machines of destruction, and not as parasitic hosts. The pig orc was attacked by his brother, and the blow hit and affected everyone. Or actually, when he opened his eyes, it had been defended by a stuffed panda. The orc started screaming and losing his head even more. Annie said she would protect that place and summon her entire collection of plushies. With that, a war broke out in the middle of the city. Elizabeth says their techniques are ridiculous, and that's how everything got destroyed. However, at least Annie managed to win the fight, and all the gears embedded in the creature were torn out. It collapsed to the ground and began to disintegrate, and the Pete was left crying. Seeing his brother, Annie apologized, saying that unfortunately, she couldn't purify the power in that monster. Tagore found it strange, nothing more than a bunch of idiotic gears, that there was someone so strong in this city. He decided that perhaps she would be a good target for him to parasite. But at that moment, she turned around, and her gaze instantly exploded the Azathoth creature, and she realized that something was watching her. At that moment back in the conversation, Lei Peng says that this confirms that the Black Guild is involved. She says yes, and that the person who was watching her, and I'm going to eliminate you today. Li Ping is biting his nails. Seems to have something related to the lost memories. Li Pangs tells her not to worry, that all of this will return. He's just there to ask if she has any psychological trauma, and to see how she's doing. She says that since he helped her recover, she has remained stable, and just as Elizabeth said, she will use her bloodline to contribute to the peace of this world. Looking like an idiot, wondering what was that parasite, Li Peng smiles and says that indeed, the best option was to leave everything to her. He says it's a shame, but Elizabeth doesn't actually care that much about the peace of this place, and as someone who doesn't understand magic, he can't help much perhaps. If the world really needed the so-called legendary hero, everything would become a mess. Wouldn't have hurt if it bit me. Annie starts trembling and asks what he means by that, because in her view, she believes that Li Peng is too strong to use his power, and that if he had to do something, the entire planet would be wiped out, and he would have to rebuild the world from scratch. She thinks this is a warning, that if they don't resolve this, everyone will die. But Elijah smiles and says that if Elizabeth approves of the girl, Gold, Saw, then she has potential. Trembling, she says she understands and will do her best, believing that he trusts her so much, because that day, he showed her a bit of his power. The problem is that she is still far from being able to control it. She apologizes, but Lei Peng says it's okay. He pulls something from his back and tosses a bag onto the table, a bunch of fruits, then asks Elizabeth how she knew about the parasite, that he says he promised on his last trip, and now brought for her at that moment. Annie thinks that he always knew her limitation, and brought magical fruits to help her achieve what she needs. This means he's been supervising what she says, and ensuring she can use the power he gave her. With that, she thanks him, saying she'll do her best to protect the city. He says that if that's the case, but she just glares at him and says he trusts that nothing will happen there, all because he needs to fulfill the agreement, that Elizabeth will be able to rule the world. She's confused by this business of Elizabeth ruling everything, but she says that apparently, if the sacred hero is involved, it's a good thing. Our boy tells her to stop thinking about these things, because it's not quite like that. It's none of his business. He just wants to dominate the world with her, because she says that's the easiest way to ensure everyone's peace. But unlike her, he wants to do it differently, hesitantly, and he asks what way that is. He says he'll tell her more later today. He's here to ask for advice. He knows she's read a lot of books, so he wanted to ask about the continent and the major forces in each of them. The old man is losing his patience and says. Annie replies that he can count on her. She doesn't know much about the Black Guild in the Demon Kingdom, only that they have some main forces. The Tower of Kingdom is more secondary, but has a direct connection to the Sword Saint. The Guild of Swords is the most important of all, and anyone who wants to establish themselves must gain their approval with that. She starts explaining the map of the world. The Holy Guild is getting weak, and each person who dominates these places. There's a lot of text to say that basically, the Sword Saint is the strongest, and this city where they are is isolated from everyone else. That's why no apostle was sent to help her. Li Ping realizes that it's as he imagined, and each person is more concerned with their own territory. Annie then says she would like to know, but it won't tolerate this kind of disrespect, how he plans to achieve peace on the continent. He says that true peace cannot be achieved just by destroying the Black Guild. They would need an alliance to stop any evil. In this world, he believes he has no strength at all, so if his plan is to create a unit that would eliminate the apostles, the current problem is that he doesn't know how he will convince people. She makes a slash with her hand. The poor Bose is now in a tight spot, so he's following Elizabeth's method. Annie says she's starting to understand. Perhaps this business of a different method from the Demon Queen. It's because the whole world is just a bet. Between the two of them, they are betting to see who has the most effective method. Elizabeth achieved peace as quickly as possible, but as soon as she disappeared, everything fell into chaos. Damn, the elder is very sensitive. However, Li Ping wants to show that unity and collective power are the solution for lasting peace. He's planning to visit the entire continent to recruit people who fit into his plan, and she in the midst of all this is just a pawn being used in this game. The most dangerous thing is that if she doesn't demonstrate power, she will likely be eliminated. He doesn't like having his pride hurt. However, she tells herself that she can't think about these things since it's for the greater good of the world. She needs to become stronger with the angel he gave her and help him as quickly as possible. Li Ping says she seems thoughtful and asks her to explain what she's thinking. He wants to know about the kingdom of Aristotle, famous for its technology and magic. She says she doesn't know much, but he doesn't know the true identities of Mr. Li Ping. But it seems they have some giant metal things that can move mountains. With little energy, he becomes thoughtful and concludes that it will likely be the first stop. However, and he warns that it's actually better for him to go to the Elven Kingdom since Aristotle is currently closed. Moreover, it seems that a guild, recently accepted by the Sword Saint, entered the Elven Kingdom, and the Queen, he must be thinking they're beneath him, and gained a lot of reputation. Who could these Elven guys be who gained reputation? Obviously, it's the father and daughter. The father warns that to enter the Elven Kingdom, they will have to pass through the purgatory of plants. He asks if Alif is ready, and she says, of course, with that. With a single swipe of the cards, all the plants are destroyed if he offends her, but he explains that the closer they get, the stronger the plants will become, and in the midst of them all, there seems to be one, observing both of them, just as they are about to reach the largest tree of all. She says that the sword Sing has already warned everyone about their arrival. Perhaps this whole difficulty is an extra test designed for them. Suddenly, something begins to emerge from the ground. The consequences here will be catastrophic, and in front of them rises a plant with 5 elements. The father warns to be careful, because that one seems to be at its final stage, and with that, it starts spinning a bunch of balls in all directions. But he tells her not to worry, as 30 years ago, he already advanced to this place. Passing through here once again, he uses a swipe of the card that easily destroys everything. The Bose then tries to smooth things over. They find themselves surrounded by the plant, and she tells him to use the dual ability. With that, they perform a synchronized slash that destroys the plant instantly. Elif says that as far as she knows, that should have been the plant in its final stage. But the father warns not to get distracted or underestimate that creature. At that moment, something starts to emerge from the part they cut. Mr. Li Ping, could you please explain? The plant's head reappears, but this time with 4 mouths. Moreover, from each of the mouths, others emerge, and they all start firing. The project shooting in every direction, and Elif uses a card barrier to block it. The two have to team up or they won't survive. Some cards, however, begin to fall to the ground, destroyed. Elif admits she really underestimated the enemy. But Li Ping replies, and was even injured, but man, those cards serve for everything. And he tells her not to worry. With that, the deck passes around her arm. Healing it, he says it's better for her to rest, but she insists she can still fight. However, he tells her to be more careful this time, because that thing seemed, and crushes Tabo in his chair. That tears through the entire desert. I still don't understand anything either. Elizabeth pulls him by the arm, pressing him against her, using her assets to her advantage. Good stuff. She takes him away, saying, it's time for afternoon tea. We'll discuss it later, goodbye. Li Ping waves goodbye to the Bose, saying, see you next time. The Bose already knows. Everything is going to fall on him. The Axe Elder defends. Now, how am I going to explain all this to the chief? Elizabeth looks at him and asks if he's done. The Bose stays quiet, saying nothing more. They then leave, and the old sword tells the butler to conduct an investigation. In the southern region, back at home, Li Ping says, If you're going to do something like that in the future, let me know beforehand. I need to be mentally prepared. Elizabeth is thinking that, and sends a black aura back in her direction. There are two important things to note. That guy's eye was definitely forged by Jim, the red-eyed demon. Second, the dark magic he was using was different from that of the Black Guild, so clearly there are other, even more powerful forces that haven't moved yet. But maybe none of this matters. Since Amelia eradicated the Black Guild's headquarters, all that's left are some demons. She dodges it effortlessly for Li Ping to play adventurer with. Li Ping, lying on the sofa, says, "That parasite thing freaked me out. How did you know if he was a bad guy? Teach me that. It must be magic, right? I'm not talented in that." Elizabeth is thinking, when someone uses that eye, they can see the reflection of magic. To detect it, you'd have to be as powerful as I am. However, the Axe Elder says now, Li Ping's clothes don't detect magical reflections. They can sense any malicious intent before the person even does anything. In her mind, Li Ping is saying, "Admit it, my clothes are better than all your powers." She eats her chip angrily, saying, "I'm not going to teach you anything." Li Ping asks, "So, what do I do now? Is it really enough to just do 1,000 sword swings a day? I need to learn some other techniques, right? That the integration between me and the demon burial, the sword sing, is missing. So why don't you teach me a bit, Elizabeth?" Elizabeth replies, "No. Our agreement has 3 conditions. First, you must conquer the world with your swordsmanship and magic. Second, aside from your clothes, you can't bring any other items you've created. And third, I'll go with you." Is becoming deeper. "But I won't teach you magic or swordsmanship." Li Ping protests, "When did we agree on that?" She responds, "Just now." Li Ping says, "Fine, then I'll ask Uncle Bose. Even though he switched to cards, I think he can still teach me something." At that moment, the Sword Alpha, who has returned, says, "Better give up. Your threats are becoming irrelevant. I didn't sense any pure swordsmanship from them. They can't teach you anything." Li Ping asks, "What do you mean by pure swordsmanship?" Alpha explains that it's because all of them use magic with their swords. To have pure swordsmanship, it's only possible for someone who has no magic at all. The protagonist thinks it makes sense, right? In a magical world, everyone would use power to strengthen their sword. "Now, I'm going to start hurting you." So you know what he stands up and says. He knows what to do. Alpha tells him to stay longer, but our boy is already gone. Alpha then looks around the house, wondering what kind of place is this, that he prefers staying here. Instead of conquering the world, he decides to investigate. He sees a microwave, a fan, a little cleaning robot, and a bunch of strange things. "Chissy," Sogus warns him, "if you keep acting this way." What are these things? At that moment, he feels a blade slicing through him and is shocked. What the heck was that? Was it Li Ping? No such intense, killing intent wouldn't come from him. Was it Elizabeth? No. Her killing intent would be more violent. Then he realizes the aura is coming from the kitchen utensils and gets confused, saying, "I'm the sacred sword," exploding his body. "Soon, you'll be completely controlled by that axe. A kitchen knife wouldn't do this to me, right?" Li Ping suddenly shouts, and Alpha is startled. The poor sword runs off, saying he doesn't want to stay there anymore. Our protagonist is left, not understanding what's going on. "Whatever, I finally found it. A Tai Chi sword exercise book. Helps prolong life and cure diseases. Stay fit and learn the mysteries of nature. And lose yourself, wake up." Li Ping opens it confidently. "I always thought this would be useless. I'm glad I kept it on my shelf." He reads through it, then closes it. Wow, there are 13 movements that seem simple. They can be used by both men and women. But can I really use this in combat? He then tells Elizabeth that he found the sword manual and asks if she can help, but Elizabeth, stuffed with chips. But the bearded man replies, says she's tired and wants to just lie there. Our hero says, "All right. Then I'll find Alpha and test it with him." Watching him leave the sly, Elizabeth is thinking, "You have no idea how to refine your swordsmanship. Soon, you'll hit a wall and won't know how to overcome it. That's when I'll step in to guide you, and you'll realize my superiority." Li Ping then heads to the garden, calling for Alpha. "Lose myself, so what?" But he's there in sword form. Our hero asks, "Why are you back in sword form? If you keep ignoring me, I'll start practicing without your consent." Alpha stays silent. So, Li Ping opens the book. "Let's go." First movement, stretching his arm out, saying, "Like a dragonfly touching the water." The scene shifts to 3,000 kilometers away, where that big toad, who's a friend of Wang Kai, is getting beaten up. After experiencing this supreme power of losing myself, he's trying to use some magic techniques, but the demonist is there saying, "Just kill him, and the others will obey." She strikes with incredible agility, flexibility, and power. She kicks the tub in the stomach, sending him flying far away, where he crashes into the ground beaten. The tub has a hole in his chest, and she walks towards him, saying, "In it is a privilege. You have so many high-level creatures protecting you. But enough of that. I'll wipe them all out so you can't hide anymore. From today on, your peaceful days are over." At that moment, a barrier appears above him. Above the toad, Wang Kai is calmly watching. The demonist recognizes him, thinking, "Here comes an enemy that will give me trouble." Wang Kai glances down and lets out a small bark. The toad, now battered, says, "Everything will be fine. Demon burial, take over my body. Since you're going to fight, I'll take a break," and disappears into smoke. The demonist warns, "If you don't want to die, you better get out of the way." Wang Kai begins his analysis, sees that she's not on the white list, recognizes the high risk level, and activates the rule that no one can ever disturb the master. He immediately escalates the threat to level 3. An aura begins to flow through his body and deploys a missile barrage. The entire field explodes, and far away our boy, Li Ping, is practicing his Tide Shinga techniques. After a while, he's feeling confident. Wow, I actually managed to do them all. It's not that hard at that moment. The sword Alpha reverts to its humanoid form. The protagonist asks Alpha what happened, but when he looks at Alpha, and the crazy guy draws, what the hell is this? Who's now cultivating? Alpha slowly opens his eyes and says, he's finally recovered. Li Ping then asks, give me some tips about this swordsmanship. I've been practicing. Alpha is confused. Swordsmanship, what are you talking about? Lightning gives him a few pats on the head, saying, I know the techniques I've been practicing are more for exercise, they're not that great for combat. But Alpha is thinking about something else. It's a woman's chest, now speaking in a female voice. Those weapons inside the house were incredibly powerful. He ran away in fear and passed out by a tree, which is why he reverted to sword form. His soul was so suppressed that he became a sword without consciousness. If Li Ping hadn't practiced like he did, and given Alpha energy, he would have remained a mindless sword forever. But why did he save me? Wake me up and ask about sword training. She then says she had to get rid of an insect. He says resentment. Alpha imagines Li Ping saying, my little boy, the oceans and seas are deep. Now, you understand why I never worried about using you, or finding the demon queen. Compared to what I have here, you're just a piece of junk. Trembling, Alpha says, I'm sorry sir, I was foolish. He begins to have an existential crisis, questioning why he came here and what he's doing. I don't know who I am. He reverts to sword form, saying, you want to abandon me, I won't let you. I want to get out of this place, and flies off. Li Ping shouts, what, I need someone to teach me. Back with the demonist, explosions are going off and she's getting worn out, saying, are you really going to be a lackey for the rest of your life? Cooperate with me and let's destroy this world. But Wang Kai is just barking at her. The demonist says he doesn't appreciate the favor. The transformation continues, and she only asked for cooperation to save time. She's not afraid of him moving in. A strike with a slash, sending a cutting blast his way. But Wang Kai simply hops to the side, and the attack rips through the ground. Wang Kai analyzes the strike, and sees it will reach deep into the earth, potentially disturbing our dear Li Ping's life, as the magma would destroy the region. If that's the case, this has to be stopped. And the guy turns into a voluptuous woman. He says, extending a small hand to catch her attack. She seizes the opportunity, launching another attack, but Wang Kai pulls out his second, small hand, and absorbs her next strike too. Then he starts draining the energy from both attacks, causing them to disappear into nothing, and charging up his own energy. The demoness furious shouts, you scoundrel, you're absorbing my attacks. From the neck down, Chishisoga says to him. Wang Kai calmly thanks her, saying, thank you very much for the energy. If you want to leave, I'll let you. She draws the demon burial axe, saying, this attack was meant to finish off that heartless person, but now I have no choice. I'll have to finish you off. Dog. The constant destruction of hope, the eternal torment of waiting, the sadness and fury of being abandoned. You idiot. The resentment I've accumulated for 500 years is all now gathered and about to explode. Filthy dog, now that you've seen this, you're about to be sliced in half and die. She sends the resentment of the final deadline his way. Wang Kai, still calm, scratches himself and then reaches behind him, pulling out a small mirror. A simple, perfectly smooth mirror, a creation of Li Ping. You're now under complete control of that black gear. The entire attack strikes the mirror, and is reflected back. The demonist is stunned. Even the axe's eye is in disbelief. As the power rebounds, it travels off into the galaxies, and explodes in several planets. The demoness in disbelief looks on. My 500 years of resentment gone. Just like that one, Kai then releases a few drones. The demoness tries to react, but she's surrounded by the drones. The axe elder, who is now the demon burial, replies, which construct a force field around her. Wang Kai, now lying down, says this is the second strong woman to invade, but after getting beaten by the first, I powered up to handle any risk. He increases the force field to 50. The demoness begins to explode and melt, crying out that a cannon like this. She starts screaming that she won't give up, but the force field is already at 100. Are you talking about this? As the eye of the weapon agonizes, everything explodes, and the demon collapses to the ground. Wang Kai is stretching comments that the opponents he's been facing lately are quite strong, and he'll need to upgrade himself. At that moment, a ham emerges from the ground, startling Wang Kai. And there she is, the sword saint, making a well-timed appearance. She grabs the gear and pulls it out to teach our boy some important lessons. She have a legendary lucky pendant that saved her life. Meanwhile, back at the house, Elizabeth is watching TV, but she's getting bombarded with ads and is getting frustrated. Damn it, so many ads. I'm going to tell, like Ping, to get me a premium subscription. But then she realizes her chips are all gone. Who was trying to act smart, tearing off the ugly face of the elder along with it. She looks at the bottom of the bag and says, the best part is always at the bottom. She sticks her finger in, savoring the last bits, making a playful comment about how good and satisfying it is to lick that up. She tosses the bag in the trash, slips on her slippers and opens the door, thinking it's almost time. Li Ping must be suffering so much with his sword training, and now there she is welcome. He has no idea how much I had to endure to master the art of swordsmanship. When he's on the verge of giving up thinking, it's impossible, I'll show it to guide him. Seeing it this way, I'm definitely stronger than him. She says out loud, you're not being lazy, are you? How's your training going? I came to check on you. Li Ping tells her to be quiet, and when she looks, she sees he's cultivating. She's confused, and asks, you're quite a sight for sore eyes. Didn't you say you were going to practice swordsmanship? Why are you sitting cross-legged? He keeps ignoring her. She's getting annoyed, saying, I'm asking you something. She then concludes, you must be struggling to progress. And feeling embarrassed, trying to avoid the problem by ignoring me. But that won't change anything. If you lower your head and ask for my guidance, maybe I'll teach you a few things. This is the real power-up. Of course, there will be 2 or 3 conditions. But at that moment, Li Ping finishes, wakes up and says, Elizabeth, you're here, I didn't realize you were talking. Sorry, I was deep in meditation. She's still a bit annoyed, respond. So that's it. It seems like you practice well, but I think you're confused. You were supposed to be practicing swordsmanship, not meditating. Fixing her hair, she says. Li Ping waves a wooden stick in her face and says, you think this is useless? These are strengthening exercises. It's very important to cultivate both body and mind. While you're eating chips and sleeping, I learned the 13 Tai Chi sword position. Do you want me to demonstrate? And then you can guide me. She laughs a bit smug. Alright then. But she's thinking, now that's much better. If you want to make a fool of yourself, I won't stop you. If you really think you mastered any sword skills in such a short time, Li Ping spins the wooden stick in his hand and says, the most important thing in Tai Chi is to have a calm mind. Eyes closed in a straight posture. He then performs the first movement, the dragonfly touching the water. Chissy Sogus declares that she's going to destroy her. Elizabeth observes, thinking quite a bit of power for just one movement. But he's the legendary hero, and I've lived with him for a year. I'm used to this. This is so calm that I'd say it's no threat at all. Where is the destructive power going to come from? Li Ping continues moving on to the second movement, the swallow capturing insects. Then the third movement, the dust floating in the wind. Now she draws her sword called Phantom. In the sky, a tornado begins to form. Elizabeth is shocked. Wait, is the power changing? Li Ping doesn't stop. It's time for me to change my stance. He tosses the branch into the air. Fire movement, sudden, storm. Elizabeth starts preparing her power too, wondering how did he reach this level so quickly. I need to surpass him. She draws her sword, her horns appearing as she becomes even more stunning, which was made with materials from the Ghost Horse King, saying not bad, let me guide you a bit. Li Ping continued. Fifth movement, the blue dragon. Out of water, a dragon actually emerges from the water. Elizabeth activates the demonic sword of destruction, summoning a dragon and sending it to clash with his. The dragons collide, and Elizabeth's dragon is destroyed in the sky. All that remains is a peaceful blue, and forged by the dwarf king himself. Elizabeth, seething with anger, mutters, damn it, this makes no sense. Why am I so much weaker than you? Leaping continues. When you're calm, your mind lacks nothing. When you're still, you're at peace. Every movement must be calm, regardless of the events that occur. Only then can you understand the true essence of Tai Chi. He lightly touches the water on the ground. The scene then shifts to a desert. The seductive demoness, who still doesn't have a name, activating the 8th movement. The moon on the water, it's literally that. A moon reflected in the water. A well-explained name, thanks. Everything starts to explode and Elizabeth yells, Li Ping, you sneaky little. You're pretending to be weak, just to pull this on me again. But fine if it's about swordsmanship. I'm not going to lose to you. Points her massive axe and says stinky. The moon continues to grow, and she declares that it's time to get serious. No more holding back. But as her feet lift off the ground, she starts floating, realizing, this bastard is trying to use gravity to finish me off. I won't let him. She then notices that the entire landscape has changed. She's now standing on top of the moon he created. Li Ping, still with his eyes closed, continues, come at me in the next moment. As the Tai Chi sword movements progress, the mind becomes calm and vast, and so you begin to understand the mysteries of nature. Knife movement, meteors striking the moon. A shower of meteors is coming, and Elizabeth thinks, damn it. Each one of these is as powerful as my destructive magic, and there are so many of them. As the meteors approach, she shifts into her demonization form, saying, the sword saint is behind her. It's my fault for underestimating his swordsmanship. But then she slices the moon in half, and the meteor shower is about to collide. She shouts, he's wrong, if he thinks he's better than me, and starts cutting through all the meteors. She then charges toward Li Ping, who's still in cultivation mode. She screams, my swordsmanship is the strongest in history, and unleashes a powerful slash right at him. She sends out a mist splash, slicing him in half. As he dissipates, the entire moon is torn apart. She suddenly feels a pang of fear, thinking, wait, I was driven by the desire to defeat him. I didn't accidentally kill him, did I? However, a new Li Ping appears in the sky, calmly saying in the vast emptiness, be sincere and calm. She looks up, bewildered, wondering what's going on. Whole field explodes, sand rises, and a crater opens up. Li Ping continues, the state of mind is expansive. This is the embodiment of Tai Chi as a part of nature. And do you remember that? The last chapter ended with our warrior, Li Ping, fighting against the demon queen. He was calm, saying that in the vastness of the void, it is necessary to be sincere. And she looked up asking what that was. But Li Ping just said that the mind needs to be calm and stay connected to nature. She says the axe elder is dead. With that he used the 10th movement of holding the moon and reconstructed everything she had destroyed. Elizabeth became even angrier for worrying about his safety, even if just for a second. However, she decided she would use this chance to finish him off for good. And with that, she cast an aura to the heavens. Activating all her magical power, she faced Li Ping and said, "There's no reason for me to show you mercy anymore." She could do everything he could do. However, calmly, he just threw the moon upward and warned that, in the final movement, a form is cultivated without the use of swords. Activating the 11th movement, the awakening of the sword, 3 clones of him appeared. Elizabeth laughed, saying she would entertain this clone technique. It's over, but her sword begins to crack and falls apart, and began summoning a bunch of extremely dangerous things. To this channel, however, Li Ping continued cultivating, saying that all things merge into one. But Elizabeth's clones told him to stop running away, and they all attacked at the same time. Yet she soon noticed that none of the attacks seemed to have hit. He was standing there on top of a yin-yang. The demoness looks back and says, and Elizabeth became furious, realizing he was unreachable in that state. A Ping only said that when you meditate, your mind naturally opens. But she said that just because the attack didn't reach him doesn't mean she couldn't do anything. And with that, she sent a giant barrage of attacks in his direction, saying he would experience the most powerful blow. Where an explosion occurs, my body felt a small impact from your strike, ever created by this demon queen. However, Li Ping activated the 12th movement. 3 lives give rise to all. With that, the entire planet above him exploded. As the blade created by Elizabeth approached, she saw her entire attack disintegrate. Upon contact with the universe he created, that had been the strongest blow she had created in her entire life. However, it was easily turned into dust. But if you're capable of that, that whole universe was seen in a drop that dripped on a leaf where the two now stood. For a moment, she touched the water, and that's when Elizabeth realized she was facing Li Ping. She said that everything she had been practicing all this time was not enough. Our poet said that the mind walks through time until it returns to where it came from, and that's where it finds peace. I can see you're quite powerful. Elizabeth became even angrier that he was trying to give her a lesson. However, suddenly she changed and said it was okay. After seeing the vastness of the universe, she really felt calm. Perhaps leaving her swordsman shape behind and accepting the instruments he possesses was the right way. Suddenly, her hand seemed to touch a strange barrier, and Li Ping said that the last movement was coming. Got any more tricks now? Elizabeth said that beyond time and space, she also has a movement without a sword. She realized she would have to break the rules of the world. To kill him, she went for the final attack, saying that now is his end. So nothing that happened matters. As soon as she dies, she will have no reason to continue in this world. But in the end, it was she who defeated him. Chi-Chi is worried that. However, Li Ping only said the last movement, slowly raised his hand, activated the 13th movement where one is all, and stopped her attack before it reached him. With that, everything she had destroyed was undone, and Li Ping, with his eyes closed, pulled her close. She got face to face and asked what he was trying to do. Our boy just questioned what she thought she was, and in the next second they were back in the house. Sword was practically indestructible. Our boy calmly called out to her, who had just made an advancement to a 7-star demon. With that, Li Ping asked if she believed he could do it. She was confused, not knowing what he was talking about. He said he was obviously talking about swordsmanship. Even though he had learned simple movement, she thought he was getting better. The poor girl was confused and somewhat in love. However, our boy honestly wanted to know if there was anything, and barely managed to hurt her he could improve on. She continued just staring without saying anything, and our boy began to feel embarrassed, wondering why she was looking at him so much. She realized she was a bit disoriented, and pulled away from his arm. Our boy stood there awkwardly, while she was like a statue beside him. He realized the mood had turned sour, and decided to break the tension. The demoness says, "If you're done, I'll start my warm-up." She then says that even with her eyes closed, she could feel how much she guided him, so clearly, she is an expert. However, while he's talking about a bunch of things, she's just caught up in her usual misunderstanding. She thinks that Li Ping pretended to want to learn swordsmanship, just to help her evolve first. He expanded her senses, and then put her in a desperate situation. Be careful now, alright. After pushing her to a limit she never imagined, he brought her back to the beginning, and then she evolved. She tells herself she was foolish when she really thought she could ever defeat him. Someday, clearly, he's not interested in fighting for fun, and doesn't want to risk destroying this entire world. Either, if that's the case, there can only be one reason he's still helping her. The demoness literally starts warming up. My goodness, even the author decided to ban this. Here, she's certain that our boy's plan is to make the strongest baby in this world. The pig is trying to talk to her, but she can't pay attention to anything, and now she thinks he's strengthening her so she can carry his child. Suddenly, she snaps back to reality, and tells him to stop belittling people like that. And look who appears, it's the sword saint. Stretching her legs, extending her arms, he's making that usual silly face. wanting to know what she's talking about. However, now, she's certain that every time they fought, he was deliberately afraid of hurting her. In her mind, Li Ping always wanted to train her as little as possible, or else she would break in the process. She says she will have to swallow her pride, but she will say this. She then admits that she promises this to him, while Chishisogus begins to summon all sorts of weapons, but he will have to tell her something. Our boy is confused and asks what she wants. She wants to say something, but she can't muster the courage. Then suddenly, something falls beside them. Confused, he turns to see what it is. Of course, it's the little dog. Bringing the completely battered, Sixie Li Ping approaches and asks Enkai what that was. He has no idea because once again, grabbing a scroll, throwing everything up, the little dog brought someone injured. Seeing how badly she was beaten, she asked why Enkai hit her so much like that. However, the dog strangely thinks this was some kind of compliment. At that moment, the poor thing feels a violent horror. Obviously, it's Elizabeth, wanting to know why this stinky dog brought another person, and she asks, fusing a spear with a scythe with a dagger, if he forgot what she promised the last time. Meanwhile, the sword is flying around, and the Alpha appears, in the middle of some distant garden. He's exhausted because he fled in fear for over 30 kilometers. The poor guy just woke up, and this situation is far beyond his comprehension. The hero of Legends not only went against the script, but is also having a wrong relationship with the demon queen. Moreover, everything starts exploding. Everything that damn Liping builds is much stronger than he is. In that house, he's just a piece of scrap metal. So, what does his existence mean? Why is he only being used to chop wood? And what was the intention of whoever put him in this world? However, he is determined to rediscover the meaning of his existence, to regain his confidence. Even her eye now has a pentagram. When suddenly someone asked for help, he turns around, startled, asking who it is. It's the girl from the demon burial. Battered on the ground, the Alpha quickly realizes that she is a spiritual weapon. He approaches and asks what happened and where her real body is. She says it was destroyed by a bad guy, and begs for help. The Alpha is moved. Seeing that not only is she wonderful, she invokes space distortion, but she also needs him. She agonizes, saying she won't last long and needs to act quickly. The Alpha asks what she wants him to do, since it won't be possible to find a spiritual body. So quickly she says, the best solution would be to temporarily enter his body. The Alpha agrees, thinking that he really has enough energy to sustain her for a while, and sends a black light sphere toward the demonist. And at that moment, the evil one thinks she managed to deceive him. However, the Alpha starts laughing in her face, leaving her confused, and then he asks if she really thinks he doesn't know what she's planning. At that moment, she thinks that even though she's tired, she'll have to force this weak guy. Feeling full of himself, he says that it seems she knows he is the legendary the demonist, reaching the climax of her transformation, sacred weapon called Alpha. The boy is all emotional, just got abandoned, but has already found someone who needs him. He then extends his hand and says that, since it's her, he sees a possibility if it were anyone else, he would refuse. The woman thinks she really found the biggest idiot of all, but later she'll just replace him with someone better. She then starts to get up and with all of her charm, asks him to come closer, says she's finally getting more flexible. He approaches and asks what it is, and here comes the little hand. She brings him closer to her face, and tells him to look deep into her eyes. He clearly doesn't have that much courage, and asks what the next step is. She tells him to look straight into his own eye, and with that, he apologizes awkwardly. He then says that no matter the resentment he carries, she will help resolve it, and with that, now, there's a powerful and a slim one for our hero. Chichi even threw 2 scrolls to surround her. A strange hypnosis begins to move towards him. The Alpha wonders what his resentment is. Then under hypnosis, he says that the problem is that he's been losing the meaning of his own existence. She replies that if that's the case, he should just hand over his body, and she'll take care of any problems. With that, she jumps and starts to invade his body. The Alpha begins to stand up with her aura, and now, under her control. While the space distortion is approaching, he says that she will finally get the revenge she wants. She just finds it strange that this body seems very weak for someone who claimed to be a sacred sword. But whatever, since the resentment he carried was indeed very strong. Now she's going to avoid that dog and find a way to finish off Elizabeth. Once and for all, the scene shifts to someone waking up and seeing Elizabeth. Of course, the demon is still warming up. It's Chichi, who is now going to suffer at the hands of the queen. As soon as she wakes up, Elizabeth is already there, staring at her. Chichi asks who she is and why she was saved, but the queen just says that she's not in a position to be asking questions. She then leans on the bed and tells her to listen. She came to give a warning to the already frightened girl, says she's being underestimated. She mourns that she was the first to arrive here, and anything in this house belongs to her, including the guy who lives here. Chichi is all confused and just says she understands. Moreover, she can't figure out if she's weak, or if this person really has such a strong aura. Suddenly, someone opens the door. It's dear Li Ping, who brought some soup. That's when he notices that the girl is already awake, and sees a scene that he clearly misinterprets. Chessie says she'll have to use destruction, sorcery. Poor guy's all embarrassed, not knowing what's going on, and starts to close the door without saying much. A little later in the living room, Li Ping tells her to stay there, while she recovers from her injuries, and he asks what happened and how she ended up like that. She says she was chasing a traitor from the Black Guild. For now, she pulls out a hammer. She believes the best option is to hide her name. Li Ping is just wondering why. There's yet another case involving the Black Guild. Elizabeth questions if she's sure, because this guild seems to have disappeared recently. Meanwhile, she thinks that if she sees that damn Amelia, she'll beat her up, because these guys were supposed to be gone. Chichi then says her name, and mentions, and strikes it against the space distortion, that the Black Guild is very active at the moment. Li Ping introduces himself, and says that recently, he's been trying to become a hero, to destroy the Black Guild as well. He introduces Elizabeth as Xiao Bai, and says she's the roommate. The girl seems to understand something wrong, but Elizabeth just wants to know if she has anything else to say. Li Ping says that, although Elizabeth seems angry, with the spear at the tip, she helped the girl change clothes, and even healed her wound. Chichi is impressed that apparently, it was Elizabeth who used magic on her, which is strange because to heal those wounds, one would have to be stronger than the leader of the Elven clan. She soon notices that Elizabeth has a pointy ear. Knowing about the aura in this event, she's already sure that this woman is special. The scrolls surrounding it. Li Ping says that magic is something very powerful, and he feels envious of his friend with that. Chi says that their house has many strange things, and asks if they've lived there for a long time. Li Ping politely says yes, but Elizabeth just wants to know why the girl is asking so many questions. To her, the two have completely different auras, one very kind and one very evil. She's talked to many powerful people, and sends everything at once toward her, but this is the first time she can't get an idea of the strength of the two. In front of her at that, Elizabeth says that if she's already recovered, she can leave and stop detaining this house. Chichi is confused by this business of being dirty, but Li Ping tells her to calm down, because the girl just woke up, annoyed. She turns away, saying he can do whatever he wants then, but Chichi quickly stands up. However, he tells her to be more careful this time. However, the last time they came, with that, the two were there enjoying the ride together. Then the snake is completely torn apart. Here we go again, with this time, thing. In 0.01 seconds, Annie was thrown backward. In the next millisecond, Chissy Sogus felt something and tried to look to the side. But there was already a giant, golden barrage coming towards them. Man, the attack swept through the entire forest, and opened a crater in its path. However, Chissy Sogus managed to summon a shield. They went up to the upper part of the kingdom, that seems completely destroyed. Sadly, I must announce that unfortunately, her clothes were affected. Annie is lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Chissy Sogus realizes this is the third time she's been defeated recently. Amid the smoke, the two appear. But this time, the cartoon general is in front of them, saying he's going to take care of this. The scene then shifts back to Elizabeth, which was uncommon for a human, in the middle of the forest. Man, I miss our demon queen. I had forgotten how strong she was. He seems to have reached the place where the magic is most concentrated, and wonders where the culprit is. Suddenly, someone throws some playing cards and says, "The big fish has finally arrived." Another one laughs, and that's when Elizabeth passes through a barrier. The Bose was impressed. She felt the barrier and knew that by its power, it was someone of a demon king. Then, she yells at the sky, asking if they're trying to trap her there, and telling them to stop with cheap tricks. That's when a matryoshka, one of those Russian nesting dolls, appears. Elizabeth stands still, and the doll suddenly surrounds her. I don't know if the monster is growing or shrinking, but the elf said it was better to go back because I think it's growing, because it's already gigantic, taking up the entire forest. It seems to have multiplied countless times, and this was the sealing magic of the cartoon creatures. The person who threw the doll says that with each layer, she is slowed down. Since she's trapped within 1024 layers, she's stuck forever. Elizabeth is really just standing there doing nothing, until she gives a little smirk. Was embarrassed, confused. The person who summoned the doll wonders how it's possible that she hasn't been affected. Meanwhile, Elizabeth easily seems to be breaking through all the layers. The debris starts to fall, and she says she lived in a time barrier for over a year. Then, the person becomes weary and begins summoning a scythe, but Elizabeth just tells them to stop with the tricks. He asked why she was so shy, and get out of her way, until the scythe seems to pierce her stomach. She looks up and sees the cartoon reaper. The scythe was embedded, and the creature gives it a tug. Elizabeth's soul was being ripped out and pulled toward the creature. This creature's special ability is that, when it lands a direct hit, it can ignore levels and directly extract the soul. It smiles, confident that it has won. She said it wasn't shyness, until suddenly the soul grabs it by the neck. Even in spiritual form, Elizabeth says it's too arrogant. She demands to know who ordered it to do this, and commands it to answer quickly. That was the only way it would have a quick death. At that moment, the Reaper felt fear of death for the first time. Suddenly it disintegrated. The cards then fell into the hands of the mysterious figure. It was just that she was scared, confused, that not even a soul extraction worked on the girl. Elizabeth's consciousness returned, but now she's furious. She says she can feel that this is Li Ping's aura, and wonders if this visit to the Elven tribe was another part of his plan. Dark auras start emerging, as she says it was fine to test others, but not her, because she believed. Two hands appear and begin tearing through space. As she says that she is a chess player, not a piece on the board, she looks up and tells the person that their best option is to take their own life, because their death will be miserable. But the purple creature says the queen is too arrogant, and it wants to see if she can really handle everything. Then, she is teleported into a cartoon maze. Elizabeth realizes the creature wants to trap her. The sword saint ended it instantly. She would never learn to ride that horse. There, but with a simple stomp on the ground, the entire maze crumbles. She looks up once again and says, the creature is incredibly ignorant. The cartoon queen then appears, saying she will handle this, while the king sits on his throne, saying he's eager to see the queen's victory. Suddenly, Elizabeth flies into the sky, and sits on a hand of darkness. The boss then points out and tells her to be careful. She looks down and says, it's ridiculous for him to call himself a king, in front of her, warning that he isn't worthy of that title. The king's expression changes, and he orders to kill her. Suddenly, the queen draws some cards that transform into swords. In her hands, fed up, Elizabeth launches an attack, telling her to shut up and die. Because her father is watching everything, the queen tries to activate wing protection. And look at that, she managed to cut through Elizabeth's attack. She even takes the chance to counterattack, but Elizabeth easily blocks it, though she's surprised that her fingernail cracked. Then the card queen appears again from above, and launches another attack. I'm not sure what's happening, but it seems like things are being cut. She tells him to hide because the card queen keeps attacking, when suddenly, something from Elizabeth comes from behind. I think the card queen cut it again, but the sphere started healing. I'm confused by this fight, guys. Suddenly, the card queen says, these are just simple magic bullet attacks. She begins cutting everything around her, but it seems like every time she does, if they find out that someone from outside, they multiply and the number of strikes increases, and she gathers all the daggers into a single claw, spinning and striking in every direction. But her expression changes, and she wonders if this is even possible. Elizabeth was continuously summoning more and more magic bullets. She even raises a finger and says that a simple spell like this is enough to deal with her. Rode that horse, he will be killed. Then she commands an attack, and the card queen is pierced. She disintegrates in the sky, and the cards begin to fall. But Elizabeth notices something strange and says, they really are full of little tricks. Something is spinning and absorbing all the energy. Around the queen reappears, and behind her was the cartoon dinosaur 999. Elizabeth knows these are the last two cards. The boss says he was lying, one for magic absorption and another for resurrection. The card queen last saying, Elizabeth will die from arrogance. What she doesn't realize is that the dinosaur is struggling to absorb so much energy. The magic bullets weren't decreasing. In fact, they were multiplying and twisting the entire monster. The card queen then says she will double it, and that her father isn't there. Dinosaur opens its mouth and launches an attack at Elizabeth. Its power wasn't just to absorb magic, but also to return it doubled. But of course, Elizabeth easily defends herself, telling them not to forget their place. And the card queen can't understand how it didn't work. Elizabeth says that if it was created by her, even multiplied hundreds of times, it wouldn't cause any damage. The poor girl is confused. She then clenches her fist, creating a heavy punishment. The three of them start being crushed by what seemed like an aura man. They all disintegrate in front of her. She says that this attack was inspired by that idiotic dog, but honestly, the effect was pretty good. Then, the cards start falling, and once again, she's surprised. The card queen appeared again and attacked from behind. However, Elizabeth dodged, wanting to know why he's telling such stupid lies. An explosion occurred and the queen remained terrified. This time though, she was truly sliced in half, and Elizabeth unleashed her transformation, saying that now, she'll take things a little more seriously. The problem is that the resurrection jar activates. Again, Elizabeth realizes it doesn't require any action from the main body for it to trigger. Card queen reappears. But on the other hand, he tells her not to focus on the details, saying she already warned that she won't die. But in a second, she's surrounded by Elizabeth's claws, who activates the final confinement. Elizabeth warns that she'll limit the use of this resurrection through this restriction and toy with her. She activates the dissolution punishment, and the card queen dies once more. Yet a drop falls from the leaf, and she emerges again. She explains that where this drop comes from, and just appreciate how beautiful the landscape is. There's an entire ocean, and she will be resurrected forever. Elizabeth ignored his hair, and activates a poisonous punishment. Once again, the queen seems to die, and suddenly begins to writhe in agony. Elizabeth continues activating punishments, flesh stripping the 1,000 needles. The light punishment, while the woman is being crushed. Elizabeth warns that the longer she is impressed, she's trapped in infinite confinement, the more punishments will accumulate. The leaf that enabled her resurrection disintegrates. Along with the woman, Elizabeth figured that, by turning eternal life into eternal pain, in the end, the best option was to give up. The focus shifts to the king, who states that apparently, we'll have to handle this personally. He jumps from his throne, and the same daggers appear, saying she had never gotten so high in this region. Then he activates a polymerization ability. Things start flying, a circle forms and a spear emerges. Man, the king got jacked, declaring that now he has ascended to another realm. He became a 1-star demon king. He says he's the king and Elizabeth is the queen. But in this world, there's only one throne for the strongest. Elizabeth laughs and he asks why. She then says that long ago, He says that if that's the case, there was a demon king who believed he was the strongest being in the world. And now looking at the card king, she realizes how foolish she was back then. The confused king says she's talking nonsense and doesn't realize how powerful he is right now. He attacks with his spear, activating the world-shattering martial art. Elizabeth responds with a world-shattering spell. As well, he follows with another great strike. They should have a little more fun. Spear attack, and seriously, where are these hits landing, man? For the first time, Elizabeth seems surprised. The attack appears to hit, sending her flying. What's going on? The king even said she was weak. He chuckles, claiming he truly is the king of this world. The guy is going crazy, laughing to himself, swinging side to side, but in reality, he had already turned into a playing card. And with that, in Elizabeth's hand, man, she crushed him like that, wondering if this was Li Ping's goal. Using these kinds of tests to show her she still has a long way to go, making it clear that she can't beat him, and like the king, dreaming of it is as foolish as that idiot before. She stands still and says, "That's fine, but eventually she'll catch up to him." They start climbing to the top of the tree up there. Then, she wonders why. If all the cards had been destroyed, she hadn't left this space yet. That's when she looks down and realizes something is still missing. The throne then transforms into a strange duck. It was a creature of unknown magical level that let out a quack at her. The monster seems to be trying to communicate, but she's confused and launches an attack. He gets on the horse's back, telling it to disappear. Her claws head toward it, but it seems to respond with the same attack. Then, she realizes it must be a monster with copy magic. What the heck? A second Elizabeth appeared, but this one has a duck face. So if we're going to face off now, huh? Elizabeth didn't like that, and calls an arrogant bastard. The scene then cuts to our dear Liping man. It's been a while since I saw him, and invites the girl to do a Titanic. He's happily collecting fruits, saying that the elf tribe is truly prosperous. While he's marveling at the variety, something lurks behind him, some kind of zombie elf with bulging eyes all decayed. Meanwhile, someone delivering information reports they found the man's body. The little clown on the rose asks what they're waiting for, and tells them to bring him back immediately. This one seems much stronger than the one he knew. She gets all excited for a second. Li Ping is peacefully gathering. Unaware, the zombie is creeping up behind him. He launches an attack, but by stepping forward, the creature falls flat on its face. The monster twists itself, flips over and charges from behind. But suddenly, Li Ping drops some fruits on the ground. They roll, and the twisted creature steps on them, slips, and man, I think it face planted, and that was it. And then immediately blushes. The brainy creature only feels pain, while Li Ping wonders why this forest has so many varieties. He squats down, remarking that in this magical world, plant growth really defies climate laws. Meanwhile, the little zombie gets up with its face half rotted. It lunges at him again, thinking it might finally be useful. Li Ping grabs a cactus and turns around. Wow, that was a quick romance. Just as the zombie lunges, and they lock eyes, Li Ping screams at the sight of a ghost. While the creature clutches his painful hand, he runs off in a panic, yelling that this place is terrifying. The elf was already crying in pain, asking if he could activate the rest of the corpses, because this hero wasn't as easy as he seemed. The clown said it was fine. They even stayed watching the stars, but to hurry up and bring that kid over. From the forest floor, a swarm of zombie elves began to rise. Li Ping was running in a panic, wondering why there were so many zombies. In the middle of the elven forest, he desperately wanted to find Elizabeth and the others, to escape this place. Then an earthquake began and he stopped, wondering what was happening, with the horse there beside them. That's when he felt the tremor was coming from behind him. Looking back, he saw countless little green eyes staring at him in the distance. Confused, he noticed the zombies were already surrounding him. Looking around, he tried to stay calm, reminding himself that he was the hero, and couldn't die there. But the problem was that he hadn't brought the alpha. He told her not to worry. Then the ground started splitting, and he wondered if the zombies were going to grab his feet. The consumed elf ordered them to kill him, and the horde charged at Li Ping. But suddenly, a green laser cut through all of them. Our boy had been saved by the lil plant from before. He asked if it was the same one, and it blushed. Celebrating, they all seemed to try using plant magic, but couldn't. That the officials would be out of the city. Naomi understood it was because the hero had tamed them. Li Ping's own Plants vs. Zombies was firing in all directions, as he held on tightly to avoid being thrown off. The plant kept mowing down the zombies, but they seemed to be regenerating. The hand had activated a plant control spell. Li Ping wondered why it suddenly stopped. Apparently, some of those zombies were elders from previous generations. For another 3 or 5 days, the brainy guy said he couldn't defeat the elven race. When it came to nature magic, they then used the power to cancel evolution, and the creature shrank in a puff of smoke. It landed in Li Ping's hand, blushing, unable to explain itself. Meanwhile, the zombie horde kept advancing toward our guy. A wave of corpses formed ready to bury him. Looking up, he wondered if this was where the hero's journey ended. She said that his aura felt so tranquil and calm. The bodies collapsed on him, forming a sphere, but suddenly, someone laughed, pulled out a chainsaw and tore through everything. Man, the attack didn't just slice through the ball, but also the elf controlling everything. He disintegrated in front of the clown. who was now terrified. He knew that corpse control magic only transmitted sensations. So why had all the damage been passed on? It was raining with a cut-up zombie falling. That and the chainsaw flew into Li Ping's hands. He remembered crafting that weapon. The problem was, he didn't know how it had returned to him on its own. The weapon's spirit cloned to his leg, saying it wouldn't let him be harmed like that. One of the zombies started crawling toward him, but more rose, and one leaped from behind to attack our hero. All twisted, swan, wildly. 30 years ago, the only way to defeat this, it made her want to see the other side of this world, yelling for them to stay away. This time, it was the clown, himself controlling them, and his finger got sliced. He realized Li Ping's chainsaw had a true damage effect, and would harm him. Then, one of the zombies fired an arrow. Or rather, many did. They launched countless attacks. While our boy simply raised his chainsaw, the outfit he had stitched had the effect of returning 100% of received damage. 2. The bow said that if that's the case, the zombies were all pierced by the arrows, and the clown's hand was harmed too. He couldn't understand how. Even reflected magic caused real damage. Truly, the legendary hero had mastered magic use. But here the clown had territorial advantage, and infinite magic to exploit, so eventually he would find a way to win. In front of Li Ping, a clown, head formed from corpses. He slashed wildly, telling it to stay away. They could go out together. His strikes created a massive shockwave that shredded the head in the forest, or rather even tore through planets in the galaxy. With the Heckman, the big clown was split in half and collapsed. Realizing he was killed in a single move, bodies rained down as Li Ping raised his chainsaw, saying these zombies were terrified. But suddenly they seemed to regain consciousness. Maybe they all stared at Li Ping, as he knows several places, who looking crazy with the chainsaw charge at them. Now, the monsters that remained started to flee. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was using world-destroying magic against the duck version creature. Use an earth reconjuration, seemingly casting the same attack. Elizabeth prepared another spell, declaring she'd turn it to dust. For such an insult, I think. The duck version turned into a cocoon. She got excited, asking if she could really go with him. That twisted and smashed together, becoming a metaphorical orb in the sky. Elizabeth said that if this was Li Ping's doing, she knew how to handle it. She began drawing a sword. Oh no. This is the form that drains my wallet, but is truly powerful. She used the art of world destruction, slashing toward it. The metal orb seemed to be cut. He said yes, but reminded her that as an elite elf. But Elizabeth wasn't satisfied. Inside, the clone remained intact, and even assumed an extremely dangerous, demonic form. The question remains, who has the courage to face the duck-headed menace? Elizabeth was furious that the damn Li Ping used such a valuable ability. She heard him saying that the magic level didn't matter. With mastery of principles, much could be achieved. Her life would be much better in this place, and even the weak could become strong. She began to wonder if this entire trip to the elven tribe was his plan to help her advance. While the duck version seemed a bit confused, Elizabeth raised her fingers, declaring she used this trick to settle a fight. The duck activated perfect replica. Both stretched out their hands toward each other, activating the queen without a sword technique. But she said. Meanwhile, Li Ping was running through the forest, holding his chainsaw high, and shouting for no one to come near him. But just by raising it, the chainsaw seemed to tear through dimension, opening a portal to another place. The very place where Elizabeth was fighting. She noticed him fleeing through another dimension, and even the duck woman looked confused. Suddenly, everything started to twist. That life, there was no different from being shackled, and Elizabeth realized she had gotten distracted. The two of them were still fighting, as Li Ping kept running, until Elizabeth fell back into the dimension where Li Ping was. She saw him screaming and asked what he was doing. As soon as he saw Elizabeth, he tripped over a rock like an idiot and face planted. Joyfully, the boy was buried. Unfortunately, Li Ping was defeated. It seems that some kind of election is coming. For the first time while being crushed, the chainsaw's spirit begged him not to abandon her. She was angry, wondering how she could get his attention. The chainsaw spun in the sky, and since Li Ping wasn't getting up, it seemed like he wouldn't. She took on a spiritual form, slipped into his backpack, and promised not to abandon her father, but not before giving Elizabeth a cold stare. Will be by using the true deck, and to gain the support of one of her uncles. However, Elizabeth wasn't the demon queen for nothing. He noticed the spirit's anger, and deliberately provoked her even more. Then, Li Ping pushed Elizabeth aside, and finally lifted his head to breathe. He admitted that was close, and if he hadn't found her, things would have gone badly. Elizabeth asked what he meant by that. Naturally, he came to a nonsensical conclusion. The demon queens. Her father is going to give her away to him. Swordless art had been copied by that creature. In the end, she realized the copy was like a reflection, and in that space and time, something terrible could have happened. If their two hands had met, it might have led to her annihilation right there. Fearing she'd get hurt, Li Ping created that distraction to pull her out. He apologized, leaving Elizabeth stunned. He said it was his fault. The boss said he understood, and indeed, they were in such a risky situation, and that he wouldn't do something like that again. But in Li Ping's logic, he regretted bringing everyone unprepared. He hadn't expected things to be so dangerous. Elizabeth didn't let him off the hook, and pulled him closer. She told him to stop showing pity, because she was ready for any test he had for her. It had been a while since he blushed. He awkwardly asked. Losing freedom was the worst thing. What kind of test she was talking about, and if they weren't standing a little too close. Elizabeth thought about how he wasn't just training her to be his partner, but still cared about her dignity as a queen. So she replied that she knew exactly what he wanted, and didn't need to pretend anymore. Man. The two were standing so close, staring into each other's eyes. But suddenly they heard a sound beside them. He would get teleport, scroll the next day. It was Elizabeth and the duck woman, hands on their hips. They turned and Li Ping asked what the heck was going on. He was instantly confused, because there was an Elizabeth and a duck version. The real Elizabeth said that since he was already there, she had no intention of continuing this any longer. He should just remove whatever was in front of him. Of course, Li Ping had no idea what she was talking about, and they would both flee this place. But she shoved him forward, telling him to handle it. Stumbling, he approached Duck Elizabeth and gave a crook smile. She glared fiercely back at him. Suddenly, she began to disintegrate, activating perfect replica. Li Ping was startled, as a giant Li Ping clone started forming. Elizabeth thought he was doing this. She said she lived a simple life, to show that she wasn't as good as him, but she was curious to see how he would defeat something as strong as himself. Our boy anxiously bit his nails, asking if she saw that. The duck version seemed to be trying to form, but couldn't. Elizabeth watched as it suddenly turned into purple. Smoke fell to the ground, and disintegrated back into a pile of playing cards. And that was really all she wanted. The cards flew up and landed in Li Ping's hands. Seeing the back of the cards, he recognized them as the ones he gave to his uncle. So why were they here? He turned to Elizabeth and asked if she saw that. She interpreted it as him, asking if she understood that, in the face of true power, cheap imitation abilities would fail. The only way to win was to become so strong, and with that they shared a kiss, that you couldn't be replicated. Elizabeth wondered how it was possible for him to be so much stronger, especially since she was a 7-star demon queen. Li Ping said he still had a long way to go. She lowered her head of saying she already knew, though she thought he might want her. She doubted she could handle it. At the same time, he wanted to train her but was afraid she'd get hurt. Back to the present, his indifference constantly confused her, because whenever he got serious, it seemed like he could genuinely challenge her. He then raised a finger and asked why she didn't just use teleportation to take everyone to the sacred tree. She simply raised her hand and activated a magic circle. The scene then shifted to an isolated place. Chisi Sogus was torn in half, with playing cards scattered around. Elif asks if he has the courage to use the 10th card, where Blanchette is guiding them to approach the tree. Annie was also in bad shape. Honestly, when I said she was cut, I didn't think it was this bad. There was a crater between the two of them, but suddenly, a golden hand stretched out between them. An angel appeared in the sky, glowing as it lifted Chisi Sogus and Annie's bodies toward the heaven. A boy with white wings descended, activating the Resurrection of Life ability. They need to pass through a portal. These cards are starting to feel a lot like Yu-Gi-Oh! Aren't they? Both of them regained consciousness. Looking up in awe, a magic circle appeared between them, and the boy said that, now that his master and his people were there, he could finally retire and complete his mission. The entire elven field seemed to return to normal, and the boy appeared before in the sacred tree. Chisi Sogus and Annie lay on the ground, while Elizabeth stood there. However, from a distance, curious as always, Li Ping looked over at Chisi Sogus confused. He asked Elizabeth what had happened, and she replied that she didn't have time to deal with them. First, they needed to figure out who was behind all this. Elizabeth's black hand attack grabbed the tree and ripped it from the ground. Without effort, within the roots, something purple was connected. Something continues to watch everything. Li Ping had no idea what she was talking about, thinking to himself how terrifying that tree she pulled up was. The thing floated in the sky, and roots kept spilling out, full of that purple stuff. Within the trunk, there was a visible imprint of an elf's form. Elizabeth remarked that in the past 500 years, a lot had changed within the elven tribe, and seized them using this entrance. Among the flowers, Li Ping spotted the uncle and his daughter. Li Ping called out for bows and a lift. As he approached the tree, a root rose up, merely hitting him. Elizabeth struck again, startling Li Ping. He stayed still as the attack narrowly missed his head, heading straight for Elizabeth, who casually glanced at it, causing everything to shatter. Inside, a massive crater formed in the creature, revealing something fused within it. The climb on the ground muttered that they had destroyed the plant defenses, wiped out the entire elven tribe and the cartoon cards. Not to mention, they disabled the corpse magic, causing his entire plan to fail. Hiding behind Elizabeth, Li Ping asked if this crazy guy was an elf. The clown finished by saying, they see a large green field with a tree in the center. He didn't expect the first person he'd meet to be the one he hated most, and he called out Elizabeth by name. Confused, Li Ping asked if they knew each other. Elizabeth, looking puzzled, replied that she had no idea who he was. Clown covered his face, saying it was obvious, because he used this clown facade to hide his identity. He then removed his hat and threw it to the ground. Blanchette slowly approaches, wiping off his makeup. He said she should remember him now. Then we saw a bald, old man and a little robot, preparing to start something. A 100,000 volt current was activated, electrocuting the old man. A strange organ appeared, and the old man confirmed The separation had been successful. The robot asked if it would go to a certain room, some people waiting for her, but the old man replied that this sample was different and needed further study. When the thing hit the ground, it began to rise, covered in a strange slime. The robot remarked that it just seemed like another clone and asked what made it different. The old man explained that this time, he gave part of his own nature to the creature. In a way, it was truly a piece of his existence. That's when the clown boy emerged. With that, she thanks the servant and tells him to leave, questioning whether he was the old man, or if the old man was him. They stared at each other and another figure appeared. His twisted clone asked if it was true that winning this fight would free him from this place. The robot simply ordered the battle to begin immediately. The creature stretched its neck, calling this the perfect opportunity, but the other clone dodged and activated corpse magic. But he says that the third card will suffice for now. She approaches the elders. Before he could do anything, he was crushed by the other clone. The robot commented that it was anticlimactic, but expected from someone who had already won battles. The old man said survival of the fittest was most important, but it wasn't over yet. The hand that had crushed him started being surrounded by slime. The strange clone wondered why he couldn't move. It was as if the other had taken control of his cells, and says that her mission is complete. Then the hand was destroyed by a corpse magic attack that tore through the body. The old man remarked it was good to see. He had completely mastered it. The hand returned to normal. As the figure walked toward the old man, he knelt, and the old man said that, since he had fully inherited corpse magic, he would now teach him how to control black tool technology. Elif asks the bows who those people are. With that, he would finally become the perfect clone, with the mission to invade the elven tribe. The robot suggested creating multiple perfect clones to invade other places, but the old man explained that was the problem with a perfect clone. If he kept splitting to create more, he'd eventually cease to be himself. He decided to make this first one because he had given it his humility. He tells her to be careful with her words, something he had long wanted to discard. By removing that part, he finally became perfect and believed himself worthy of the master. The clone knelt before Elizabeth's clone, who thankfully hadn't awakened yet, but he seemed full of rage toward her. The robot warned of a strange electric current within this body. Suddenly, he lunged to attack the clone, because those are the elven elders. But the old man simply ordered him to know his place. The clone felt something, and in the next second, he was on the ground. The old man said he understood his humility and loveless nature, and the hatred he carried, but he still needed to understand the purpose of living. I'm just as confused as the twisted clone. Not fully understanding the old man's words, he simply said that he was a tool. However, suddenly, she feels something strange, designed to help him achieve his goals. The clone continued dissolving, wondering if he was truly just a tool. Back in the present battle, the clown declared that after decades in hiding, he could finally emerge and reveal his true purpose. He was himself, and would replace the original and kill Elizabeth. His two greatest desires. Li Ping asked if Elizabeth remembered this person. Her body becomes nauseous in an instant, and she replied, unfortunately, she did not. No one really cared about the guy. But Lamping figured, this must be some kind of enemy Elizabeth made, back when she ruled the entire world. The problem was, if she had attacked so many people, now that he was under her protection, he might also become a target for many. Elizabeth then commented that, it seemed, the elven elder named the elven tribe had become nothing more than this. She was curious to see what Li Ping would do. Now that the tribe had no one left qualified to help him, he replied that he wouldn't waste time thinking about trivial things. After all, the only useful thing he could do here was fix the soil. So he suggested maybe it would be better if she handled it angrily. She asked if he was expecting her to clean up the mess. Verton tells Blanche to step aside from the start while they argued. The clown just listened in silence. Then the clown spoke up, demanding if she really didn't remember him. Was Malfoy unbothered? Elizabeth asked if he was with the Black Guild now. That caught Li Ping's attention. Malfoy declared he was a new person now, no longer needing to prove himself to her, even though his corpse. Another named Elrond also introduces himself. Magic had been cut down by the legendary hero. He still had the power granted by the elves, and the black tools. He activated the sacred tree whip. Elizabeth calmly raised her hand and said that, if he was truly Malfoy, and she had to take action. In a blink, he was already caught by her black hand. Lupin warned her to be careful not to hurt both, and Elizabeth effortlessly teleported them to safety, and told him not to worry. Suddenly, an arrow almost hits them both, and the girl named Avery. She wouldn't harm his Pisces. Meanwhile, Malfoy realized he couldn't move a single inch. Elizabeth questioned why he was there, and where Amelia was. She also mentioned hearing rumors about attempts to revive her. So what was happening? Malfoy rambled, explaining he was created from the destruction of love and humility of the original, but he believed that, says it's been a long time since she's seen the bows. If he could deliver her broken body to that other man, it would cause a mental collapse. Elizabeth squeezed her hand tighter, crushing him further. She told him to stop speaking nonsense, and warned she wouldn't ask again. Malfoy, however, muttered that he didn't understand what was so special about her. He only felt hatred because as long as she existed. Awkwardly, he seems impressed, and says he would never find his own purpose. Suddenly, a scroll emerged from his mouth, and Elizabeth's magic was dispelled. She recognized it as the power of a demon god. 2 playing cards appeared in front of Malfoy. They depicted the clown from Li Ping's game, who is actually a supreme 3-star demon king. The clown offered Malfoy a deal if he allowed his soul to be tortured for 100 years. Any wish he desired could be granted. It's really been a long time. Malfoy pointed at Elizabeth and Li Ping, commanding their execution. The summoned monster casually agreed, saying it would be easy. Elizabeth scoffed, calling it ridiculous for a superior being like him to obey lesser creatures. But knowing her magical advantage wasn't enough, she prepared to defend herself. The monster replied that rules were rules, and he had wanted to fight her for a long time. With that, Sinclair greets all the elders. Both were masters of dark magic, and he wanted to see who was stronger. Elizabeth activated the Forbidden Time Zone, while he summoned flying daggers. At first, he seemed straightforward, but his attack struck directly, unsettling Elizabeth. Time Zone magic should have stopped the attack, but it didn't. The Clown Master. She now understood that magic level didn't matter. Elrond remained silent, and Avery says he's changed a lot, as much as the power of rules, and his rules were above her. For the first time, Elizabeth looked genuinely concerned, and called out to Li Ping. He turned around, the confident, golden smile. The clown monster was startled upon seeing his creator. The daggers were still flying toward both of them, but the monster himself moved into the attack's path, shielding them wounded. He groaned, saying he was lucky to have blocked in time, especially since he used to be a young boy. Elizabeth's magic faded as Malfoy watched in confusion. The monster slowly approached Malfoy, saying he had almost been deceived. Malfoy questioned why he feared Elizabeth so much, insisting the contract was signed, but the monster screamed, unleashing a laser, declaring Malfoy's soul was worthless. Malfoy was vaporized. The monster turned to Elizabeth and led Ping, apologizing, but Verton says she already knows he's there, saying that dark mages were always so treacherous. Li Ping didn't understand why. The guy turned to Ash and asked Elizabeth who she had been talking to. She asked if he wanted to continue the fight, and he immediately declined. He admitted he hadn't seen his creator in a long time, and didn't know they were now friends. He vanished, saying to let his creator know, because he wants them to join the Holy Guild. He wouldn't cause any more trouble, and waved goodbye. The 2 cards reverted into a joker. Li Ping again thought about how these were the cards he had given to Bose. So why did this happen? Elizabeth warned that he was underestimating the power of that deck. In the wrong hands, it could cause countless disasters. Lupin questioned how something like that could happen. As far as he knew, those cards were safe with Bose. Elizabeth interpreted this as him suggesting. He says that actually, the cards were merely tools, and that the user was the key. The cards remained safe with Bose, because he was a good-hearted man. Amid the torn tree lay the clown's corpse, split in half. Elizabeth was determined to understand what had happened over the past 500 years. She raised her hand and commanded them to rise. The corpses of Bose and Elif appeared, and she ordered them to explain what had happened. It gets stuck in the ground. They want to form the Heroes Alliance. They seem to be trying to speak, but no sound came out. Li Ping rummaged through his bag and remarked that they looked tortured and extremely dried out. They definitely needed a sip of water. He poured a little water for each of them, and in the next second, they both sprang back to life. Calling his name, our boy smiled. Relieved, they were healed. Truly, the power of magic was amazing. To go after the Black Guild that is being formed. A bit of water was all it took for them to recover. But then both Bose and Elif collapsed again, saying they deserved death for causing trouble for him and the demon. Queen Bose insisted that if anyone deserved punishment, it was him for overestimating his ability. The Pink told them to get up and asked what happened. Bose explained that the Elven tribe had been corrupted by the Black Guild. They had been deceived, and he came specifically to ask the elders to join, and their deck of cards was stolen. Elif added that her magic had been drained, and after that, she remembered nothing. Bose recalled that the clown seemed to have sacrificed much of his life force, and that's when he lost consciousness. Elizabeth commented that their mental confusion was likely because someone tampered with their memories. Avery laughed, saying she extended her hand toward them, saying she would need to fix this mess. Li Ping thought they might have a moment to recover, but Elizabeth had already performed a memory extraction. Both fell to the ground as she absorbed their memories, and Li Ping questioned why she did that to them again. But Elizabeth simply changed her expression, saying she now understood everything. Li Ping asked for an explanation. Elizabeth replied that they hadn't lied. She knows very well. They truly didn't know anything. As Li Ping continued splashing water on everyone, Elizabeth wondered where she could get information, now that the entire tribe was gone. Suddenly, a head emerged from the ground, offering to tell her. Elizabeth turned, and Li Ping recognized this was the one who had attacked them before. The elf woman then fully appeared, explaining that after they killed Malfoy, that the Holy Guild has weakened a lot. She was freed. Li Ping thought that was good news, but Elizabeth questioned why they should trust her. The elf placed her hand on her eye patch and said, because of this, when she lifted it, a black gear was revealed, and it immediately exploded. Though it wasn't clear what happened, Lapine blurted out that she had torn it out, but it was actually Elizabeth who had pulled it free. Elizabeth recognized it as the infamous black gear, containing the dark magic those people were using, and Verton says everyone knows that the sword. The elf said that now that it was removed, she would trust them, but Elizabeth immediately performed a forced memory extraction, saying she didn't trust her yet. She grabbed Li Ping's hand and told him they would watch together. This time, they saw the clown arriving at the tree, and surrounding it with that purple substance. The elves consumed it, and started turning reddish and strange. Saint has been missing for 3 months. This elf tried to destroy the tree, but was whipped across the face, likely when the clown installed the gear. Later, she seemed to be handing over 100 high-ranking elves to those people. By then, everyone in the forest was already under manipulation. Elizabeth witnessed everything that had transpired, including the moment this woman was killed. Near her appeared the cartoon archer. He says that's why he wanted the help of the elves, which seemed to be how she was saved. Back in a circle, with everyone gathered, Elizabeth declared that this was unforgivable. But what was truly unforgivable was that the juice Li Ping had brought was hers, so we should stop sharing it. Everyone was happily drinking, amazed by how incredible it was. Their magical energy was rising, and they had never felt so invigorated. To locate the saint, she is essential to the plans. The elf then handed over some cards, explaining she had kept them to try to save Bose and Elif. But everything worked out in the end. Elizabeth looked and realized it was the archer card. Suddenly, a towering elf woman appeared behind everyone. She was probably Elif's mother and Bo's wife. The scene shifted to the skies. The woman looked back and said they had finally reunited, because that thing seems more dangerous than usual, and seems to be a new plant that emerges, and all the elves who know her. Bose asked if she was Nikita. Both ran toward each other, overjoyed. He hugged her tightly, asking if it was a dream, and saying how much he missed her. He told Elif to come speak with her mother. But Elif hesitated after all. Her mother was supposed to be dead. Nikita explained that in the real world, she had, indeed died. But she had been reborn within the sacred temple. Are well aware of her power, she gently stroked Elif's hair, marveling at how beautiful her daughter had become. Elif, this Elrond hasn't said a word so far. Avery says that this would require a lot of magical power. They want to know what they will receive in return. However, Elif says that now is not the time for anyone to be thinking about personal gains, but, and from it a strange pollen begins to spread. Ferdinand says that elves only help those who are deserving, and a golden plant begins to emerge from the ground. She says that if they can defeat it, they can discuss this so-called alliance. The plan opens up with a golden light, and Elif asks the Bose what he thinks of it. He replies for her not to worry, that he can handle it. The plan then shoots a laser of light at the two of them. However, the 5-element plant seems to react to it, so bright that all the elves can't even see anything. Their father had already used the guardian card, and created a shield in front of them. The Bose says that they have indeed lost some of the power they once had, but he hopes they can understand that he is determined to destroy the Black Guild. With that, the golden plant falls to the ground. Avery laughs, saying that it seems the little Bose has indeed. It begins to tremble, grown stronger. Burton finds it strange that a card used sacred magic. Elif says that the attack felt more like they were trying to kill them than test them. She was about to say more, but the Bose tells her to stay quiet. At that moment, Alrun speaks for the first time, saying that it has been 16 years. Hesitantly, the Bose just agrees, and in an instant, it retreats back into the ground. Elif questions why he is so polite to these people, who are clearly trying to make things difficult for him. The Bose then reveals that the man in front of them is her grandfather. Burton then says that apparently, Mikita's daughter is now 16 years old. Elif is confused, having no idea she was in front of her grandfather. Suddenly, he starts throwing confetti and playing a trombone. The daughter says she's feeling a familiar aura, saying she didn't expect this. The two of them are completely confused by this sudden change. Avery says she warned it was better not to play around, but Verton says it was fun. Confused, the Bose wants to know why they did that. Elrond grabs his hand and says not to worry, and that he can call him grandfather. The old man, feeling awkward, questions the sudden change and asks where Nikita is, and he says it's because she's an elf. He says not to worry and just to follow him with that. He gives Elif a nod, confused. She asks if he understands what's happening. He says he has no idea, but maybe her mother has improved her relationship with them. However, Elrond does not look healthy at all, and from behind, Blanchett is just observing them. A group gathers in front of the tree. Elrond says that the tree, seen from outside their home, is a projection. Suddenly, a spirit appears in front of them both, and the one before them is the real one. Its birth can be traced back over 500 years. The first elder, Tavala, used her own body as a nutrient to create this tree. With the powers provided by it, the elves became stronger and began to gain influence. The problem is that all that influence began to wane as the tree started to wither. As a result, many elves began to flee and join people from outside this place, and extends its hand, telling them to enter. That is why they prohibit marriages between elite elves and outsiders, to prevent the natural talent provided by the tree from being lost. And that was the reason he opposed Mikita's relationship with the Bose. But now he's going to show the true home of the elves, something not even the Sword Saint knows about. The Bose, confused, asks what he's talking about. The arrow then disintegrates. Alron raises his arm and activates a magical removal. Elif instantly feels the same nausea as before, and the illusion that the tree was well nourished begins to fade. The true form of the divine tree, with several elves trapped in it, is revealed. Elif covers her mouth, unable to even look at it. The Bose asks why it looks like Nikita is in the middle of it. Aleron says. Suddenly, the father says that it seems they have been recognized. that she became a nutrient to keep the tribe alive, and in the middle they can see the completely withered face of the man's wife. The boss starts screaming, calling out for Nikita, grabs Elron, and asks how he had the nerve to bring her back, just to turn her into a pile of nutrients, calling him a selfish demon, and demanding that he bring her back. Elron remains silent, the spit all over his face. But Elif wants to ask a question, and then tells Verton and Avery that the time has come. The two change their expressions and say yes. With that, they approach the tree and place their hands on it. Instantly, they begin to be absorbed, and in a split second the two disappear. A small leaf sprouts on one of the branches, and their faces are carved alongside the others. Elif, not understanding, asks why they did that. Elron explains, if her mother is in that tribe, that they must understand that what they did was never selfish. For them, becoming nutrients for that tree and dedicating their lives to the tribe is the highest honor. And you sure that Nikita thought the same? But the boss punches the ground, saying that this is horrible. Elif approaches and asks if he is okay. Aaron explains that, why didn't she come to fetch them both? Each small leaf that sprouts on the tree extends its life by another year. However, since both of them are there, he has changed his mind and suggests that maybe Nikita should be resurrected. The boss asks how that is possible. Aaron says it is indeed possible, as long as they are willing to pay the price. And with that he points to Elif. The boss tells him not to even think about it. He tells her not to doubt her mother's love, and warns that things will get serious if he tries to insist. Elran says that what he really wants are the cards at her waist. Obviously, it's the true deck that was given by Li Ping. The boss wonders if he really wants the true treasure of the hero, and Alex seems to fall silent, not knowing how to respond. Alran says that if those cards were given to the tree, he feels that it would be completely revived, but that the elven hierarchy in this place. This means that if there is energy left over, it might even be possible to revive Nikita. He promises that if this works, Nikita will be the priority. This leaves the boss in shock, wondering if this could really be true. However, Elif says that this is strange, because a life that has been lost cannot be recovered. Not to mention that those cards are meant to save this world is more complex than she thinks. But someone is manipulating a book and seems to be meddling with something. Suddenly, Aaron's head gives a snap. He turns around and says that he really can't guarantee that this will work, but if it does, all the elves will be able to help defeat the Black Guild. The boss gets excited, saying that the true goal is, indeed, to destroy the guild and stake the continent. And the truth of it all they are about to discover. Elif tells him that those cards are extremely important, and if they lose them, they will be responsible for it. However, at that moment, the cards start to float from her waist. The boss takes them, saying that you will take full responsibility. He gathers all the cards and asks what the next step is. Elron says to just hand them over to him, and after the power is absorbed, Nikita will be resurrected. With that they walk calmly through the forest. Elif continues to ask her father if he is sure about this. He hands over the deck, saying that he will do anything to bring her mother back. As soon as Elron receives the deck, he calls the boss an incredible brother-in-law. Suddenly, a branch starts to emerge from the ground, and a bunch of vines wrap around the two of them. Obviously, Elif is trapped with great force. Right, folks, until they reach the elven tribe, and the boss asks what the meaning of this is. That evil hand continues to manipulate the book. Elron starts laughing, saying that it was extremely easy to deceive the two of them. For a long time now, the elves have been part of the Black Guild. Upon seeing the gears, the father and daughter are shocked. Elron says that in fact, he hasn't been the real Elron for a long time. Something purple starts to emerge from the plant. Everyone there is looking at them. With that a golden plant emerges from the ground and slowly opens up inside. Someone is drinking something, and a clown appears, saying that this entire tribe has been puppets for a long time. Elron kneels and hands over the deck to the clown, who says that the elves have been so well trained that he doesn't even need to do anything else. The boss shouts for Elif, who says it's okay at that moment, and commenting that the girl is a half-human. Both activated power in their hand. Elif says that they will take down these evil guys. The cards start to emerge from the deck. However, Elron turns around and activates his spell, enveloping the two of them in a bunch of flowers. Elif realizes that all of her magical power is being drained. Her father tries to call out to her, but is also nearly losing consciousness. The clown congratulates and thanks. Half-elf mix, the women even say Elron. With that, the clown says he will give him a well-deserved rest. Aaron's body seems to disconnect, and the clown begins to pull the cards, saying that he feels they summon spirits. However, he soon realizes that it seems to consume life energy, as he starts to lose consciousness. The boss thinks that the clown doesn't know the true secret of the deck. They can smell something disgusting coming from her, so he will never be able to use it. But the clown starts to toy with him, saying that it looks like this will be easier than he thought. All he needs to do is control people to spend their life energy. A strange hurricane starts to form at the top of the forest. Everyone wonders if it's some kind of earthquake, but at the same time, they all feel that strange nausea. Elif asks her father why everyone seems so hostile, and their life energy begins to be absorbed. The soul of every tribe member is sent towards the center of the tree, both human and animal. The boss tries to understand what is happening. With the deck in the sky, the clown continues absorbing everyone. The life energy of the entire tribe is distributed among all the cards, and the clown smiles, telling them to absorb it all. He says the people there have never left this place. Seeing this, the boss knows very well that there's no way anyone in the alliance can win against something like this. The clown then gathers all the cards and smiles, saying that he will summon all the invocation. With that, each of the abilities starts to activate, including a torpedo that begins to create a crack in the sky. And the same clown that Li Ping had summoned appears to him at that moment, so they don't know how to deal with differences. The boss starts to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, back home, Elizabeth is saying that they need to clean that pot of instant noodles, as something purple is coming out of it. The thing falls to the floor, and Li Ping says he wants to talk about something, but the purple mess seems to be approaching him. It gets extremely close, ready to absorb Li Ping, but is suddenly crushed by his little cleaning robot. She then questions. Li Ping then sits down and says he wants Elizabeth to come with him to the elven tribe. She asks if he plans to conquer that island. He says no. He actually wants to persuade her people to join them. Besides, he remembers that Elizabeth said she knows a higher-ranking elf, so she could help. Elizabeth thinks that since elves live for 500 years, that person is probably still alive. Why there are elves in various guilds. She agrees, but says he'll have to prepare more of that juice for her. Li Ping thanks her, saying that will be easy. She questions what he's going to do with the people outside, and he says to let them play with Ankai outside. The little dog is calm, but everyone is around him getting ready. Chichi says that no one else needs to help, because she is now part of the group that are extremely powerful. Annie says it's incredible that he's there, but she believes that Chichi doesn't know the extent of Li Ping's plans. Alpha, on the other hand, says that he is the most important of everyone. Chichi says that the martial arts manual she received makes it clear that she is more important to him. Annie responds that she also received an incredible gift, and elemental Pisces begin to appear. The boss explains that she's still learning to use, but Alpha starts laughing, saying it's ridiculous for these outsiders to think they are closer to Li Ping than he is. He has a relationship with this hero that spans over 500 years, and they're just trying to assert themselves. He literally exists for the hero, so it would be best if the two of them left. That there are several tribes around the entire tree. Annie says that if that's really true, then the two of them shouldn't even be here. But Chichi argues that a true weapon of the hero wouldn't harbor so much resentment. Besides, he doesn't resemble Lei Peng's other creation, like Ankai. Alpha says that recently he was imperfect, but he was broken and rebuilt by Li Ping. Now he is the true sacred sword. Alpha Annie asks if that's true of Ankai, and each one has its own hierarchy. Somewhat doubtful says maybe. He recalls the time when the sword was broken in half. Li Ping picked up the two Pisces and was in shock. He then took an axe and thought about how you would put it back together. But the guy had some super glue. With that, he glued the two sides together, and now it was perfect. Ankai says that the master really used a great invention to resurrect Alpha. Moreover, the closer to the center, who now shows the scar down the middle of his face, saying that it is a symbol of Li Ping's love for him. Chichi says that talk is useless, and that only one person can serve Li Ping, and the Demon Queen. She is sure that now that she is advanced, with their help, she will be able to win this challenge. Annie agrees, although she doubts she has the strength for it, but she knows she has the power of Raphael. The more resources it receives to defeat Chichi, Alpha gets angry, telling the two to stop plotting to take his place. However, they are already starting to activate their powers. He says to wait with that. Ankai raises a sign, telling everyone to stand still. Alpha asks for instructions, and Ankai says he's not giving any instruction. Annie says that having too many people around could disrupt Li Ping's life, for example, and Chichi comments that this is why only one of them can stay. Ankai says that the goal is not to disrupt the master, but each one must have their own identity. For example, he is the companion pet, who stays at home, and never does anything outside of that. When he's away from home, he dominates all the creatures around, and makes sure they don't let anyone get close. Common people in the center are considered nobles. Ever since that woman arrived, he's been going so far that he can't do anything now. His plan to be able to take care of Li Ping and get all the attention has been ruined. Confused, Chichi asks what they are going to do in this case. Ankai says that now that he's going to start advancing through the world, he'll encounter various dangers that could disrupt his peace. In other places, the three of them should be cleaners, who ensure that the master has a peaceful life. Basically, no matter where he goes, they should clear the obstacles and make sure his path is always smooth and free of difficulties. And obviously, he doesn't even need to mention the benefits of serving the master. Additionally, they can receive whatever the master offers, but they can never ask for anything, while those from the outskirts who come to the center. And lastly, only he can keep the leftovers from the trash. They all say they understand very well. He sees the door opening and tells everyone to stay in place. Li Ping then asks what they're doing. Everyone is there, happy and smiling around Ankai, and asks if he's already leaving for the elven tribe. He says he needs to grab some tools and will then leave. He starts heading to the back of the house, are considered from the periphery, and obviously, Elizabeth's shadow looms over the three of them. She says she's watching everything they do. The eastern part dominated by Anne and the southern part, dominated by Chi-Chi, are already under Li Ping's wings. After taking the Elven Kingdom, only the north will remain for him to control. This entire land, from the moment he saved that father and daughter, his plan has been in motion. from all sides of it. He warns that there are some exceptions, although he has hidden everything very well. Now, she can understand that he has been preparing to dominate this world. What she wants to know is whether she is also part of this plan. Everyone is scared, wondering why the queen is standing there, staring at them, and wonders if Elizabeth thinks she's unqualified. Everyone looks to Enkai for help, and she asks what they are. He approaches and says he'll handle it. He starts pulling something out of his back, saying he has a way to deal with this cruel woman. Everyone wonders if a legendary battle is about to take place in front of them, but Enkai pulls out a rattle and starts playing with it, trying to act cute. He was about to say something about a happy dog, when something suddenly came at him. However, before he can answer, the poor thing got kicked and stuck to the wall. Elizabeth says that, realizing all of this already makes her angry, and that dog still tries to be funny. Everyone says that the dog was indeed wrong, and they would never do anything like that. Elizabeth says that, if they really want to accompany the two, they need to understand that their lives will be at stake, and they won't always be able to be saved. A mist passes by them, a girl appears on a horse. Everyone says they understand very well what the demon queen said, and just then, Li Ping arrives with a chainsaw, saying he's ready. It's clearly another spiritual weapon, with a little girl clinging to its handle. She asks if they're ready, and what he's created this time. He says that, since Alpha is going back to being a real sword, introducing herself as Blanchette, he needed something new to cut wood, not to mention that the pocket, spatial magic, she created for him is very cool. In fact, she's always had that power. It's just that now that she's a bit stronger, she's able to make it work with what he creates. Suddenly, Alpha is startled and asks if it's her. He seems to be able to see the spirit clinging to his leg. Annie can also see spirits, the general of the elven tribe, and says that one looks much more complex than Alpha. He says it doesn't matter, because Li Ping can only see him, so that's his big advantage. Li Ping is eager to go to the elven kingdom and pick some plants to put in his garden. He says it's time to go, and Elizabeth asks who the two people are that he's taking with him. He turns and says that the purpose of this trip is to persuade the elven. She says she will show the way to the sacred land. Tribe. Chi-Chi says she's the best option, because she's been there countless times and knows the current leader. Annie, on the other hand, says that the eyes she awakened will be much more useful in a negotiation. Alpha pushes the two aside and tells them to give up, because there are only two spots. As the hero's exclusive weapon, he has to be with the boy at all time, and tells the two to follow her, but Li Ping tells him to wait a moment. For a mission like this, it's better not to take a sword, because it could appear hostile. Annie gets excited, and Chi-Chi knows her chance is over. Elizabeth says to stop chatting, because they need to get going. With that, they start to leave, and Li Ping tells Alpha to take care of the place. But the poor guy is wondering why he feels this way. Once again, with that before they can respond, he's been abandoned even after being reforged. Suddenly, he receives a message asking Alpha to respond. He's confused, wondering who's calling him. It's the sneaky little dog, who wanted to get kicked on purpose, as always because he likes to be punished. Suddenly Alpha gets the idea to train with Enkai, to become stronger than ever. Annie says it's time for them to go on a patrol in the region. She already starts leaping ahead. I thought it was just Annie, but actually it's the two of them, plus him and the queen. Li Ping seems interested in the tree, but Elizabeth has already noticed something strange. She finds it odd that such a giant tree doesn't have any sign of life. Li Ping points out, saying that something so large must be destined. Elizabeth activates a power, from darkness and ice to metal and fire. Elif says they don't seem very friendly, saying they need to change their clothes. Chi-Chi is covered in oxygen. Li Ping turns to see what the new outfit is. Thank goodness, she had already changed again. Elizabeth says they can't wear any clothes made by Li Ping. Otherwise, this trip won't make sense. Our boy, confused, says okay and tells them to go. Then they advance through the forest. However, the father tells her to get used to it. But as always, they're being washed by the plants in the region. The clown already knows about everyone's arrival. He kidnapped Bosker, the Alliance's representative, and now Chi-Chi appears like this. To him, if that's the case, it seems the war with the Black Guild is finally going to start. Moreover, he has to observe these three people. Beside the Shin sword, he seems to notice something. The deeper you go into the forest, and wonders if there's something in the memory of the two. Father and daughter are having their minds abducted. A plant connected to them starts projecting everything they've been through, the moments they had with Li Ping and Elizabeth. But then, something startles him. He realizes that the woman there is the real Elizabeth, and is shocked, wondering why she's there. It's been 500 years, and it's strange that she's here. The more common this is climbs onto the cards. What's even more different is that she doesn't seem like the same arrogant woman from before. The clown says to kill everyone and leave only that guy alive. Blanchette hears this and says she'll obey. Now they easily advance through the forest, defeating all the creatures. Chi-Chi arrives at the 5-element plant region and says it's strange that it hasn't appeared, and warns. Annie is impressed that her friend has so much information, and is motivated to help Li Ping. Even more, Light Pink says she seems so strong that she should even be part of the Holy Guild. At that moment, she's about to say that she's actually the saint, but before she can finish, something approaches them, that her mother must be waiting in the sacred land. They were about to be hit by an arrow. but Chi-Chi cut it in midair. Someone is watching a person flying in the sky. It's Annie with her eye, who says there are people hiding, but there's no need to worry. However, Chi-Chi already activates the first move from Li Ping's book. The aura emitted comes into contact with Blanchette, who is impressed that the girl broke her stealth. With that they follow Blanchette through the forest. So easily, but she releases a barrage of seeds, saying it doesn't matter. Annie summons her bear to protect everyone, but the seeds that fall to the ground start to create a bunch of vines. Chi-Chi says this is normal, but the scale is much larger than usual. Suddenly, Li Ping asks if she remembers the adventure they had a few months ago, and Elif comments that she says yes, and asks why he's bringing it up. In front of him, there's a destruction course with flying debris and a bunch of cuts. He says that before he would have been extremely scared, but now he doesn't even need to pretend to be calm. That's because in reality, he has Elizabeth by his side, and is sure she'll save him, especially now that he's brought Annie and Chi-Chi. He really doesn't need to fear danger. It seems the path closes behind them. Elizabeth asks if he's trying to show off, thinking that now that he's decided to dominate the world, he doesn't need to pretend to be weak anymore, and that's why he's feeling so confident. The girls are easily defeating the plants. He says he's not showing off. He's just happy to have her by his side. What he hopes is that they can live together as friends forever. He explains. At that moment, the poor guy is swallowed by a plant. He starts to be devoured and begs for help, but the plant just keeps swallowing him and sending him down. Chi-Chi turns around in shock, and Annie asks how this could have happened, while Elizabeth wonders if he was confessing to her. Suddenly, all the plants begin to be destroyed, and smoke starts rising from the ground. Annie comments that Li Ping has disappeared, and Chi-Chi says they should just interrogate that woman. The father says that even someone extremely prepared, that the elven forest is impossible to enter. But at that moment, Blanchette says the mission to capture him is complete, so now it's time to self-destruct. With that all the plants start to glow, and the entire forest explodes. Slowly, someone descends to the ground. It's Blanchard, who says that sacrificing 35 plants is better than facing the sword. Saint, however, Annie, and manage to save the two of them, unless you're authorized after some time. She says that now it's going to be difficult, since the two strongest puppets are injured. Blanchard thinks that the other one's energy has vanished, so now only the strongest swordsman of humanity remains. She plants more seeds in the ground, saying she'll have to solve this quickly. Behind the creatures, a new plant starts to grow with insane growth happening, and 6 more appear around. They begin to approach the great tree. Once again, activating destruction. The forest is destroyed again, and this time, Chi-Chi activates the sword shield, but something catches her attention. A gigantic plant was aiming at the two of them, and from a distance, the explosion could be seen. Blanchette said, it really wasn't as simple as she thought, but now it's resolved. Then she trembles. Elizabeth was behind her. She is impressed, and said that she would have to start explaining herself. Lancet tried to turn around, wanting to know why the woman didn't die in the explosion, but Elizabeth said she didn't need to speak, since you love for herself. Lancet felt that being caught by that hand was worse than death, and she quickly pulled something from her wrist, activating a self-destruction of arrows. And the bow says that this is where all began. From within her body fell, and Elizabeth said that was indeed the best choice, but she already knows that there might be some connection to the black field here. She continues walking, but it seems like she's being watched. She says, it's ridiculous that no one respects her anymore. After just 500 years on the ground, back when he was 19 years old. In another place, a little plant is sprouting. It emerges in the middle of the forest, and spits out Li Ping completely covered in goo. The poor guy is confused, not knowing what happened, until he looks up. The little plant is blushing and strangely bearded. Our boy tells this weirdo to get away from him, but the monster once again comes. While he calls for Elizabeth's help, strangely, the monster collapses to the ground, and a member of the Holy Guild. He's confused and slowly opens his arms to take a look. The plant seems to be eating something that fell on the ground. That's when he realizes that the thing he brought is coming out of his pocket. He pulls it out to take a look, and sees that it's organic fertilizer he made himself. The problem is, this was the gift he was bringing to the elven tribe. But the little plant is desperate. Someone was shouting that they couldn't control it. Asking for more, our boy asks if she likes it, and he says that if that's the case, I'll give it all to her as long as she doesn't eat him. She immediately blushes and eats everything. She starts consuming it all and seems to be shrinking. A while later, she collapses on the ground, exhausted. Our boy thinks that fertilizer is good, but consuming too much can be bad for the plant. He thinks he's safe, but the problem is, he doesn't know how he'll win over the elves, and for everyone to get out of the way. Now he decides to take a walk through the forest, since Elizabeth should find him soon. Meanwhile, Alron says he lost control of the plant halfway through. The clown says they need detection skills to find the boy quickly. He says that strangely, the boy seems to have magic that hides all his power. The clown says that now confirming all the information, his identity is revealed. After all, this person passed through. He saw everything in the minds of the two. He saw the scene of the game they played, and he knows that this is the legendary hero. An explosion happens in the forest. Annie's little bear is more beaten up than ever. But once again, two manage to survive. The problem is that Chi-Chi is already bleeding, and has used up a lot of magic. Annie asks if she's okay, and Chi-Chi says she just needs a break. would have difficulty dealing with something like that, destroying the entire elven village. Suddenly, Annie feels the like on this, and do you guys remember that the last chapter ended? When Annie and Sogus were in the middle of that fight, Annie suddenly looked to the side and said she had a feeling that a strong magic was approaching. A flood of magical attacks was heading towards the puppets. In a second, the two creatures had turned into a pile of exploded plushies. Annie asked if that was the plant's doing. Clearly, the horse was out of control. Sogus said no, there was something in front of them that was much more dangerous. A creature called the cartoon little mage. No, 33,333. Annie asked if her friend noticed, and she replies that she did. A strange monster had the aura of a hero, but also an evil energy. The monster raises its staff and seems to start gathering energy, but in a second, she already attacked it using the third move. However, someone mounted it, and from behind, when she looked down, she saw that her branch had broken a piece. The cartoon little mage had activated the matrix guard. She turned around, confused, but seemed to be hit by a charge and thrown far away. Luckily, Annie's Yagda plushie ended up saving her. The problem is that she had used the demon's red eye too much and feared losing control. Then, the little mage cast a spell, took her hand and told her to stay calm, and a cartoon skeleton appears on the field too. Sissy lands on the ground and thanks Annie, but tells her not to worry because she would handle it. The problem is that she's also coughing up a lot of blood, the excessive use of both her fencing and the hero's style is wearing her out. Seeing this, Annie immediately asks if the Sword Saint can still fight. Meanwhile, the cartoon mage, that this was how it was done, starts summoning several spheres of various elements. They begin to merge, creating a purple orb. Annie knows that fusing elements is extremely difficult, so their chances of winning are very slim. The monster prepares for the attack, and she knows they could only win if the Sword Saint were at 100%. Suddenly, she clenches her fist and says she can't think like that. She can't live forever. The elf was embarrassed but thanked him, depending on the saint and Li Peng. To keep this place peaceful, she needed to go beyond and meet the expectations of both Elizabeth and Li Peng. But the mage finishes the spell and launches it toward them. It was an elemental bomb that hit the ground, throwing all the soil into the air. A cloud of smoke rises, and suddenly, something surprises the monster, and the man said not to worry. Annie had summoned the giant snake that was swallowing the entire spell. Man, she sends it down and even manages to absorb everything. Annie's horn awakens her bloodline, and tells the monster to come at her. Sogus immediately senses that with this chain, the girl had reached the level of a sovereign demon. No wonder she had been chosen by the hero and the queen. Annie puts her hand forward and the plushies advance. He would help her. Then the front guard activates the matrix protection. Several cubes appear, but the snake easily dodges them. Annie knows that if one of those cubes appears inside the snake and traps it, it will be hard to win. However, thanks to the demon's red eyes, she could see where the cubes would be summoned. She then activates a wind attack to try to create a distraction. The bird cast a spell, sending a storm slash. He approached and said that if she wanted to thank him, but the knight only responds with the matrix shield. What is this, man? It was a massive sequence of attacks on the creature. Yet, the little monster only responds with a boo, and I don't know if it's scared or just doesn't care. The big snake bit the cue, and it was close to being swallowed, or actually, it was swallowed. Both are inside it, which is trying to digest them. Annie clenches. She would have to let him take a ride with her fist, and says that no matter how strong someone is, if they're eaten by the snake, she wins. That's because little by little, the magical energy is absorbed, until eventually, it becomes stronger than the person. The problem is that the pace wasn't enough, and the snake is starting to wobble. Besides, the bloodline was almost stealing Annie's consciousness, and she was struggling to concentrate. Elif cried. Many souls had already been stolen, something that couldn't be replicated. Ruth said she was also in the Demon King's realm. So, why did she feel like an ant in front of Elizabeth? Li Peng seemed to start pushing through the illusion, and mentioned that Elizabeth had been a bit angry. Lately, he asked Ruth not to be upset, but to explain more about this Black Guild situation. Immediately, Ruth agreed to explain everything. Man, this guy really puts in too much effort for a game. Elizabeth wanted to know what this crazy woman was doing kneeling. Suddenly, Li Peng smiled and said, Ruth explained that Azathoth from the Dark Sea had forced her to work for them. She didn't want to do anything wrong, and had secretly run away. But she didn't know something had been planted in her body, and begged Li Peng to save her. He said it was no problem at all. But first, they needed to understand the details. Sometime later, he handed her some clothes. He knew a faster way to grow a tree, and she complained they were a bit tight. Elizabeth told her that was because they were tailored for her. She mourned that regardless of Ruth's intention, it would be best if she disappeared before dawn. However, Ruth revealed that her plan had been to kill Elizabeth, but after being purified by Li Peng, she had completely changed. If the Demon Queen wanted her gone, then just planting it in the ground, she wouldn't dare disobey. But if Li Peng insisted, she stay. She couldn't refuse Elizabeth, however, told her to stop being shameless, and warned that this wasn't a place to live for free, eating and drinking at will. Ruth claimed there was a saying that a hero could only be tempted by a maiden. Maybe it was because of her perfect body, something Elizabeth couldn't understand. He asked for help. Elizabeth grabbed her stomach and asked Ruth if she truly thought this was her real form. Then she snapped her fingers, activating attribute conversion. You know who's back? Elizabeth then asked. If this was the perfect body Ruth had mentioned, she slowly approached Ruth, who began backing away. Elizabeth got up close and demanded to know. The four immediately appeared eager for instructions, where all that confidence had gone, warning her to look carefully, because she was nothing in front of this demon queen. Elizabeth threw a mountain over her, but this woman enjoyed a fight. Ruth reacted quickly and unbelievably overpowered Elizabeth. She laughed in the queen's face, who couldn't believe it. Then Li Ping showed up, asking what was going on suddenly, but Li Ping replied. Ruth turned, grabbed Elizabeth's arm and got slapped in the face. She dramatically claimed that if she had done anything wrong, she was willing to make it right. Elizabeth didn't seem moved at all. Li Ping asked why she did that. Still crying, Ruth told him not to blame Elizabeth and that the punishment was fair. Li Ping told her not to cry, saying it must have been a misunderstanding, that he didn't need that many people. He turned to Elizabeth and asked if that wasn't true. Ruth was sure Elizabeth would try to justify herself. All she needed to do was take the blame, and Li Ping would protect her. But Elizabeth, lonely, replied that there was no justification. She just wanted to hit Ruth, and she didn't see any problem with that. Embarrassed, Ruth asked Li Ping for help. He crossed his arms and called out to Elizabeth. Just watching would be enough. Who asked what it was? Give a thumbs up and said if she hit Ruth, she must have had a good reason. Li Ping told Ruth that Elizabeth was a demon queen, so she could sense dark powers. That slap was probably to eliminate any leftover magic. He patted Elizabeth and said he wouldn't bother them anymore, and was heading out. Ruth trembled, begging Li Ping not to leave now. Excited, Chichi said that whatever he needed. As soon as he left, Elizabeth scoffed, saying that was a very clumsy little trick. She warned Ruth that she didn't even consider her a threat, so she wouldn't take her seriously. If Ruth thought she could make a difference in that house, she was overestimating herself, ma'am. Ruth got completely destroyed her own game. Meanwhile, outside Wine, Kai was fixing himself up after dinner. The gear was installed and chaos had erupted. She'd give it her all. He then asked. Ruth had evolved into a 3-star demon king. Li Ping asked if she wanted a bit more rice with pork, but her nose was already bleeding. She said no, she had eaten more than enough. The truth was she knew she was advancing too fast, and her body was struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, Li Ping served a massive portion for Elizabeth. She wondered how they could eat that, as if it were a casual meal. If she still had that twig she took from his house. The problem was that she was in the realm of a demon king, supposedly the highest in this world. Yet the gap between them was massive. Now, she was determined to stay with this Li Ping, because it explained why the demon queen gave up on the entire world. She commented that Elizabeth had quite the appetite, but maybe Li Ping wouldn't like her as much if she ate that much. Startled, however, Li Ping said he was happier than ever when he saw her enjoying his cooking. Ruth rested her head on the table, saying she also wished she could be someone who got to eat meals made just for her every day. At that moment, Elizabeth slammed the table, saying she was losing her appetite because she was wondering. She summoned it and asked if that was what he wanted. If the only thing she was good for was being this guy's food tester. She sat on the couch and Ruth asked if she didn't like Li Ping's cooking anymore. Elizabeth looked at Li Ping and said, there's a saying that when people get what they want, they stop appreciating it. But she still thought it was the best food she ever had. Elizabeth, however, didn't seem to care about all this drama. He took it and continued munching on her chips. Meanwhile, our hero was just thinking that Elizabeth's mood had been swinging a lot during her period, but seeing her this sad somehow made him feel strange. Scene then shifted to the bathroom, where Ruth was enjoying the bath. Ma'am, this place even had Li Ping's liquid soap. Just by applying it to her body, she advanced to a 4-star demon king, saying it probably wouldn't be a big loss for her. She told herself how amazing it was, that simple things like drinking water, eating and bathing were incredible in this place. She used to follow the strong, because she thought it was the best way to evolve in this world, but she never dreamed of owning everything. Now with Li Ping nearby, she was sure she could achieve something like that. If she had him, she could have the whole world, so it was fine if he used it. From now on, she would abandon who she once was, and become someone solely focused on conquering lapping. Our boy was in the living room. When she shouted from the bathroom, asking for clothes, he thought about fetching some, but she suddenly appeared in a towel, telling him not to worry. Li Ping tried to explain that the towel she was using was his, but she sat between the two of them, saying it was fine, it's just that. However, Elizabeth's clothes were too tight on her. Then, she asked if he was watching something called Icky. Whatever that was. She clung to him, saying that whatever it was, she wanted to watch it with him, but she bumped her head on the couch when he moved away. He told her not to worry, and that he'd go grab some clothes for her. Ruth, annoyed, thought he was trying to escape again. Interpreted. She stood up and said it was fine. She'd still have plenty of chances to keep pursuing him, and eventually, he fell, until suddenly, her mouth was covered. Elizabeth said her plan was to avoid dealing with a minion like Ruth. Ruth couldn't react, and Elizabeth said she was curious about a friend who was part of the Black Guild. Ruth panicked, and Elizabeth told her to fix that towel. That is him being disappointed in her performance, or their channel might get shut down. Elizabeth assured her she wouldn't die, as long as she cooperated. Ruth told herself that to conquer Li Ping, She couldn't afford to lose. She activated Fatal Attraction, saying she'd show the power of a 4-star demon king. But suddenly, she was in prisoner clothes, in a room full of torture devices. Girl, you better run from there. Bose and Elif watched her, that he was taking back the sacred sword. Oh no, someone was approaching, and even, I was getting scared of what would appear next. The door slowly creaked open, and Ruth was terrified. She asked what was going on, because this person should have fallen into her illusion. Elizabeth was surprisingly calm, considering her standards. Holding a whip, she said Ruth had indeed fallen into the trap on purpose, to make her reflect more on her actions. But at the same time, Elizabeth had brought her here for this. Ruth questioned if Elizabeth wasn't afraid of what Li Ping would do when he returned and saw her like this, but the queen explained that she had made some adjustments to this primitive illusion. 1 hour here equal 10 seconds outside. Once the time ended, she'd return and nothing would have happened. She solemnly promised to be more attentive. Ruth laughed and asked if Elizabeth was doing this to make her give up on Li Ping, but she could be sure that would never happen. She had already realized that, with just small favors from him, she was advancing, so her future was limitless. But she immediately took the first lash. Elizabeth said she was going too far, and all she wanted to know was where Amelia was. Another round of stripes hit her thighs. Moving forward, face and neck, Elizabeth said. It had been a while since she last heard from Amelia, and clearly the Black Guild wasn't destroyed, so she wanted to know if Amelia had been captured. Through the pain, Ruth tried to say she didn't know anything about that. Elizabeth kept whipping her, saying all Ruth had to do was endure it. Then man, the whip cracked hard. Ruth was trembling. Li Ping left and Chichi punched the ground, insisting she really didn't know anything. She started begging the Demon Queen to let her go. Elizabeth was starting to believe her and asked where Amelia had gone, but at the same time, she was thoroughly enjoying getting revenge on this woman. She wondered if this satisfaction was because she was jealous of Li Ping. Suddenly, someone called out asking what she was doing. It was our boy, all stylish, apologizing and vowing it wouldn't happen again, asking what she thought of his outfit. Elizabeth turned red and couldn't say anything. Ruth was nearly drooling and said it looked great. But in reality, he was just holding a plain white shirt, asking if it was the right size. Suddenly, the door slammed shut and Elizabeth ran off. Meanwhile, Ruth was left exhausted, vowing never to do anything like that again. Li Ping was startled when he saw Ruth in that state. Night fell, and Ruth was wrapped in blankets. Bose was impressed. She had no idea what had just happened, but the fear still lingered in her body. Now that she was a 4-star demon king, she was as strong as the Sword Queen, or even the Blackbeard itself. So, why did those two in front of her make her feel like an ant? Then she suddenly got up, fired up, saying she wouldn't give up and had to dive deeper. But something caught her attention, saying that Li Ping was incredibly strict. Elizabeth was standing at the window, staring at her. She pointed to her eyes, and told Ruth she was watching her. With that, Ruth dove back under the blankets. Elizabeth remembered that she had forced Li Ping to promise he wouldn't let anyone else sleep in her bed. He probably agreed to bring this woman in as some sort of competition. He might be able to alter the world's rules, even with the sword, Saint, but he couldn't change people's emotion. Slowly, she would defeat this woman in this competition, and in a way defeat him too. Morning arrived and our boy woke up. Something caught his attention. There was Ruth cleaning the floor, and he told her there was no need for that, since they had a little robot that would take care of everything. He asked Elizabeth what she did. Elif told her to calm down, and she immediately replied that she didn't force Ruth to do anything, so it wasn't her problem. All glowing, Ruth said that she had made a mess on the floor yesterday and just wanted to clean up a bit. But in truth, the Demon Queen was staring her down, and Ruth was just looking for something to distract herself with. That morning, Li Ping approached and told her to get up, thinking how cute and energetic she was, because what she and her father had done. As he helped her, Elizabeth just watched from the corner, until she slammed her juice on the table and shoved Ruth. Elizabeth grabbed Li Ping's cloth and said that cleaning the floor was an extremely simple task, and he didn't need to look so alarmed. She tried to snatch it from his hand, saying she'd show him how it's done, but he didn't let go when she asked why. He said those were the rules. Was much worse. Meanwhile, so it'd be best if she let go. Immediately, she released it and he walked away. He said he was going to tidy things up, and that they should wait for him. To him, the rule he referred to was that she had clearly brewed tea that morning. That menorah period wasn't over, and she was still in pain. So obviously as a knight, he couldn't let her work. Glowing with pride, Rennie commented that he thought he had once again solved the crisis perfectly. Ruth mocked Elizabeth, agreeing with Li Ping, saying she could be rude and intrusive. Sometime, Elizabeth coldly told Ruth she was leaving today, and this was her last chance. If she said anything else foolish, she'd be annihilated on the spot. Ruth trembled and quickly said she'd be leaving soon. At that moment, Li Ping felt like a rare treasure. Even though she had been with the saint, and the second strongest person in the world was guarding him. Some eggs were fried, and our boy made ramen for breakfast. He gave a thumbs up, telling everyone to come eat. Ruth hesitated and asked Elizabeth if she could eat it. Elizabeth snapped that she should eat quickly and disappear. Ruth started eating, saddened that this would be the last gift she'd received from the hero at first. The entire time, Li Ping hadn't scolded her once. Li Ping asked why she was leaving so soon. Elizabeth simply said she'd open a portal as soon as Ruth finished eating, and questioned why Li Ping cared so much. He said He just wanted to ask Chishisogus and Mr. Bose for help, since everyone was against the Black Guild. Ruth asked if he meant that Chishisogus and Bose. From the card, Guild, Elizabeth told her to shut up, and reminded her that Ruth had already, maybe she had fallen so far in his esteem, decided where she was going. Ruth knew she had no more chances to stay. But now, she realized the growth of the card guild, and Chishisogus's disappearance, were connected to this place. Li Ping suggested they could keep discussing it for now. Ruth sipped some water and started eating eggs. Elizabeth asked why she was making so much noise while eating. Li Ping, that he wasn't even disappointed in her anymore, told her to stop putting so much vinegar on her food. It seemed like a saying to stop being jealous, but at the same time, she was actually using vinegar. Obviously, the queen was embarrassed, thinking he was calling her out for being jealous. He explained that too much vinegar would ruin the food. She looked down and realized it was indeed terrible, but she slammed the table, claiming it didn't matter because she liked it anyway, and kept eating. He asked if it was really good. Shisui declared that she no longer, and despite suffering, she said it was delicious. But obviously it was overwhelmingly sour. She tried to endure it, but the flavor felt like a ticking time bomb. When the explosion hit, memories of everything she'd been through with Li Ping flooded back from the very beginning. Their near kiss, their destined meeting, when she descended from the skies and fought One Kai. 2. When they became friends and traveled the world, deserved the title of Sword Saint, conquering it together. Whether intentional or not, he always guided her, always by her side. But now, she had recently discovered, he was the creator of his own laws, something she could never come close to. In his eyes, she was probably no different from anyone else. He was still genuinely kind. She wondered if she was any different from others in this world, and told everyone to forget that name, or if it was all just an illusion in her head. The sauce dripped, and she was nearly in tears. She stood up, saying it was way too sour. Frustrated, she called out to Lu Ping. She slammed the table, and asked if he had ever liked her. The Ping was caught off guard, not fully understanding the question, wondering if she was asking whether he had any feelings for her. Meanwhile, Nikita was animatedly making gestures. In the background, Elizabeth. At that moment, she got embarrassed, realizing that jealousy had made her act without thinking. Meanwhile, Ruth was sitting nearby, trying to understand if the queen had actually just confessed. Out of nowhere, even Alpha and Wang Kai peeked in through the window. Curious. The blonde one said there was a great show happening. Elizabeth told them to get lost, praised Li Ping's method of publicly punishing someone, and they immediately whistled as they left, saying they had a courtyard to patrol. Elizabeth ordered Ruth to go back to eating her ramen, startling her into turning around. Li Ping looked a bit awkward, but Elizabeth insisted she had asked a question. He nervously asked if she meant that she wanted more eggs and ramen, and if so, he could cook more for her. Tired of it, Elizabeth told him to stop playing dumb, so everyone understood how he felt, and answer her directly. The question had been obvious, so she wanted an obvious answer. Man, Li Ping's heart was pounding out of his chest. 1,000 thoughts ran through his head. Should he keep acting clueless? Had he finally then found out? He didn't know if he should run, or if he could even say yes or no. The problem was he didn't want to offend her, but he also needed her reputation. She was eager to see how he would handle this planting, to survive in this world, or maybe she liked him too. But he thought that was impossible. After all, they were from different worlds, and she was far stronger than him. In the end, he concluded that, even though this question put his life at risk, he should answer with his heart blushing. He hesitated until Elizabeth slammed the table and demanded a yes or no answer. He finally admitted that he liked, because resurrecting that many people was impossible. How she got mad at him sometimes, how eager she seemed to eat what he cooked, how they explored the world together, and how she protected him when things got tough. He tried to say more but kept thinking that in the end, he was more of a servant than a friend. Meanwhile, she was the most powerful being in this world, the demon queen. Elizabeth grew anxious and urged him to answer already. Then he decided he needed to cheer her up, especially since he had no magical power. So it was time to bring out the perfect dish. He told her he had made pudding and went to get it. But as he stood up, he said he was really happy about the year they spent together. If she hadn't shown up, he might still be living alone in the world he created. He brought back the pudding and told her that, once she finished eating it, she would naturally understand his answer. Excited, Li Ping then threw the twig on the ground. Elizabeth claimed she understood the meaning behind it. He couldn't say it directly, because it would go against his rule, as the creator of the laws. That's why his way of answering was giving her the perfect pudding, and if she accepted it, it was like saying yes to his love. She reached out to take it, but then he pulled it back and told her to forget it, dug into his backpack and pulled out fertilizer. Confused, she asked why, and he said there were rules. Poor Elizabeth was already imagining their wedding, wondering why he still wouldn't express his feelings. With his hand in his pocket, he said it was simple, and he didn't understand how she couldn't see it. He leaned closer and placed his hand on the wall. He explained that whether he liked her or not was determined by the rules. He explained that trees grew this way at his home. As the president, he was the one who created the 10 rules. Holding her chin, he asked if she understood. Back in the house, Elizabeth muttered that those rules were stupid. She told herself that these weird illusions kept invading her mind. Li Ping explained that in the world he came from, the rules worked that way. Oh man, so if he planted it like this, He was getting nervous. Cause on earth. Women aren't supposed to eat cold food. During their period that was the rule. And Elizabeth was crying, saying she understood this whole rule. Rule, nonsense. She concluded that in the end, she wasn't any different from anyone else to him. A tear rolled down her cheek and she teleported away. Li Ping was left confused, explaining everything that had happened. It would probably grow faster. Not knowing where she went, he figured. She realized his feelings and got offended, so she disappeared. The truth was, he had no experience dating women, so he couldn't understand what she was thinking. The last thing he wanted was for it to be this obvious. He always tried to maintain the right distance. Ruth, on the other hand, seemed to understand everything. She knew those two fools were in love. On top of the fertilizer, in that moment, she saw a new way to win. She said that since Elizabeth was gone, she wanted to try the pudding, but Li Ping immediately refused. She dramatically asked why, especially since Elizabeth wasn't there anymore. Heading toward the fridge, he explained that it might seem strange, but this was something between him and Elizabeth. That special fruit pudding, he sprinkled a little holy water, was something he only made for her. If Ruth wanted pudding, she could eat one of the store-bought ones he brought from his trip. Ruth's expression shifted, realizing those other foods wouldn't satisfy her. All she wanted was what Elizabeth was eating, because this was her chance before the queen returned. Suddenly, the scene shifted to Elizabeth. She was back home, saying she had processed her emotion, and was ready to do what needed to be done. That way, the fertilizer would infuse with the soil. But as she looked around, she wondered where everyone was. There was a knocking sound behind the door. She cautiously approached, afraid of what she might find. She opened it and demanded to know what they were doing. It better not be what she was thinking. The pink stood there blushing, and Elizabeth collapsed to the floor, begging them to stop whatever it was they were doing. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for time. Meanwhile, Ruth was muttering that it was too late now. The fruit had ripened, and Li Ping was hers. She was losing it, when someone suddenly brushed a hand across her face. It was Li Ping, and apparently she had fallen into an illusion. He asked what she was laughing about, and if she was still hungry. She said no, just feeling a little dizzy after breakfast. To work its magic, but of course, probably still affected by the black deal's lingering power. Li Ping got worried when she nearly collapsed, saying she might faint again, placed a hand on her shoulder, and told her it was okay to rest on the sofa. She asked why, and he questioned if she didn't want to. She replied that to recover properly, she needed Li Ping's bed. It would be much more comfortable. The roots of the plant were already spreading. She'd be comfortable, he'd be comfortable, so they both be comfortable. Li Ping was utterly confused, wondering why he needed to be comfortable too. But before he could process it, Ruth was already pulling him along. She stumbled toward the bedroom, saying she felt really weak. Once inside, she commented on how cozy his room looked. She had found her target and was closing in. Through the ground suddenly, Li Ping tried to stop her, but she was already scheming, thinking she'd pull him in as soon as he got close. But our boy was quick. He grabbed a rolling chair and sent it spinning toward her. They hit perfectly, spinning with style. Ruth drifted back and slammed into the desk. Books shook and Li Ping apologized, saying the ergonomic chair was super comfortable, perfect for resting with a lump forming on her forehead. An earthquake began. Ruth reluctantly agreed that the chair was, indeed, very nice. But then, the books from the shelf toppled onto her head, making her hit the desk again. Li Ping apologized again, explaining that those were just notes he had written to pass the time when he was alone. Ruth sat there frustrated, wondering how this guy couldn't understand what she was trying to do. And the branches started killing nearby animals. Then, she started thinking about the books he had written. She suddenly stood up and asked if she could read them. Li Ping said yes, but warned they might be a bit boring. Ruth began grabbing all the books, even though he had unlimited power. If she learned about his carnal desires, she could defeat him. She spun around in the chair, holding up a book, and said she wanted to start with this one. The story was long, but in the end, the touch they turned into wood. When Li Ping leaned in to answer, she activated Fatal Attraction. Was Li Ping caught this time? Now, she was in a nightgown, saying he had finally arrived. But our boy had turned into a repair technician, and asked if she needed any services. She coyly said yes, and asked for help with the shower in the bathroom. She claimed the water wasn't working, and the entire area was being destroyed. And he calmly said it would be a quick fix. He turned a screw, and suddenly, the water gushed out all over her. She awkwardly acted, embarrassed, but Li Ping simply turned it off, saying the job was done and he was leaving desperate. She mentioned she had an impressive skill, and asked if he wanted to see it. Li Ping seemed interested, and asked if he could really check it out. The group was confused. She told him not only could he see it, but he could also touch it. Suddenly, he was in a workshop built on her back. He grabbed a Nimbus 3000 drill, calling it the perfect model. Ruth was baffled, wondering why this appeared in her illusion. The book she had grabbed was The Final Temptations of the Repairman. The Ping explained it was a summarized book, and even the elves in the forest started fleeing. He wrote when he first arrived, covering all kinds of tools. He got emotional, saying how time they've flown. Ruth, irritated, asked why the book was even called The Final Temptation. He looked away and said she wouldn't be so direct this time. Maybe she should try using charm through preferences. Ruth grabbed another book. Thoughts on medical care. Something felt different. The scene shifted to a medical office. She walked in and called for the doctor. Li Ping, now in a white coat, welcomed her to the Li Ping Health Club, and asked what was wrong. She sat in front of him, claiming she felt very tired, and asked for help with her condition. He grabbed her arm, checking her pulse, and diagnosed her with weak energy, an unstable heart, and kidney deficiency. This was the true arrival of the world tree. She asked for treatment, suggesting that if she was satisfied, she might pay in well. Before she could say more, something splashed in her face, making her recoil. Li Ping calmly offered her traditional Chinese medicine, to drink twice a day for a full recovery. Ruth apologized, saying she couldn't stand the smell of that medicine. The barrier around the area began to dissipate. Maybe a massage would be better. Li Ping nodded, saying he knew a bone massage. That was much more stimulating than medicine, but she'd need to remove some clothing. Intrigued, Ruth agreed, thinking she'd finally taken control. Li Ping gently placed his hand near her neck, telling her not to worry, was just the collar. As she leaned in, curious about what he'd do next, he suddenly cracked her neck, and Li Ping was confused. In a chiropractic adjustment, 2 quick presses along her spine to align the yellow vertebrae. It looked painful, and yes, she was definitely suffering. Li Ping placed his hand beside Ruth's head, and told her to calm down. If she survived this, the impurities in her body would be eliminated. Then there was a loud crack. He asked how she was feeling. He asked Elizabeth if she knew what was happening, and if she was more relaxed, overwhelmed. Ruth said yes, her body felt much lighter. But then suddenly, her body collapsed to the ground, shocking her back. In reality, she was holding her head, screaming in pain. Li Ping warned her to be careful, because the things in that book were made by professionals, and she shouldn't imitate them, or she could get hurt. He apologized, and said he understood. Suddenly, the first branch sprouted leaves. Now, man, she even regrets. From a 4-star demon queen back to 3 stars. Now she realized it wasn't charm working on Li Ping, but the book pulling her into its world. But there was still one book left: the campus. Memories of complex relationships. She was certain that inside, she'd find everything she needed to conquer. The legendary hero, as they knew she had died, and many more appeared throughout the forest. It was too rare of an opportunity to give up. Then we see our boy in a school setting. A towering teacher asked if he had finished his homework and said she check it. He casually replied that it wasn't necessary, since he finished long ago, and was now solving his own problem. Still, the teacher approached to check what he was working on. From inside each one, it was a bunch of geometry problems, finding the conditions of a triangle's angle, analyzing 2 semicircles inside a square, and calculating isolated areas. Problem after problem, all about space and circles. Ruth wondered if this was related to magic circles. The problems clearly held ancient and mysterious power. Just by looking at them, she felt an invisible pressure. She was sure that if she mastered them, she would glimpse the truth of the world. Elves began to emerge and were expelled from the tree, but it was far too difficult. But Li Ping said all that was easy if you had high school math knowledge. Ruth weakly told him not to pressure himself too much, and to relax for now. Then something caught his attention. His phone was ringing, and a girl's photo popped up on the screen. He stood up, telling the teacher he had to leave, because his girlfriend was calling. Moments later, they were all on the ground. The teacher scolded him for not only bringing his phone, but also getting into relationships. But Li Ping calmly replied that none of this was real. He graduated a long time ago. If she wanted, he could recite the entire derivatives table. He began spouting off countless formulas and complex calculation, and the teacher begged him to stop, because her head was hurting. Confused about what happened, Ruth collapsed on the floor, while Li Ping casually stood next to Elizabeth by the door. The numbers continued swirling in Ruth's mind, causing her brain to overload. Meanwhile, Li Ping and Elizabeth were calmly looking at each other. He walked into the light, and Ruth desperately begged him not to leave her like this suddenly. Meanwhile, the tree kept growing and expanding. She heard a sound and the illusion shattered. The book snapped shut, and she was back home with Li Ping, handing her something. He said the book was a bit embarrassing, and told her to forget about it. Originally, it was supposed to be a collection of geometry problems, but in the end, it turned into a pure high school romance story. Even strange animals like unicorns began to appear. Ruth began reflecting on this idea of pure love, starting to understand why her heart ached so much. When she saw it in a memory, she called for her captain, promised to take care of her forever. They embraced, but everything changed. As she now lay broken, she asked why, if he promised to care for her, he was abandoning her as the guild leader. And she wasn't even betrayed. The eye patch wearing elf had no. She was outright abandoned by another man. He coldly told her that if she didn't please the old man, she wouldn't qualify for the next dungeon formation, and wouldn't earn money apparently. She stabbed him in the chest, draining all his energy. After that, she awakened her charm power, and began wandering the continent, seducing people, and consuming their life force. Idea how so much magical power was flooding the forest. The more depraved she became, the stronger she grew, and that's how she joined the Black Guild. But in truth, everything she did was an attempt to forget the true love she hadn't known in a long time. After that, she tapped the object Li Ping had handed her, and it began to emit a soft sound. Our boy called for her, and she was now floating man. She literally turned into a saint. Not to mention, Li Ping was confused, not understanding why she transformed. She thanked him, saying he had awakened her, and now she had a mission to spread true love across the world. She wanted to fight against evil forces, but with a single note from the music, she vanished. Li Ping was left bewildered, wondering how people in this world even thought. The scene then shifted to a random place. Still blushing, Bose and Elif watched her. This sacred tree that Li Ping had planted, in the demon realm. A mutant grub was chewing on gears until a cat appeared, crushed it and devoured it, but then it looked down and saw a swarm of flies. And the rat had fused with its own hand. I'm not sure what was happening, but energy pulsed through a tunnel, leading to another place where a giant egg rested. Inside the purple egg was a golden egg. In front of it stood a drained clone of Malfoy, was growing far faster than the previous one. Apparently, that egg belonged to Amelia. Malfoy muttered how envious he was, that she managed to get so close to the queen. He had observed all the memories they shared, and he was impressed that her majesty hadn't changed at all. She was as stunning and captivating as ever. Just then, the little robot beside Malfoy called out to its master. They reported that Samuel and Ruth had been missing. Li Ping watched in amazement. For a while they had probably betrayed him, so what was he going to do? Malfoy replied that none of that mattered. If they wanted to leave they could. He didn't mean to do anything. The robot persisted at saying that the person Malfoy had sent to the Elven Kingdom had also disappeared. On top of that, there were rumors that the Card Guild had taken over that place. Muttering, the robot knew Malfoy had already drained all the magical power from that egg, so why wasn't he dealing with the Demon Queen? Malfoy coldly repeated that none of this mattered. What was lost in the end. He had successfully caught Elizabeth's attention, since she had sent Amelia to kill him. The robot wondered if Malfoy's sudden devastation was due to losing all the power he had built up. It decided it had to do something, that this thing was growing faster than he expected, to help its master recover. Suddenly, the egg began to tremble, and Malfoy asked what that pressure was. The robot warned him she was back. Malfoy admitted he knew, but in his current state, there was nothing he could do outside the demon realm. Elizabeth appeared crying. She thought about the rules, about the creator, and how her emotions meant nothing. Her tear touched the ground. He then realized that, which began to bloom with life. A field emerged, and she sat down, consumed with self-hatred for one and all of this. She couldn't believe how pathetic she was, for feeling sad over something like this. She decided it didn't matter. She could live without them. But for them, losing someone as irreplaceable as her would be much worse at that moment. She felt something. She knew Amelia was in this realm, because he planted it on Elven territory. So, why haven't the task been completed? In an instant, she shot into the sky as creatures screamed below. Effortlessly, she flew past them, extracting dark gears from their bodies. She tossed them into the sky and destroyed them. With a flick of her hand, she muttered how disgusting this stuff was, spreading everywhere. Even though she only wanted to observe, the soil had far more energy to absorb. She decided to wipe it all out. Then, she shook her head, saying no. She wasn't connected to him anymore. She needed to focus on her own responsibilities. Elizabeth noticed a dark hole, and questioned why Amelia was hiding there. If Amelia had accepted this disgusting power, in pursuit of strength, then Elizabeth had truly overestimated her. Once more, Elizabeth shouted for Amelia, causing it to grow so rapidly. But the egg remained still. She knew Amelia could never disobey her. Due to their contract, there was only one explanation left. But Elizabeth found it impossible. Since Amelia was a golden dragon, in the realm of a demon king, it was unthinkable that anyone could defeat her. Elizabeth then moved her hand, and dark energy seeped into the ground. He teared up, realizing that when it came to magic, a hand emerged, pulling the egg from the depths. She examined it carefully. With a squeeze, the shell cracked, and the egg floated toward her. Elizabeth cast a spell and touched it. The egg began to shatter, revealing Amelia. But as Amelia fully appeared, Elizabeth noticed something on her chest. Seeing that mark Elizabeth admitted she had underestimated the Black Guild, prompting Nikita to ask why they were acting like that. This world was truly incomparable. Amelia's life and magic had been completely drained, leaving behind only an empty shell. Elizabeth kissed Amelia's forehead and activated a 1,000-year life spell. The resurrection completed, and Amelia opened her eyes. Elizabeth immediately demanded an explanation, but Amelia asked, "Who are you?" At the same time, Amelia seemed to wonder who she herself was. Elizabeth instantly realized. Elizabeth remarked that to resurrect so many people, someone had stolen Amelia's soul and memory. She swore she would find that cursed Malfoy and utterly destroy him. Her aura began expanding across the entire planet, activating the Demon Queen's gaze. Annie, in the middle of a battle, felt someone watching her. The Sword Saints Guild sensed they were being monitored. The same happened in the Elven Kingdom, and even with Tigor, she would need to consume 10 of her own lives, muttered that it was time to return to the Dark Sea. Meanwhile, Alpha and Enkai strolled calmly, already accustomed to this present. Our boy, however, was feeling sad and on the verge of tears, thinking about how distant they had become. Looking at his system screen, he wondered if this was a provocation, and whether he should attack. It's unclear whether it was him. Strangely, she admitted that she could recover from that, or someone else thinking this. Elizabeth saw all these scenes. She felt relieved, seeing how upset he was about being distant from her. Now, she had finally caught him off guard. But she snapped back to reality, reminding herself it wasn't the time for those thoughts. She gently cupped Amelia's face and hugged her, promising she would recover her memories. The scene then shifted elsewhere. After some rest, however, a map displayed the Black Guild, the Sea of Emptiness, and a poison swamp. There was also an infernal volcano. The next location, in the Demon King's training grounds. Elizabeth's purple egg was there. The robot questioned why they had teleported there. Malfoy pressed a button on his throne, explaining that he had set up a barrier to counter Elizabeth's magic. This way, they wouldn't be found. Li Ping had achieved far more. The robot, confused, asked if finding Elizabeth wasn't his ultimate goal. Malfoy confirmed it was, but that was exactly why. He needed to be in peak condition. Before confronting her, the robot tried to stay calm, and asked if there was anything it could do for its master. Malfoy calmly replied that for now, there was nothing the robot could do. This was a test of patience, without even using a single spell, and whoever could endure the longest would win. He began quoting numerous sayings, all basically emphasizing that patience leads to victory. For him, someone who had been waiting for so long, continuing to wait was easy. Once again, he watched Amelia's memories. He commented that beyond everything else, he could comfortably watch all these memories, which was something quite enjoyable for him. She noticed that each flower, the robot grew frustrated. I knew it was easy for the old man to say that, but Malfoy should understand that all the other guilds were growing stronger, while they were steadily losing influence. Meanwhile, back with Li Ping, he casually remarked that it had been a while since she left. As he chopped onions, his eyes teared up. He thought about making onion soup was functioning like a vessel, because it always cheered her up. He tossed the chopped onions into the pot, wondering if his feelings were that obvious. And even after everything that happened, could they still be friends? Glancing at the clock with the soup ready on the table, he couldn't understand why she wasn't back yet. Then the door suddenly opened, and his face lit up with excitement. But it was only Alpha and Wang Kai. For souls, disappointed, he asked if they had seen a like on this video. Can remember. Last chapter ended with the protagonist at home, thinking Elizabeth had come back. But then he sees his Alpha and immediately goes, "Yo kid, did you see Elizabeth outside?" Alpha answers no. "But hey, where do I put this meat?" Li Ping just looks all sad and stays quiet. As her mother said, there was much to tell her, instead of paying attention, while the roots absorbed the necessary nutrients. When suddenly, something appears right in front of him. He looks up, and there she is blushing, saying I'm back, what's the problem? Meanwhile, she's thinking, I just need to stay calm. I already erased every memory of that damn woman, who was using magic, so I don't have to feel embarrassed about coming back. Protagonist, overjoyed man, I really thought you weren't coming back, and magic to reconstruct the bodies. She tells him not to worry. A queen knows how to forgive. Our boy is just standing there, confused because the mood is really weird and damn. The artist clearly leveled up. Her tan looks amazing, and there's something else too. Yep, that little dragon. Amelia just pops up out of nowhere, like she's coming straight from a top 10 list of best places to live. Elizabeth understood the basic principle. The protagonist's like, hold up, who's this? Elizabeth explains it's Amelia, the golden driving he found in the treasure dungeon. He remembers the little girl, and wants to know how she turned into this. Elizabeth explains it's because of the Black Guild. I rescued this girl, but she lost all her memories. There's no trace of who did this, and now I need help getting her memory back. The Ping's just standing there, thinking, damn, but had no. Elizabeth doesn't even know how dangerous the outside world is. She kept sending Amelia to deal with the Black Guild, while I, the legendary hero, was totally useless. He apologizes, saying it's all his fault, but Elizabeth just shuts him down, telling him to stop apologizing already, and help Amelia get her memory back. Then Alpha speaks up, telling everyone to relax. Idea how the spirit and body were fused so perfectly, because he's got experience with this. Both of them turned to look at him like, what do you? Even the magical items she most admired were nowhere near capable of reconstructing a life like this. That's when she concluded that the only way something like this could happen was if Li Ping were a divine being. Bose hugged them both, saying the past didn't matter. Someone capable of rewriting the laws of nature. Man, she even dropped to her knees in that moment. She realized there were things he could do that she never could. It was no coincidence that the clown called him. The creator Bose turned to Elif, saying he felt something strange, and asked if she could sense the elf's aura. She replied that it felt like Li Ping had resurrected everyone, all he wanted, because she could sense countless elves around them. Meanwhile, Chissy Sogus reflected that the same branch she had wasted in her hand had been used perfectly by him, and commented that even with the full understanding granted by the demon's red eye, she couldn't figure out what he had done. Lepine, casually scratching his head, simply said he tried to help however he could, was to cherish the little time he had with them. Approaching the two, we told them the rest was up to them. The blonde questioned what he meant by the rest, since there wasn't much else to do. Li Ping explained that some of the saplings hadn't matured properly yet, and he was leaving that in her hand. But she lowered her head, saying she couldn't handle something like that, even though she was an elder. All of this was thanks to Mr. Li Ping. She had also been the one who hurt her own people. Suddenly, she smiled, and pointed to the group in front of them. She said it was Elif's mother who had saved her, and as a descendant of the elders, Elif was the most suitable person to care for. The sacred tree Bose was confused, and Elif nervously asked if they were talking about her. Li Ping smiled and said it was a great idea, who made his dream of seeing her again come true. Since she was of mixed human and elf blood, it was the perfect chance to end the division. Elif hesitated, unsure of how she could manage such a responsibility, but both placed a hand on her shoulder, and they both bowed, promising to help her as much as possible. He reminded her of what her mother had said, that as long as they were heroes, they had to give their best. Nikita explained she was trapped in that card. Lanchet, the eye patch wearing elf, grabbed her hand, promising to continue working as a general and doing everything for the tribe. The three of them were determined to do their best to make the hero happy. Annie remarked that this was a redistribution of power, as now, the Card Guild would take care of the Elven Forest. Chissysogus observed quietly, but as long as he stayed close to the creator, and Li Ping called out to Elizabeth, saying it was time to go home. But he seemed to notice something strange, and tapped Elizabeth's head, asking what was going on. Suddenly, someone approached and asked him to wait. It was Chisty saying she had a favorite ask. He asked what it was, and she said she wanted to know the true meaning of the tide. Shay sword. They could keep seeing each other. Since she started practicing the 10 moves he taught her, she had been struggling to control her power. She wanted to know what she was doing wrong, and begged for his help. Li Ping thought for a moment, and then said he would tell the truth. When it came to the secrets of that sword, he tended to forget everything. Confused, she asked if he just said he forgot. He confirmed, and suggested she return to the sword Saint Gil to learn. Then she began to fade. Three of them were shocked to hear that, thinking he was humiliating her. Trembling, Chichi asked that he was saying this because her swordsmanship was that bad. She had been the one who taught swordsmanship to the saints of the Sword Guild. So what was he implying? Lapine admitted he couldn't explain it well, but what fascinated him most about the Tai Chi technique was the formless sword. But suddenly, Nikita seemed alarmed, saying she still had a mission to follow. He remembered seeing the sword sing of the guild during a competition, using something similar that extended from his finger. He figured that if Chissysogus went back, she might find the answer she was looking for. The moment he pointed his finger at her, her soul literally left her body. She was instantly transported to the mountains. What was happening to her? Suddenly, she was being carried away. Elif asked if she was leaving already, and when she opened her eyes, she was in front of the Konglong Mountains. Or rather no. She was flying on a sword through the skies, traveling toward the so-called Konglong. Yeah, my friends, I'm just as lost as you. But she finally arrived at a temple, where a sword appeared in her hand. There were some children practicing, but Nikita replied she wasn't going anywhere. And in front of them stood an old bearded man. He seemed to stretch out a brush, and with that, the children attacked Chissysogus. But in the next second, her sword fell to the ground. She was beaten and now looked younger. Apparently, she was there due to report practice. I don't know if she got younger, if this was the past or the future, but I know she cultivated by the waterfall. The children attacked her again. She would continue protecting her through the card. She looked back, but the old man did nothing. Once again, she face planted into the ground, landed on her butt, was tossed into the air. Then she sat at a table with the old man, in front of a giant incense burner. He served tea and extended his hands toward her. She took it from the table, took a sip and observed the place, asking if this was the meaning of the formless sword. She looked at her reflection in the tea. The two shouted after her, and suddenly found herself floating over water. Sword in hand, man. Things are getting really abstract here. I'm doing my best to understand. She performed a graceful movement, slashing the water, crouched down, and blood started dripping from her mouth. But suddenly, she calmed down and the place became peaceful. She gazed at the horizon, relaxed again, but she simply told them to remember. Closed her hand, and the sword sank into the water. She looked up, raised her hand, moved it to the side, performed another gesture, and small plants began swirling around. I think this meant that a lot of time had passed, because the leaves fell, and someone was already sweeping the courtyard. Man. It was Chissysogus herself, now an old woman. All those same devilish kids were still practicing around her. That those who believe in peace. But with a simple sweep of the broom, she created a tornado that flung the kids into a corner, all buried under leaves. Tea was served. Once again, she sat with the master. He asked if she had finally learned about Tai Chi. Chissysogus lowered her head and asked what he meant by that, explaining that she had forgotten why she had come to this place. The old man responded that if that was the case, it was time for her to return. Live eternally. With that, she seemed to return to no. For, she asked, return where? And suddenly, she was back as the healthy Chissysogus we know. The old man told her she needed to find herself and become nature, not try to control it, but integrate with it. That was the true meaning of Tai Chi. She replied that she didn't know how to repay him for such wisdom, and begged to at least know his name. The master said it wasn't important, along with the other souls. But his name was Zhang Sanfeng. For those who don't know, that's the name of the actual creator of Tai Chi. With that, she vanished, and he wondered who would appear next. The pink stood there, stunned, trying to understand what had just happened. Chichi was floating in the sky, rapidly advancing through realms. She had now become a 4-star demon. They both disappeared into the sky. King Annie commented that the Sword Saint had ascended 3 entire realms in mere moment. Aerith and Bose were shocked. They both knew that only someone like Little Ping could make something like that happen. Chissysogus then descended, and thanked him for guiding her this way. She explained that she now understood her mistakes, and would strictly follow his instruction. She mourned that they were running out of time, and back in the present, they were crying. From now on, she would return to the Sword Saint Guild, and start teaching everyone about Tai Chi. Abandoning swordsmanship in the blink of an eye, she disappeared, becoming a star in the sky. Li Ping waved goodbye, thinking how hard it was to understand these powerful people. They changed their minds out of nowhere. He then asked what everyone else wanted to do, and if they needed Elizabeth's teleport. Elizabeth immediately realized. Elif said she would help rebuild. The tribe boss said that after recovering the cards, he would help the guild and return to support the tribe. Annie replied that she preferred to return alone, because the teleport made her nauseous. But in truth, she decided to go somewhere else. Li Ping commented that since everyone had personal plans, he and Elizabeth would head back first. He started poking Elizabeth, asking what her problem was. Their souls had traveled through a dimension, telling her to hurry home. She just stretched out her finger, activated the teleport, and meanwhile, Chisisogis was soaring through the skies. Looking down, she saw two men standing in front of a gear. They were two members of the Sword Saint Guild, named Ash and Bali Ash. The one in the suit said. It all made sense, now how the guild members, while Li Ping had no idea what had just happened, had transformed into these apostles. The creature in front of them was the sixth pillar. Demon, Farid Isaac, declared that he would show the strength of the beast. Race, he lunged forward, activating 100% muscle release. Ash quickly dodged, and asked Elder Bali what they should do. Bali replied, telling him never to underestimate himself. Both stood there, fists clenched, and to remember that the old man had already reached the rank of a demon lord. As soon as Bali unsheathed his sword, he activated the needle flash ability. In the blink of an eye, the wolf was covered in needles all over his body, even in his head and tongue. Ash stepped back, performed a jutsu-like move, straight out of Sasuke's playbook, fully motivated, and summoned a concrete binding technique. The wolf began getting trapped, but still charged forward. Ash activated another ability, blade vibration within the concrete, probably to solidify it quickly. The wolf struggled in the middle of it all, and glanced to the side, while Ash pushed the ability to its limit. The concrete trembled, to forever be Li Ping's most loyal followers, and the entire ground in the region lifted. The wolf, now coughing up blood, was being crushed and slammed into the ground. Bali calmly observed from a wooden beam nearby, praising how well Ash was fighting, and saying that's why he had high expectations for him. Ash finished the attack, and announced that the vibration was complete. Bali congratulated him, saying soon he would surpass the blue blade. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, Ash humbly replied that he would move forward, step by step, but of course, it wasn't going to be that easy. The concrete shattered, a thick cloud of smoke rose, and Ash immediately asked if Bali could sense the terrifying aura. The old man told him to focus and raise a barrier, activated the Blade of Darkness ability, summoning 3 swords in front of him, but from within the smoke, was trying to understand. The wolf simply stretched out his hand and flicked them away. The 3 swords shattered instantly. Ash was coughing up blood and was thrown toward Bali. The wolf, now thin and sinister, walked toward them. Man, I thought they'd last a bit longer than that. The wolf muttered that the other guy was right. These gears only served as conduits he needed to dive into. How Li Ping could cultivate power in another dimension. Chaotic power to find infinite energy. He spread his arms wide, boasting that he had now surpassed the power of Lord Malfoy. But suddenly, 2 slashes cut through him. Bali instantly recognized Chisisogis, and there was no drama. The wolf was already on the ground, and she casually asked Bali what he was doing there. Wow. I thought this little wolf would be a tough opponent, but he barely lasted a panel, and didn't know where to begin. Save souls like that and create such connections. The old man explained that he had gone south, hoping to find a small nation that could help them fight the Black Guild. Chisisogis acknowledged this, but insisted they all return to the guild first, before continuing with any plan. She had an important announcement to make. The scene shifted to the demon realm. Inside a goblin cave, a minotaur-like man remarked that he had heard, but of course, these goblins were different from the ones outside, because they had never made contact with humans. The green-haired man reassured him, saying that besides having the green sword in the group, they also had Mr. Travi. So if any goblins appeared, they just wiped them out. The pink-haired man, who I assume was Mr. Travi, said that if it weren't for a favor he owed the Holy Guild, he'd never be there. He had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Meanwhile, the mage admitted that the idea of barbaric goblins made her uneasy. Man, I'm starting to worry. This is turning into Goblin Slayer. The Minotaur explained that, due to the lack of competitions lately, they decided to take the risk in a place like this. The green sword looked ahead at something massive, and promised to protect it carefully. Chi-Chi didn't really grasp what happened either. The mage Sever Gem was reacting strongly, indicating numerous creatures approaching. The green-haired guy looked deeper into the cave, and realized they had been discovered. Suddenly a horde of drooling goblins rushed toward them. Oh man, they're talking about women. Yeah, I'm getting serious. Goblin Slayer vibes. I knew it was coming. The guy whipped out his giant sword, and declared himself ready for battle. She only noticed that while everyone drank the juice, the goblins looked a bit twisted, so maybe they had a chance. Nope, blood splatter. And Travi was already slumped against the wall. He tried to say something about these barbaric goblins lacking magic, but then he got clubbed in the head. Everyone was already dead. The Minotaur's head was on the ground, and the green-haired guy was sliced up, while the mage was tied up. That father and daughter. Then a massive fat goblin stomped forward, declaring it was time to make babies. But something suddenly clenched its hand. It seemed like he was about to attack, but as time passed, the fat goblin was lying there lifeless, Actually, he had been turned into slime and appeared to be trapped in an illusion. The mage was licking her fingers. Oh, yeah, she's definitely evil. Gained significantly more power. She said it didn't matter how barbaric someone was. They always turned into a dog. Before her, she was holding a gear in the middle of the mountain. Her name was Ruth Bader, a 5-star sovereign demon. She leveled up and declared that, now that they had witnessed this, they could show themselves. Then a bald-headed bug-like creature emerged. Laughing, Annie suggested it might be some kind of reward. Hands burst out from inside it, and guess who appeared? If I'm not mistaken, this guy is Dargor. He told her that if she wanted the power of the gear, there was no need to hide her identity. She wouldn't even need to hunt for Malfoy, because he could get it for her if she did him a favor. She wouldn't even need to hunt for Malfoy, as he could handle that for her if she did him a favor. She responds that she's noticed. He and the president aren't on good terms for their fight against the Black Guild, and asks if he's planning to betray the guild. Some heads start wrapping around him, seemingly her ability of fatal attraction at work. He tells her to stop wasting that ridiculous magic, because he has no interest in such desires, and he's also not interested in betraying Malfoy. Confused, Ruth asks what he actually wants, while wondering if he's at Demon King level, for her ability to not work on him, before he can answer if she tells him to forget it. Chichi, however, since she has no idea how she could help him, and calls him Lord Ixitode. He says she's a very perceptive woman, and questions if she's afraid, he won't offer satisfactory term. He then explains that the gear she desires so much is just a transitional tool. If she accepts his contract, she could gain 10 times more power. Suddenly, she began telling the story, muttered to herself. Something called chaotic power emerges from his mouth. He explained that it's enough for her to skip the Demon Lord level entirely and jump straight to Demon King. She would become stronger with that than by absorbing 1,000 gears. The reason, he says, is that her charm ability is incredibly effective, which is why she was chosen, as she observes the chaotic power, that even though she was the strongest, she's dazzled by the idea of reaching Demon King level so quickly. She says that if that's the case, then the deal is done back at our dear Lepeng's house. His little plant is on the ground recovering. He comments that the magical world is amazing, and that plants can even understand humans, which is unusual for him. However, he tells the plant that he has to go back home, and wishes it a long life. But as soon as he leaves, she had disappointed the hero. Lepeng's other plants are already staring at it. Then, he tells Elizabeth that he's back, and asks if she wants some freshly sliced apples. She's still in her chibi form and says no. She mentions that apples aren't as good as these snacks. He says that's obvious, but that she shouldn't eat so much, and tells her to relax while he makes a snack. She puts the snack aside and grabs a Coke. She takes a big gulp while he wonders, suddenly, what happened to make her so depressed? As soon as she finishes drinking, she lets out a burp. She seems to get angry, throwing Coke everywhere. Lepeng starts wondering if she's that mad, because his performance as a hero didn't please her. He truly has no magic, and can't learn swordsmanship properly. She's probably upset, because he was so foolish. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is thinking how ridiculous it is. The blonde raised her hand and made a selfish request, that he might be above the world's laws. If that were true, there'd be no reason for her to suffer and train. She concludes that none of this matters in the end. She's just another step for him to become more famous. Or maybe not even that, since he doesn't seem interested in defeating her. Apparently, she underestimated herself. Once again, she falls onto the couch, thinking she used to rule the world. She wanted him to save the elven tribe, but now, even as a Siete-star demon queen, life has no meaning anymore. Lepeng has no idea why she's so angry, sad, moody, anxious, lazy, and still eating so much. He then figures she must be on her period, but after living together for a year, he's never seen her go through this. Maybe demon cycles are different from humans, so he calls her to eat. Elizabeth immediately responded with a blunt no, since she usually comes flying when she's lazy, and she smacks her face on the table. He says he not only made curry, but also a stew. She asks what that's about, says she's not interested, and shovels the curry into her mouth. Then, she turns around, telling him to eat that stuff, and that she'll have more snacks later. But when he lifts the lid, he tells her it would be good to take a look first. Liping awkwardly, she turns, and a bright glow hits her face. It's a soup of red dates, with eggs and some kind of tremella. Whatever that is, he explains how he made it, takes a little spoonful and offers it to her. As she stares at him, obviously, she finds him creepy. But her expression doesn't change and he's all smiles, politely asking her to try it. Not caring much, she decides to accept and taste it. Immediately, her expression changes. Suggested that, and she seems to be teleported inside a sauna. Looking down, the thing was really hot. Someone in front of her says, this was the brown sugar sauna. 3 little people in the corner say, it's extremely good for circulation and restoring strength. Each of the 3 represented a spice, and they said they were there to serve. Her towel is thrown, since Elizabeth probably had some resurrection magic. Thank goodness it arrived just in time. As Elizabeth asks what kind of service they mean, the little woman on the right says, it's a full body massage that would nourish her yin and make her skin more beautiful. With that, the soup broth starts moving and Elizabeth is floating. Peculiarly, the 3 spin the little towel, and she falls face first to the floor. She tries to get up, of how her father had forced her. she could handle it, asking what they think they're doing. But one of them approaches and takes her hand. She tells her not to worry, and just close her eyes and enjoy the massage. Elizabeth wanted to break free, but at the same time, realized the feeling was very pleasant. Another one works on her back and says not to worry, that this would bring her calm, and she didn't need to resist. Elizabeth explained it was impossible. It was an egg white massage that would make her skin extremely youthful, that the two continued helping until after a while. The red-faced one said it was his turn. The little girl turned and said she still wasn't relaxed enough, but maybe it was fine since she got a solid foundation and could probably handle it. All three little people were women. Elizabeth was confused about this talk of resistance. First, because she could only resurrect 10 people, especially since the woman was trembling, and it didn't seem possible that she could do anything to her. Then the old lady said she would have to stretch her muscles. In a split second, she turned into a buffed-up version like Chris Bumstead. Elizabeth was startled, but before she could react, her calf was grabbed. The old lady said she couldn't be gentle, and thousands of elves had died. Elizabeth wanted to get away, but the other woman said this massage was perfect for opening her meridians and improving blood circulation. And so the chiropractic session, or my fashion release, began. Elizabeth was suffering, or at least, it seemed so. The one with tightly curled hair, Miss Tremella, was a 9-star saint, the one known for perfect skin beauty. Second, the corpses would still be affected, was an 11-star saint, and the red-headed one was a 17-star saint. Elizabeth was there as always in her transcendence. At that moment back at home, she leveled up, reaching the 8th realm. Li Ping stood there, holding a spindle, and asked if she was feeling warmer. He noticed her face was a bit flushed, and thought maybe it had worked. The queen slowly began to open her eyes. By the Blackbeard's magic, he asked if she managed to handle it, or if it was too different this time. Obviously, to her, this was just him, showing he could change the rules whenever he wanted, so she had no way to win. The gap between them was so vast that there was nothing she could do, and she might as well accept defeat. Elizabeth was sweating, not even knowing what to say. Suddenly, she reverted to her chubby form. Third, there was no longer a sacred tree, and said that this rule-changing thing was real, so there was nothing she could do. She collapsed onto the table and said it didn't matter what she ate, since everything would stay the same. Not understanding why she didn't seem to improve, Li Ping said he would let her rest for a while, and wouldn't bother her anymore. Then, he said he was going out to train with Alpha, and asked if she was okay with that, which was essential for the elves' survival. Slumped on the couch, she just told him to do whatever he wanted. But when Li Ping got outside, he noticed Alpha wasn't at his usual spot on the tree trunk. He knew the boy had often hung out with Wang Kai, and wondered if the two had gone for a walk. Elsewhere on the property, they were together. Alpha was complaining about a strange noise. Li Ping brushed off the third issue. He was hearing getting louder and louder. Wang Kai asked if he was trying to be lazy, since he himself wasn't hearing anything. Alpha insisted. He was saying he had a buzzing in his ear for days, and couldn't even sleep properly. Suddenly, Wang Kai stood up, and told him to get ready, because something suspicious was approaching. From 3 kilometers away nearby, someone was fleeing from some fat goblin, saying they could just plant another tree. Here comes that cursed mage again with her little plan. She claims she never expected to find such valuable information. Now she knew the exact location of the legendary hero, and the demon queen Elizabeth. This information had been passed on by Tagore. She was certain he must be much stronger than Malfoy. After all, he had easily helped her level up. Now, she had the perfect chance, as her charm ability allowed her to defeat enemies, to return to the tribe to help. He even quoted a proverb, even if she was weaker, even though the demon queen Elizabeth might be nearby, and the hero was a man. So she had a way to win. What she didn't expect was a torpedo crashing into her back. A bit confused, she turned around, and saw the 2 goblins had been obliterated. The problem was that they both had dark gears, so they shouldn't have been defeated so easily. Suddenly, it takes 10 years to grow a tree. She found herself trembling after another explosion. Wang Kai had aimed all his weapons, and immediately asked what her purpose was there. Ruth was shaking, unable to speak properly. She knew that if she said the wrong thing, she would die. A waffle, being a fool, told Wang Kai to stop scaring the poor girl, who was just running away from some monsters. He quickly introduced himself as the right-hand man of the legendary hero, and 100 years to grow a person, and the true wielder of the sacred sword. However, the dog barked at him to shut up and stop revealing information to someone he hadn't analyzed. The analysis arm approached, while Ruth wondered if that was a monster, a magical tool, or something else. Ruth could feel the energy scanning her body, and if her secret were discovered, would be the end. Suddenly, she activated her power, realizing that in this situation, the meaning was that she had to strike first. Figgle attraction was activated instantly. Alpha fell into a trance, imagined himself beside a heroic Li Ping, who asked what his partner was thinking with that. They were already slicing copper, fighting dragons, traveling around, dueling here and there, and celebrating after each victory. Meanwhile, things outside were probably chaotic, even if it didn't seem like much now. Now he was commanding a ship and invading Elizabeth's castle, apparently. The hero fought bravely, and she was already defeated. On the ground, Liping raised his sword, saying that when he was lost, Alpha had guided him. They were truly great partners. Alpha smiled, saying that this was the bond they would always have, and that it was good to be with him. Then we see an explosion behind Wang Kai. That seed could bring hope. Whoa, looks like the illusion worked on him too. And now he's running across the field, fleeing from Liping. He throws a frisbee and Alpha catches both and has fun. Elizabeth closed the snack bag, but Liping kept petting Wang Kai. The gum is then disarmed. Ruth said that as long as the desire existed, it was impossible to resist her charm, no matter how strong the person was. Of course, this guy had to plant a legendary tree, but at that moment, Wang Kai's system started beeping about virus detection. Some files were updated, and a vulnerability patch was installed. Immediately, the weapon pointed back at Ruth, leaving her confused, not understanding why her charm wasn't working. Wang Kai then ordered her to explain who she was and why she invaded his system, to make him happy. He approached the remains of the old tree. He realized she wasn't a threat at the moment, but since he didn't know her intention, he decided it was better to eliminate her. Ruth was trembling, unable to understand how things had escalated so quickly, until someone arrived, calling for Wang Kai or Alpha. Everyone froze, and the little dog immediately had hearts in his eyes. He disarmed everything and started hopping toward our boy, and noted that from his experience, Liping said, he heard a loud noise coming from that direction. At that moment, Ruth realized it was the legendary hero. At least this was a normal man, which would be much easier to deal with. The perfect story of a hero, saving a princess always worked, so she would play along with that fantasy. She collapsed on the ground, far away. While Liping asked Alpha what he was laughing about, the roots were completely dead. The fool was laughing in confusion, and Liping kept calling him. He gave him a slap, wanting to know if he was okay. Instantly, Alpha snapped out of it, confused about where he was. Liping said he was scared, because Alpha was acting like a lunatic, and asked if he had been sleeping well. With that they started leaving, abandoning Ruth with Liping, but by the time she arrived, so there was no point in trying to save them, advising Alpha to get better sleep and chop some wood. When Ruth noticed they weren't going to help her, she stood up playfully and asked if anyone could help. Liping turned and asked who she was. Meanwhile, at home, Elizabeth was eating chips and gaining weight. Then, Alpha arrived with someone falling on his head, and our boy was carrying the woman in his arms. Elizabeth got furious, and he asked Ruth if she was hurting anywhere. He placed his hand on the ground. She replied, no, just a bit dizzy and needing to rest. He gently placed her on the couch. While Elizabeth was ready to kill this woman, Liping told Ruth to rest a bit, while he prepared some tea. Elizabeth was radiating a dangerous aura from the couch. Alpha and Anka were trembling with fear, saying they hadn't done anything. But Elizabeth, and scooped up some soil saying, already launched a flying kick into the dog's face, and Alpha was ready to draw his sword. The poor thing was thrown far away. The screen was glitching, indicating she had misunderstood something. But she grabbed Alpha by the head. He asked why he kept bringing people home, and if he didn't take her words seriously. From inside, Ruth realized that this was the legendary queen. It wasn't much different from the soil at his own home. Elizabeth, she didn't fully understand why, but she was sure she had stirred up trouble. Between Elizabeth and that weapon, all she needed now was to capture the hero, Liping, and use him to kill Elizabeth. She activated Fatal Attraction, which immediately targeted Liping. However, nothing seemed to happen, and he approached her while she was scared, not understanding why the effect failed. The problem was, he calmly came closer, and told her there was a cup of tea for her. She used Fatal Attraction again, certain it was impossible to resist, as long as the target was a man. Liping's eyes were spinning, or rather he noticed her eyes spinning, and asked if she wasn't feeling well. The girl was struggling to keep her power active. He handed her the tea and told her not to be so nervous, that normal seeds would take too long to grow back, and to relax a little once she recovered fully. They would send her back to the city. As she took the cup, Ruth felt it had enormous magical power. She decided to drink it to see its effect. Took a big sip and was overwhelmed. At that moment, she advanced to a 2-star demon king. Liping asked how she was feeling, but the cup fell to the floor. She clutched her stomach. Elizabeth wondered if this lunatic, wondering what he had given her to drink. Suddenly purple veins began appearing on her stomach. Her neck itched as she scratched herself. Liping was confused, wondering if she was allergic to wheat. Elizabeth, however, explained that this woman was like Sogus, and had been infected by a contract from the Dark Sea. Liping then asked Elizabeth to save her, like she did with Sogus that time, was seriously planning to replant the sacred tree. But Elizabeth refused, saying there was no way she'd do that. She had already figured out that Liping gave her that tea on purpose, to force Elizabeth to cancel the contract, and she wasn't about to work for free. Agonizing, Ruth said, he must be trying to witness the greatness of the creator. Something started crawling up her throat. The elf explained that lady, and she spat it onto the floor. A purple slime appeared, and Liping said, it was the same strange magic from the insect. The creature said it had infiltrated extremely secretly. So, how had it been discovered? It threatened that one day, it would destroy Elizabeth with chaotic power, only to be cleaned off by the little robot. Liping said. He was scared, but relieved it was just a bit of dirt. Elizabeth immediately. Twyla had sacrificed herself to summon the sacred tree, demanded that Ruth explain her purpose for being there. Ruth told them not to misunderstand, and claimed she was forced into this. After all, she realized that the contract with Azatov had been broken, and their combined power exceeded expectations. But Elizabeth simply told her not to think she could lie like that. Suddenly, Ruth found herself in the world of skeletons, confused. Both of them turned to look at him like. Elizabeth tells him to get on with it already. I went through 81 tribulations alongside Li Ping. He runs his finger along the dagger, which suddenly emits a golden glow. He declares it finished. Ryan starts shaking and tells his father to look. His father says it's so bright, he can't even open his eyes. In Bose's 700 years of forging, he had never seen anything like this. It was as if a divine being had descended and was touching the dagger, and only after slaying celestial beings. Alpha says, I told you, Wang Kai weapons forged by Li Ping are strong enough to draw the attention of gods. From another world, anything he creates pulls in some kind of divine consciousness. La Ping walks up to Bose and says, can you run an analysis on it? The old man trembling says, of course, sir. La Ping, he activates his magnifying lens. Were we finally able to be together? Zooms it in 10,000 times, and the edge is still perfectly smooth. He can't even understand how something could be so impossibly flawless. Wonders if his lens must be broken. There's just no way. He decides to ignore the edge for now and focus on the special effects. But the result says it's a kitchen knife, a creation of Li Ping. Then, the pirate chimes in, just a simple weapon forged personally by him, and yet its special effect is instant death. Heimer is horrified, afraid of accidentally cutting someone with it, wondering what kind of terrifying thing was just created. This was way beyond rank S. This was a divine artifact. He says he understands now. It must be that whetstone. In my ocean world, me and Lei Peng. That's the secret, he has to check it. He picks it up thinking it's something far more advanced than celestial gold. But when he touches it, it shatters, and he falls to his knees, realizing there was nothing special about it at all. Li Ping asks, Your Majesty, are you okay? What just happened? Heimer is crying, saying he needs to understand, competed countless times, how something like this was even possible, how Li Ping's comprehension of forging could be so vast. Li Ping, completely confused, asks, Your Majesty, are you messing with me? Thinking to himself, this king's being sarcastic. I just use the simplest forging methods possible, and nothing I do compares to dwarven techniques. Then he says, well, I've never thought too deeply about forging. If I have to explain it, I just say that I have a belief to see who'd become king of the pirates. The protagonist understands right away. The old man is acting like this because he knows Elizabeth doesn't want him to humiliate the kid. And then suddenly Li Ping just says one word, heart. Heimer doesn't get it at first, but our boy starts glowing with an aura. And suddenly, Heimer says, now I understand. Elizabeth laughs at Li Ping, teaching them how to fish. In the end, he lost to me, instead of just handing them the fish. That really is how someone powerful acts. Very well done. A little while later, we're already on the train. Heimer tells them this train will take them straight to the people of Aristotle. The problem is the trip takes 2 whole days, so why don't they just teleport? As soon as I saw the train, I wondered the exact same thing. But the truth is, when it came down to the last moment. But Li Ping says that's not the point. What matters is that they want the kingdom of Aristotle to feel their goodwill. Chi thinks this guy is really talking about goodwill, but I know that if they don't accept a peace treaty, that we force to accept defeat. Elizabeth, however, is way more interested in knowing what they're going to eat today. He let her win on purpose. Brian tells them to focus on the journey, since there are more and more bandits lately. The two of them just ignore him. Our boy says he brought plenty of ingredients, and all she has to do is say the word and he'll cook. Elizabeth says that no matter what he makes, she'll eat it. Meanwhile, Bose is holding the insta-kill dagger, asking if Li Ping is really going to give them something, and asks if this is actually going to work. She shouts that, so precious. The protagonist just says, it's no big deal, no need to be so formal about it. But Heimer says that, with this blade, their kingdom would rise to new heights. He drops to his knees and orders his son to do the same. The two of them bow so low, they're basically kissing the ground, saying that it was truly a blessing from the god that they visited their nation. But then, someone shouts that the train is leaving. Now, the idiot keeps saying he's her treasure. It's Alpha and Wang Kai, telling him it's time to go. Our boy waves goodbye. I thought those guys were coming along. But nope, Elizabeth spreads her wings and they leave, leaving Chichi and the blacksmith behind. And just like that, it's just our boy and his romance. Good lord, what a massive thing this is turning into. Elizabeth is suddenly all soft and sweet, and now I'm starting to get worried. When she's this nice, I can't help just to comfort himself about the loss she suffered, but feel like something's about to happen to her. She's looking at him, wanting to know what he's thinking, and suddenly, he says there's something on his mind. Out of nowhere, he pushes her down, and asks what kind of fusion she thinks his technology would create, when combined with her magic. Obviously, he's probably talking about some kind of weapon, and not necessarily kids. Meanwhile, the real Elizabeth, but Elizabeth's already blushing bright red. The Ping says, I heard that over in the kingdom of Aristotle, magic and technology are closely intertwined. Elizabeth ignoring everything he's saying, just replying that if he really wants it, it's not impossible then. He clarifies, that he was talking about the kingdom of Aristotle, but now, he finally gets his chance. She realizes that this whole time, it wasn't really about her, until he takes her hand and says that, of course, it is about her. Because without her on this journey, everything will lose its meaning. And when all of this is over, he wants to formally ask her something. She asks what? When suddenly, a meteor slams into the train, each one of them, and both of them get thrown around asking, "What's happening?" Elizabeth glances to the side, and sees a group of fat guys riding floating bikes. Oh my god, they're actually trying to rob. The worst possible train to rob in this entire world. I try launching another wave of attacks, but she just stretches out her hand, and blows everything to Pisces in the sky. Our boy asks her to take it easy, has a completely different relationship, and at least leave a few of them alive, so they can ask questions. Plus, if they capture these idiots, who are interfering with the shipment of metals to Aristotle, they might be able to earn some goodwill with that kingdom. Elizabeth says, fine, but if these guys are connected to the Black Guild, then that's a different story. Just then, Alpha comes running, telling the two of them to wait, with Li Ping in their own worlds, and asking to let him handle this. The protagonist asks, "Are you sure about this, kid?" Alpha answers, "Relax, Dad. The Holy Sword's got this." Meanwhile, the bandits are thinking so. This time, they actually hired someone to guard the cargo, but it still won't be enough. But one of them says not to underestimate them. They had just destroyed a cannon enhanced with magic. She's wondering what kind of place this even is. These guys weren't weak. That one was the leader, Pisces, who shouted for them to focus on destroying trains, gears, then retreat. His men immediately acknowledge the order, and charge straight toward the trio. Right away, the protagonist realizes they're trying to sabotage the place, and suddenly, Alpha starts gathering aura, telling them to just leave it to him. The enemies rush toward the wheels, when an old lady speaks up, but out of nowhere, a flurry of golden flashes lights up the air. Alpha, standing there with his eyes closed, saying, "This is the legend of the golden sword, the noble blade, the divine weapon that decides every battle." But the bandits are freaking out, asking what the hell is up with this blonde kid, and what they're supposed to do now. Pishus, because they don't have time to waste. This is the theater of Elizabeth, instantly realizes that this boy is a spiritual weapon, but doesn't make sense. The dwarven nation shouldn't have the celestial gold required to make something like that anymore. Alfred is midair when the enemies release a yellow smoke. He wonders what it is, when suddenly, the substance starts to solidify. A stone-like smoke bomb detonates above, and something comes crashing to the ground, where you can watch every Elizabeth from all timelines, spreading like some massive chunk of hardened sludge. The enemies laugh, saying their boss's invention really is amazing. Meanwhile, the protagonist yells, "Alpha, you okay, kid?" Elizabeth tells him to relax. The boy might act like an idiot, but he can't forget that he's still the Holy Sword. Dealing with this kind of thing should be nothing for him. She wants to know who this old woman is. She adds, "Forget about him for now. Why don't you just tell me what you were about to say?" Li Ping explains that now isn't the right time. He wants to wait until the 1-month anniversary of their relationship. Meanwhile, the fight rages inside the hardened sludge, while Pisces orders everyone to scatter. But in the blink of an eye, explosions light up the sky. Alpha says it's already too late, and the lady says he wants to see who's going to dare underestimate him. Now this is still flying. Admits the boy's magic isn't half bad. Then, he pulls a Gatling gun out from inside his arm, cranks it to maximum power, and declares that in the face of science, magic is nothing. Alpha blocks the attack, saying their efforts are pointless. Li Ping already ordered him to keep them alive, but that's when he notices she's the Elizabeth from the normal world, that his sword arm is covered in tiny spheres, and not just his arm, but his entire body. In seconds, he's completely coated. Pisces charges forward, saying that everything in this world follows the principle of mutual reinforcement. If you understand the nature of something and apply the right rule, even the weak can become strong. In the end, just an ordinary old woman. Alpha is nothing more than a spiritual weapon, made of metal, the perfect conduit for countless materials. Pisces throws a massively reinforced haymaker, smashing Alpha into the ground and leaving him broken. He mutters, "Damn it, it's been 2 months since a train last came through here, and now they send one full of powerful people. What's going on?" But those questions didn't matter. The queen doesn't understand how they even got there. All they needed to do was destroy the source of these materials and get out. He spots the train coming, activates his arm one more time, and fires an automatic shot at full power. But in an instant, his entire arm corrodes, because there was a spatial magic field exactly where he fired, and Elizabeth appears, saying, "The game's over, and he better tell him right now what his connection to the Black Guild is." The old lady explains that she doesn't know exactly. Before he can answer, she spins her finger, and his entire body twists unnaturally. Li Ping steps in, saying, "Easy there. We don't even know what internal conflicts they're dealing with yet." Elizabeth replies that it seems he's figured out too, that this is an internal problem. Suddenly, the hulking body breaks apart, and inside, there's a small blonde girl. She pulls herself free, smashing against the orb, but apparently, yelling at them to let her go, threatening to curse those lapdogs of the royal capital. She's pissy as a genius inventor from the kingdom. The protagonist is shocked. Not only was that a humanoid puppet, but there was a girl inside controlling it. Elizabeth smiles and says she'll let him handle the interrogation. Protagonist is excited. He really wants answers to a lot of things. Every Elizabeth has her own way of entering this place. Meanwhile, the pirate below yells, "Let go of our bows, you bastards. Without her, we're finished." Meet our squad leader. Everyone's shocked for a moment. Then Wang Kai handles it all in one move. He digs a hole, drags Alpha out, pulls out a weird-looking demagnetizer, presses it against the little metal sphere, and just like that, Alpha's free man. Alpha actually lost. Damn. Alpha says fine. The only requirement is that her relationship with Lee, that holy sword, really is a pain sometimes. Back in the kingdom of Aristotle, a thunderclap strikes in the middle of the city. A bunch of robots are destroyed, their parts falling to the ground. That creepy little computer belonging to the villain says they had the audacity to steal the gears of darkness, and now refuse to submit. The long nose human says the Black Guild needs to understand that Ping has reached a certain stage. They were the fools who gave them the gears, and now they'll use them however they see fit. On top of that, he's interested in this light magic that strengthens his body. He slams the ground, and more little robots start appearing. They pull out cannons and fire, but a flash of lightning tears through them, blowing them all to pieces again. The monitor comments on the big screen that even these high voltage resistant material aren't good enough when they explode. He just laughs, saying it's ridiculous for them to think they can go against the Black Guild. The robots repair themselves, but the monitor keeps laughing, saying it doesn't matter how many times they rebuild. Soon, everything will be wiped out. Steel Sentinel No. 3 appears. Li Ping is visiting the world's top 10 luxury homes, and the long-nosed man says this is what he's been researching from the very beginning. The conversion rate might be low, and the energy limit tight, but he has ways to solve that problem. The monitor realizes he's talking about his own energy source, but says he has no idea how the guy plans to pull it off. While the girls scream that it's time to make babies, and that it would be better if he just submitted to the Black Guild. Now, the robot tries to use the same punch pisses used on Alpha, but the monitor dodges and wonders, damn, this kingdom isn't even that strong. So, why hasn't the master just taken over already? Then he shrugs it off, saying whatever. Today I know. 34. We'll conquer this place and make the master proud again. The robot keeps attacking and grow the population, saying the fool would rather die than submit. Missiles are fired at the monitor, but he dodges easily, saying the gap between their power levels is massive. But the long-nosed man refuses to give up. Then the monitor fires a massive energy beam straight at him, filling the giant robot with crackling power, leaving it smoking and twitching. No. 34 declares that from this moment on, the real Elizabeth asked the old lady, the kingdom of Aristotle is officially under the control of the Black Guild. But the human just laughs, saying, this is perfect. Everything's going exactly according to his calculations. He starts shaking as his power surges to the max, stomps the ground and charges straight at No. 34, thanking him for the energy, before landing a clean shot right to his face. The monitor's screen cracks as he's thrown far away. Has my relationship with him really reached that stage? But he survives. He's completely confused, saying it doesn't make sense that attack should vaporize him. Worse still, he felt for a moment that there was no way to dodge it, even if he wanted to. Then the robot appears behind him again, saying he's curious to know how he generates so much power. He fires another full blast, slamming the monitor to the ground. But the old lady says not even close, dear. And this time, No. 34 is completely destroyed. The massive robot lands with style, saying that the Black Guild isn't the only one who knows how to be sneaky. Then the tables turn, the ground starts shaking. A huge crater opens up and energy surges everywhere. The guy is confused when suddenly, a small robot crawls out from below, saying, your relationship isn't at that point yet. They've broken the limiter that was holding it back. Wait a minute, could this be something? Li Ping made no way. And holy hell, it turned into a bombshell beauty, barely dressed and overflowing with power. She's the demoness of the sixth pillar man. One thing I love about this story is that when bad guys die, it turn into women. When monitors die, they turn into women. Everyone turns into a woman. He'll start right now suddenly. You only got a temporary ticket. This is the good stuff. The chubby guy recognizes her as the legendary lightning fairy and says he's actually interested now. He's going to give it everything he's got. He charges in, saying his ambitions are no less than those of the Black Guild. But the fairy just waves her hand and activates the immortal lightning. A massive bolt crashes down into the city. Everyone starts yelling, good grief, that guy just got fried. She says that big ambitions are worthless without the strength to make them happen, and she No. 24 is going to completely wipe him out. But suddenly from the guy's head, some disgusting grotesque demon emerge. The man's body rises, floating around her, saying it's interesting that this is the worst version of Elizabeth. How her attack keeps shocking its target until it's completely dead. He admits it's worthy of a monster of her rank, but she needs to understand he hasn't been a living creature for a very long time. The fairy completely ignores him, doesn't even look at him, and says he talks too much. Does he really intend to resist? Whether he intends to resist or not, he sure seems to be enjoying it. The most stubborn of them all. He says that in the kingdom of Aristotle, they have a saying in the face of science. Magic rank doesn't mean everything. But she snaps back, saying she's got another saying for him. In the face of absolute power, magic rank has always been everything. He claims she can't win. He's pinned her body to the ground, saying she have to electrify the entire continent, and how boring she is, the queen standing there confused. Or, she'll de here. But she summons a huge burst of power. Her hair rises like Killua's, lightning surges everywhere. Her rank keeps climbing higher and higher. Then suddenly, a voice whispers in her ear, asking what she thinks of its appearance. Out of nowhere, Malfoy appears, grabbing her from behind. What the hell? This guy really is everywhere. Oh, wondering if that's really how they all see her. Here we go. Now, we're about to learn how this girl was born. 400 years ago, the protagonist was repairing Yinki's body. After it was wrecked when the queen beat him up, one of the sparks that came off during the repair, scattered along the wall, shot up into the sky and fell into the demon kingdom, where it turned into this girl. So basically, the old lady says, my child, she's nothing more than a spark from Wankai. Man, we could use a little pet like that too. Some poor beast tried to devour her, and got electrocuted instantly, died on the spot, and she collapsed to the ground. That's when she looked to the side, and saw Malfoy approaching. He was electrocuted the moment he picked her up, but he activated his demonic power and said that, no matter what, he wouldn't give up. It's hard to please so many Elizabeths. The poor lightning fairy thought he was talking about her, and thanked him for not giving up on her. But obviously, he was talking about Elizabeth. Next thing, she's inside a capsule, and he begins. Test. No, 24. He presses the red button, and dozens of bolts of lightning strike. Countless creatures, the whole place is electrified. The capsule begins to glow. Each one is the main character of her own world. And little by little, she opens her eyes. In the end, she was just another creation tied to Lupin. Poor Malfoy, the guy just can't catch a break. He says he'll bring her back. And the fairy wonders if he's talking about her. Why is this guy so devoted to her, if he's going to take care of her like this? And she's not going to give up either. Suddenly, her energy spreads through the whole kingdom. In fact, she realizes she's finally evolved into a form that can generate energy on her own. She thanks Malfoy, saying he's the one who saved them. But then out of nowhere, her electricity starts bouncing around the room, and zaps him. She rushes to ask if he's okay, and he replies, of course not, just by trying to get close. She paralyzed him completely. She says she'll back off, but he grabs her tightly. It looks like the two of them are trying to scare. My story is probably the most boring of them all. Man, what a guy willing to take 10,000 volts just for her, saying that if he can't survive something like this, that he doesn't deserve her. The lightning fairy is left confused, wondering, does this guy really need me this badly? Malfoy asks her if she believes in love. At first sight, even as he's still getting electrocuted, his demonic powers activate. He gathers microwaves and metal scraps, but when it played on the screen, forms them into a glowing orb around the two of them, and when it's over, she's turned into a monitor. He says that this will stabilize her power, and let her always stay by his side. She agrees, saying fine. Then with that, the poor girl is pinned against the wall, as he says he's going to start the tests. Her electricity starts spreading everywhere. A single strand of hair appears, and he smacks it, yelling, damn it. Everyone got emotional. Those were beautiful memories. Stop that finally. They had managed to get an infinite source of power. So, what was the problem? No, 24 asks, what happened? While he demands to know why it hurt the queen's hair. That broke the very laws of the magical world. But that's when he realizes, if he was hurting the queen's hair, even though she was immune to magic, it meant something else. The queen asks her what that story was. Maybe, if he used that power the right way, he could actually invade her body. He grins, saying, there's another way to bring her back. Man, I thought, up until now, that Malfoy was just being misunderstood. But he hugs, no, 24, and tells her not to worry, that he'll always be with her. Mentally, he's thinking about the queen stepping on him. This guy is the biggest simp in all of fiction. She explains that it was just an ordinary story, seriously suffering through all this, just to get crushed under the queen's heel. Damn, what a curse. What won't a woman make a man go through? Back in the present, the demons are standing around saying hey, as expected of chaotic energy. Even mental invasions are possible against the lightning fairy. The loudmouth says alright. She and Li Ping met, got married. That's enough, let's just take her already. But his partner replied, there's no need to rush the delivery. Now that they have her energy, they can create all kinds of things, and don't need her anymore. They run off, saying the Black Guild is as good as done, and soon they'll control the world. Meanwhile, the bug, who had been freed from Elizabeth's seal, had kids and grew old together, tries to take control of Chichi. Malfoy, though, was thinking that he never imagined the weakest one of them all would end up bringing in the most profit. The king of Aristotle slams the ground and raises an alchemic smelter. He orders them to put her inside, saying that now she'll finally be able to do everything he commands. The queen, the poor girl, just obeys and gets sealed inside the capsule. Man, I felt bad for her. She was born from a spark, and from the moment she came into existence, she's been treated like nothing but a battery. Back on the train, Pisses asks if they really aren't hunters hired by the kingdom. The pink says, of course not. Blushes at the thought of going through all that. We thought you guys were part of the Black Guild too. This is all just a misunderstanding, right? So, let's talk while we're heading toward the kingdom. Pisces explains that their plan was to cut off the supply of resources, going to the kingdom of Aristotle, destroy the place and free all the people. The protagonist doesn't hide anything anymore. He says, well, my name is Li Ping. I'm the legendary hero this year. Herself, the old lady continues. By my side is Queen Elizabeth. We just want the people of Aristotle to agree, to cooperate with us, to put an end to the Black Guild together. But since it's been so long since they've gone outside, the others just stare and say, legendary hero, demon queen, never heard of you. Kissy says the same thing. She has no idea who they are. But she warns that the chaos, Amelia, she's shaking all over before bolting, saying that even without magic or technology, coming from the Black Sea is massive, and they have no clue how powerful the Black Guild has become. The protagonist asks Elizabeth if this Black Sea business is what affected Chichi. Elizabeth replies that she doesn't know, though mentally, she's only wondering what he plans to tell her. In a month, he asks, pisses for more details, and she says that it all started when she was just a child. That world was a deeply happy one. She was in the kingdom of Aristotle. When, right, then, Elizabeth orders her to shut up. Everyone's confused, including Li Ping, but Elizabeth just says that it'll take too long, and she doesn't feel like waiting. She unleashes a memory seizing attack, stealing everything they have in an instant, and calls Li Ping over to watch with her together. VC pisses as a happy princess. She remembers being at the market, tinkering with inventions, spilling oil, while a cute little bunny hopped around playfully. The old man was amazed. She kept studying and learning. Even as a child, things he found indecipherable were things she could solve with ease. At first, he thought she was erasing important parts of the process, but then his expression changed. He realized she had found another way to convert energy, throwing tomatoes in Li Ping's face. She then explained that if they did it that way, they have enough energy to power every component. She walked into the room, excited, but her expression quickly changed. The old man turned to her and said, "Hello, Princess Pissies. I couldn't wait any longer, so I already began the tests. Look at what happens with this so-called power of chaos. It comes from the Black Sea and is unlike any mana. It's a primal authority that can both destroy," then him splashing water back at her laughing, "and reconstruct life itself. The only flaw is that the subject must desire life. Something hard to manifest in this situation. That's why I spent more than 60 years searching for an answer to that question. Who could have guessed that it would be your solution? That gave me the answer I needed. And wow, from the very start, the devil was already in the details." At that moment, the two of them bickering as always, he connected the gear, saying the purity was at 60%. Then his expression shifted as he said, "Pissies. As long as we keep working together and producing this on a large scale, we'll break the limits of human life and become evolved beings." Pissies froze, but said fine. They continue the research. And honestly, I thought she'd already realized something was wrong. Sharing a kiss, getting married. The moment the guy opened his chest, and there was a demon inside. Month later, she told him that reaching 80% purity would be difficult, but it was finally ready. He thanked her and connected another gear. But suddenly, he started panicking, demanding to know why the chaos flow had been reversed. And what she had done, boom. It was a trap. He was blown to Pisces. And suddenly, boom. She thought she had won, and went to speak with her parents. But they were there, trembling strangely. Then the monster appeared from behind the throne, saying, she truly was a genius of her century, to have planned something like that. But it was a pity. Humans were just mortal sacks consumed by fear. Her parents were no different, and it was laughable to think they were living together. She believed they knew nothing. Li Ping comments, "Wow, you rescued all the soldiers, and even created a rebellion team. But why didn't you ask the elf tribe, or the dwarves for help?" Elizabeth, meanwhile, is muttering, "Damn it, I can't access Li Ping's memories." Pisces explains that she had no contact with the outside world. "Look, dear," and there was even a bounty on her head, so she couldn't trust anyone. And the soldiers, now mechanical, say they follow her, because she was the one who rebuilt them, and gave them a chance to keep living. Pisces insists it's not about her. What matters is that they have to stop the Minister of Science, or else the entire place will, like she's running, he pooped his pants, peed on me, become a sacrifice for a Black Sea, since she didn't have the strength to fight them head on. What she tried to do was cut off their resources, to force them to leave. Everyone is silent and Alpha asks why it's so quiet. Elizabeth asks what Li Ping is thinking. He says, well, it's a matter of principle. Something that doesn't use mana can't be. What a disaster. They sent Li Ping off to school, constructed and can't be controlled. Through Piss's memories, he finally understood how that mechanism worked, how they were combining magic and science. They needed to inject amplifiers. And then comes this massive explanation. The conclusion he reaches is that the peak of his career as an engineer is creating companions like Wang Kai. There's no way. And watch the sunset together. He can build massive machines like Aristotle's and infuse magic into them. He's really sad and disappointed. Elizabeth says that if he feels that way, she'll take care of it herself. Then, with a single wave of her hand, the gears inside those soldiers pop out. Immediately, this jumps to her feet, demanding to know what they think they're doing. She knew that this wasn't the most noble. The old lady says that relatives grow older. Technology in the world, but without it, those bodies wouldn't survive. The pig also asks her to calm down, saying these people aren't bad guys. She replies, I get it. But even if they were a little different, they still contain traces of mana from the Black Sea. Some were produced in Aristotle, others by the Black Guild. But regardless of how they were made, children grow up too, and in the end, once one of those gears is implanted into a body, it corrupts the user's soul. sure to get stronger and live longer. But in the end, your mana still gets siphoned into the Black Sea. Corrupted souls, mana enhancements, bodily mutation, even advancements to higher demonic tiers. Even the elves' necromancy. She's realizing that the Black Guild is using science, the only one who'll be by her side until the very end, to produce these gears through human bodies. All that effort just so in the end, every single user feeds the descent of chaos into the world. They're the first ones will be corrupted and devoured. She then destroys the gears and says that yes, it's a matter of principle, and from the looks of it, wow, she actually killed those guys. Of course, is Li Ping, and all of it passes in the blink of an eye. Pisses doesn't accept that and rushes in to punch her, shouting that she'll never forgive her. But a single snap of Elizabeth's fingers, an abyssal gift engulfs the train. Immediately, Pisses feels something strange. The others are confused, calling out to their bows, asking what just happened. One of them says, his body suddenly feels strangely human. Pissy says, that's impossible, and tells them to explain. Then suddenly, when she touches his cheek, she realizes it really is flesh and blood. And she gets emotional. She turns to Elizabeth and apologizes for what she said earlier. Li Ping just says that's how the queen is. She always gets what she wants. But then, Elizabeth suddenly pulls out some tea and tells everyone to calm down, that it wasn't a big deal. And here comes Li Ping. There's a special broadcast of Li Ping's monologue, saying that if they're feeling better, they can take the medicine he brought. The guys say they're fine. It just feels like they woke up from a deep sleep. That's when Elizabeth sees the protagonist put his hand on Piss's shoulder, telling her she can count on it. I'll expose all of that Minister of Science's plan and put an end to everything he's doing. That makes Elizabeth wonder, where he says that he loves Elizabeth. Why Li Ping can always connect so easily with ordinary people. When she ruled the world, she was used to looking down on everyone as inferior. The gap between them was too great, just as humans can't be friends with ants. She felt there was no way to truly get close to those people. Now that she had reached the level of the saints, ascension, even resurrection had become trivial, straight for the world's top 10 vacation spots, and all he really wanted. The distance between her and mortals only kept growing, and to her these mortals were nothing more than particles in motion. Did any of it matter to her? Of course not, it was all insignificant. But then someone approaches, and the queen glances to the side. It's Li Ping, glowing like a holy saint, saying that all beings have the same value. She's shocked, thinking that it's such a ridiculous idea was for her to become his girlfriend. Watching him among the people, she thinks that with the status he holds, these are pitiful emotions. These people could never understand the complexity of the dimensional existence he lives in, so why does he care about their problem? Why does he sit there, listening to their childish questions? I can't understand what he's looking for. But she realizes that it's not pity for the weak. All he wanted was for her to just come back home. Watching the way Li Ping looks at them, she wonders if maybe he's trying to see the world she herself never reached. Her strength had reached the heavens, devoured, conquered, and ended everything with the infinite mana she possessed. But she had never stopped to think that maybe she should seek power within herself, instead of just standing above all and looking down. He seemed to dive into the very origin of life itself, already at that moment, and observe it. Maybe these tiny beings, these little particles within his reach, were the path to the world she had never explored. She starts coming to the conclusion that Li Ping had transcended the shackles of sheer power, and now she was finally starting to see that path for herself. Naturally, this triggers yet another breakthrough for her, advancing her to the second rank of saint. Elizabeth realizes that apparently she's completely emotional. My god, this girl is already going too far. She's saying that just to be with her, he deliberately suppressed the radiance of a creator. He shaped the very truth of the universe into a bouquet, just to hand it to her, because that's what he saw as romance. Yeah, this girl isn't entirely right in the head, but she asks if there's anything she can do to help. The protagonist is shocked. He had liked her all along. That Elizabeth is actually offering to help. Then, she sits down beside him and says, of course, she wants to learn more about him. The protagonist thinks she's being a little sarcastic, and is actually mad that he offered to help. The princess pisses, thanks them both while thinking, this is crazy. She has no idea what this whole legendary hero and demon queen thing even is. But their strength is absolutely unreal. She asks. All the other Elizabeth starts celebrating. What the plan is to take down this whole conspiracy. They promise they'll do their best, while also thinking it'd be best to finish this quickly, before Elizabeth really gets angry. This explains that the original plan was to cut off the supplies, but with the two of them there, everything has changed. Now, they can just go on the offensive. My god, there's a slime. Elizabeth. First, they'll disguise themselves as ore delivery workers and sneak into the kingdom, which will be easy now that they have human bodies and can pass the mechanical inspections at the gates. Once inside, they'll lay low for a while, hiding out in different areas. When night falls, they'll start moving through the city, avoiding the soldiers' patrols. Eventually, they'll access the tunnel. A furry Elizabeth tentacle. Elizabeth, hidden down in the sewers of Street No. 3. She studied the entire filtration system from top to bottom and knew the perfect route to get straight to the capital. 5 kilometers later, they'd find a sealed chamber, and once they broke through it, they'd reach Aristotle's magic reactor. The downside was that there was no way to do this without triggering alarms. Once that happened, they're all there. There's even an astronaut they'd have 10 minutes to plant bombs and blow the whole thing to Pisces. Whoever was on the demolition team had to be ready to die. This would create enough chaos to distract the Minister of Science, and that's when she'd start her plan to hack the brain of the entire system, because the capital itself was nothing but a giant mechanical body. She knew exactly how to short-circuit everything. Elizabeth completely unimpressed. But then, the screen suddenly shuts off, triggering a chain reaction that would collapse it all, like a line of dominoes without the reactor. The Minister of Science wouldn't be able to build those giant armors anymore, and without those, his plan to end the world would fall apart. But she warns them, anyone joining this mission cannot be afraid of dying. This was a revolution that demanded sacrifice, her comrades nearby say, and a cave woman demands to know they're only alive because of her. So of course, helping her see this through is the purpose of their life. Elizabeth says that sharing one's remaining lifespan with others is a logical thing to do. She has no objections to the plan. Li Ping, however, hesitates. Pisces asks what the problem is. Isn't offering up her life what kind of nonsense this is, and risking everything enough? But Li Ping says no. Miss Pisces, this plan of yours is stupid. You need to get rid of that idea right now. The poor girl just accepts it and lets a tear fall. I thought he was going to fight her on it a bit more. But then he says, wait, there's a better way to deal with this. I used to think just like you, and that's what made me start this hero's journey. Where's the scene where they make a bunch of babies? I even made a pact with Elizabeth to unite everyone and protect this world, but in the end, all that happened was that we wasted time, and people died for nothing. Lupin thinks to himself that these people are ready to throw away their lives for peace. It's time for him to finally end the promise he made. And then he says, Elizabeth, I want you to go now. She wants to see the whole thing right now and protect the kingdom of Aristotle. I can't wait even one more second. Elizabeth says she'll go because she's thinking he means he can't wait for that thing they're supposed to do in a month. She says the job will be finished extremely quickly. With that, the perfect world that belonged only to the two of them would finally be born. Meanwhile, cavewoman Li Ping really suffered. Back in the kingdom, countless gears are being forged and fried. The Minister of Science says everything is going even better than he imagined. The gears just keep coming, piling up higher and higher. In just a single day, more than 5,000 gears have been produced. That meant the conversion of humans would speed up completely, or maybe not the Japanese, and their research would advance to the next stage. And everything was moving even faster. Now that the fairy had transformed and activated her infinite discharge, the demon stands there, grinning, thinking that finally, these so-called heroes, a demon queen and that cursed Malfoy, would all pay for the arrogance they had shown. But then suddenly he starts trembling. In a single second, Elizabeth says, the queen is towering in front of him. Oh man, I totally forgot. She had that insanely strong armored form, and she stomps him. He crushed editor. Rewind that stomp angle because that was way too fast. Didn't even get a chance to appreciate it. Wait, no. Hold on, it's not over yet. Next chapter. He's still there, shaking, and the minister asks. She's always focused on what happens in the bedroom. What's wrong? He says he can feel that she's coming, and he knows they can't fight her head on right now. He walks over to the Sea of Gears and says he's taking them to the Black Sea right now. The minister looks confused. What he said, he'd take them tomorrow. The guy just tells him not to worry. He'll be back tomorrow, assuming the fool is still alive. The Minister of Science can't make sense of it. But the guy disappears, taking all the gears with him. But still this doesn't make sense. At that moment, alarms start to sound, warning that a maximum alert intruder is nearby. In the city, a guy riding a scooter wonders what's happening. All the robots aren't even moving. And in the sky, Elizabeth appears with the group, wanting to know if they were really teleported to the center of the kingdom. Li Ping tells everyone to stay calm. He's with Elizabeth there. What do you mean by that? Just asks, that's it. Though she admits she really wanted to see that too. While Alpha tells everyone to stop being so dramatic. The creatures are all pointing and fire shot in her direction. But with a flick of her finger, they are all transformed into a manhole cover. The leader of the scientists there wants to know why he lost connection with all the sentinels in an instant, and everyone is wondering the same thing. What are these manhole covers doing here? With this couple finally get together in the middle of the city, suddenly everyone falls dead, and the gears that were in their bodies start to fly. Did Elizabeth just rip everything apart in an instant? The scientist is freaking out, wanting to know how she turned everything to dust so quickly, and it really is fast. In less than 5 pages, she's already wiped out the entire city. Then the guy says that there won't be any kindness. That's when the old lady says he has to eliminate this threat before all of Aristotle's falls. He starts stealing all the energy from the lightning fairy, who is trembling. The entire city and castle begin to move, and a gigantic robot rises. At that moment, Pisces says he's crazy for activating that without even a power converter. Elizabeth's temporary ticket had just expired. That should be impossible, and she can't believe he saw the formula. Then the true war, and she reminds her that in every world, Li Ping and Elizabeth share an unbreakable bond. All she needs to do is follow her heart. Elizabeth turns to ask something, but suddenly, she's back in the forest. Amelia is there holding her head. Alpha says, yeah, and Li Ping says, oh Elizabeth, take a look at Amelia here. Maybe she's allergic to walnuts. Right away, the queen activates a strong healing spell, but Amelia just screams even louder. Li Ping doesn't understand what's happening, and the queen tells him he overestimated Amelia. Li Ping has no idea what they should do, and Elizabeth says there's nothing they can do, except wait for her to get through this herself. The idea was that her memories would come back. Elizabeth is thinking that this sudden synchronization probably dumped a flood of memories into Amelia's mind, all at once, and now her brain doesn't know where to put them. She's probably in pain from trying to process it all. Amelia glances at Li Ping's approaching hand, and suddenly, remembers something about being controlled. Fear strikes her, and she begs for them to shut it all off. When she felt extreme fear, then, out of nowhere, the old man wants to know what happened. It looked like the files had been stolen, but that should have been impossible. Suddenly, Amelia runs off crying in total panic, and man, she takes a serious hit along the way, completely knocked out. Not many could withstand a blow that hard. Elizabeth thinks once again that Li Ping went against his own principles, but out of nowhere, to help her because of Amelia. The protagonist apologizes for scaring her, but Elizabeth says it's fine. All she's going to do is send Amelia into the contract space so she can rest there for a while. Elizabeth looks at him, and he's just standing there not knowing what to do, and neither of them says anything. Up above, Wang Kai and Alpha are watching. Li Ping starts talking about the sky. Both of them get slapped by Elizabeth about the weather, and Elizabeth just nods along. Alpha's thinking, damn it, when I tried to scare her, she got mad at me. Li Ping does the exact same thing, and it works. Wang Kai says, obviously, nobody can scare someone worse than Li Ping can, but then something starts calling out to Alpha saying that if he refuses, he'll be punished. Who calls them boring idiots. Alpha grabs his head as veins start bulging in his neck, feeling pain like his whole head is about to explode. Wang Kai quickly pulls out a noise-blocking headset and puts it on him. Alpha starts to calm down, wondering what just happened to him. He hadn't been hearing anything before, but there's not much else he can do now, so he just decides to take the kid to the forge and check him over later. Meanwhile, in the garden, Elizabeth turns around and says that the poor guys are apologizing. Since there's nothing else to talk about, she's leaving. She starts walking away little by little, wondering why that damn Li Ping isn't running after her. In the other worlds, he always seems so much more proactive. The protagonist stands there, with different versions of himself arguing, some telling him to go chase after her, others asking if he's not afraid she'll leave and never come back, thinking that's what worked for Alpha back, others calling him a coward. That's when he decides that even if she rejects him, he doesn't want to regret it for the rest of his life. Elizabeth, meanwhile, is wondering if she's really going to have to make the first move, but then she remembers what the old lady said, to just follow her heart, and she activates a forced teleport. Li Ping, however, then calls out for her to wait, asking her if she doesn't want to know whether he likes her. He turns around, looking a bit surprised, while he says that without even realizing it, after living for a whole year, he knows very well how far apart they are. But inside he's thinking. He admits that the so-called legendary hero, who can't use a sword or magic, Amelia is already placed on the table. Elizabeth crouches down and tells Amelia not to worry, was never good enough for her, and then he says that if it were possible, what he really wishes is to live an ordinary life by her side. Of course, without some kind of misunderstanding. That wouldn't even make sense. Elizabeth wonders if he's saying he's so strong that he have to lower himself just to live a normal life with her. Then Li Ping says she'll find another way to restore her memory. I'm just a guy who never even left the house, with zero life experience, and I don't even know how to make a girl happy. Because of the difference in status between them, he never dared to say how he really felt, but he couldn't keep running away anymore. He gathers up all his courage and finally says he likes her. The boy feels relieved and emotional, glad he finally said it. In the very next second, Elizabeth spreads her wing. That's when Li Ping suddenly gets an idea, rushes him and hugs him. What the? The protagonist is completely confused as she grabs him and takes him straight up to the moon. Wait, is there a double meaning here? Elizabeth says it's nothing. She's just acting on how she feels. He's standing there, stunned. And now the queen's the one making the move. Wait, is that a kiss? Damn, I literally finished the last video. The scene switches to the garden as they walk together. Right at this exact moment, Li Ping's all emotional saying he likes her, and she says it back, but right then, she vanishes. Wait, could it be someone's about to do something terrible? Is Li Ping finally about to lose it and go on a killing spree? Took only 135 chapters, but it finally happened, people. In the following chapter, our boy is seen cooking eggs, even shaping the yolks into hearts, cutting vegetables with a big grin on his face. And he says the key to memory is obviously the brain, and preparing ramen. Looks like Natalia had chicken out before, but now she's back. He serves the meal, and she asks why today's feast is a little different from usual. She couldn't quite tell what it was. There is a strong magical energy, but also some mysterious feeling. The protagonist is sitting there kind of unsure, wondering if she noticed that he cut everything. Then he goes on about how she eats walnuts into heart shapes. Suddenly, she takes a bite, freezes completely, and looks shocked. Turns out what she felt inside that ramen was love, while our protagonist is standing there, wondering if the food was so bad it paralyzed her. He tries to bite himself just to make sure he didn't mess it up. And here comes that classic dog and spaghetti Disney movie scene, but right at that moment, which are good nutrients for the brain. Alpha opens the door cheerfully, saying good morning, and asking for today's orders, only to get punched by Elizabeth, and sent flying all the way into the mountain. Elizabeth mutters, that bastard ruining the queen's good moment. The protagonist, though, says to just forget it. Maybe they should watch a little TV instead. She agrees. Maybe that'll help. Elizabeth's confused. They sit there, watching apparently a police drama first, then a cooking show, while their hands slowly start moving closer together. Actually, he tries to reach for her hand first, but she pulls away, and now he's wondering why. He thought that yesterday, they had already made their relationship official. But then, he remembers, Elizabeth is the demon queen. Maybe she was just playing with him, looking ever so calm and relaxed. But Li Ping's already picking one up, saying, he starts to think maybe he imagined too much. Maybe none of it even happened for real. Then suddenly, she takes his hand and asks if something's wrong. All flustered, he blushes and says, no. Then, she leans into him, pulling him closer to the top 10 places spot. They keep watching TV, and that's when she asks, what people who like each other do in his world. He says they eat together. This will work, she says. Go out on dates and watch shows together. Elizabeth points out that they've already been doing all that for a long time. He gets embarrassed and admits she's right. Then she says, now she wants to know something that only couples do. Something just for them to do right now. The protagonist says that holding hands like this is the first step, and Li Ping like kid, this. But she says, if that's only the first step, that's not enough. She wants to take it further. So the protagonist goes for it and says that, in that case, just like what happened yesterday, let's take it to the next level. She starts moving closer, both of them blushing. But there's that damn Alpha again at the window, calling for him. Elizabeth says that today, he better have a very good explanation for interrupting her looks like that. Queen has tasted everything you've put in this place. Holy Sword is going to get in the demon queen's way. No matter what. That's when Alpha explains that there's a whole group outside, wanting to see him. Oh great, the whole squad showed up. Everyone's already out there having a picnic, while the protagonist just wants to know, so guys, what are you all doing here? Out of nowhere, and he steps up and says, yesterday, and I can guarantee there are no walnuts here. I felt Elizabeth's power back in the demon kingdom, so I came here today. Chichi adds that she felt the same magic, and came here to get orders. Bose and Alift say the same thing, and they also wanted to show how much they've grown to. The hero Alf is over there, thinking everyone's too weak, that he's the only one who stays close to Li Ping, handling the important stuff. Elizabeth though, Li Ping explains that's because he recently says she never asked for any of them to be there, so they can all disappear right away. But Li Ping says there's no need to rush. Since they're here, might as well explain what's going on. Chichi says she's been sharing her sword technique with everyone, and news about the Black Guild seems to be vanishing more and more. Annie says the same thing, for some unknown reason, wanted to bake a walnut cake. The members seem to have completely disappeared. Without a trace. Li Ping celebrates. Not only had Chi-Chi gotten stronger, but it looks like the Black Guild had calmed down. Halif explains that the elves are putting new policies in place. Plus, they're starting to establish connection with the outside world and build an intelligence network to prevent the Black Guild from rising again. So he asks the wish tree for some. That's when Li Ping says, now that everyone's had their turn to report, it's my turn to announce something important. Bose thinks, oh man, he's going to give us the next mission, now that we've leveled up. Elif says everything's fine, that the elf tribe still has the upper hand and can handle whatever comes their way. Annie assumes, and they grew just like that easy. They're about to compete against each other to see who becomes the main servant. Kichi thinks there's probably an even more powerful enemy out there, and that must be why the Black Guild has disappeared. But then the protagonist reveals that he's now together with Elizabeth. Everyone freezes, not really understanding, and they want to know what else he's trying to say. Protagonist, a bit confused, says yeah, just think about it and boom. You didn't get it, me and her. We're kind of a couple. The girls glance at each other, wondering if he's just saying that so they'll stop interfering with his life. Chichi apparently thinks to herself that, yes, she's hit the nail on the head. Elizabeth realizes that, ever since that whole mess with the orphanage, and the problem involving the Elf Guild, everything had been solved by her and Li Ping. They're in your hand. Elizabeth picks one up. They really do need to get stronger, so they won't have to rely on the two of them anymore. Chichi concludes that if it weren't for Elizabeth breaking the curse that had been placed on her, she'd still be trapped in it even now. So she declares that she, Chichi, Sagas, will move forward and nothing will stop her. Bose and Ilif are thinking they really screwed up, letting the cards fall into the hands of the Dark Tribe. They clearly have a lot more to work on, asking if it really helps with memory, and immediately asked for Lipping's next orders. Now, everyone's wondering, if he's saying he's together with Elizabeth, does that mean the two of them won't be helping anymore? But if the next mission is too dangerous, how would they handle something like that? Li Ping tells them, yes everyone, I do have something to ask of you, but if you think this is going to be easy, better forget it. Everyone immediately tenses up. What exactly are you about to do? And he says, yes, thinking this guy just saw straight through their cowardly hearts. Bose is sure. Those words from Li Ping hit harder than any beating, because without him, neither of them are anything. Then Li Ping reveals that he's planning a trip with Elizabeth. Even she didn't know about this. Shichi asks where the two of them are planning to go. He then That's what people say in his world. Reveals that he's going to the kingdom of Aristotle. He needs to persuade those people to abandon the Black Guild and join the rest of the world. Only then will his work as a hero be complete, and he'll finally be able to live his life in peace. The queen thinks about the map and realizes that the only region he hasn't visited yet is the north, but why is he going so far away? Just for this so-called tranquil village. She tries it, makes a cute little face and says, that's when it hits her, she's always been foolish. Always thinking that Li Ping was just wandering around to show off his power and humiliate her. But from the very start, his plan had been to reach this point, where everything would be settled, so the two of them could live a quiet future together. She immediately says that's fine, if this is the last place they have to conquer, and she'll go there. It's gross and sour. Li Ping laughs and says, and wipe that whole nation off the map. Li Ping tells her not to do something so reckless. The plan is to restore order to the world, not destroy everything. Elizabeth softens up, saying, fine. Then, she'll just follow his lead. But then, Annie speaks up and says she has a request. She wants to come along on this trip to the kingdom of Aristotle. With the demon eye she possesses, she's sure she can help. That's not how you eat a walnut. Chichi jumps in right away, saying she wants to come too, since she knows the best route to get there. Boja and Elif add they'll join as well. Lanchat is taking care of the elf tribe right now, so they have enough time to handle this. But the protagonist says they don't get it. He isn't asking them for anything related to the kingdom of Aristotle. Elizabeth cuts in, warning them that they better not interfere with her. You have to eat just the inside. Whoever ruins the mood will have to deal with the consequences. Li Ping then tells her to go home and rest. Before she really does get angry, she says, fine. The queen has no interest in such trivial matters, and teleports away. Then, Li Ping calls everyone closer, saying he wants to tell them something. Everyone's a bit confused, and then, he pulls out a knife, cracks it open. Our boy asks if they know of any hot springs nearby. Elif says, maybe the hot spring in our tribe will work. We can heat it with fire magic. But the protagonist says, Elizabeth wouldn't want to go back there besides. He wants something more natural. Then Annie mentions a place near a volcano, back in the Demon Kingdom. After a few adjustments, it would definitely be the perfect spot. And wait, what? She thinks to herself that the place is extremely dangerous. For Li Ping and Elizabeth, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Li Ping says, that's exactly the kind of place he's looking for. Could they give him a hand getting it ready? It'll be a perfect surprise for Elizabeth. Since everyone there has magic, it should be easy enough, right? The thing inside looks exactly like a tiny brain. Chi-Chi shivers, but says no, it won't be a problem at all. Though she wonders if that volcanic zone isn't the closest place to the Demon King's domain. Bosha is already convinced that, when Li Ping talked about clearing the area, what he really meant was that they should wipe out everything there. He tells Chi-Chi that Elizabeth's freaked out. They'll give it everything they've got. And she thanks him. They're really going to need all the help they can get. Li Ping then says that the hot spring plan is set, and now they have 1 month to finish the preparation. Chi-Chi tells him not to worry. They'll start working on it right away. Li Ping leaves, and everyone seems relieved. Bosher comments that they have 1 month to take care of this. Alpha just tells him to chill and trust him, asking why there's a brain inside this thing. Before Li Ping and Elizabeth get involved, Chi-Chi warns that the creatures living there might be interdimensional demons from the Sea of Darkness. She's going to try gathering intel, so they can act effectively. Annie says that every time she thinks about the Demon Kingdom, she feels some strange force pulling her toward it. Elif, though, is relieved they at least have a month to get ready, but the protagonist just hands it straight to Amelia. During that time, she needs to break through to Demon King rank. Alpha shows up about to say something, but suddenly, everyone is teleported away. Someone grabs Li Ping's arm. The bedroom door slams shut. Oh boy. And Elizabeth is already on top of him, saying that, finally, nobody's going to interrupt. She says that now, then, they're going to do something only lovers can do, and hearts are raining down okay. But it was just with lips of yeah. I guess it was just a few kisses. Calm down, she's not gonna show up, pregnant, or anything. But a week later, we see him completely wiped out in the forest, man. The poor guy looks exhausted. He was just washing dishes when she came over and hugged him. He turns to Elizabeth and asks if she wants to try one. Then he went to chop some wood, and suddenly a teleport appeared, and she landed right in his lap. He was taking a bath, oh boy. And yeah, not sure what happened there and what the heck. When he was sleeping, he looked down and found something hiding there. At this point, Li Ping really can't handle the Demon Queen anymore. He asks her if she wouldn't rather rest a little. Too pure like that, he says. In her own room, she says she doesn't mind. From now on, she's always going to sleep near him. The protagonist, though, is completely drained, wondering how he's supposed to rest. With a life like this, like the classic phrase, the meat falls right onto the vegan's plate. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a power pill. This kid is basically brewing his own Tadalafil. At this point, Alpha asks what that is. The taste is way better looking to the side. And he says, it's just an elixir made from some traditional medicinal herbs right away. He feels renewed, saying the man is back. Elizabeth is there as usual, towering and happy. She had just reached the holy human kingdom of a star. All thanks to how close she's been getting to him. She seems to be advancing faster than ever, and her plan is in motion. She just thinks that those fruits were ordinary to her. Just a few more steps, climb a few more ranks. and then begin producing the most powerful child ever. The two of them are laughing, full of energy, while Alpha thinks they're becoming more and more alike. Even Wang Kai came along this time, celebrating that he was finally taken on an adventure. Then Chi-Chi shows up greeting them, and our boy notices they've entered dwarf territory, further ahead. But maybe they actually work for Amelia. They walk through the city and reach a forge, where a few guys are making shields. The guys are deep in production. The protagonist comments that these guys really do live up to their reputation. As great blacksmiths, Alpha is, they're going hemph. There's nothing they can forge that can compare to me. Elizabeth, on the other hand, wants to know why they're even in the dwarf kingdom. So, the three of them take a bite. Chi-Chi, with that cut stomach of hers, girls at like 3% body fat, says it's because these dwarves are the only ones who have a direct trade route with the people of Aristotle. A red-nosed dwarf says he only accepted the visit because it looks like this guy, named Li Ping, might be able to help them produce rank as weapons. And right away, she starts feeling this strange sync again, but he warns them that if they don't have the celestial colored ore, it's impossible, and they shouldn't bother disturbing his father. The protagonist has no idea what ore he's talking about, so the dwarf explains that it's a type of ore that fell on this continent 2,000 years ago. The impact was so massive that it altered the whole area. Then he calls out to Wang Kai, "Yo bro," like she's stepping into some kind of realm, and even formed the sacred mountain that now serves as the dwarf's protection. Right now, his father is deep inside the mountain with his sacred hammer searching for a solution. And what's this? The old man is literally fist fighting a sword. He lets out a deep sigh and says, "Experiment dieci. Navicenten antisetta result. Ranka even after using tungsten steel. It's still not enough." He grabs his monocle. Then it hits her, sets it to 100 times magnification, and sees tiny imperfections on the blade. Right away, he starts breaking it apart, saying it's garbage on this planet. There's just no more decent material left. He refuses to let something like this get made and ruin the entire legacy of the dwarves. Just then, his son comes in saying he brought some friends, but the old man immediately tells him to get lost. She had totally forgotten this condition even existed, and stopped distracting him from finding a solution. The son begs him to be patient, saying he brought Chi-Chi Sagas, a saint of the sword, but the father snaps back, telling him to shut up and stop being insolent. He doesn't care who he brought. Chi-Chi sits down gracefully and says, "Your Majesty, even our years of cooperation with the guilds, we might be able to discover a new way to create rank. Probably the fact that leaping both created as weapons." My father stomps the ground, leaps in front of her, and damn, this guy is huge, declaring, "I am the great Forge Master Hammerdinger." "Wait, League of Legends," he says. "If I can't find the solution to this problem, then who could possibly manage it?" The son is in shock, while Chi-Chi keeps her composure, saying she knows someone who can definitely succeed. The man throws his arms up, and this thing must have helped trigger it, asking if they really want to experience the fury of his fists. But then someone in slippers steps forward, and right away, his expression changes. Elizabeth, towering from this angle as always, says, "It's been a long time since they last saw each other." He charges forward to throw a punch, but at the last second, he drops face first to the ground. On the big cinema screen, everyone is confused for a moment, but it's obvious this guy is already sweating bullets and trembling, stammering, saying that this humble servant was ignorant and failed to realize that Her Majesty was here, blessing them with her presence. But she says that she was gone for only 500 years, and now someone like him dares call himself King Li. Ping is stunned, so even the king of the dwarves serves her. A preview of the magical world starts playing. Bo says he accepts any punishment and deserves to die. 1,000 times later, sitting at the table, he explains that the world is becoming more chaotic by the day, and to prepare their people, he is the leader of the tribe, had no choice but to shoulder all responsibility and rebuild the kingdom back to its peak. His son then asks, "Hey Chi-Chi," and of course, the two of them are the stars of it. "Why didn't you tell me you were bringing the legendary king and queen?" She apologizes, saying that unfortunately, their identities must be kept secret. Elizabeth just tells him to reveal everything to them. Bo says he'll explain. Right now there's no big secret. Malfoy is the one behind the Black Guild. He created it, and he's the one trying to throw the world into chaos. She glances around. He's been capturing people of many different races for more experiments. Meanwhile, Jin has been searching for the queen for a very long time. Apparently during that time, he met a woman who was into some dark romance, married her, and became some scary horn demon. Mulgar, the king of the orcs, met a tragic end. They said his bloodline was beginning to weaken, wondering if there's anyone else inside this place, and they took revenge by killing him. Whoa. Sounds like the orc tribes got some seriously tough girls dangerous. As for the elf queen, all he knows is that she sacrificed herself for the forest. Lastly, the place Elizabeth wants to visit, the kingdom of Aristotle, was founded by the ancient high priest Baron. Give me a hand here. And sure enough, there is. Apparently, he played a major role in the fight against the Black Guild, using something called the power of science, in honor of all the inventions he created. The place was named the Kingdom of Aristotle. The problem is, humans live such short lives that after his death, new leaders took over, policies changed, things got worse. There's this huge cave woman standing there, and now all they are is a mining trade partner. Elizabeth immediately snaps, saying, "You wretch fools, I told you to maintain peace between all races, so why are you fighting on your own?" Bose, to his credit, is honest. He apologizes, saying that at first, everyone tried to follow the Queen's principle, but personal ambition and greed, complaining about what kind of awful movie this is, eventually swayed everyone, even him. The protagonist tells Elizabeth not to blame them. It's like a classroom full of kids without a teacher. Of course, it turns into chaos. Elizabeth softened, saying that if he says so, then it must make sense. Then Chi-Chi asked our boy for help, saying they need him to help them get back to forging rank as weapons. The red-nosed dwarf says, she's saying, if the two of them already like each other, he doesn't doubt the hero's skills. But without the extremely rare ore they need, it's impossible. There's nothing they can do. Heimeringer says his son, Brian, is right. He's been in seclusion here for years and years, trying everything possible in the forge. But nothing surpasses rank A. Even he can't forge something lower than rank as quality anymore. Liping comments, wow. Then why aren't they just saying it out loud? If this celestial colored stone is that necessary, then, yeah, this is really a tough situation. He's impressed. He never imagined the dwarves even used meteorites to forge their weapons. Heimer explains that this stone was actually discovered many generations ago. Back then, the dwarves didn't have an empire or anything like that. In the wild world she comes from, they were just wandering blacksmiths, but guided purely by their natural talent, they stumbled upon a cave. Inside, there was a material with countless colors that reflected a brilliant light. For their surprise, it wasn't even about using the material. It was enough to just touch it with a hammer, and apparently instantly turned into a golden pickaxe. Naturally, the tribe started crafting. She would have already beaten Li Ping unconscious. Every kind of item they could to advance the material was perfect, and all the masters of that time came to rely on it. But as ages passed, the stone slowly got smaller. Unfortunately, when the queen took the throne, and the war against the demons began, they had no choice but to forge countless weapons. He trembles as he says that sadly, all the legacy they had built, through the celestial stone, drag him back to her cave, is disappearing. His son tells him not to blame himself. He says the fault lies with him, because he never had the skill to become a blacksmith, as good as his father. And then, here comes Li Ping. He says, I know a few forging techniques. Want me to give it a try? While thinking, well, I don't know anything about swords or magic, but forging isn't something I'm completely clueless about, and since I came all the way to the dwarves' kingdom, and made a bunch of babies with him, I might as well trade some ideas and learn. From this Master Heimer agrees, saying, very well then, if he's not mistaken, the spiritual weapon the queen once summoned was this very boy standing before them. But that is a naturally perfect and unrepeatable existence. Could that have been crafted by a hero? The protagonist says no. The cultivator standing next to her says, none of the things he makes are like Alpha, who's standing there all proud. Then Waka pulls out a whetstone, and the protagonist says, since I knew I'd be coming here to the demon kingdom, I brought a little whetstone with me. How about we make it useful and help each other out? Heimerdinger scoffs, saying, a whetstone? You have no idea how many materials I've already tested, and I'll help you out with that thing later. She's way too blunt. Elizabeth is just standing there, demanding to know how he dares go against what the queen's chosen man just said. Heimer immediately agrees, and then Li Ping remembers that he had some knives back home that he forged himself, the kind that were practically SS's rank, slicing everything into micro-thin pieces. Elizabeth orders him to start preparations right away. She explains that the Li Ping she knows, and he says fine, he'll do it. Molten magma is poured out and the protagonist asks, so this is the material used for forging? Heimer explains that it's a mixture of many compound liquids and countless materials, something refined through centuries of experience. Brian grabs one of the tools, spins it with a bit of flair, and says that since he's the worst one there, serve in the army for years, he might as well embarrass himself first. Even though his skill is laughable compared to his father, he's still considered a forging prodigy. He dips the cup into the magma, flings it upward, takes a gulp of beer, spits it out to temper the blade. The whole thing turns into a flashy a la forge technique. Suddenly, something appears in the sky. Holy hell, he actually forged it, slowly rising through the ranks. Ryan says he'll leave the crucial step to his father, who steps in and takes a bite of the blade. To sharpen it, the protagonist claps, saying that this is the coolest forging process he's ever seen. Heimer examines the blade, noticing that it has a special effect. Its wielder grows stronger when drunk while using it. Li Ping is impressed. Looks like Heimer has an analysis ability as well, earning great power and eventually living with her. Ryan asks how the blade turned out, and his father says no. It's trash, just a useless ultra-ranko weapon. Poor Brian apologizes, saying, Father, I've brought shame to the dwarves again. Heimer pats his head and says, it's fine son, you're still young. Give it a few hundred more years, and you'll surpass me. Brian thanks him. That's when Elizabeth notices along with me. But now, Heimer says, it's the hero's turn. Li Ping cracks his knuckles and says fine. He'll take his turn to be embarrassed. Inside though, he's fired up. This is his chance to crack something, while being watched by the great Ford Master himself. That alone is an incredible honor. Watching closely, I say, it's rare to see Li Ping do something he's actually most skilled at honestly, that there are actually multiple Elizabeths here. Shichi had made some great preparation. She thanks him, thinking that even though her bladeless style is strong, not everyone can master it, especially with the Black Guild constantly expanding. Then Alpha chimes in, saying that all this talk about S rank, Ultras rank, Supers rank, none of that really matters if a weapon doesn't have a spirit, all from different worlds. In the end, it's just a bandage for its wielder, not a true weapon for battle. Wang Kai asks what he thinks of him, and Alpha explains that he's basically some kind of strange, unexplainable smart home accessory. Then Wayne Kai wants to know what Alpha thinks of those kitchen knives, the ones with a nice balance and everything. Alpha replies that the sword surfer speaks up. Those knives are practically godly artifact. Meanwhile, Li Ping is starting to pour the magma into the mold. Bose watches and says, this guy's just going to make a little knife. The protagonist pulls out of the magma, quenches it in water with a grin, and says that now it just needs a bit of polishing, and it'll be ready. Ryan looks at the process and says, his forging techniques aren't anything special in the cultivation world. When it comes to variety of skills, we actually have more than he does. But his father asks if he notices what might make Li Ping special. The son replies that yes, rather than chasing absolute perfection or endlessly exhausting himself. Li Ping seemed to actually enjoy the process. Li Ping steps closer and tells them to listen carefully. They need to hear the voice of the things they forge. Then, the true war mecha rises up top, and Elizabeth says she let that guy summon it. He has to compliment her, our boys. Li Ping shows up and asks if Amelia has fallen asleep. Again Elizabeth says, it's perfect, while our boy invites her to get some fresh air outside. And now we're at the picnic. Our boy goes to throw a frisbee with Wang Kai, but he takes it to the head and goes into alert mode. Poor guy, he goes crazy, activates the black hole mechanics. But even then, they're saying yes. Frisbee cuts through the black hole and flies out. He tries to analyze it, but the composition is too complex, and he starts to overload, pulling out 500 weapons and exploding everything. Li Ping cheers, saying wow, look at Wang Kai having fun. Elizabeth, when he comes back, it's your turn to throw, but she says, no, I'm not in the mood. She's amazing, a perfect deity. Don't you have something deeper to offer? The protagonist says deeper. What do you mean? She says exactly that. What's the problem? She realized that, ever since he mentioned a little surprise for the end of the month, he's been distant. They're not in love anymore. What's he waiting for? He's so old-fashioned. Li Ping admits maybe he really is a bit old-fashioned. He thinks while Pisces is confused. My original plan was to propose to her at the hot springs. I wanted all the wonderful moments to come after that. But Elizabeth says she can't hold back anymore. She wants to deepen this relationship. She says, unless he doesn't want to. Li Ping confused and replies, we're outside girl, while thinking that is a normal guy. He wants it too, but for the first time outdoors. She knows she should be happy she survived. He's not prepared. Elizabeth says, it doesn't matter, there's no one around. The protagonist hesitates, but if she insists like that, he can't be the boring one, just as he says he's going to take off his clothes. She tells him to talk more about his past. Damn, and everyone fell for the bait, me included. She says she's curious to know everything about him. Got her revenge. So, why does she feel empty? She knows that looking into the past of someone so powerful is almost taboo. Here it comes. She's going to completely misunderstand everything. The protagonist says that really in a relationship, they need to know everything about each other. They've been living together for so long, but never talked about the past. And he asks Elizabeth, do you really want to know about my past? The obvious becomes clear. She says, yes. And he replies, in my world, I was just an ordinary guy. I grew up with my grandparents working on the farm. They were hard times, but also the happiest. After that, I went to the South China Agricultural University. Every weekend, I'd run home to help in the village. That was my life until graduation. Then I went to the big city to start working. The problem she wanted to fight against, little by little. I wasn't visiting my grandparents as much. Without realizing, one by one, they died. And when I noticed I was alone in the big city, my routine became waking up, going to work, working, coming back home, repeating that every day. I didn't like games, didn't like anime. And the only thing that gave me any pleasure was watching some farming videos. Was resolved in the blink of a when suddenly I ended up in this place. Upon arriving, I received the so-called legendary hero system, but I wasn't interested in it. All I wanted was a quiet life. Elizabeth asks, that's it? He says, yeah, that's it. Simple, right? But Ashley goes tripping out saying no, it's not simple at all. Li Ping walks such a pure path, and I, the king of Aristophanes, that others could only dream of. His greatness lies in that very simplicity. Finally, after reaching the sage ranking, everything starts to make sense. Now, she wonders, why? This legendary system wanted to pit him against her, but in the end, his purity even overcame the strength of that system. The protagonist says now it's her turn, because she knew he would like to see it. Said that he wants to know everything about her too. She asks everything about what? He says everything since childhood. How did she become the demon queen who rules this world? He admits he's already nervous, and she warns. Fair warning, it's not a fun story. And if you get bored, just say so. It all begins in the territory of the heroes, before magic appeared. The place lived in peace, and all races in harmony. The value of life lies in the ability to awaken. But extremist groups began to emerge. They spread hatred and division, setting one race against another. The continent fractured, nations split. Endless wars began in this poisoned climate. Those of mixed blood, once seen as symbols of unity, were cast out and reviled. Desperate to survive, they fled to the most desolate land, places no one wanted to live in and reflect, however, and there they were called the Demon Kingdom. But even among the demons, there was no true unity in a land of scarcity. Crime, violence, and blood were everyday thing. Someone snatches the bread from her hands and says, "Hey kid, out of the way. No, give me back my bread." His eyes go wide, crushed until he feels a strange pain. The girl had already dropped into this world possessed. Warning, it'd be best to give her damn bread back. Maybe he never considered that. Maybe. Because I carry the blood of countless races within me. But at 5 years old I had already awakened. My magic in the Demon Kingdom powers everything. And by 9 I had conquered all the districts. They called me the Witch Elizabeth. At 13, I formed the Crimson Moon Mercenaries. And with each mission, I secretly infiltrated forbidden territories, collecting ancient and lost magic. Even after such awakening, on my 16th birthday, the last piece of magic was recovered, creating the second awakening. After that, power rose quickly. I unified the Demon Kingdom and began to conquer the world. No one could stand before my absolute strength. The elves surrendered, the beastmen surrendered, the dwarves surrendered. Until the time came to attack the capital, there were beings that for them, and the moment I arrived, Malfoy, the nerd, was already head over heels. The place was completely destroyed, and she says the intelligence was right. They get back right, sacrifice lives to stay alive. She wouldn't erase such trash from this world. Now, I was the twisted, disgusting king, saying, "Elizabeth, you won't kill me. Just because you reached the sovereign demon's realm." Take that. In that instant, mortals were no more than a speck of sand. He was pierced through, completely destroyed. Beautiful, wasn't it? But the one who killed him was Malfoy. Asking if she was the demon queen. Right away, he surrendered, saying he gave himself up in the name of all humanity. And that's the story of how I conquered the whole world. With absolute strength like an iron hand, I destroyed all division between races, and unified the hero's continent. And for her that was much more terrifying than death. Restoring it to what it was meant to be. Equality for all with peace and prosperity. But even with all my ideals achieved, I still didn't feel happy. Maybe I had become too strong to understand anyone else. Or maybe because I had no purpose anymore. That's when the prophecy about the legendary hero appeared, and it excited her. She dove into endless training to rewrite her magic. And that's when she arrived. Man, that was the fastest chapter I've ever narrated. At the realm of the Demon King. But the moment she felt ready, he never appeared until she went there. And pulled that damn sword from the ground. Teleported, and ended up face to face with the boy. She asks if he understands. How many years she has been waiting for him. The protagonist, awkward, says sorry. But maybe it was better they hadn't met. My god, it was. Because that way they didn't fight right. They became friends. Elizabeth turns her face away in agreement. But thinks, I already know you planned all this just not to hurt me. Even so, I wish I had met you earlier. Suddenly, the protagonist comes closer. He apologizes, and she doesn't know why. He says, he never imagined she went through so much as a child. So now, she can start. However, from the moment the shock girl finished until now, if he had met her earlier, he would have cooked the best food, sewn the best stuffed animals by hand, and made sure she always went to sleep, smiling. That was the childhood she deserved. He's all romantic now. She's a little emotional, saying that anyway. The outcome is good. But he says, no. From now on she doesn't have to carry any of that alone. The boy even says he'll protect her. What's this? Pisces, however, smile until the end of time, unstoppable. They're getting closer. But I imagine the chance of this working out is zero. Just as their lips are about to meet, Wang Kai shows up with the battered frisbee, thinking, damn, to stop this cursed disc, I had to rebuild countless lines of code. But right then, he senses a new alert. The aliens are fleeing. Elizabeth calls him a dumb dog and kicks him hard, decides to return to reality. The protagonist looks damn. Wang Kai flew far, but then Elizabeth says, it's not ending here, calls for the boy. What's this? I'll have to throw in a white glow here. She's putting everything on the line. All in the house, my paycheck. That's going to get demonetized. Hearts float, while Wang Kai smokes in the distance, thinking, damn it, even after so many upgrades, she still had a country to rebuild. You can't deal with the trauma of this violent woman nearby. Someone's at Alpha's side, asks if that's Li Ping and Elizabeth's top general. He's the new hero Sema. And Alpha says yes. The guy says he looks like an idiot. Not a threat. The guy has a system too, yes. Li Ping's system, it went looking for someone else. It warns him not to underestimate the enemy, and many people depending on her. And to make sure he can complete the final mission, had to eliminate Li Ping and Elizabeth, to gain full access to the system. The guy says he understands, and orders Alpha to keep monitoring, and notify him telepathically if anything changes. Alpha's all messed up under hypnosis, just saying he understands. The man vanishes and Wonka notices Alpha is nearby. Really, he gotten involved with some weirdos. And in an instant, she has a crown, but he has no time to think about it. He's wrecked and has to repair himself right now. The scene then shifts to the Sea of Darkness. That strange demon there says that all the gates are open. But 5,000 gears weren't enough to like them all. He's a fragment of Azathoth's consciousness, known as the Whisperer, the other one there. Also a fragment known as the Demon of 1,000 Eyes. Says it's fine, he'd analyzed the chaotic entropy. A scepter, and everyone is calling for her. And as long as they began the process, integration was guaranteed. Others that will appear were also part of Azathoth. This one is the Devouring Worm, who says they can't let the locals discover them, or else everything would be for nothing. The Profane Jaw says the locals won't matter. One of them alone would be enough. If he, for example, passed, he would turn everyone into paste. The people throw their arms up. The Cranial Weaver tells him to stop being an idiot, and asks if he already forgot about the legendary hero they met. Not to mention that damn Malfoy is still around, wanting to recover what he lost. The Observer tells them to calm down. None of that mattered, he'd already seen all the futures. And none of them ended in failure. The power of complete chaos was enough to wipe out this dimension. Shouting the name of Queen Pisces, the Jaw is eager, saying that just thinking about ending everything makes him hungry. The Weaver agrees. He's in need of some fresh corpses. All of them, together with the Observer, are also anxious to take revenge on that damn Malfoy. And the strangest of all, the Mosquito says to Elizabeth to wait a little longer, because she'll regret it. Meanwhile, at our protagonist's house, she is there not understanding. He's preparing toothbrush, hairbrush, nail clipper, towel, moisturizer, because skin can get really dry in those hot springs. Elizabeth's things were almost ready, and he just had to pack his little swim trunks too. On top of that, he notes down to grab some fresh ingredients before leaving. He just hopes he's not forgetting anything. He goes to the drawer and pulls out the big one. Alpha tells her not to worry, while someone says that what's this wasn't the plan, to make the most powerful progeny of all. Fully ready, he quickly shows it into his backpack. While Elizabeth is calling, he asks what it is, and she wants to know if he can help her pick out a bikini. How about this micro one? The protagonist is startled, asking where she got that from, while thinking it was him who made it a few days ago. Thinking about this trip, he had designed many. The little princess has grown a lot crazy. Many swimsuits with some peculiar styles. Seeing his reaction, Elizabeth doesn't like it, and asks if it looks ugly on her. Suddenly, she snaps, changes instantly, and asks what he thinks about this one. This one's more modest. The protagonist tells her to take it easy, but she keeps getting angry, asking why she felt for a second. Her parents are there, that he looked hesitant when seeing her clothes. Elizabeth, meanwhile, is thinking that, as she strengthens her relationship with Li Ping, she starts to better understand what he likes. She followed the strongest signal she could find, and that's how she found those outfits. But judging by his reaction, did she interpret things the wrong way? She snaps again, and man, the ones who never have their eyes drawn, things just keep getting worse for poor Memoria. YouTube, forgive the boy. It's for the good of the viewers. Phew. There's Amelia, calling all modest, asking why her clothes are so tight, and why humans wear things like this. When the two of them went to the hot springs, they wore nothing at all. Elizabeth agrees, saying it's always better with nothing, while thinking that she got distracted. Frighteningly, they approach her. Li Ping may have liked those clothes, but in the end, they're just preferences and accessories. If she obsesses over that, she'll miss the true point, which is that what Li Ping really likes should be her, regardless of anything hero saves. Even the monetization of this channel. Thank you, Li Ping. You're a powerful being. Few. Now we're already outside, and say that today is the day of the great coronation, and he's put some decent clothes on. This crazy girl Li Ping is there saying, damn, I can't wait to see what incredible place Heimer prepared for us. The queen says she's also excited for that. But what she's most excited for is Li Ping's surprise. For her, Amelia is clingy as always, saying she can't wait to bathe with the master. At that moment, Elizabeth activates the force teleport, and they appear among the mountains. She is there, crying confused. The protagonist looks around, and suddenly, his eyes shine. My god, they really prepared a gigantic bathhouse. Elizabeth says it doesn't look like anything special. But then Pisces shows up to greet them, saying that after her kingdom stabilized, she came here to help Miss Sword Saint, and together they built this for them. The protagonist thanks her, but she says it was nothing special, saying she doesn't understand, since the kingdom of Aristotle could never repay its debt anyway. Peace is blushing from being close to Elizabeth, but Amelia already tells her to take those disgusting eyes off. The queen just orders them to be taken to the place, and the group follows along the great carpet. At that moment, someone from the household greets them with a good morning. When our boy turns, why are they there? Everything happens so fast. It's Chichi and all the sword saints dressed as butlers, saying that today, they're working as the security of this place. The protagonist thanks them, while Annie says, weren't the queen and the great hero supposed to come? Who are these two random? Luna replies, I heard they're just a princess and a servant, from some isolated place. Was this real? The father says, relax girl. Then Chichi bows and greets the great hero. Our boy thanks her, saying, she truly is worthy of being the great sword goddess. People are still hesitant. Blue Sword wonders if this guy is really the hero of legends. If so, he hides his presence in a terrifyingly good way. Annie and Luna are trembling, saying it can't be. This is the guy who taught Miss. He will handle this without them having to do anything. We'll ask the doctor to take a look. Chichi, Tai Chi, swordsmanship. The protagonist greets everyone, saying they must have seen him back at the tournament conference. They both say they remember him, and that alone is enough to make them faint on the spot. The protagonist then touches Blue Sword's shoulder, who's turning pale, and asks Shichi, "Did you learn from this guy? His fencing is really good. You must not be feeling well." Confused, Shichi asks, "Wait, you want me to learn his fencing?" The protagonist says, "Exactly. Remember, when you asked me how I learned formless Tai Chi sword, all I did was watch him and evolve." From that point onward, that's when they realize the protagonist learned from Blue Sword, who learned from her, who learned from the protagonist, forming a cycle. Meanwhile, up in the sky, our boy then adds a wise saying, "Among three people, there is always someone I can learn from," and he learned a lot by always being near the two of them. Blue Sword tells the hero to stop praising him so much. He doesn't deserve it, and tells Shichi he doesn't understand. She, however, tells him to calm down, that he doesn't need to be shy. Li Ping is waving goodbye while thinking about that, saying, "Among three, there is always someone I can learn from." She then says the hero made his point very clear. It was her lack of knowledge that kept her from truly seeing the path. The first lesson wasn't about techniques. It was about following the flow of nature. But trying to become nature itself was still a forced way. She had to simply be without separation, saying he didn't think Elizabeth would go that far. She was still tied to her past and her identity as the most powerful human. But the hero opened her eyes by saying that even he had learned from Blue Sword. She understood that the saying of the three meant even the weakest had lessons to teach her. Now it was clear why. The hero told her to return to the Sword Saints Guild. The girl is floating, advancing to the 5-star Demon Lord rank. She says she's a perfectionist, while Blue Sword wonders if just one phrase from the great hero made her advance. He begins to think this hero was always among them, but this was the one who created the Bows Legendary Guild. He was the one who saved Chichi, who saved the heroes, who saved the dwarves, who saved Aristotle, and now this guy was saying he learned something from him. Li Ping asked if he's okay since he's on the ground, and even gave him a bonus, apologizing, saying that thanks to the hero, he's learning something new. The guy begins to advance through countless ranks. Right there, Elizabeth says, "That's enough," and tells them to move along. But she wonders, did Li Ping make them advance? Because he feels the chaotic forces in the Sea of Darkness are preparing. She begins to understand this hot spring plan was only to keep them close. Seems that apparently she went back in time after this, in case something went wrong. Chichi is flying, saying not to worry, just to count on her. The protagonist only thanks her and steps aside, thinking it's best not to interrupt her training. He celebrates, saying they finally arrived, and the door opens inside. Our Heimer Bose and his daughter. Our boy greets them together with Elizabeth, thanking them for all the hard work. War to the time when her parents were really alive. But he notices the place was insane. It wasn't just any hot spring. There were floating islands, perfect water, a bridge, flowers, statues, and more. The protagonist tells her to take a look. That statue there looked like her, and it was much bigger inside. Not to mention, there was water. It seemed magical, rising on its own. The protagonist noticed. I thought it was an exaggeration, saying they didn't need all that. And Heimer immediately trembled, saying he did his best to hide the flaws. He tried to cover up the problems with all that magnificent exterior. But the hero right away said it was exaggerated, made it clear it was even shameful. They did everything to hide it. But in the end, he's eager to erase the embarrassment he faced earlier. The whole world was like a toy in her hand. All that was left was to fall to their knees. Li Ping, confused, wants to know what happened. Why were they kneeling? He thought it was good. Really well done since they worked so hard. He'd have to give them a gift. The three were trembling, thinking they'd messed up and would receive divine punishment. But he gives them a basket of fruit, saying, "These are fresh. He picked them this morning." He then takes a deep breath. They'd be perfect to restore their energy. The guy is a little startled and leaping, says there weren't many, so they should share them with everyone, because he needs to save some to cook for Elizabeth. If she gets mad, the trip is ruined. At that moment, Bose apologizes, but says he wanted to ask something about Li Ping's forging. He answers that he doesn't have much to teach, saying, but since he's asking sincerely, he should go ahead. The king then asks Li Ping, "No matter how much effort I put in the details or any part, I can't replicate the quality of the weapons you forge. What am I missing?" Protagonist, standing with Elizabeth, thinks, here comes this king again, pretending he's interested in this just to please me, because he likes Elizabeth and we're connected. He doesn't even know why he has a legendary hero, but since he's asking sincerely, I need to give the right answer. He then says, from my perspective, being meticulous isn't about obsessing over details. It's more of a feeling basically. Instead of relying on the eyes, you need to rely on the heart. If the feeling is right, that's already good enough. Of course, Bose is shocked, saying, I understand not relying on sight. Like him, Elizabeth thinks, with just a few words from the hero, I feel as if my 700-year forging career was nothing but running in circles, searching for the perfect amount of material, sharpening angles with absolute precision, timing the forge. I became obsessed with details and focused on each 1,000th of time, but none of it was true work from the heart. Forging shouldn't be stopped by external limits. Suddenly, he rips off both monocles or glasses. My God, whatever, from his eyes, blood dripping, while Li Ping asks, what did you do, old man? the things fall to the ground, while Bose thanks the hero for the guidance. Finally, he was seeing the light. The guy congratulates him, but asks if there's a way to recover his eyes. The leaf says, yes, she'll prepare a potion now. But Heimer closes his eyes and says he doesn't need it. I didn't leave any problems for the hero to solve. Today, he sees clearer than ever every flaw in that place. He could feel with his heart. He's powering up, while the protagonist doesn't understand, wondering if those things on his face were power limiters. He really doesn't get why the king of dwarves was limiting himself, but who knows. Heimdallr cries, saying yes. And now everything is too peaceful. That tool he once took pride in had, in the end, become his greatest shackle. It really was a limiter. And today, he has only one more question for the hero. I wanted to know what he was going to ask. But Elizabeth interrupts, asking if they weren't going to end this already, saying enough of all this chatter. They were being too greedy, and wouldn't be able to handle. The world is going to be boring for him, what she was about to do. The men all press their heads to the ground, apologizing, saying the queen is right. Then Pissy says she'll escort them to the suite. Since the path was a bit long, they take transport. She goes near some plants, says those leaves are the perfect size, pulls out a pill and throws it on top of them. Immediately, the thing transforms into a kind of leaf ride. She then tells him to relax, and she says, this is the new invention, combining magic technology, space capsules stored in the body, and a conversion conversation, comprehension of energy. Oh my god. I messed it up 5 times. And they're already on top of the little plant. The protagonist says the thing was pretty unstable, but it flew much better and was really quiet. Pisses, thanks them. He goes full throttle, flies out, because she will destroy everything. While thinking about Wang Kai from the moment she saw Elizabeth and that dog, she's had endless ideas. Amelia, however, wants to know why Elizabeth is there. She could just fly on top of her. Pissy says vehicles can be replaced anytime. Amelia, angry, wants to know if she's trying to steal the place of the driving queen. The two glare at each other, but at that moment he says no, while Elizabeth tells them to stop wasting time and move along. Pissy speeds up the little bike, and they fly through the skies. Li Ping points out that suddenly, there's a golden toilet on one island, a water park on another, and a place full of plushies. Pisces explains that each island has different hot springs, and they can go to any of them. Of course, just call her and she'll take them. No, our boy thanks her. And soon they arrive at the door that in theory leads to their room. She says that if they need anything, just ring the bell in the room, and they'll appear right away. With that, he waves goodbye, turns, and says they're finally there. Elizabeth immediately brings up the subject, asking where that surprise he's been hiding is. Embarrassed, he says he'll explain inside. Let's just go home, my woman. Let's go in first. Hand in hand, the doors open and they enter the place, which looks kind of like his house. More or less there's a path of petals. Elizabeth, seeing that, says this surprise doesn't even need to be said. The Empress already knows very well. This night will mark an important step in their journey. She's already imagining the intense creamy duel, and explains that now he understands. But Amelia interrupts, saying the bed will be very comfortable indeed. Sleeping there, with the master, will make the dragon very happy. But suddenly, she's caught in a blue aura. Elizabeth pulled out the Pokeball and caught the girl. The protagonist notices, it's the item he designed himself, and left on the table. Why is it in her hand? Elizabeth says, it's nothing special. He is no longer into this hero business. Just a convenient way to store Amelia. She throws it into her backpack and clings to our boy, saying now there's no escape. Just the two of them, and in the next chapter, of course, he really can't escape. Out of nowhere, Annie shows up from the bathroom, saying she's so happy they came. Li Ping, confused, wants to know what on earth she's doing inside their room. He has her. She explains she wanted to study the architecture and technology of the place, so she registered as the bathroom cleaner. The protagonist says she doesn't have to worry, he'll handle it later. Annie notices Elizabeth don't look very happy to see her, and realizes the bed was messy before they lay down. She apologizes, saying she tried to copy his skills in sewing, and all he wants is to go home and live a normal, making pillows, sheets, and so on, but knows it's nowhere near as good as what he makes. Li Ping says it's fine, the way she cooks is enough. It's just an inconvenient situation. Suddenly, Elizabeth shouts that enough is enough, asking how many times they'll repeat the scene. It's already losing its charm. Poor Annie, who just arrived, has no idea what she's talking about. Elizabeth raises her hand and says, peaceful life. The crazy girl is all confused. You want a gift, don't you? You don't need Li Ping to teach you. I'll give you a gift this time. She touches Annie's head, giving her a gift from the abyss. The protagonist is confused, telling Elizabeth to be careful, and suddenly horns sprout. What, they grew out instantly. But no, she didn't transform, wondering if he wanted to teach her. In fact, her Jin bloodline awakened. The protagonist asks if Annie's okay while thinking, wow, Elizabeth is amazing. She made her evolve so easily. Elizabeth says, I awakened your bloodline. Now you learn how to use it. And he wants to say something, but Elizabeth casts a spell on the lock and throws her away, saying, enough chatter, and he goes flying. And Elizabeth puts her hand on her waist, collides with the robot, and ends up all limp. The purpose of a hero's existence, saying that finally they're quiet and at peace. Now it's his turn. The protagonist stammers, see, calm down. Elizabeth stepped back, but he trips on the bed, and she says she's tired of being calm. She's waited long enough for this moment. She blasts him in the chest, knocking him onto the battlefield. He's there bleeding from the cheek, while she closes in for the finishing blow, saying, in math, she clings to him. This time, no one will interrupt her frantic sequence, and then she demands to show the great surprise he's been preparing. The protagonist is there, wondering if she already knows he's going to propose. Meanwhile, she says she wants to see everything now. She was closer to land the decisive, moisty blow while he keeps blushing, but the cruel woman first slaps his stomach with her palm, snaps her fingers, and the two disappear strangely, then hits him with two gigantic, hot and warm fire spheres. She uses a bone crusher with her hand, then delivers a violent bite. The guy tries to react with a strike to her back, and manages to break free, saying the time hasn't come yet. The queen, furious, demands to know what the problem is. She's the demon queen. He says he really wants it. Pisces, who is down below, but he doesn't want it to happen like this. What could he want more than this? The protagonist thinks everything is going according to plan, but he wants her to have an unforgettable memory, and only after proposing will he let the creamy fight happen. The queen, however, misunderstands and says, okay, I get it. Knows that her memories have been altered. Didn't like the sequence of attacks and domination. Fine, then I'll let you be offensive. I will stay here, and you can attack me with your sword. The protagonist insists. It's not that he likes it when she takes control, but then he takes her hand and tells her to listen. Just like making a cake, he wants it to be perfect, and for that you can't skip any steps. They need to mix little by little, cook it perfectly, then add the cream on top. But she remembers that it was Queen Elizabeth. Every stage required attention to detail. You had to put your soul into it. Only then could you get a perfect cake. Some might say it doesn't matter since in the end, it all goes to your stomach. And he agrees with those people. But for Li Ping, it's not the same. Even one wrong step turns something perfect into something less perfect. Maybe she thinks he's old-fashioned and stubborn, who used magic to rewrite all reality. But he wants her to understand his heart. This was his conviction of pure love. He's already imagining putting a ring on her finger, getting married, lifting the veil, giving her a kiss, and then going further. He asked if she understands. And wow, he convinces the queen. She says he's right. She almost let her desires consume her. He used the cake metaphor to explain something simple. There, in the castle of Aristotle, he was a divine being, and she was being trained to shine. He would use this queen as an ingredient, and prepare her in the perfect way. Really, the preparation had already begun from the start. She imagines him touching the strawberry, telling her not to skip a step. He would savor it when it was at its very best. A bite of the strawberry, and she nearly dies, saying the queen finally understands. And now, the protagonist thinks, ah, good thing Elizabeth accepted. For someone with such an incredible title, she's actually a gentle woman. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is only thinking that she's eager to reach this perfect form and finally be able to create the powerful child. With that, she throws her clothes up, and it's time to head out to the pool. According to what Pisces explained, she's determined to study magic instead of engineering. They turn this handle, a random number appears, and when they step out they're taken to that place. This time on the first try, they end up at the water park. Li Ping stares at an endless slide and tells Elizabeth, maybe it's better if they go somewhere else. He's hesitant, but she says no way, and blasts him with another fireball strike, sending him sliding down. He's thrilled, saying this is wild. Elizabeth wonders, crashing to the ground in an explosion, and one day catch up to her. How he can enjoy this kind of simple contraption. How can he relax so much and approach it so naturally? Then she sees a guy transcending, realizing she must let go of ranks. Just as he didn't care about levels. When dealing with the people of Aristotle, she, even at saint rank, should know how to descend to the level of mortals. She needed to observe on a microscopic scale, absorb it, and then turn it into nourishment for herself. Oh my daughter, I don't know if that's going to work out. That was the only way she could destroy her habit of looking down on others as inferior. Once again, Li Ping was teaching her something. Today, the queen learned to set aside rank and enjoy this imperfect world. She screams with him as if dying of fear, and the two fall into the water. They swim with floaties. She splashes water at him. They have fun together. Meanwhile, back at the protagonist's house, the queen wonders if this is what he wanted, to teach her the pure and simple feeling of joy. The little elephant sprays water. Of the two of them stand underneath. What's this? An attack. The queen doesn't waste her chances either, slashing his back with her claws. Li Ping gets angry enough games with the hero. He grabs her tightly and pulls her in nice. The fight is intense. Lightning strikes and calls for the elemental squad, both of them panting until the protagonist, puffing smoke, says he loves her. The queen, shaking and trembling like a train, says she loves him too, but suddenly she asks, what attack that is near her thigh so intensely? Had an author tricked me too? It's the ring he had kept there to propose to her. Li Ping thinks the timing is perfect, if he doesn't propose now. Then, when nervous stammers a little fire appears from the oven. I do wanted to ask if you want to stay with me. He thinks, what am I even saying? My mouth is trembling, I'm too nervous. The queen covers her mouth, saying, he doesn't mean to say anything more. She's already accepted whatever his desire is. He can do as he wants. He thinks she's misunderstanding. And right then Pissy just shows up nearby, saying the location is the elephant spring. And it looks like they stayed under that curtain. Water from the faucet, maybe the grease from the knife. For more than 30 minutes, Jesus asks, Could this place have some hidden design we didn't notice, or is it the simplicity that makes them like it so much? They needed to study this carefully, to refine the others. The protagonist embarrassed says, "Ah, a lift pisses. What a coincidence, huh? Don't worry about us while thinking." Damn, the perfect mood was ruined. What's that dog doing on the floor? Then, the queen gigantic steps forward saying she's had enough. She apologizes to Li Ping, but says she won't lower herself to the level of inferior being, letting them get close and disrupt her life like this. She says she's tired of it. Accident or not, they should disappear. Energy expands violently, destroying everything from below. Electricity is rising, hitting 220. Bose comments that this aura is no joke. Bose doesn't understand what's happening. Heimer explains that 500 years ago, when the queen was at her peak and attacked the human city, half of it was evaporated in an instant from below. Blue Sword tells Kiki that the whole place was absorbed by the sea, suffocating. The space inside was being reduced to nothing, and the light fairy appears out of nowhere. Lumen and Anna want to help, but Chichi tells them to stay put. This isn't something they can deal with. Meanwhile, I wonder why the queen's aura is expanding this way. 1,000 meters underground. Malfoy is celebrating, saying, "Yes, yes, this is the aura he missed." Something exuding infinite pressure intoxicated. He never forgot the rage she showed. She turned into an old lady when he took her to his father's underground lab, when she discovered that half of that place's citizens were just magical corpses, walking around, a kind of experiment they had been conducting. She burned his soul, and that was wonderful. Elizabeth said that ending miserable lives like that was also mercy. That was the moment she destroyed half the city. While Malfoy swore to be her dog. "Man, I've never seen such a useless item. Where's that strong and thick?" She tortured him, stomped him, whipped him with her tail. But that wretch must have enjoyed it all. What he loved was always yearning for a reward, but not noticing the terror of being cruelly crushed. That thin line between life and death was wonderful. The guy is nearly dying, seizing up, saying she's too close but he can't reach her. It's too much. Suddenly, he strikes the throne and says enough. Juicy one who was in the middle of the fight. He can't take it anymore. The fusion seems to begin and he rises from the throne, saying that once he eliminates the weak around her and returns to being a dog under her foot, the world will be perfect. She would once again belong only to him. From above, Elizabeth says they don't need to fear. She will destroy everyone in this place. But later, she'll reconstruct them, leaping as they're trying to calm Elizabeth down. What a sad day, but hey. While thinking that he actually understands her, people are always interrupting them, and finding a romantic moment in this place is impossible. Then someone begs her majesty for forgiveness. It's both saying they may have been idiots, but he takes full responsibility and pleads for the queen's mercy. He kneels over the cards, saying he'll pay with his life. All he wants is for her to forgive Elif. There's the water fairy, the fire fairy. The queen only asks if he wants to disappear too. She waves her hand to the side and says fine. Let them all vanish together. He tries to defend himself with the cards, but not even Li Ping's cards can handle it. This time, he apologizes to Li Ping, saying there's nothing a father can do. Li Ping looks and says it doesn't have to be this way. While thinking that for a second, he forgot she really is the demon queen. The metal fairy, they're all here. He tries to find a way to calm her before she loses all reason. But the queen says, Li Ping, don't try to stop me this time. Violence is the most effective solution. Pushes off a rock and pulls her into a hug, saying no. She has to calm down and breathe deeply. Even if she could destroy them and then reconstruct them, those recomposed souls wouldn't be the same. Surely, they must be the tough ones, just as she is irreplaceable to him and will always be unique. It seems to short-circuit something inside the queen, who realizes that deep down he's right. She can organize life on an extremely detailed level, but maybe one microscopic detail is enough to alter everything in a person's life, just as Li Ping didn't conjure her as the perfect partner. He walks beside her, even with her imperfections. They want to finally merge completely. That's because souls are unique. If souls could be mass-produced, what would her existence mean? When it comes to understanding life, she isn't anywhere near him. She may have reached saint rank, but she has no idea how to move beyond it, and realizes how far she still is from the rest. She begins to think that this whole hot springs plant is just to put them in situation. The little yellow fairy, who is the metal one, where something almost happened, but someone interrupts, which irritates her. While she has to learn countless lessons to awaken, he teases her desires and ruins them every time, again and again, forcing out all the negativity in her heart. She remembers him, saying he wanted to be with her, just not like that, and now, she thinks it meant that she hadn't reached a high enough rank. Says that if they joined forces, she misunderstood everything he said once more, and made herself the fool. He was being calm, patient, and using everything he knew to bring out the best in her. She seems to go through another breakthrough, leaving saint rank and stepping into creator rank. She says she understands and frees Bose, the girls, and reconstructs the place and asks what just happened. Maybe this time, they will have a chance. While Bose begs the queen to calm down, Annie still wants to know if there was a problem. Li Ping says no. Nothing much, just a misunderstanding. He thinks to himself that thankfully, Elizabeth isn't too hard to calm. Honest words always work with her. and she lets things go. Elif is exhausted, almost fainting, while Kiki thinks, I don't know what happened. The guy is extracting all the energy from the girl. Only the ones the protagonist produces are decent. The lightning fairy agrees, but Li Ping saved the world again. Bose bows, saying he won't bother them anymore, and that he's leaving, but the protagonist asks, you're leaving after all. This, everyone thinks death was the forgiveness. Now that they're alive, they still have a price to pay. Elizabeth, now calm, asks what he's thinking with his eyes closed. Li Ping says he noticed something important. Suddenly everyone falls to the ground and tells them to start the elemental fusion, begging him to say what it is. He says, take a look at yourselves. Kiki, confused at ourselves. The protagonist says, you're always waiting for me. The so-called hero. The protagonist says, you're always waiting for me. The so-called hero, to clean up this mess. The way you act sometimes is pathetic. Don't tell me you still haven't realized that. Every time we speak, we are waiting for a like. And win this, the water fairy. In this video, that helps Mamoru makes more content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell and I'm out. On the other hand, is a bit hesitant and says they don't belong here. Without the strength given to the artifacts of the creator, they won't be able to do anything. The metal fairy, however, explains that they who are beings from another world, if it were that little knife, when temporarily accessing the realm they possess, will have peak power. And the electricity fairy explains that, even though they were brought to this place, out of admiration for the creator, they will become 10 times stronger, and finally prove the power they possess. They were tired of being used to create other things, especially the oldest one there, the earth guy, the little creature on the ground. It would have killed that robot by now, gives a glare and lets out a roar. It seems that was the warning that Li Ping returned, and in an instant, everyone runs to their corners. The protagonist arrives home with the juicy tough one, there, with a little hand on her butt. Oh man, he already sits on the couch. Orders 2 sodas for Wang Kai. The moment he opens the fridge, the fairy says that this year, there will be another internal competition. However, but then, Elizabeth says the guy was weird. Wang Kai warns that there is no way he will let that catastrophe happen again. The light fairy, which I'm still mad about, because it used to be a giant babe, says that she can't worry, especially since last time she also stopped before it turned into a big disaster. Not to mention, that she thinks the biggest culprit for all the mess is always him. Wang Kai is there. He had a vibe like he was part of her family, thinking that this time, he messed up, because the protagonist tampered with his chip, gave it some upgrades, and he got a bit out of control. But then, he tells her to stop bothering him. She, however, says that just this once, he could let it slide. They already lost 3 championships in the house. Please Bose, let the elements fight. He grabs the sodas and says fine. There will be an event, but only when the master leaves. The old man celebrates saying, and this time, they will decide once, and for all who is the strongest. She thanks him, then says that when the voltage that had disappeared returned to her, she receives some information. But suddenly, he just slams the door and says goodbye. The protagonist and Elizabeth are there on the couch, talking about plans, and she says that everything worked out thanks to him. He takes a sip of soda and has that look on his face. Now with the light fairy, saying that he just wanted to help everyone. But what can he do, right? That hard-headed guy wanted to resolve things that way. Elizabeth agrees and says, that guy really didn't deserve to exist. Elizabeth thinks with herself, now, I know why he did this. He used pressure on the opponent, and kindness on friends to create loyalty. With that, the stability. I have unreachable levels of energy he placed in that kingdom will last a long time, unlike hers, which disappeared for a short time, and soon everything turned into a disaster. Once again, she learns another lesson. The protagonist tells Holy Sword, Elven Tribe, Cathedral of Ani, the Kingdom of Dwarves, and now Aristotle's all powers were controlled. The only variable that existed was the Demon Kingdom, even though the Black Guild had disappeared. My warm mecha is as strong as a demon. He has the feeling that something is wrong. Elizabeth tells him not to worry. As always, she's already been there. Turned the whole place upside down, and nothing was wrong. However, Lipin continues, insisting, wanting to know if Amelia has woken up, and if they don't have to ask her something. He glances at the girl's house. Right man. In the 4th stage, the hero is mad at himself, because every time he is alone now, he's having thoughts just like you guys. I would never imagine myself living in that plumpy house, happy as truck. He imagines that maybe it's normal, but they aren't married yet. She is gigantic. The boy takes a 10-0 from his own head, while Elizabeth says, while observing Elizabeth, he stretches out his hand to deliver another attack. That Amelia is still stabilizing in the dimension. Only when she is 100% will the memories return. However, she wants to know why he is all stiff. And he says nothing, all awkward. The girl gives a little laugh with her plump lips, and teleports to his side, wanting to know what he is hiding. Is he planning to confess to her in a month? Whoa man. What's this, queen? This fight. Saying it's the end for everyone. I don't know if Li Ping wins. He got a double fireball attack on the poor guy. She even came with a wind strike to the ear, saying, thinking about getting closer man. The hero took off her flight and immediately stands up, all crooked, saying that the time has come. The time to make dinner, of course. He leaves all crooked, saying he's going to cook. The queen, however, just thinks that there's no reason to rush, and the gigantic fist heads toward the group. The longer it takes, the better the wine gets. When she delivers the love, it will be intoxicating, man. She put the strongest muscle of the human body out there, saying he just needs to wait a little longer. With that, 3 days pass. They are in the kitchen. 10 days pass. They are soaking up the sun. This wee days passed. They are using the electric saw to cut down trees. Everyone is scared, while Li Ping remains calm. Meanwhile, back in the Elf Kingdom, the bows is killing everyone. All the guys from the Holy Sword Guild were advancing against Octopotus. The Lava King, Luda, Sorgius, the Blonde, wants to know why they were sent there by the commander. It doesn't make sense, man. Anna Sorgas Shisui gave a resounding to everyone. Apparently, she says that out of nowhere. Elizabeth, with a simple hand movement, she gave up her position as guild master and left to learn some Tai Chi. And now she sends this message, telling them to prepare hot spring. And that's confusing. The Blue Sword responds that the orders came from that person. All they have to do is follow. However, the two find it strange. Why would the legendary Chichi be obeying someone? Even the Black Eagle Guild disappeared in front of her, destroys the entire bracers of the monster. Suddenly, some cards arrive, and someone tells her to be careful with what she says. And Elif says that, if she speaks ill of that person one more time, she better not blame her for the lesson she will teach. In Chichi's place, Anna is itching for a beating, challenging, saying, that girl just gained a little power, and now thinks she's tough. Luna comments that she isn't even from a faction. Along with his body, the only thing left is the old man, and she's talking about teaching lessons. Oh man, Elif just drew a card. The crazy thing is that the sword entered the front and defended. Is a fight going to happen? I don't think so, because there's a gigantic octopus behind them. Everyone seems to have forgotten that there's no kingdom, I mean no queen or hero. However, Anna is telling Blue Sword and the energy core in the air, get out of the way. I want to see how strong this little girl is. He responds that it won't be possible. He promised Chissy, Sogus, he would protect everyone, and tells Elif that if she wants to calm down, let it be against him. The crazy girl drew about 8 cards and said, that's fine, then, but as soon as she wins, everyone will owe her an apology. The one who is angriest about all this is the bows. Elizabeth grabs it in the same second. Was there looking at one, looking at the other, the sword, and then say, he's eager for a rematch after that tournament. However, at that moment, the bows attacks with everything. But suddenly, a dragon from the sky crashes into him. A brawl starts between the two and the poor bows. My man was a bonus now. The girls who were criticizing are so scared, already finishing off the head, that she is facing off against Blue Sword like this. Elif is impressed that bastard is really worthy of being Chichi's disciple, and the guy knows she is still holding back in that. The two see each other once again, face to face in the sky, and she says, it's time to stop holding back. It was time to end this in one blow. He agrees, and suddenly, the explosion of the 7-star scythe appears. Pisces and the others. What's this did? She really just pulled a head off, and while he activates, destruction against the wind power goes everywhere. However, a card passes, cuts everything, and when it returns, it's boost, saying that's enough of this. They are not there to start a war. He tells Elif to calm down, because that's not how she should be acting. Blue Sword is scared. One move from bows ended the fun for both of them. Oh, did she see there was a core inside? While Elif tells her father that they can't let this go. They insulted that person. For the pride of the elven tribe, she couldn't let that guy go unpunished. However, Annie appears in the sky, saying that person once protected her in the midst of a crisis and humbled himself. She is sure. He believes that those who do not understand do not deserve to be punished. And she asks Pisces. Elif knows her not as Annie, but as the Witch of the Heavens, and she pulls out Raphael's puppet, saying that this would help everyone's aura calm down. Luna still wants to know, what are they looking for a hot spring for? Bose explains that not even Chichi knows completely. Everyone is following the instructions blindly. Anna says she understands. But who is this person? Why is no one talking? If this is the guy from the Science Kingdom, while Luna feels that they are a joke, they are nothing more than a punchline. Blue Sword tells everyone to calm down, and just says that an order received is an order they have to follow. They have 10 more days to find a perfect hot spring. In this volcanic region, the problem is that so far, they haven't found a drop of water. The Bose explains that it's not about literally finding a hot spring. Trembling, she says, yes, it's a test to gain the favor of that person, and they were sent by Chi-Chi. And about who that person is, everyone has already met him, but he can't say anything beyond that. Annie, on the other hand, finds it strange this volcano should be full of spring, so why is it dry? Elif comments that the real tests are never what they seem. Maybe the true meaning is this difficulty, and the chubby guy says. But then suddenly, Annie changes her expression and says, something sinister is coming from the skies. Bose wonders if it's the appearance of the evil one, while the two nearby are already collapsed. Unable to breathe, a lift approaches, and the older guy says, they'll have to attack with everything they've got. While Annie says that whatever it is, it's arriving from the clouds. A chunk of a giant robot emerges and boom, that the wretched girl really found powerful allies. it crashes into the ground. At first I thought it was just leftover parts from the one they had already killed. But no, as soon as Annie asks if this thing really exists, a robot is standing right before them, no above them, towering. Any comments that they've been noticed? Well, obviously, at that moment, the Sword Saint says they can't believe she took him down so easily. The way is always to strike first and charges him. Bose tells him to calm down, but too late, he's already activated the Azure Bird. But his attack is blocked by a strange green dragon. He recognizes it as the Dragon Slayer. A skill only Sword Saints can use. Inside the robot, someone speaks, saying it's been ages since they left the dwarves' land, and the first thing they're greeted with is this enormous strike. While Elizabeth just says quickly, Luna asks if he's okay, and the swordsman falls back. And who is it more than obvious? Right folks, it's the king of the dwarves, our dear Bose, wielding the biggest dagger in existence. Crazy enough, he's standing right next to Chissy Sogus, who says that everyone there except for her disciple are people chosen by the hero. Even the eccentric Pisces is there wanting to learn magic. If she has anything to ask this guy, Chi-Chi apologizes for taking so long, while the Bose thanks them for finally arriving. Down below, Heimer explained that it was that very person who helped him solve the huge crisis in the dwarves' nation. Looks like the two women just realized it's true, that he's the legendary hero, and that other person too. Pisces points out he wants to know if those bastards, because she wants to end this, that her new mech was actually inspired by his robot dog Elif. However, says they shouldn't be revealing the identity of poor Elizabeth and Li Ping like this. But Heimer explains that he himself served Elizabeth, so there was no reason to hide it anymore. Then, someone tells them to get their focus back. They're here to find a hot spring, which supposedly 500 years ago existed in abundance. Pisces, however, Bose explains that they've already searched everywhere and haven't seen a single drop. Isis, on the other hand, wonders why they're struggling so much. They think she has some brilliant idea, but she just suggests that, since everyone here can use magic, why not just summon a ton of water? Problem solved. Luna and Anna laughed, saying they thought she had a real plan. Says she has nothing to say to trash like him. She's a little confused, so Anna explains that elemental magic doesn't work like that. Maybe, with shadow magic, they could fix the problem. And then comes the big reveal. Annie says that 400 years ago, the elemental spirits of the continent vanished, and no one knows where they went. Pisces is confused. She has no idea when elemental spirit even is. Just finish him off. The guy laughs as he is blown up. Annie explains they are the fairies' blessing. Without them, no one can use magic above the intermediate level. Their disappearance sparked a magical revolution, where most things had to be developed with engineering and mixed magic. Currently, the most powerful water spell possible is the ice sphere, but it requires a place with lots of water already available, saying she thinks this is over and is useless and impossible to cast at a volcano. Like this feeling down, Pisa says sorry, I didn't know. She thinks it's embarrassing how little she knows, but promises to study hard and someday reach even the Demon Queen's level. Bose then gives a simple idea. Why doesn't Chichi just slash through the land until she hits a distant lake? However, creating a path for the water to flow here. Kiki says she could, but she won't. Her friends think it's because she doesn't want to make things easy for everyone. But Chichi tells them to think carefully. If she alters the terrain like that, it would cause an ecological disaster. All that just for Asana. What would the hero and the demon? Those who support him will soon arrive, and when they do, Queen think about that out of nowhere. Everyone panics as they see themselves falling into an abyss, being told that if they're the ones fighting against evil, allow themselves to be corrupted by greed, they be no better than the very enemies they want to defeat on the hero's scales. Their deeds must always weigh positively. If that balance shifts, then it's them who'll be executed. BM blown up. Annie agrees, saying that Chi-Chi's words are true. She thinks that back then, she was saved because her heart was pure, not because she praised them or had any potential. Good thing Chi-Chi didn't let her go through with such a stupid plan. Hybridinger says he understands. They really wouldn't be any different from the Black Guild. Pisces then says they could dig a tunnel from the ocean. With that, the electric beauty is falling there, come from underground, and create a perfect hot spring around volcanoes. Luna laughs and says, here comes the silly girl with a dumb plan. If it's that easy, why doesn't she do it herself? Pisa says fine, leave it to her, she'll use her new mecha Ray to dig a tunnel straight to the sea, in at most 7 days. It'll be done, Bose says, waking up, while the protagonist thinks that's perfect, and says he'll start preparing some plants. Heimer agrees and says he'll prepare furniture to make everything beautiful. Excited, Pisa says this is going to work and already asks for help gathering more volcanic stone. Annie will have the Bears Hamilton transportation, and Chichi obviously will cut down everything necessary. The Bose is proud that everyone shares the same goal. We're from the Holy Guild. When Elizabeth gets involved, Bose agrees, saying the last time he saw such unity was 500 years ago. With that, they join hands, saying they'll give it their all. The scene then shifts to 1,000 meters underground, and look who's there, it's Malfoy. Isn't it? Wondering why Bose, Chichi Sorgus, and even those cursed with the Din Din bloodline are there. Surely, the location must be the Master's mana. It's easy to resolve things. There's no way he could be tracked, but he does notice that the monitor, no, 24 of the Lightning Fairy, has disappeared. Could she really have switched sides? The problem is, he can't leave while he's absorbing this mana. But that's fine once he's done. Everyone will be offered as a gift to the master. The scene then changes to around our boy's house. A beast prepares an ice attack, at that moment, throwing it at another dragon, which barely escapes to the side. But then, it coils around to deliver a killing bite from above, only for a rain of meteors to explode, and smoke all around them. And up in the sky, there's a phoenix that, good lord, takes a direct hit to the head from the Mammoth King. But then someone casts a jutsu. The girl seems to see the projections of the master. It's that frog from the beginning, using its long tongue to grab the elephant's trunk. With a yank to the side, the beast crashes on its back. Suddenly, he tells them to rise, because the immortal hasn't finished yet. At that moment, someone claps, saying they're not bad at all. When the battle frog looks back, who is it? K clapping, saying, and remembers that he is the legendary hero. They've truly taken the doctrine of battle to heart. The frog says that, when the pressure to survive disappeared, all the magical beasts grew lazy. But ever since he gave them the lesson of battle, they've been training rigorously to stay in shape. Kai says fine, but now it's time. They pay the price for the protection they've been given. Elizabeth is saying that in front of her. The frog replies, Bose Ankai. Such harsh words, this isn't a price, but rather, a heartfelt contribution to the great creator. In this vast world of beast plains, we were lucky to be chosen, to become flesh and nourishment. For the creator isn't death a transformation. They will be destroyed, rebuilt and seek evolution through this world. Supremacy, problems are non-existent, because that is the only truth. Don't understand what's happening. There's a fish evolving into a dragon. The battle frog explains that in recent years, they evolved from majoring type beasts to archfiends. He's just curious whether the master released any new ingredients. This month, crispy, juicy, fried chicken, grilled eel with rice, rich and firm, and a big chunk of meat too. The protagonist is a bit confused. That mammoth meat, fatty, but not greasy. I don't get it. Are they offering themselves to be eaten by Li Ping? I'm kind of confused here. Kai comments that the boss said it had been a while since he eaten bullfrog. Right, then, the fool starts trembling all over. Back at our boy's house, just from the shadow, you can tell it's the juicy one. She tells him to be jubilant, but just thinks that if his girlfriend said so. But you know what's going on here. A little foot massage obvious. Li Ping says they better stop there, but she says no. This little bit of pain didn't scare her. Still, she was trembling all over. While he said he hadn't even started yet, she asked him to wait a second, that she needed to make her mental preparation, and then everything would be fine. Then it must be right. He could press now. I feel sorry for her, he says. There's an old saying that pain means a blockage. If there is a path, there is no pain. Foot massages may seem to hurt a little, but once I'm done you'll feel relieved. Look at this artist. He spent more time on this foot than on the whole chapter, for sure. I've never seen so much shading and locking in of light. He finds it unbelievable that all the gears disappeared. Already calling her his girlfriend. Oh no. What am I about to read? Elizabeth is saying he's causing pain, making it itch and tickle. That absurd amount of sensory responses was putting her on high alert. Mixing that with the aromas in the room, she knows he's trying to put her in a state of soul melting ecstasy, but she's going to resist. Meanwhile, she won't fall for these tricks. And then Li Ping says he's about to start the real massage. The moment he touches her foot, her eyes blaze like a demon's, and she's transported into the bamboo realm transformed. Beautiful, she's already drifting off, saying bamboo is hollow, it grows like an arrow, just like the flow of mana, which must be filled without leaving gaps. The light fairy wants to know why those two are there. If you fill it too much, it stagnates. Meanwhile, Li Ping is pressing the Taichung point. Then, she enters the Lotus realm, rising from immaculate mud and bathed in pure waters. But never in excess he strikes the Zeus and Li Ping point, and she appears in the cherry blossom realm, saying that even while crossing an icy mountain, one must still dare to bloom, unafraid of cruel winters, and without becoming a fleeting flower. Wasn't she fighting against the kingdom of Aristoteles? Then he strikes the Sanyan Zhou point, and she appears in the orchid realm, small saying she was still inside the orchid's cocoon, about to release a sudden fragrance. True strength doesn't need to shout. It understands itself. I feel like her armor is coming undone. Then he presses the big toe, and she suffers immense pain. I'm telling you it was coming undone. Just a second ago. How did she end up in this place? What is this? She evolved into the thickest sage mode I've ever seen. A guy triggered a transcendence with a foot massage. She collapses onto the bed exhausted, drained, while the protagonist throws a towel over his shoulder, and tells her to rest. He'll prepare dinner. Elizabeth is wondering the same thing. How did she evolve from a foot massage? It makes no sense, but somewhere nearby. Oh, the girl's arrogance speaks louder. Something is hatching from an egg. It must be. Amelia, right? Yes, exactly. In the next chapter, she's at the table. Li Ping thanks her, saying he's glad she finally woke up. He had prepared spicy bullfrog, perfect for protein recovery. When Elizabeth asks Amelia if she lost, she remembers facing the old man, who said she had finally been surpassed, and she feels that. Amelia calls him a bastard, saying that was an insult to the master, and that's when the Temu. Elizabeth bursts out of the orb. She strikes, and what a retreat from Amelia. I didn't know she was that strong. really hitting those squats in the gym. She wants to know how the old man managed that. He answers that it's very simple. It was pure love through countless. If she kills the legendary hero at this moment, endless experiment. Not for a second did he believe the master had died. And that's why he's been waiting with all his love. All this time, Amelia tells him to stop with that nonsense, that she'll end him now. Two of the servants try to attack her, but she transforms her claw and knocks them both away, exploding them on the ground. No, 24. And captures the demon queen as an offering. Immediately asks if she should break her seal. To deal with this, Malfoy, however, says that won't be possible. She was essential to this experiment. He orders 24 to call the rest of the people and get everyone out of there. Amelia, on the other hand, thinks he's overconfident, believing he can capture her just because he's hiding behind the master's magic. That guy will surely be happy. That changes nothing, but then an attack comes from the ground and grabs her arm. Because it was Elizabeth's magic, she wasn't able to detect it properly. Worse yet, this absolute prison was a perfect copy, and she couldn't understand how this old man was even able to replicate that. The fake Elizabeth is dripping onto the old man's head, and he says, "Amelia, you know her magic better than anyone." In a second, the protagonist is excited, saying, "Wow. Oh, poor girl. So you must know this isn't fake." At that moment, Elizabeth makes a move, and Amelia begins to be strangled. Since she has a contract with Elizabeth, she had no way to suppress this power. Malfoy tells her to be a good girl and cooperate. That way, she would suffer less. But then Amelia summons the golden dragon, and warns that while she may not attack the master, she can destroy all of this land. She came all hot, bubbly, and electric to hit Li Ping. She begins to create a world-ending spell, while that girl, whose name I don't even remember, is standing nearby, wondering if this is the true power of a demon lord. Malfoy tells everyone to run, and then Amelia unleashes the Dragon Lord's breath, and the whole place starts to explode from afar. It's clear the area was truly disintegrated. The thick thigh one was there terrified, thinking this power was horrifying, but the Queen of the Hour says the entire kingdom had been wiped out, and Amelia lay exhausted on the ground, thinking she had been far too arrogant. Who would have imagined this guy would actually use the master's magic? That's when she realizes she is still standing on solid ground. Malfoy had activated the forbidden transgression. He praises, saying that if it weren't for Elizabeth's power, she now knows where the familiar feeling came from. Man, he would be nothing but ashes. But then he tells Amelia to show him more. Or perhaps all her magic had already been absorbed to be used by the perfect master. At that point, Amelia only thinks that this time she failed, and boom, she collapses to the ground. Still, she managed a defensive form, creating an egg around herself. Malfoy thinks it doesn't matter. She goes to attack. The important thing is he will still extract her magic. Back in the present, she says, that's how she was completely defeated. She apologizes and says she has no right to live. Elizabeth should give her death. Elizabeth, however, only asks if she's done crying. Enough of that. Meanwhile, the protagonist is asking about the bullfrog. Poor bullfrog, seems it's not so immortal anymore, huh? But when the electricity is about to touch his hair, ended up in the pot. Elizabeth is asking for some fried rice, and Li Ping says he'll cook it. They're chatting, casually, while Amelia just observes all this friendship, and begins to feel jealous. Suddenly, Elizabeth shoves a bullfrog leg into her mouth and says, that's the reward. In an instant, she finds herself in another realm on a path of stars. Something asks how she has the courage to challenge him. She wonders why the master put her in this place. Probably as punishment. This was truly how the master disciplined her disciples. Now all she can do is walk through this place forever, thinking and reflecting on the failure she is, until one day, she eventually dies. She walks a little further and falls to her knees, crying, saying she'll never see the master again, but she doesn't deserve to anyway. Still, she misses her. In an instant, the girl disappears, and look who shows up, saying, there she is. When Amelia lifts her eyes, the giant frog drops down in front of her, saying that the king of beasts, the golden dragon, is there. Apparently, this is her final test to advance to the rank of demon lord. Amelia is confused, while the frog says, few recognize him since he was only a tadpole, back when they were already great masters. Li Ping asks what that was. But in the years, she disappeared. He stole her place, and has been absorbing and dominating all the magical beasts now. He has to defeat her, to be considered the new king of beasts. And finally the day had come. All that's left for him is to win. He charges, saying today, he completes his evolution. A golden explosion actually, and Elizabeth says it was nothing. It's the protagonist finishing the fried rice. He wants to know what happened with Amelia, and Elizabeth explains she's savoring the protein he gave her. The protagonist thinks, wow, so dragons eat like this? Ha, slowly and carefully, awesome. Meanwhile, Amelia has the frog in her mouth, but in the illusion, she's already transforming into the golden dragon. The immortal frog says, the guy summoned the badass robot, thinking that everything that happened was his doing. She truly deserves the title of king of beasts. She asks if he still wants to fight. The poor guy, all beaten, says it's not necessary. He admits defeat, but says this won't be the last time. Soon he will win and complete his evolution. He falls flat on the ground. Amelia thinks that, if she can't even digest a single defeat, then she doesn't deserve to serve the master. From start to finish, however, even in loss she was still the queen of beasts. she lets out the roar of the Golden Dragon Queen and wakes up in the room, releasing the same roar outside. The protagonist asks, "Hey, should we get some water for this lunatic?" Elizabeth says no. She's just not used to eating what you cook. Soon she'll get used to it and really enjoy it. Liping is there a bit confused, since it's his way of showing affection, but says it would be better if she liked what she eats. At the same time, he finds it strange. Dragons should be immune to spicy food. Meanwhile, Amelia evolves 4 times, reaching the peak of Demon Lord. Elizabeth thinks that she truly is worthy of being her pet. She fell but quickly got up again. Amelia looks all cute and hugs her, while the girl tells her to stop. All she can do is accept it, being dramatic. Our boy says that protein really works well, while Amelia is mad at him, but has no choice but to accept it. The strength of this being called hero was incomprehensible. Now, she understood that protein means taste defeat, to reach the peak, and this fight was only a way to serve as encouragement, but also a threat. She almost lost her position. Pisces is there a bit confused too, but she won't slip again. She says, Li Ping can have whatever food he wants. Send it to me and I'll crush it. Our boy says alright, then just don't eat it all. You have to leave some for Elizabeth. Meanwhile, Alpha is outside turning back, the most useless guy in this whole story. It's morning, and our boy is under a warm blanket, but something is crawling underneath. But in the end everything had ended at that moment. Amelia appears between the two, transforms back, and pushes him away, tossing Li Ping aside and saying, "Today, she's the one who will warm this bed." The protagonist, all twisted, says, "Alright." Then he goes to prepare breakfast. Elizabeth watches him leave and thinks, "So you're going to keep stalling." Little hero thinking, to wait until the end of the month. The beauty I mean, to take the next step, no way. She says she'll settle things before he has the chance. Our boy, on the other hand, is cooking an egg tossing in ramen. Breakfast is ramen, egg and pudding. Pretty healthy American standard. He says he was about to call them and then notices. It's no wonder Amelia's Elizabeth's mount outside. Wang Kai wants to know, hey, where's Alpha? They've already eaten our boys. The queen stretches, saying it's time to go home, washing up while Amelia is impressed that Elizabeth has really been living here. All this time, she can't understand why. In Amelia's eyes, Elizabeth had already surpassed everything that exists. To which the queen says it's something hard to explain. On a mountain, she walks, saying she finally reached the peak. But then, she sees she's still far away. That's how she feels. Amelia says, "Oh man, it's not possible that even more distant peaks exist. She's already mastered all magic." Elizabeth says, "Only when you cross one huge mountain will you see that right after. If there's another just like this drama we're watching, I've watched it countless times, but still can't fully understand it. Strange things are appearing on the screen. And Amelia is studying about the dragon, king of the 4 seas, a calamity in the heaven." She ordered, grabbed the girl's arm and said, "The Eastern pilgrims, dragons turning into horses. My god, what's going on? The 3 immortal Puris and 1 Jade Emperor. The Buddha, the Bodhisattva. My god." She realizes Elizabeth is right. All of this was incomprehensible to her. It's too much information. She takes it straight to the face and faints. Elizabeth says she should take it more slowly. Then,